to those who bleed orange and black.
It is out of here.
Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the Sports Leader.
You know, it's a tough morning when right before we hop on the air, Marcus is saying, who the hell's River Ryan? I'm like, I'm not sure who River, and then I had a book on, we're talking River freaking Ryan. When War on Drugs comes on and tries to start your day on the right note. Happy Tuesday, everybody. Sorry about the baseball. Can I give you a 49ers veterans reporting to camp today? Can I give you that?
I'll take that.
Woo, Marcus. This baseball team will drive you to the ends of the earth, and we'll start talking 49er football.
Yeah, 49er football right around the corner. Stay tuned to the sports leader, Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, talking today at 11 a.m. down in Santa Clara.
Can I get a Fox News chime at 6:01? Yeah.
So it's going to be a big day of 49er football here at the sports leader. But Murph, of course, we got to start with the Giants and the many rivers that they had to cross last night. Just did not cross home plate enough on 2 runs.
As you know, so many songs about the river, right? How about dried up? How about a bone dry, depressing river? How's that? Oh, man. Listen, so many ways to go. I'm just going to go right here, buddy. But there's a fly ball between you and me.
Oof.
If you call for it, buddy, I'm backing off.
Does that mean I'm Elliot Ramos?
Why don't you take over?
I'm the center fielder here.
Why don't you be QB1? I'm the QB1 here. I'm the CF here. That particular moment, right there in time, when you watch those two guys out there, just amateur hour in center and left field, that's it. That's all you need to know about this Giants team. Just what losing is. Like, what is losing? That's losing.
You're looking
right
at
there.
it.
That's like, it's hard. People say, what is losing? Isn't there a scene from Moneyball where Brad Pitt goes, that's the sound of losing? Isn't there a scene like that?
There might be.
You know what? Young Tone and Greg. And by the way, Greg Silver. Welcome to the show today.
Greg go Silver.
As John Joe Curley's illness goes into day 2 now. Or is he not just holding out like Brandon Aiyuk?
Yeah, he might be. This might be a little negotiation here from John Joe Curley.
How about just Curley as Aiyuk? But find me that scene in Moneyball where Brad Pitt says, that's what losing sounds like. Give me that. Because that's what losing sounds like. Matos and Ramos, monkey blanking a fly ball to left center. Losing sounds like Mike Yastrzemski going down, looking with a couple runners on. Losing sounds like Matos and Matt Chapman both striking out against the lefty with runners in the corners. Losing sounds like Jorge Soler trying to make a hustle play in the first inning.
Keyword try.
And getting burned.
Yeah, never make the first out of third, kids.
This is what losing looks like.
You know what losing looks like? Teoscar Hernandez. I mean, if we were calling in the score this morning, it would be final score. The Teoscar Hernandez is 3, the Giants 2.
We've been on Teoscar for a while. We talked about it in the winter when he signed, how underrated it was. It was so underrated that we described it as underrated, then we moved on to the next topic. And then you called him at the Home Run Derby last week as the guy, and then we were talking to Jerry Hairston Jr. yesterday. You asked about him, and this guy's just looming like a frickin' problem is what he is.
And there he was for the third time of the game in that 8th inning after Matos and Elliot Ramos could not call the fly ball or figure out who was going to catch that ball in the left center field gap. Shout out to Eric Miller stepping up and striking out Shohei Ohtani for the 4th time in his career.
Is that the 4th?
Shohei Ohtani is now 0 for 4 with 4 strikeouts against Eric Miller.
Ownage is ownage.
We got a Shohei solver.
I knew for sure there had been 2 this year. God, I slept on 4.
Dude, so it's Eric Miller striking out Shohei Ohtani. Then Tyler Fitzgerald, who, by the way, is the hottest hitter on the team right now.
Hottest player.
Yeah, 4 home runs in 4 straight games. That sliding play he made up the middle with the backhand glove flip to second to save a run.
Bonkers.
I was like, there's no way in hell the Giants are going to get out of this inning, out of that blooper in left center field after you get to the top of the Dodgers order. And then here comes Teoscar Hernandez knocking on the door, knocks one in for his 3rd RBI of the game.
Dodgers had 6 hits last night, 3 by Teoscar Hernandez. Yeah. Dodgers had 3 RBIs last night, all by Teoscar Hernandez.
It was the Teoscar show.
Too much frickin' Teoscar in my life. And, dude, and Blake Snell was great.
Yeah.
I mean, that was the Blake Snell you've been waiting for. Dude, like, Dodgers were having, other than Teoscar Hernandez, Dodgers were having really difficult at-bats against him. He was tying guys in knots. There were guys who looked like they just wanted to get out of the box, except for Teoscar Hernandez. Yeah. So, and then he walks Freddie Freeman. There's a pass ball, or was it a wild pitch? It was a wild pitch, pardon me. And he gets to second, then Teoscar cashes in. All that said, It's a 2-2 game in the 8th inning, and then they make the losing play. That's what losing looks like. That's what losing sounds like. And I don't have to tell you guys, because, I mean, we said 7-4. At least that's what the Jock blog said on Friday, 7-4. You're now 1-3. Bro, you ain't going 6-1 in the next 7. I got news for
I
you.
highly doubt it. Not with the team we've seen this season.
So at this point now, I mean, the train is headed towards Cellville, right? I mean, we're getting the next stop, like the conductor comes on, thank you for visiting Mediocreville. Next stop, Cellville. I mean, seriously. I don't want to see them buy. I don't want to see them buy. I don't. And I'm just kind of waiting. Does it mean playing Matos and Ramos and Fitzgerald and Wisely more? Yeah. Maybe Matos and Ramos, the more they play, the more they can figure out how to call off each other.
I mean, look what's happened with Tyler Fitzgerald and Brett Wisely ever since they got rid of Nick Ahmed. The opportunity that those two guys have got, and they're both taking advantage and running with it right now.
Yeah, exactly.
And I'm one of the guys who've been calling for the young guys to play all year. Of course, when you call for the young guys to play, you're going to get a situation like we saw last night between Ramos and Matos.
The Giants are trying to do like the 2 timelines the Warriors are trying to do, but with way less good players.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like they're like, we're going to sign the veterans, Soler and Chapman, and still try to play the youngsters. And it's like, but none of the players are as good as Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Jonathan Kuminga, Brandon Pajemski.
That's the issue. Their Steph Curry walked out of the building a few years ago. His name was Buster Posey.
Oh, man. But what did Buster know? He knew something.
The fact that Buster's still, 37 years old? Like the same age as Steph.
He's 37. Wow. There's multiple big league players older than him.
Max Scherzer, Justin Verlander, all those guys still playing.
Did he find that? Did that kid Greg find it? Look at this kid. Look at 606. This kid's doing. This is a live look at the Giants clubhouse last night.
Is losing fun?
No.
What are you having fun for? That's what losing sounds like.
Yeah. Good job, young Greg. Look at this kid.
I had a kid, Greg.
So from my generation, it was the guy from The Natural. Did you ever see the movie The Natural?
Yeah, I've seen it, yeah.
Young Tony, you've seen The Natural. So, the New York Knights are terrible, and they bring in this little wimpy little shrink guy, and he gives the same speech. Losing is a disease as contagious as polio. Then they lose another one. They cut to him again. Losing is a disease as contagious as the bubonic plague. And they lose another one. They cut back to him, and he drops the losing is a disease as contagious as syphilis. Like, you went there.
Wow.
Oh, okay. So anyway, that's the modern version right there. I like that Moneyball one.
This is what losing sounds like.
Yeah, well, that's what it looks like. It looks like Matos and Ramos not being able to handle a fly ball. It looks like Jorge Soler getting thrown out at third. Yep. It looks like Matos and Chapman striking out with runners at first and third. It looks like Yaz striking out with a runner in scoring position. And it looks like Teoscar Hernandez doing everything you can't do.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Yeah.
Sounds about wrong, actually.
So, 49ers. That's my answer.
Yes.
That's my answer.
Here come the Niners.
49er football. 11 a.m. today. No Aiyuk in sight. I don't imagine we'll see him for a while. Thus, the problems begin right now.
Yes.
Because we're talking about every day he misses is a problem. Right?
Every day he misses is a few dollars for his bank account.
That's true. But they tend to forgive those, don't they?
Yeah, they usually. That's what they did with Bosa last year. They kind of forgave all those fines throughout training camp last year. But you're right. Talking about Bosa, talking about Debo, something we've talked about 1,000 times on the show, and the effect that it had lingering into the season about not being there in training camp.
So, good news. The Giants are losing, and the Niners have an Aiyuk problem. Yeah. Other than that, happy Tuesday, everybody.
Yeah, it's a Tuesday.
All right. You watching USA basketball yesterday?
No, I did not check out any USA basketball.
See the highlights, though? I didn't. I forgot. Well, it was at a bad time. Noon to 1:30 or 2.
Oh, I was napping.
You're napping, and then I'm driving down to Bellarmine. Shout out to South Bay, by the way. What do you need to know about the South Bay? I'm there every day.
408, baby.
I'll be down there. That was your. I kept thinking about this as I've made these grinds the last 4 days. This is overnight Dave's commute.
Oh, every single day for
too.
4.5, 5 years, I was making that commute up from San Jose.
Can I ask a personal question?
Oh, yes, please. Personal. No one's listening.
When you're on, did you take 280 or 101?
I'm a 280 guy.
And when you're headed south on 280, can I ask a personal? What was your exit?
What was my exit?
Home to your
Saratoga.
abode? Saratoga Avenue. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Trying to think of where that is.
Are you going deeper? Where'd you go? 280 or 101?
Yesterday I had to go 280 all the way down to 880 North.
Ooh, yeah.
And then get off on 82, the Alameda for Bellarmine.
AKA El Camino.
Yeah.
Which is weird. That part of San Jose, it turns into the Alameda.
Yeah.
I don't know why they just don't call it the El Camino.
I don't know.
Maybe they heard Young Tony's take on
San Jose thing.
Yeah.
You wouldn't understand.
Yeah, you wouldn't understand. Shout out Highway 82.
All right. Let's get the guest list and say good morning to Young Tony, who already we've learned does not know the movie The Natural. But he does know the movie Moneyball. On Tuesday, July 23rd, 2024. We wish we had better news for you on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Losing is a disease as contagious as bubonic plague.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Matt Mayoko stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Copeland to give his thoughts on the Brandon Aiyuk holdout and whether or not he will be at 49ers training camp starting today. To hear that podcast and more, check it out now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Giants gamers, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Teoscar Hernandez stands in. 20 home runs for Hernandez. Here's the pitch from Snell. He drives this one to deep left field. Way back there and gone. Halfway up the bleachers, maybe more.
Here is Teoscar Hernandez. The 1-0 pitch. Line drive, base hit to center field. Can you believe that? Coming around third, Freeman. Here comes the throw, and it is not in time. The right-handed hitting Hernandez hit a long home run to left field to tie the game back in the fourth. And then with 2 down, a runner at second in the 6th, he singled to center. Swing, line drive up the middle. Base hit into center field. One fastball, too many. Swing and a fly ball to left field in a couple of steps. Teoscar Hernandez. And the Dodgers beat the Giants 3-2.
Nice rejoin, buddy. Effective, shall we say, strikes the right mood. Strikes the right
Sets the tone on a Tuesday morning.
You know what's crazy is, and credit to Blake Snell on this, but the Dodgers did not look, without Mookie Betts, they are a totally different looking team. I get it. Shohei, I get it. But he got tied up yesterday. He didn't do much. But, man, they don't look as dominantly fearsome as they had earlier in the year when Betts was crushing everything and the Giants didn't look like they could stay on the field with those guys. Now they can stay on the field with them, except for losing by the thinnest of margins.
Yeah, I mean, obviously nobody's happy with the result last night. Dodgers get the win 3-2. But even as young Tony was hitting me with the sound of silence, it's like, this does seem a little over dramatic for a 3-2 loss. Like, I don't think last night's game was that disencouraging. Even after coming off the series loss against the Colorado Rockies, there are some positive notes with the pitching. Blake Snell has had 3 straight fantastic outings. Kyle Harrison looked great Friday night in Colorado. I know Hayden Birdsong had a 12-pack of strikeouts on Sunday. Did get sent down to San Jose yesterday by Bob Melvin. I expect him to be back in the rotation maybe as soon as next weekend for that doubleheader against the Rockies.
This weekend, yeah.
So that's the thing. It's like right now, I know the Giants are not playing good ball, but this pitching, man, is starting to pick up in the second half. I know it's still only 4 games into the second half of the season, but last night to me was somewhat encouraging, even though the Giants ended up losing.
That's way too positive.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Am I too positive this morning?
I think the sound of silence hits because since the break, they had to come out of the break on fire, and they've lost 3 of their first 4, including 2 or 3 in Colorado, and a game where Blake Snell was taking on River Ryan, and there was no Mookie Betts in the Dodger lineup.
River Ryan.
The problem was the Giants painted themselves into a corner where they had no choice but to come out hot in this thing. I said it in the stupid jock blogger last week. It's like cramming for a test. It's like just cruising all semester. And then, oh, wait, we got to get our grade in now. And that's what they put themselves in this position. And they're not good enough to put themselves in a position where they can execute everything perfectly to win games like last night or win those games like they did in Colorado that they lost.
And as somebody who has put themselves in that position multiple times to try to cram for a test like the night before, the morning of, it usually doesn't work out well.
As you learned from Madden 25 or College Football 25.
I can't believe it,
Are you
dude.
off academic probation
I'm
yet,
having
brother?
flashbacks. I'm back, Murph.
Okay,
we're in the college football playoffs. I'm trying to get Stanford a title run.
Dude, you got Stanford in the play. You was like
dude.
Bama and Ohio State.
Dude,
and
I
all
dropped
that?
down. I was like the 11th team in the 12-team playoff selection.
Wow,
Barely snuck in the back door.
Are you getting those 4-star recruits that my kid can't get at UCLA?
No, see, I'm not recruiting yet. I am the recruit. I am the Heisman. I'm the quarterback, Murph. I haven't started the career mode yet, franchise mode.
Once again, are you playing on the lower level, though?
The second easiest level. I want to have a good time. I don't want to sit back and throw interceptions.
right,
Come on,
exactly.
dude. It's like I'm playing the video game to like fulfill my childhood dreams of being like a quarterback. Like, I built myself pretty much the modern version of like Michael Vick as a white quarterback. I guess like Daniel Jones. I'm the new Vanilla Vick.
Who was the white Michael Vick?
Well,
was there one?
They were calling Daniel Jones Vanilla Vick for a couple weeks.
I mean, he could move a little bit.
Yeah, but
he
ain't there.
ain't white Vick.
Nah, he ain't there yet.
Has there ever been one?
No, I don't think so.
808 KNBR. All right. Michael Vick, a charged up name. So
Yeah,
say good morning to
definitely is.
young Tony and ask him why he went with such a dramatic rejoin. Good morning, young Tony. How are you, buddy?
What's up,
Good
Tony?
morning, fellas.
Yeah. How'd you process that loss last night?
Not ideal. It was a close game. I thought the guys pitched well. Snell, 3 starts in a row, he's pitched really well. So it was encouraging, but again, the offense is just dismal.
Yeah.
Two runs.
Where's the offense, Mike? We used to have that. So why did you go with Sounds of Silence for the dramatic statement there?
I mean, it's pretty synonymous with any, bad loss
Okay.
for the Giants.
And you considered that one like worse than the Colorado losses? Or we didn't have we didn't have shows after the Colorado losses, I guess. And the day we did have a show, they won the game on Sunday. So yeah, they lose 3. If you just missed it, Giants lose to the Dodgers 3-2 last night in a game in which all sorts of little things made the difference. Whether it was Jorge Soler getting thrown out in the first inning to kill a promising rally with. You would have had first and second, nobody out. Instead, you had man on second with 1 out. They did not score in that inning.
I mean, especially when you have a rookie, River Ryan, on the mound, to get him uncomfortable in the first inning, and they just kind of hand him a couple outs with some bad base running.
Yeah, it's funny. I was in the car so much yesterday. Shout out my commute. By the way, I'm doing the Marcus commute, the San Jose commute. This guy did this every day. Overnight Dave's still doing it. And I'm sure tons of our listeners right now do it all the time.
Oh, Overnight Dave's driving right now. What up, Dave?
Big difference. The huge difference is once you come from the North Bay, like coming from, there's times I'm on 19th Avenue and my GPS says you'll be at your destination in 48 minutes. I'm like, I can handle that. But it's when you start in the North Bay, you got to slog down through Golden Gate Bridge and then get your way to 19th. And you've already sort of lost your spirit. And now you got to go another 50. That's usually what it is. So coming from here, a little different.
Well, that was the issue when I was in college, going up to Sonoma State. When I'd go back from Roanoke Park down to San Jose, you're right. It's always that middle part in the city where you have to set at all those lights on 19th
Has 19th
Street.
Avenue ever given you a good vibe? Like, what's the best thing about being on 19th Avenue?
It's close to SF State, right?
I guess that's the best thing.
Yeah, I guess that's the best thing.
What is it? Is it that maybe you're going to the airport and you're going to go on a fun trip? I don't know. But 19th just to me is just like the most like grind of, it's the grind of grinds.
Light after light after light.
And when I was a kid, we went down to Mountain View a lot to see my grandparents. So 19th Avenue is synonymous with me just being in the back of my car, going down to see grandma. I love my grandparents, but it was a grind to get down there on 19th Avenue.
I'm just thinking about a young Murph in the back of the car.
Yeah.
Are we there yet?
Pretty much.
Are we there yet?
Pretty much there with my little Mattel Electronics football
I'll
game.
turn this car around, Brian Murphy. I'll turn this car around.
By the way, 415 says White Mike Vick is Steve Young.
Ooh, not a bad comp.
That's not
but
bad.
Steve preceded. So I guess Vic was the version of Steve Young.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, we can go with that.
Yeah. 650, the text right above that says, is it an overreaction to say that Jorge Soler is killing this team? I wouldn't say Soler is single-handedly responsible for killing this team, but I would say that he certainly hasn't had the season you wanted. I'm looking at a 698 OPS, bro, and a 223 batting average. Marty Lurie over the weekend demonstratively calling for to get Soler out of the leadoff spot. He's
It's a
not a
weird
leadoff
spot
guy.
to
Get him
have
out.
him, yeah.
Get him out. They say he likes it there. Marty was saying, Baseball Mensch was saying, I don't care if he likes it. Move him out. I don't know. Is there something there? I think it's made him more selective. He's not chasing everything. He drew a walk.
I was going to say, I think he's performed a lot better out of the leadoff spot. If the exact correlation is there between him hitting 1 versus him hitting 4, I don't know, Murph. We've seen him struggle with runners in scoring position all season long, so maybe it's better to get him up with nobody on base.
Yeah, that's a true story. And that's what it comes down to is runners in score. We just mentioned it, where Teoscar Hernandez delivered every time he had to, and Mike Yastrzemski had a chance to deliver. He didn't. Luis Matos had a chance to deliver. He didn't. And a guy who I just feel like, even though I'm a huge fan, and he does do things with his glove every night that help the team, a guy who's just been brutal in clutch situations is Matt Chapman.
Yep.
He's just been brutal. I got to look up the exact numbers, but team-wise, if you just look at teams with runners in scoring position, just go by OPS as an example. The Giants are 26th in baseball. Bottom 5, bro.
Ooh.
Bottom 5. That's not a bottom 5 payroll.
No.
That's a bottom 5 performance down there with the White Sox. And I know.
You do not want to be in a category with the
If you
White
go just
Sox.
by straight batting average, the old school batting average runners score, they're 23rd. They're behind the A's, who, by the way, are hitting the ball. The A's are hitting the ball.
You're putting the Giants.
So the Giants are a
in groups
bottom
with the
third.
A's and the White
They're a
Sox.
bottom third or bottom 5 team with runners in scoring position, and that just comes down to whether or not your player is talented enough or grinds it out enough or has the right approach enough. But that's it. Timely hitting is everything in life.
It absolutely is. But the craziest thing about this ball club is they've had 9 walk-off victories. They've come back multiple times. They're one of the best teams in baseball in the 7th, 8th, and 9th inning scoring runs. So for them to struggle early on with runners in scoring position and all these big opportunities is a bit of a head-scratcher.
Yeah, so I guess those 9 walk-offs are like the outliers. Man. They're just the outliers.
Because you look at the runners in score position stat, and you're like, all right, this is a team that's not clutch. But then again, they're tied for the lead, or at least they were before the All-Star break, with the Marlins for the most walk-offs in baseball.
Yeah, it's true. That's the old Ralph Barbieri.
Yeah.
2 things can be equally true. 916 says, are we getting to the point to start asking what are Bob Melvin's favorite burger spots in the city?
I like them in all shapes and sizes, and this one was thick and juicy.
I didn't know Tony had that queued
Are
up.
we getting to that point right now? Are we getting to that
Burger
point?
reviews by Bob. Shout
Hey,
out
man,
Bob's Burgers.
Scoreboard is scoreboard. Gabe did a better job with the team than Bob Melvin has
with
so
the
far.
worst roster, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
This is a better roster.
Yeah.
It's a team that they spent more money on this season, and they're just not having the results.
Ouch. All right, guest list on a Tuesday, July 23rd, 2024. 49ers report today. John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan speak. Should be exciting. I'm ready for the Niners. The only part about training camp starting is it gets you itchy for the season. You got to wait till September 9. Because, I mean, exhibition, what are you going to do? Preseason, I mean, August 10, I guess that's okay. You can see the uniform.
Well, you're now curious to see what Josh Dobbs looks like in a 49er uniform.
Give me Josh Dobbs. The Pastronaut, as they call him.
The pasture.
Did you know that?
You forgot about that. That's crazy.
The Pastronaut?
Yeah.
Remember that? He's like a NASA guy who also
Oh, no, I
plays
knew
keyboard.
about that. I just forgot he was on the team, frankly.
I think he's going to be your number 2. That is a good pull by Marcus. What do you got, dude?
All righty, coming up at 7:30, Dwayne Kyper, and if I do believe correct, it's been 3 straight weeks with a win, and unfortunately last night just broke that streak.
Yeah.
So we will have a Kype hit with a loss.
The streak is over.
Tough deal. Yes.
Yeah. The big hit is going to be at 7:50. Cooler content at 8:15. We'll check in with Mark Spears at 8:50. Get his thoughts on the Warriors offseason. Dante Whitner to talk some 49ers football at 9:15. And then Ryan Vogelsong at 9:30. We'll talk Hayden Birdsong with Ryan Vogelsong.
It's very good.
I heard Vogelsong is German for birdsong.
Yeah, something like that. I guess Vogel is bird. I don't know.
No, that's 100% correct. Yeah.
German is poor.
But I'm confused.
Proud of that, by the way.
Like,
Proud of that,
why
yes.
does bird translate into Vogel, but then song still
I know,
translates
I
into
know.
song?
Yeah, I don't know. I can't help you.
Right?
We'll ask him. We'll ask him at 9:30.
We'll ask.
I can't help you on that. All right. You guys have a lot to say about these Giants. I see a lot of texts coming in at the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials sex line. You can even give us an old-fashioned phone call, too, at 808 KNBR. Because losing to the Dodgers at this point in the season in a game like that is worth talking about. Next on The Sports Leader.
Where's the offense?
Sports keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Kike, and who hits a drive into deep left center field. Way back there, still going, and on the warning track, nobody catches it. Matos and Ramos almost ran together, and neither one caught it. It's a double for Kike Hernandez on a ball that I thought should have been caught. Well, neither one of them ever stopped going for it until right at the very end.
I mean, just there are certain times you're watching something and you're like, that's not big league baseball. That's just not big league baseball. That's losing.
That's what losing sounds like.
Yeah, that's what losing sounds like. That's what losing looks like. I mean, that's just you watch enough sports in your life, you're like, well, that's a losing team. That's a losing. You Dodgers don't do that.
You know what this sounds like to me? Sounds like Doomsday by MF Doom. Nice rejoin, Tony.
Very nice. Was this part of the EDM show down at
no. This is straight from my playlist.
I told you, Tony, you got to read the paper. I don't even know why I read the paper anymore. It's just so pathetically out of date. The Chronicle. I do have my digital subscription, but the print edition, I mean, I just like out of habit, I still pick it up to find out what happened 2 days ago. And I did see, again, this was from Sunday.
Yeah, what's going on 2 days ago, Murph?
Young Tone, there was a Back to Basics, an electronic dance music event organized by Another Planet in collaboration with independent house and techno label Dirty Bird Records, brought 12,000 as many as 12,000 people right down there in the Embarcadero at Justin Herman Plaza and all that. Where were you?
I was not there.
Oh, man. Do you feel like you missed out?
Not really. Not going to lie.
Okay.
No FOMO, Tony?
I mean, I don't even know the artist.
Says that London Breed gave some comments on today's political climate against the backdrop of EDM beats. So there you go.
All right, like during the day too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm guessing Tony was on a golf course.
I'm guessing that. Are you? I would say the Venn diagram circle of those who passionate golfers and passionate EDM. It's got to be a really small
I'm right in the middle
sliver.
I'm right smack in the middle of that.
That little shade's got to be.
Sometimes you can enjoy both games, or both activities at the same time.
Put it this way: when you're at those EDM events and you're looking to make a new friend, perhaps, are you approaching her and talking about your golf game?
Yeah. What's your handicap?
Yeah.
Her handicap is
talking about your clubs. What's your favorite club? Your shaft.
Oh, there you go.
Hey now. Those riffs are sponsored by Redwood Credit Union, because Redwood Credit Union offers auto loans with competitive rates and personalized service. Because your journey matters. Redwood Credit Union, for all that you love.
And on top of that, all 49ers report to training camp today. Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch will both speak to the media for the first time in the 2024 official training camp season. Yes! Papa and Lund will broadcast the conference live starting at 11 a.m.
Do it live.
All right, guys. I mean, just not much post-game sound from last night. We do have a little Bob Melvin. But, guys, it's so frustrating. And now, like I said, it's one-way ticket to Cellville. I'm sorry. You just can't. I'm not buying. And I'm not standing pat either. You got to get something out of this and look forward to 25. I mean, you tried. You signed Soler, you signed Chapman, you signed Snell. I'd give you credit for trying. It didn't work out, whether that's on Bob Melvin or whether that's on Matt Williams or whether this is Pat Burrell or Justin Veely or Brian Price or whether it's on the players themselves or whether it's on Farhan for picking the wrong players or whether it's Farhan for not developing players the right way in his farm system. It's a team effort to suck like this. They're 48-53. There's no one reason, and I guess the one reason would be the guy in charge, and that's Farhan Zaidi. I mean, he's the guy driving the bus, right? So you have to go to him. But in the meantime, I mean, you can pick and choose, whether it's Soler, or whether it's Chapman, or whether it was the Snell terrible first half, or whether it was, whatever you want. Every button that Bob Melvin presses is the wrong button. But here he is just talking about just a quick cut here, cut X, Tony, on runners in scoring position, RISP.
Well, we've had bouts with that all year at times. We've been a little better with it recently. But since the break, it's the difference in games like that cash in on some of those opportunities like they did.
I mean, that's it.
Yeah.
The 20. See how many times I do these This State and Giants histories with Holler, our new program director.
Hey, shout out Mike Holler.
And congratulations to Mike Holler. And, obviously it's a highlight because they win, so we're only highlighting the best. But it's all about the clutch, the 2-out knock from Buster Posey, the 2-out knock from Aubrey Huff in 2010, the hit with runners in scoring position.
I mean, it's crazy. We talked about this a couple segments ago. The fact that the Giants lead Major League Baseball, they're tied with the Miami Marlins for the most walk-offs this year. 9 walk-off victories. You look at their run production in the 7th, 8th, 9th inning, they're actually one of the better teams in baseball. So for them to come up with these opportunities over and over again, I know we were running through some of the numbers earlier, but I just have that vision in my head of Matt Chapman with runners in scoring position, swinging and missing at a high fastball.
Oof.
It seems like every single time it's the same pitch. He's getting beat by the high heater.
Oh my God! And Yaz too. And it's they get a chance to get him with the chest high fastball. They get him every single time. All right, I told you guys there's a ton of texts in here. A lot of people want to get some stuff off their chest. 916 starts us off on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Says time to start talking about Farhan more than Melvin. I think you're downplaying his influence on daily operations. Nobody has ever. No beat writer or no radio broadcaster or no TV broadcaster has ever truly identified the exact influence he has on daily. We just think we know. I'd love to get an investigative report on how much he influences daily operations.
Now, I believe there was some confirmation last year after Gabe Kapler got fired that he was getting a lot of lineups from the front office in Farhan's eye.
Okay, you did see that reported?
So I saw that reported. And I remember asking the questions, and I remember people getting mad at me on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. When the opening day lineup came out, I was like, this doesn't look like a Bob Melvin lineup to me. This looks like an analytic-based lineup. Again, putting Jorge Soler in the leadoff spot seems like more of an analytic-type move than a traditional baseball lineup. And I remember people were like, oh, what are you talking about? Bob Melvin's the manager. Of course, he's setting the lineup. It's like, hey, I'm just asking a question, especially after the reports we heard last year between Kapler and Farhan, if Farhan still has some of that influence.
Yep. Well, I mean, Soler is a leadoff spot. You're right. Is smells of analytics. 925 says you give a free 90 to Freddie Freeman, and then a wild pitch leads to the second run. That's tough luck.
But you can't
give away runs to teams like the Dodgers.
Yep.
Dodgers only scored 3 runs last night. 747 says, you got bigger problems than Jorge Soler. It was Chapman that strikes out on pitches right down the middle with runners in scoring position, and Yastrzemski look weak too. To your point, teams know they can throw fastballs past Matt Chapman.
I mean, it goes back to the stat we were riffing on to begin the season, the meatball stat, and how the Giants led Major League Baseball in just taking fastballs right down the middle.
707 says it's time for a Nicky T. That's not going to cut it, bro.
That doesn't cut it, bro.
Thank you very much.
Nice pull.
707 says at least Snell is upping his trade value.
That's what we talked about when he came back from the IL. Him putting together these outings, and the more he's able to pitch, which is why I wanted to see him in Colorado coming out of the All-Star break, and that way he still would have lined up to pitch against the Dodgers either tomorrow or Thursday. You got to milk that cow as much as possible and see if there is some trade value, especially when we've seen the success of younger guys like Hayden Birdsong, who just got sent down to got sent down all the way to San Jose. If you want an opportunity for him in the rotation, you're going to have to move somebody, and I think Blake Snell gives you the most value.
Yeah, I'm with you. 510 says, yes, Jorge Soler has become more selective. So has his appeal. That's a very funny text, 510, because it's a shout-out to Spinal Tap when their shows are not selling tickets and their manager tries to spin to them, and he says, it's not just that the gigs are getting canceled. It's just our appeal has become more selective. That's what he says here. 408 says, if analytics is telling you to put Soler at leadoff, the computer must be broken.
Does not compute.
650 says, with Bob Melvin's stature, shouldn't his voice be a few octaves lower? All right.
He's a tall man.
We're down in Miami now. 949 says, Farhan doesn't hit with runners in scoring position.
I don't know if Farhan's ever hit a baseball in his life.
209 says 9 walk-off wins is a dubious stat when most of those games should have been over earlier, except for the lack of hitting with runners in scoring position. 415 says Farhan has taken many swings over the last 6 years. There's been hits, but too many misses. Can I bring you a Tommy La Stella, Tony DeSclafani, Ross Stripling, Mike Conforto, and Jorge Soler?
Make sure you don't forget about my guy, AJ Pollock.
Dude. So being in the car has its benefits. I hear a lot of KNBR. I'm driving, and I'll be in the car again today. And they're talking about River Ryan. This guy, River Ryan, who was the dude like in his freaking socks and everything, right? You know what I mean?
98-mile-per-hour cheese he's throwing.
River Ryan. And Tyler Fitzgerald said after the game, he goes, he's going to be a problem. He's got one of the better sliders I've ever seen.
He had good stuff. It seems like these Dodgers have these pitching prospects up the wazoo.
Do you know how the Dodgers got River Ryan? You're going to love this.
So he's not a homegrown drafted prospect.
Padres drafted him in the 11th round out of University of North Carolina, Pembroke. Never even heard of it, by the way. thought it was made up. I think the broadcaster just panicked and made it up. I've never heard of UNC.
Starting to scramble.
Greg Silver, is there such a thing as UNC Pembroke? And how's their baseball program on top of everything else?
Well, they got River Ryan.
They say his dad was his coach, too. But anyway, dude, they traded him. They acquired him in a trade. Do you know who they sent to the Padres?
No, who was it?
Matt Beatty.
No, it was not.
Boom, boom, boom.
They got River Ryan from Matt Beatty?
Boom. There it is.
Dude, Mr. Opening Day roster, Matt Beatty.
All roads lead to Farhan's wrong buttons. We didn't get River Ryan for Matt Beatty.
We didn't get anything for Matt Beatty.
We got him in opening day. Yeah. We wondered what the hell he was doing.
Oh, man.
How about that?
Why'd you tell me that?
Matt Beatty landed the Dodgers River Ryan. That's just operating at a higher level.
Yeah.
That's just being better at your job.
That's the Dodgers playing 40 chess.
Yes, exactly.
Wow. I'm surprised they got anything from Matt Beatty.
I know.
Let alone River Ryan, a guy throwing 98 miles per hour who was a two-way player.
There's nuggets on the pregame show. You have to sit through a lot of commercials. But there's nuggets on the pregame show, and that came from Dave Fleming's Around the Park. He interviewed a Dodger broadcaster I'd never heard of named Steven Nelson. In fact, the guy was so low on the totem pole, he was riffing on himself. He's like, man, how many names did you get to me?
Oh, yeah.
Flem goes, about 8. He goes, yeah, that sounds about right. But he's the one who talked about River Ryan's origin story. And he goes, Matt Beatty, of all people. That's what we traded Matt Beatty to the Padres.
That's insane.
Let's go to Paul in Redwood City. He's checking in at 808 KNBR. Paul, good morning. How are you?
Hey, doing all right, Murph and Marcus. How we doing?
Well,
not
losing
bad.
to the Dodgers sucks, but at least we're gaining more clarity, Paul.
Yes, could be better. Hey, first and foremost, I just wanted to say, Marcus, been listening to the show for a while, and you're doing an awesome job, man. Love the insights you're providing as a former baseball player, talking about PFPs and things like that. Just you're doing a great job, man.
Oh, yeah. Appreciate that, Paul. Thank you.
Yeah, but, I'm just thinking about this year as a whole, right? And I reflect on the Giants being 19-25. 6 games under 500. Then we get to 29-27, and it's like, all right, we're making some noise. And now we're back at 5 games under 500. Murph, you talk about the gravitational pull to 2 games under 500, and we're having a tough time getting there, right? Mm-hmm. So I think it's time to look in the mirror and realize what this team is. And to your point, Murph, trade away some of these pieces. Maybe thinking about getting some of these stud prospects from the Dodgers or the Orioles. You look at the Orioles and they've got this team of just young studs, and it seems like that's kind of the direction we need to go.
So you want to sell, Paul. I'm with you. The question is, the Giants have never truly been sellers. I can't even really think of a time in my life other than Matt Williams in the offseason in 96. But, this is something that Farhan and Larry Barris talked about this. They don't like to sell. They want to tell their fans that they always have a chance. We're always, quote, trying to win. That's what Larry's thing is like. You go to, for example, they don't want to be the A's and just not trying to win. So on some level, you respect that. But there's also a point where, who is it, Kenny Rogers in The Gambler says you got to know when to hold them and know when to fold them, buddy? Well, now you got to fold them, right? I mean, there's comes a time. So that's where I'm at. Paul, thanks for the call. Appreciate you. And your good vibes, too.
Yeah, great vibes.
How about
Paul.
him taking PFPs from you?
Dude, I had no idea if, I was trying to think, do I know anybody named Paul down in Redwood City? Is this a paid actor?
But, by the way,
What's your Venmo, Paul?
Speaking
Thank
of PFPs, 2 last night, great underrated Lamont Wade to Blake Snell outs at first base on high-level plays.
You got to get over to first, Murph.
And those were difficult plays, executed very well by both Wade and Snell. And you know who's at least twice this year, maybe 3 times, has failed to get to first base?
Oh, don't say it.
Light the beam.
Yeah, Webby.
Light the beam.
You knew what I was talking about before I
absolutely
even
knew
said
what you
it.
were talking about.
That shows a lack of commitment and or focus.
I mean, especially for a ground ball pitcher, you got to know. Ball's on the ground. Get your ass over to first.
Yeah, very good. All right, guys. Well, listen, that's where we're at.
Doval, too, by the way. Not getting over to first.
Yeah, Doval is more expected, but Logan Webb, that's unacceptable.
Yeah, Doval, he's,
Yeah, Doval's up there trying to strike everybody out.
And he's
not
only
looking
out
to
there
give up
once every
runners.
third or fourth day. I mean, Logan Webb's that's his job, to go over to first base. But you're right.
Yeah, good point, Tony.
All right, guys. Well, listen, we continue on with this this is a seminal moment here in this 2024 Giants season. We continue to talk about that. Also, we got to get to the 49ers. John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan speak today and the key issues facing the 2024 Niners on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Pathetic. Pathetic.
Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. Time to eat some pizza. When all else fails, when the Giants are losing, just eat Amici's pizza. Have it delivered, too. Listen, you're going to watch the game today. You know we're depressed, but watching the game is fun. I like watching baseball games. And given the choice, wouldn't you have Amici's delivered to you themselves instead of the mega delivery companies who charge more money? Amici's East Coast Pizzeria has been in the business of making and delivering your favorite East Coast style pizzas, pastas, salads, and flame roasted chicken wings across the Bay Area for more than 35 years. We pack them in these insulated bags, keep them fresh and hot, delivered by well-trained and professional staff. So let's do it. Let's order Amici's favorites direct from Amicis.com. That's AMICIS.com. Or use their app and get your order delivered in less time and for less money than by using one of the mega delivery companies. When you want the best pizza in town faster and at the best price, order direct. Amici's.
I just want some pizza.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, look, I mean, there were a lot of bad swings. Obviously, Teoscar was the guy that did all the damage today. But, yeah, that's kind of what you expect out of him now. He's in pretty good rhythm. It's a really tough lineup to navigate through. You know, even the slider for the homer felt like it was a pretty good pitch. I don't think it was a strike. So he threw the ball really well. It's the third time in a row he's thrown the ball well.
Yeah, it's Bob Melvin talking about Blake Snell. We are talking all the first hour today about this Giants-Dodger game last night because, A, Giants-Dodgers is electric. And by the way, tip of the cap to the Dodgers for remembering the great Willie Mays and going all in, too. I mean, they didn't mail it in. It wasn't like a little note on the board. They did a whole ceremony.
Michael Mays was out there.
They flew Michael Mays down. They had both teams come out and stand on the chalk line. Yeah. They had a whole video package with Vin Scully telling Willie Mays stories. And the final picture of, I was lucky enough to be at this game in San Francisco, Vin Scully's last broadcast. And Willie visited him in the clubhouse, in the broadcast booth before. There's a great picture. Willie's wearing a tie that day. Willie looks great. He's wearing that. No guy can wear a tie and a hat better than Willie Mays. And he and Vin are just, the picture captures them, and they're both laughing at some story. They just look so great, and they're both gone. Yeah. You know, you miss them. It was just 5 years ago that they were both there at the park, and now they're gone, and this is what happens. And so credit to the Dodgers for doing that. So enough of that now.
Yeah,
now
I was going to say, with all that goodwill, it's still.
Anyways, yeah, the Dodgers.
Pretty much. So, so we're talking about it, and the text line's blowing up, the phone line's blowing up. So instead of hearing from us, why don't we hear from you guys, what you guys have to say? And let's start with, is it Gam in Folsom? Is that right? G-A-M? Gam? Did I get that right? Gam, did I get that right? What's that?
Cam.
You know what? Hey, Greg Silver, you had a choice between Cam and Gam, and you went with Gam.
Damn.
All right, buddy?
That's a bold choice.
By the way, shout out 2015 NFL MVP Gam Newton. All right, buddy? All right, so, anyway, Cam, how are you, buddy? How are you?
Good. How are you guys doing?
Well, I mean, I'm starting to see the end here, buddy. I'm starting to see the end of this Giants squad. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so I just want to say you can blame the players, you can blame the manager, but inevitably, who came up with that decision? It was Farhan. It was from the top. Before an important offseason this year in October, I tried cyberbullying Farhan Zaidi on Twitter into hiring fresh blood Stephen Vogt, but instead he chose his buddy from Oakland, the guy he was comfortable with, who failed in San Diego, instead of Stephen Vogt, 19 games over 500 with a team 22nd payroll. I mean, you can blame Bob Melvin all you want, but come on, man. He's 7th in payroll, and we're, 6 games under 500? So I think it was a manager.
Yeah.
Bad manager choice.
I mean, Cam, it's, you make a compelling argument. I mean, listen, obviously, I supported Melvin for his Giants legacy. He's an original home baby, bringing back Matt Williams, and those guys had success in San Diego. I mean, 2 years ago, they were in the NLCS, and
2 years ago, they knocked out the Dodgers in the postseason.
They knocked out the Dodgers in the playoffs and all that, and he won. So if you look at his track record in Oakland, he won a lot. He had multiple 95-plus win seasons in Oakland. Now he had a lot of young talent there, et cetera, et cetera. But, Cam, I was not against Stephen Vogt either. I that would have been an exciting and attractive hire also. His personality is incredible, and he's young and fresh and all that. He doesn't have any experience. He certainly is exceeding way exceeding, I think, expectations.
The Guardians are doing great. Cam, quick question for you. Do you think the Giants have a better roster this season or last season?
It has to be this season. I mean, I honestly think the players are underperforming for sure. I mean, I was for a lot of the decisions Farhan made to sign those guys. And Bob Melvin might be a great manager, but he's not the right manager for this team.
Cam, I mean, listen, they're 48-53. You have the one-loss record on your side, so appreciate the call, Stephen Vogt. Thank you thanks for calling, Cam. Stephen Vogt is the guy. I mean, I wouldn't have been against Stephen Vogt if he got hired. There's no question.
We all believe in Stephen Vogt, right? And now he's out here winning games with the Cleveland Guardians with Kai Correa and our guy Craig Albernas.
There he is, QB1.
What do you think of their I mean, listen, you give me Steven Kwan and Jose Ramirez. Those two guys are better than anybody in the Giants lineup, right?
Yeah, that's a fair take.
And,
you're absolutely right.
I mean, in a certain sense, Stephen Vogt has a better roster.
I mean,
the
Guardians sent 5 guys to the All-Star game, including, who was it, David Fry, who had an RBI knockoff of Logan Webb? David Blanken Fry.
Maybe we're sleeping on the Guardians farm system and player development.
Guess so.
You know what I mean? Brian in Brentwood is checking in from Brentwood, California. Brian, what's up, man?
Hey, how you guys doing?
We're okay. How are you, brother?
Not bad, man. I just want to say that, Farhan got lauded for taking, Blake Snell and Chapman and Soler and all these guys, and everyone blamed their agent for them not being signed, and part of it could be other GMs knew or felt that these guys weren't going to produce what they had produced before.
You might be
so they found the one GM that, he'll take them. The Giants are desperate.
Well, Brian, you might be onto something. I was a big Chapman supporter, and I do still like. If you watch, it's funny. He struck out in that key moment last night, and I was as frustrated as anybody. The next inning, he picked a ball down the line and made a throw across the diamond for an out that most third basemen would not make. And there's a case where his value sometimes goes beyond all those strikeouts on those high fastballs. But they didn't give him 10 years, $500 million. It's a short-term deal. They're not tied to him for a long time, but. You do make a point, Brian. It is something to consider that, there's a reason why those guys were still left on the shelf.
Yeah.
All right, Brian.
Get Farhan out of there and try something else, man. It's not working.
All right, Brian. Thanks for the call.
I mean, that's what we were talking about earlier, about kind of cramming for the test at the last minute. I think everybody was happy that the Giants actually spent some money this offseason, but it was kind of bottom-of-the-barrel thrift shopping with Farhan Zaidi to get these former All-Stars who are still available at the market because of Scott Boras.
I mean, I thought Chapman is a winner. Mm-hmm. He's out there every day. He's out there every freaking day, and his defense has been absolutely sensational. But he is having trouble with the high fastball.
Well, that's the thing, Murph. It's like everybody talks so much about offense in baseball because obviously everybody plays fantasy baseball or whatever. Defense is so important. What if I told you by WAR, I'm not a big WAR guy, but I'll use it right here for the argument. The Giants have the 5th highest WAR at the third base position this year.
I mean,
it's because of Matt Chapman's defense.
That's something. Yeah. Again, what is WAR?
Yeah, exactly.
And how did that help me last night when he struck out on a high fastball? All that stuff. By the way, you were listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. That is, that's what the propeller heads would tell you.
Yeah.
They'd say our third base position is 5th in baseball.
Yeah.
That's pretty interesting. And if you look at the Giants, if you go to Baseball Reference, I think Chapman leads the Giants in WAR, doesn't he?
Oh, I would not be surprised if he does. Let me look that up.
First of all, he plays the most, so he's got the most. He's accumulating the most data. I think he does. If you go to, of course, there's multiple ways to go to WAR. There's Baseball Savant, and
I've actually got Patrick Bailey number 1 with a 3.6 WAR, Logan Webb number 2 with a 2.8 WAR, and Matt Chapman 2.4 right behind him.
That's crazy. Which one are you on?
I'm on Fangraphs.
Okay, Fangraphs. Here's an interesting stat because I'm going to go on Baseball Reference.
Yeah.
And Baseball Reference.
Let's compare WARs.
Who do you believe? Baseball Reference says Chapman.
See, this is why I don't do WAR.
So exactly. Baseball Reference says Chapman 3.8, Bailey, and then Bailey 2.5. He's got him well ahead of Bailey.
I'm sorry I even brought up WAR.
And then they have Ramos. They have Ramos 3rd, Wade 4th, Webb 5th.
Okay, so the top 5 is the same. They just have a different formula to give them different points.
Yeah. So that's why. This is why you shouldn't take the Nick Peters interview room and turn it over to the computers because we don't even know who's leading the team in WAR. You know what I mean? Don't get me going. Matt up in Middletown, long-time KNBR caller, Matt in Middletown. Don't sleep on Middletown. What's up, Matt? How are you, man?
What's up, Matt?
Hey, good morning, Murph and Marcus. I'll make 2 points. So here's the deal. Sabermetrics is a cheap way to try to win baseball games, save money, Second off, Farhan's got to go. I bet you our quarterly earnings for the Giants are high right now. Last year we were like one of the top money-making teams. So my point is, he's just got to go. He's running us like a business. He's not running us like a ball club.
Yeah, you're right. And so that raises the question, Matt, is he doing what ownership wants? That's the question. Is ownership just happy? I mean, is the Greg Johnson, the famous line that he's trying to retract about quote-unquote somewhat break even? No, that's not what I meant. Was it really what he meant? So I appreciate it, Matt. Thanks for the call. I'm looking at attendance right now. The Giants are 10th in baseball. How about that? So by record, they're in the bottom half of baseball. By attendance, they're top 10.
But that also goes back to the philosophy of Farhan Zaidi, like his introductory press conference where he asked, like, do you want to know who your starting pitcher is or do you want to win games? And most people reacted by saying, we want to know who the hell the starting pitcher is, which is funny. When you look at this team versus the team last year, they had a better record, but their attendance was down because it was bullpen games every other day. But that's my point about this roster being at least more entertaining.
You are 100% right. And we'd rather go see Blake Snell than, who was the guy, Brebbia?
John Brebbia.
Yeah, than seeing Brebbia all those times. And I want to make sure we do say this, because I was thinking about this when I was brushing my teeth today, getting ready for the anti-Melvin brigade, because I wanted Bob Melvin. I did. And he ain't getting it done, and it stinks. But everybody's like, oh, Gabe was better. And I was thinking as this person, like, okay, he was better, but not that much better, bro. All right, they finished 79 and 83 last year, and the year before that they were 80 and 82. Yeah. So I mean, let's slow our roll. We're not talking about frickin' Earl Weaver in the in the 70s here, or we're not talking about Tony La Russa in his prime.
No,
here.
We're a long ways away from that 107 win season.
Yeah, and that was
it feels like decades ago.
But you're right. Why is attendance up this year? Is it because there was a little buzz around Snell, Chapman, Soler?
I think so. Even Jung-Hoo Lee was getting people to the ballpark early.
It's a good one. Jung-Hoo Lee's a good one.
Jung-Hoo Lee probably catches that ball last night.
Yep. Oh, I would like to think.
Yeah, without a doubt.
Yeah. And you brought up the point earlier too. Now that Jung-Hoo Lee's out, and we know Ramos is not the future center fielder, why don't we just start parking him in a corner and play Matos in center field?
I mean, especially since when Jung-Hoo Lee went down, it was around the same time Austin Slater got hurt. Ramos and Matos were both on the roster. That's when Ramos came up and was throwing guys out in right field, and Luis Matos was robbing home runs in center field. So it was interesting to me, after Matos got sent down, got called back up, that they didn't stick him back out in center field, because I think he is naturally more of a center fielder than Elliot Ramos.
Yeah, but I guess they're feeling like Ramos is somehow growing into it. I don't know.
Wouldn't you want to give Ramos some experience in left or right next season when Jung-Hoo Lee's playing center field?
I would. Okay, out to the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. 209 says, where is Buster Posey with all this? Yeah, I was very excited for Buster's influence, but right now his influence is 48 and 53. 408 says, after the Farhan Moneyball experiment, it would not be a good time to follow with Kim Ng. Let Buster and Will Clark do the hiring. All right, we'll see. 619 is defending Farhan. Says, everyone complaining now were the ones asking for these players in January. You can't cry wolf asking for Snell and Chapman, and now that they're underperforming, go back and say blah, blah, blah.
That's true. I guess the question is, do you look at this point of the season as a time where you realize that maybe those signings weren't the greatest signings, and do you look to move them at the trade deadline?
Yeah.
That's the biggest question with Farhan, whether or not he is going to admit that it's been a failure and whether or not he's going to sell.
Yeah, we can't cry over spilled milk now. It's like, what do you do now? 510 says, be honest with yourself. You were excited when we got Chapman, Snell, Lee, and even Soler. Farhan did his job. The players have not produced. And he says, and a lot of baseball is luck. Look at Arizona last year. I mean, it's just kind of an ambiguous thing to talk about on Sports Talk Radio, luck, the role of luck, but it does play a role. 707 says, wait, the reigning Cy Young, Chapman, Lee are, this is a guy reacting to the call or called them bottom of the barrel buys. The reigning Cy Young, Chapman, Lee is not a bottom of the barrel hire. 209 says, go back to March. Both of you were praising the Giants with all these pickups. Once Snell was signed, I remember you talking about the Giants being third in the World Series winner. No, I said 90 wins. I was kind of joking, but I thought, yeah, this team's definitely, we're in it.
I mean,
very excited.
I've got receipts also. I've got a literal ticket from Las Vegas where I put money on the Giants to make the postseason, and I expected them to perform better. That's why when we had a caller earlier, Cam, I asked him the question, is this roster a better team than last year's team? I think 99% of us would agree it's a better roster. So again, give Farhan some credit for that, and then the blame falls on someone like Bob Melvin and the coaching staff for not getting the results out of a better roster.
Yeah, 408 says, I'm not happy with the team, but every day I'm thrilled I don't have to see Gabe Kapler. That's a tough deal. 650 says, this team lacks a stat that can't be tracked by analytics, nor is it quantifiable in any way, and that is cojones. Losing teams make the worst possible mistake at the worst possible time. That's your Giants. He said losing teams, Young Tone. Give me that Moneyball scene. The updated version of that Shrink in The Natural saying losing is a disease. Here's Brad Pitt.
Is losing fun?
No.
What are you having fun for? That's what losing sounds like.
By the way, I don't know how the director got that lid to just what do you call it?
Like
I don't
a
know.
dreidel.
Yeah, thank you. Like a dreidel. So good. That's
what losing sounds like.
That's the 20. What year did that movie come out? Like 2015, 16, something like that?
Maybe even a little bit earlier than that.
Is it earlier than that? But anyway, that's the 2000s version of the guy in The Natural.
2011.
2011. Good call. That's the guy in The Natural who visits the New York Knights after their losses and tries to be a psychologist. Losing is a disease. Later.
Losing is a disease as contagious as bubonic plague.
That's so good. 650 says, hey, the silver lining out of all this is Tyler Fitzgerald.
I mean, how about Fitz? 4 straight games with a bomb. The backhanded play he made up the middle, flipping with his glove. We talked so much about what went wrong with Ramos and Matos out in left center field. In that same inning, Eric Miller comes in, strikes out Shohei Ohtani for the 4th time in his career. Ohtani 0 for 4, the golden sombrero against Eric Miller with 4 strikeouts. And then Tyler Fitzgerald makes that beautiful play up the middle. I thought they were going to get it out of that inning. And then look who shows up at the plate, Teoscar Hernandez, driving in his 3rd run of the game.
Yeah, and that's just a guy executing in a situation where the Giants hitters could not.
Yeah.
And that's the difference between winning and losing, buddy. And that's where you're at. 48 and 53, guys. I don't even want to talk about the wild card. I haven't wanted to talk about the wild card for a while. I'm at the point now where save a 6-game win streak, which ain't going to happen. It's time to sell. It is time to sell. And I know Susan Slusser says, bye. You invested in this team. You invested, and it didn't work out. Mm-hmm. And now you move on and start looking. I mean, there is one narrative where 2025 is kind of exciting.
Yeah.
It's like you got some young talent out there, and here comes, you're going to play Matos and Ramos all year. You're going to have Birdsong. You're going to have maybe Wisenhunt. You're going to have, there's Bailey, and there's some excitement there.
And if we're talking about letting the young kids play, you got to move some of these veterans. Whether we're talking about a Blake Snell to open up a rotation spot for Hayden Birdsong, whether you're talking about Michael Conforto to give Matos more playing time, whether you're talking about moving someone like Tyro Estrada to maybe get Marco Luciano some at-bats.
Right, Luciano should come up. And also, by the way, is it time for Reggie Crawford?
I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing him out of the bullpen. We talked about the possibility of maybe moving on and trading Camilo Doval. I think Reggie Crawford right now, throwing out of the bullpen down in Sacramento, has closer-type stuff.
And how far away is Bryce Eldridge?
That's the big question.
Yeah.
Just got the promotion up to Eugene, so he's in high A right now. Once he gets to Richmond, though, I think he starts knocking on that door.
Clock is ticking.
Yeah.
All right, well, there you go, guys. It's first hour, a well-earned deep dive into the Giants after a brutal loss last night that had just had fingerprints of a loss all over it, a 3-2 loss to the Dodgers, where they just didn't do the little things, whether that's on Farhan or whether that's on Bob Melvin or whether that's on the players. That's what losing sounds like. All right, the 49ers report today. We got interesting thoughts on Brock Purdy from podcasters. Do we trust these podcasters?
We'll find out next.
We have thoughts on Brandon Aiyuk. We have thoughts on the 49ers. Take me away, 49ers. Save me, 49ers. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
That's what losing sounds like.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. successful. Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Now, the thing about Brock Purdy is that he's 24 years old, but he conducts himself like a 35-year-old quarterback, a guy who's been in the league for 12, 15 years. So my point is that I just think that he's kind of made a leap, internally, leadership-wise, and we got a taste of that in the spring. I think we're going to see more of that in the summer.
Is that Matt Barrows of The Athletic talking about Brock Purdy, who's going to become richer than God 1 year from now? Oh, my gosh. Did you guys see the latest with Jordan Love? So Jordan Love, by the way, it's so funny about how NFL offseason narratives are a trippy thing. Like a season ends, and then it's like there's a whole offseason plant that grows and a tree that grows. And one of the branches that's come out is Jordan Love, Jordan Love, Jordan Love, Jordan Love, Jordan Love. He's getting a lot of attention and hype, probably deserved.
A lot of love, no pun intended.
I mean, it was only 8 games to end his season, but with people having 6 months off between the Super Bowl and now, we have lots of time to talk. He's getting a ton of buzz. And, we saw him right here, and you were talking about, the fantasy draft's going to be a jockey for Jordan Love now. It's going to be, or C.J. Stroud, right? So there's one in the AFC. But did you guys hear about this Jordan Love contract situation? It's not something on front burner. I know it's not at the front of every 49er fan's mind, but he's sitting out camp right now until he signs his deal, which I guess is not contentious. It's going to happen in the next day or two, say all the NFL insiders. That the catch to me is what he's getting. Guys, they say he's going to get the highest, he's going to get the richest quarterback contract in NFL history. Wow. Jordan Love. Jordan Love. Brock Purdy is, oh my God.
Yeah.
Brock is such a simple guy. I can't even imagine what he's thinking as these. Trevor Lawrence got a huge deal, right?
Yes.
Jordan Love gets a huge deal, right? And now Brock Purdy's like, just bring me your money.
Joe Burrow just got paid.
Bring me your money.
Dak Prescott, who somehow, someway finished ahead of Brock Purdy in the MVP voting last year, he's looking for a contract this offseason. Brock Purdy's going to get a minimum of $60 million.
I mean, how many tractors can one man buy?
Dude.
How many
farms can he buy?
I don't even know. It's like so according to SpotRack, Joe Burrow and Trevor Lawrence are the highest paid quarterbacks in the NFL on average of 55. Jared Goff's at 53. Justin Herbert's at 52.5. Lamar Jackson's at 52. How about Mahomes not even being on that list?
Dude, $45 million a year now seems like a bargain for Patrick Mahomes.
They're talking $5,280 for Jordan Love. So that's just shy of 60. What is that? That's 20. That's 56.
Murph, as Fat Joe likes to remind us, yesterday's price is not today's price.
Yesterday's price is not today's price.
What's he going to do with all this money, man? It's unbelievable. So that's why they have to kind of do salary cap friendly deals.
Yeah.
Leads to Brandon Aiyuk, and today is the day, by the way, the Niners report. They will hit the practice field tomorrow, and it is fully anticipated that Brandon Aiyuk will not report.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. And real quick, tying that to the Brandon Aiyuk, Brock Purdy situation, we've been asked a lot, why are the 49ers even looking at a contract extension right now for Brandon Aiyuk when he's still under contract for at least one more season?
Right.
Well, the answer is to move some of that $14 million guaranteed on the salary cap so you have more space next year for Brock Purdy.
Right. It's incredible that, and by the way, don't forget that part of the Niners leverage, they have him under contract. And so what's he going to do? I mean, Mike Silver has suggested, do you want a TO situation where he's doing push-ups in the driveway and making a huge demand? I just don't see Aiyuk doing that. I could be wrong, but I just don't see him doing that. And I see this hurting everybody. Because, I mean, I just feel like the Niners are like, hey, we have you under contract. Aiyuk's like, I'm sitting out. So he's not going to develop it. He's missed all these OTAs with Aiyuk or with Purdy already. And now you're talking about every day, starting today, every day he's not there is a negative. Yeah. And this is, again, Super Bowl hangover. This all comes as part of the Super Bowl hangover. Yeah. And I wish I had a better answer for you guys other than, I guess the only good outcome out of this is for Brandon Aiyuk to get his contract that he wants. Yeah. And once he gets it, does that mean Deebo Samuel's days are over?
It sounds like that's the direction that the 49ers are heading in. And I was going to say maybe one of the positives of Brandon Aiyuk not being at training camp is that the fact it would have opened the door for more opportunities for someone like Ricky Pearsall. But we don't know what's going on with Ricky right now because he's on the non-injury football list.
Yeah.
I mean, so that's even more confusing when you throw that into the whole entire conversation of what's going on in that wide receiver room.
Oh, my God. So, in other words, guys, this Niner season, they're going to have to defy a lot of odds to get back to where they got. I mean, think about the 2 playoff wins they had over the Lions and the Packers. I don't want to call them lucky, but they were almost darn near lucky, right? And now you're talking about being a year older. Now you're talking about have played all the way into February. Now you're talking about Aiyuk missing his time with Purdy, and now you're talking about there's no obvious young talent on the the last couple drafts have not netted like a superstar on the rise, there's no, I mean, they've had to, because they're picking at the back of the draft, they get guys like, Renardo Green or, go ahead.
And we were just talking off air about a guy like Talanoa Hufanga, who was probably their best recent draft pick. I mean, his rookie year, he was second team All-Pro. Of course, he's coming off the ACL injury, but that brings up question if he's going to be even ready for week 1 of the season and what that back end of the defense is going to look like.
For sure. And Jair Brown, hopefully he's a guy, but you're talking about, we just mentioned Malik Mustafa. I was looking at Eric Branch's 5 questions going into camp, and his first 2 were Aiyuk related. Like, A, when's Aiyuk coming? B, can Ricky Pearsall be that guy? And as you just said, how can Pearsall be that guy if he's not on the field, right?
Yeah, this is where he needs to be taking advantage of those reps.
The other one he brought up was Dre Greenlaw and Hufanga. If Hufanga's not ready for week 1, so you talked about Jair Brown. Now, what about Dre Greenlaw? How long are they going to go without Dre Greenlaw, and how big of a miss is that going to be? And this guy, Devondre Campbell, they signed, 2021 Pro Bowler, that was a long time ago, and was not their first choice.
Yeah.
Eric Kendricks was their first choice.
Yeah, and he ditched him to go down to training camp down in L.A. with the Cowboys right now.
I mean, so right now, going for the Niners is they have the top end, they have the best top end talent in the league.
Not even
across
close.
the board, right? But in terms of depth and in terms of some key positions like run defense, linebacker, safety, non-sexy stuff. I mean, yeah, they got a quarterback. Yeah, they got a tight end. Yeah, they got a running back. Yeah, they got receivers. But this is all why I'm just, listen, of course I'm going to be dialed in, but I'm going into this season with a big caution flag over it.
Now, were you more confident going into last season versus this season?
I'm trying to think. They're coming off the Eagles loss.
Yeah, to me,
we didn't know about Purdy's elbow.
That was the big question mark was, all right, what would have happened if Purdy would have stayed healthy? Of course, Purdy going through the offseason injury, but last year, to me, it almost seemed like a cakewalk for the 49ers to that NFC Championship. Now, of course, once it got to the playoffs, things started to change. And that's why this year I feel like I'm more concerned about the Packers and the Lions. Of course, last year the Eagles were like the number 1 enemy, but it feels like there's more competition now in the NFC.
Yeah, I would agree with that. A year ago, we were not talking Lions and Packers.
No, not at all.
I mean, I think we had respect for the Lions, and we knew that they were going to be better.
Yeah, we were talking about them being America's sweetheart and Dan Campbell biting kneecaps.
Knocked out Aaron Rodgers on the last game of the season.
Yeah.
And we all love that.
Yeah, but I wasn't expecting to be down at halftime to the Lions in the postseason.
Bro, that first quarter. I'm still having PTSD from that first quarter of the NFC Championship. I'm still watching the Lions just what were they getting, like 15 yards a pop?
3 rushing touchdowns in the first half.
That's crazy.
Which goes back to the questions we've been asking about this new revamped defensive line.
I mean, literally, by the way, I may need some help here. That the Giants played the Dodgers tougher last night than the Niners played the Lions. All right, just thank you very much. I mean, seriously, it didn't even look like an NFC Championship.
Gashed.
It looked like a 16-0 team against an 0-16 team.
Yeah, I remember we were reading stories about the 49ers and guys like Chase Young jogging down guys running 30 yards downfield. It was depressing as hell during that first half.
Now, 209 comes back and says, the most important position in the world is quarterback in the NFL. And the Niners have a rising MVP candidate there. That's all that matters. Plus, you have an elite pass rusher in Bosa. Now, that's the positive spin.
That's the building blocks.
You're talking about a year ago versus now. A year ago, I will say this, on the positive side of the ledger, I feel way better about Purdy now than I did a year ago. He put a lot of film out there that was very high quality. So I'm excited for him. I'm also curious as to see how defenses start. There's a lot of film of him now and how they start defending him now and take away. The Chiefs took away his legs.
Yeah, the Chiefs took away a lot in that game.
Well,
they took away Tebow and Brandon Aiyuk on the outside.
Man,
if we're being honest with you,
the value of a great corner.
I mean, they took away Kittle over the middle somehow. What do you have, like 1 or 2 catches for 4 yards?
That's why you need great corners, man. That's why, again, Dwayne from Stockton always calls us saying the Niners blew it in the draft, man. They could have taken, who was the kid?
Cooper DeJean.
Cooper DeJean, yeah. They could have taken him. I do love a lockdown corner. I do. And they don't have, Mooney Ward is very, very, very good.
Yeah.
Is he an elite lockdown corner? I mean, and then on the other side, Demo Lenoir's getting better now.
Demo continues to get better every year, and he's only, 25, 26 years old?
We talk about player development, like the Giants or the Warriors need to develop their 4 young players. Maybe Demo Lenoir takes a big step this year.
Yeah, especially when you look at the background of Nick Sorensen and Brandon Staley working with defensive backs, maybe this is the year for Demo.
Listen, put it this way. Big picture is the Niners are in here I am, I'm nitpicking on whether or not they can win the Super Bowl. Big picture, they're going to be really good this year. They're going to be exciting. They're going to be in the mix. They should make the playoffs. All that stuff is a positive.
But the standard's the same, right? It's Super Bowl or bust with this team.
Which is how it should be, right? It's like your Yankees.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like you guys, you want to be in a situation where it's World Series or bust every year, the Cowboys say Super Bowl or bust. They can't win a freaking playoff game. Who? Forget the Cowboys. At least the Niners are out here putting it up, putting actual wins on the board in January, So it'll be really interesting to see and how McCaffrey plays this year and how the O-line is other than Trent Williams, no superstars on the O-line, but they believe in that. So I'm excited. It'll be excited to hear what Lynch and Shanahan have to say today. But just the big negative is that every day Aiyuk sits is a problem.
Yeah. And we're getting closer and closer to the season and closer to Brandon Aiyuk missing more and more time each and every day.
Is the gas tank no longer filled with premium? Is it now filled with basic unleaded? Which is, by the way, what I get. I get basic unleaded.
Oh, I am a premium guy myself.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Think about all the money you're wasting on that premium.
It's like 50 cents a gallon. Who cares? Maybe $5 a gallon.
Yeah, but then 12 gallons is $6.
I got a 10-gallon tank.
By the way, $6. So ready for this? Just real quick. I know we got to get going here, but so we're at Stanford Avery Aquatic Center. What a beautiful venue. Awesome, great, exciting. Junior Olympics, all these kids from water polo all over the country. I said, you know what I need? I need a soda. I need a Diet Coke. How's that? So Candace says, get me one too. So I said, give me those bottles, those standard bottles you see in every fridge and every 7-Eleven everywhere, right? I take the 2 bottles up. Guess what the woman said to me? She goes, that'll be $13.50
for 2 Diet Cokes.
I said, whoa! What did you just say to me?
How much is a regular Coke?
She goes, $13.50. I said, I know you didn't set this price, but you gotta be blanking me.
No way.
Gotta be blanking me too.
$13.50 for 2 Diet Cokes.
Those bottles. Just letting you know. I said, where am I at the ball game? Right now, where am I at a Giants game?
That's bad.
All right, Dwayne.
And by the way, Coke Zero over Diet Coke.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh yeah, I'm a Coke Zero guy.
Absolutely. And in fact, she brought us a Diet Cokes, and we said no. Put those back and bring us the Coke Zeros.
Yeah, give me the Zeros.
Yeah. All right, Dwayne Kyper is next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. All right, bright and early on a Tuesday morning, we got Steve Moskowitz live on the line. Steve, our good friend, you want to talk to us about unfiled tax returns?
This is something that hits so many people, and the number one reason people don't file returns is the plain old simple, they didn't have the money to pay. And then all of a sudden a year goes by and they say, well, how can they file year 2 when they didn't file year 1? By the way, they still don't have the money. And then it becomes a lifestyle, and people feel like they're drowning, they're underwater, they don't know what to do. Folks, we want to help you. We want to take care of it. We'll go to the IRS for you, make a sweet deal, and then you're fine. What if you don't have your records? No problem. We'll get all the records the IRS and state has them. What if you say you have your records and you keep them all in the trash bag in the corner of your garage, and bookkeeping's really not your thing? No problem. We have a whole bookkeeping department that can do that for you. The bottom line is we can take this problem off you. Don't wait until some of these new IRS agents come knocking on your door, ruining your life, your business, your marriage. Just talk to us. We have a free consultation. Let us tell you what we want to do for you. The only thing you have to do is pick up your phone and say, hey, Steve, what can you do for me?
Well, there it is. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
question, we've got the best in the booth. That's why we all mimic his call. Time for Murph and Marcus to catch up with Kype on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, Tuesdays mean Kype days. Dwayne Kyper brought to you by NorCal Honda, your Northern California Honda dealers. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for sedan fine savings on every model. Well, darn it, Kype, we wanted to have you after a win, and Blake Snow was pitching great, and it was close, and then they lost 3-2. Bummer. Good morning. How are you, Dwayne?
Hey, morning, Kype.
Yeah, I think the next contract that I negotiate with KNBR is going to be stipulated that I only come on after wins.
I'll take it. I'll do that. I'll give you that contract. Yeah.
And then if it means they go on a 10-game winning streak, 10 days in a row, yeah, that'd be a lot of fun.
Oh. I'd take 10 days of Kype. Absolutely.
Yeah, well.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, look, we've sat through some really disappointing losses. And some of those losses have all been not exactly the same, but all pretty much in the same range. Last night had a different feel to it. The middle of the lineup's just not doing anything. Nothing. And again, the 0 for 7 with runners in scoring position. I mean, how do you win games unless you hit solo home runs? Which, by the way, Tyler Fitzgerald seems to have a knack of doing. And then, defensively, you can't let that happen in the 8th inning. Not against the Dodgers. I mean, maybe against another team that they don't have the firepower in their lineup. But you're in a tie game. You got your 9th place hitter leading off. You got the big boys coming up. I mean, there's a reason why they're hitting first, second, and third. And you let a ball drop. I mean, that really is unacceptable. I mean, you can talk to those young guys. You can try to coach them. But it's unacceptable. You can't do it. And all of a sudden, the kid who pitched as good as anybody, he gets hung with a loss, Eric Miller. So it was. There were a bunch of us in the broadcast booth last night that were pissed off after that one, because you can see the season, starting to trail in the wrong direction, because all of a sudden now you're putting your team in a position where you have to have a winning streak. I mean, that's hard to do in the big leagues. It's hard to win one game, let alone win 7 or 8 in a row. But if they're not careful, they're going to have to do it. And, of course, we don't know what's going to happen with Farhan and his decision at the trading deadline. We don't know. But I guess we're going to find out soon enough.
Well, that's a great overall statement. You're right. Everybody was pissed. It's unacceptable what happened in the outfield. The middle of the lineup isn't hitting. All that stuff is on point, Dwayne. It's almost like we talked about it for the whole first hour, and we couldn't find any one thing. I mean, we all like Bob Melvin and want him to, but just whatever button he's pushing, he seems to get the seltzer water in his face. We all were excited when Farhan signed Soler, Chapman, Snell, and Jung-Hoo Lee, and they're 48 and 53. We all want to see the young kids play, but then you have Ramos and Matos make that play in center field. So it's like everywhere we turn, it's a dead end right now. So is there any one overarching thing to you?
Well, Mark, I mean, so you've signed these guys in the off season, and every one of them has a history, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And they all signed for lots of money because they've all had positive history. Well, let's flip over your baseball card and see where you're supposed to be right now, given what you've done in the past years, and do that. So look, yeah, I mean, we can sit here and say, yeah, we'll fire and sign these guys. Well, they all had a great history, every one of them. I mean, even Jorge Soler, I don't know what he's had, 11, 12 home runs. I mean, I'm thinking more like he should have 20 or 25 right now. So we want new players to make our team better. All right, here's your new players. Let's make the team better. And in a lot of ways, some of these guys just aren't playing up to what they've done in the past.
Yeah.
So I don't specifically blame this on anything that was done in the offseason. I mean, I'd like to go back and hear what people said after Chapman was signed, Snell was signed, So, and I'm thinking that a lot of things were said were positive.
Mm-hmm.
So now it's performance. And they still got a chance to put everything together and go on a nice run. But you're running out of time.
Yeah, Kype, that's the big question is what can they do in this stretch before the trade deadline? Robbie Ray was one of those offseason acquisitions that should be making his Giants debut tomorrow in L.A. What do you expect from him, and do you think that he can help out this team at this point of the season?
Well, I think anybody can help out the team right now. And the fact that he's going to go out there after, 18 months, I mean, that's a good sign for him. And, if he pitches well, I mean, what do we expect out of Robbie Ray? 4 shutout innings? I mean, I'm sure he'd like to go 5. But, I mean, we can't lay a lot of what's left of the season on guys like Robbie Ray and Alex Cobb. We can't do that. They haven't pitched at all this year. So we just have to hope that they can get some good quality 4 or 5 innings and then get to the bullpen, which overall this year, the bullpen's been good. So it'll be great to see Robbie Ray back. It's good for him. It's good for everybody. But let's not expect him to go 7 innings, and shut the Dodgers out. Let's have him go a nice 3 or 4 or 5 and see what happens. But none of this means anything if you're not going to score any runs.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the problem right now. Look, we had a situation in the game last night. 1st and 3rd, 1 out, and Doc Roberts brings in the lefty Vesia.
Mm-hmm.
So now Bob Melvin pinch hits Conforto for Luis Matos. This is a perfect matchup for Matos. He's a high fastball hitter, and Vesia is a high fastball pitcher.
Mm-hmm.
This is perfect. Well, what a young player doesn't know, or should know, but they go through these periods where, Vesia knows that he's a high fastball hitter, but what's he going to throw him? He's going to throw him fastballs that are about 3 inches higher than where he likes them. And he strikes him out.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a gut punch.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, remember if they were down by 1 or if it was tied at that point. But, and then, now, look, next guy comes up, he strikes out, and now you're walking back to the dugout thinking, that, how many opportunities are we going to get? We have to take advantage of them. And it hasn't happened. I mean, this lineup realizes that they can't expect Tyler Fitzgerald and Brett Wisely to carry this team. They're hitting 8th and 9th for crying out loud. But if they don't have Tyler Fitzgerald in the last 4 games, they may not have scored any runs. I mean, that kid's been really good. And I'm always happy for those young guys because he may be your shortstop. Maybe you don't have to go out and get one. Made a play last night that very well could have saved the game in the 8th inning. So anyway, here we are. I'm again at the corner of California and Lake in Pasadena. And it feels like every time I've been in this spot for the last 20 years, I've been hacked off.
I hear you. Well, no, 2021, we got him 107 to 106, and then
Murph.
And then the playoffs.
I was doing chemo. I had nothing to do with that.
Wait, what do you mean?
The year they won 107 games?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's right. You were out.
I mean, I did, maybe half.
Yeah.
So I'm telling you, where I sit right now, and I've
you've been
in
hacked
the
off.
same spot.
Yeah.
It seems like we're always trying to figure out how to get things turned around.
Well, can we just? I just recently did a this date in Giants history where Bochy called Mattingly on 2 trips to the mound. We got that going for us.
Yeah. Yes. So a minor victory, and we don't even know if we won the game.
I think they did win the game. Actually, they got Broxton. I'm looking at a quote here from Dave Roberts in the LA Times about Teoscar Hernandez. He said, he just hunts and smells those RBIs. When you get a guy on second base, he's trying to drive that run in. That ball was dotted down and away at 98. He didn't try to do too much with it. He just tried to get a base hit. That's how you win baseball games. It's just one quote, and it's not like, the mystery of life, but it is an interesting observation on, like, trying to not do too much and just trying to win a game with an approach. See, for me, that Matos at bat, his only mission was just to put the ball in play.
Yeah, you're right. And there's a difference between a guy that's 22 and a guy that's, I don't know what Hernandez is. He's 31. You know what I'd ask Dave Roberts? Why is this his 4th team, his 5th team?
Yeah, Teoscar? Yeah.
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 I mean, get me wrong. I want that guy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's on a 1-year deal.
Yeah.
He started out with Houston, and they had so many really good outfielders. They just kind of let him go. And I know he played in Toronto last year, and I'm not sure there was another team, I think, in between.
Seattle, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think it was Seattle. Mm-hmm. So here's a guy that knocks in all 3 runs. Unbelievable. And 2 of the RBIs came on 2 out base hits. And, those are just backbreakers. So, look, Snell's only mistake is he walks Freeman with 2 outs, wild pitch, base hit.
Mm-hmm.
So
he was fantastic.
Anyway.
He was absolutely fantastic. He made the Dodgers. He made the Dodgers. I've never seen a Giants pitcher in a long time make Dodgers hitters look like that. He had them tied up.
Yeah. How about how the bottom of the first starts? So Tony walks and Bailey throws him out. All right.
And also the top of the first, Wayne. You want to talk about like little things that add to losses? I know you're not supposed to make the first out at third base. I don't hate Soler trying to go to third on that, and then you wind up hating it because they throw him out.
Yeah, I thought when he went he was going to make it. I did. Yeah, you almost forget about those plays when you're so frustrated at the end. But, we'll see what happens tonight. Jordan Hicks tonight probably doesn't have too many more starts left in him.
Right.
And then Robbie Ray, and then I think Webb is on Thursday.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And then we got the weekend series against Colorado, and we have a doubleheader.
Yeah, country music doubleheader.
There's a whole group of young people that are in their teens that they don't know what a doubleheader is.
I know. Kids, ask your parents what a doubleheader is. And they're going to have some sort of country music in between or something?
Yeah, and I don't really know that. I guess I should know more about it, but the doubleheaders that I played in, you got 20 minutes to maybe have a cup of soup and change your underwear and put on a clean pair of pants and get out there and play. You had 20 minutes. And I don't know how they're going to have this country music unless they extend the time in between games.
By the way, we could go on a huge digression. We got to let you go. But Pat Gallagher, I lived through the era when the Giants' attendance was so bad. Pat Gallagher used to book some premier concerts. You know what? I saw Ray Charles after a Giants game once.
Whoa.
I saw Chuck Mangione after a Giants game once. And I can't count the number of times the Beach Boys played after games. They might have played a half a dozen times.
I introduced them in 1983 at the field.
That's like your greatest achievement. Are you kidding me?
I mean, we played the game, and I went in the stands. I was dating a woman at that time, and played the game, showered, and I went and sat in the stands.
And you said,
the Beach Boys.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Beach Boys. Yes.
Yeah, here we go. And, I'm standing in my uniform. I don't even know if I played or not. Walked in the clubhouse, got changed, and sat up in the stands.
That's
and
so
if I
great.
remember right, it was a pretty good crowd.
Oh, yeah, because that's what Pat, they used to do that to get, boost attendance. It would work.
Well, you don't have to tell me about what we used to have to do in Cleveland to boost attendance.
Well, yeah, we seen the picture of the milking. The milking of the dead cow. Maybe we should get to the point where we should start milking the cow. All right. Country Music Day. One game ticket gets you access to both games, plus a country concert between games featuring local artist Tyler Rich, and Giants cowboy hats presented by Chevrolet will be given out to the first 20,000 fans. Sounds like a party.
And then there's an off day on Monday, and then you got 2 World Series games Tuesday and Wednesday.
Right, against the few soon-to-be Sacramento Ways. Well, listeners are saying stop going to that Starbucks in Pasadena, find a new spot, and then we'll get a win.
No, I'm such a creature of habit. It's absolutely ridiculous. I mean, I'm sitting across the street. I'm looking right into Starbucks. There's a Pete's to my right. There's a grocery store in the parking lot with Starbucks. So I got a chance to kill 3 hours just sitting here, and on my iPad there's a grocery store, another one that's fairly new. It used to be a Borders bookstore, and they made it a high-end grocery store, so I can do that. Pretty soon, it'll be nap time, and then get on the bus and go to the yard and hope not to be aggravated.
You know what? Hope springs eternal. You just planned out your morning all the way through the nap, all the way through the bus, and then hand the ball to Jordan Hicks and see what happens.
You know what? I'm ready. I don't want to sound like I'm
ready,
bitchy
baby.
because
Yeah.
I'm unhappy to be here. I am absolutely thrilled to be here.
Oh, come on.
I get to do a big league game tonight.
And it's the Giants and the Dodgers, and we also wanted to shout the Dodgers out for their Willie Mays tribute. Thought that was nice.
They did a great job, and the video of Vinny was a big hit. When he talked about Mays as the greatest catch he ever saw Willie make. And it's great. It's the first time I think I've seen Willie agree with someone.
That's inside Willie humor there. I like it.
It's like, yeah, you're right, Vinny. That is the greatest catch I ever made.
Otherwise, he'd have
made me laugh. Otherwise, he'd have come up with another catch somewhere in the photo.
Another one, yeah. Oh man! All right, we're ready now. You're ready, Kype. Off we go. It's a whole new day. As another guy who coached in that city said, make each day a masterpiece. So, go make today a masterpiece at Dodger Stadium.
Is that a UCLA guy?
That's our guy. Big Ten Media Day today, Kype. Don't forget. Big Ten Media Day
Set
today.
your calendar, Kype.
Then you're going to read the LA Times because you're a newspaper guy. You're going to get the Times tomorrow. You're going to read about the Big Ten Media Day with SC and UCLA.
I don't even know who's in the Big Ten. I don't even know.
The 2 schools in your city right there.
That's a great question.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
And your Wisconsin Badgers.
So it's the Rose Bowl from the 70s every weekend?
Yes, that's a great call. You just nailed it. That's the slogan.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, that's the only time as a kid growing up where, you watch the Rose Bowl parade.
Yeah.
It's a mile from where I'm sitting.
It's sitting right. That's going to go right past where you're sitting. Right there.
It's a mile.
Yeah.
And it was like, wow, look at California.
And look at you. You're there now. You live in the...
Wouldn't it be great to play there? And now I sit here and I bitch about being on Californian lakes.
That's what they call that first class problems or something like that, or first world problems. First world problems.
I got to get over it and just enjoy it.
But the beauty is you care. That's the beauty.
Catch the ball.
Yeah. I couldn't say it any better, Kype. Couldn't say it any better.
I almost dropped the wrong word on it, but catch the ball.
Hey, on our YouTube stream, you can say that. We have a YouTube stream and a Twitch, and you can say there's 2 different streams, and you can say that on the YouTube.
Murph?
Yeah, I know. Don't tempt you.
Just don't say it now.
I know.
We're still on the radio.
Yeah. There's people not working for things they've said.
Oh, this is true. Hey, I'm looking forward to your morning, and I'm looking forward to your nap, and I'm looking forward to your broadcast.
Let's go.
Let's go. We
All
did
right,
it.
guys.
We solved it. Dwayne Kyper on the UMA guest line. Vintage Kype on KNBR 104.5 and 680. And that Vintage Kype is brought to you by NorCal Honda, your Northern California Honda dealer. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for sedan. Find savings on every model. That was some Vintage Kype.
Kype was
He
going.
wanted to get some things off his chest.
Oh, he was ready to go.
The big hit is Giants-Dodgers next on the Sports Leader.
Catch the ball.
Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Matt Barrows made an appearance yesterday on the Papa and Lynch Show to talk about the 49ers starting training camp today down in Santa Clara and whether or not he thinks Brandon Aiyuk will show up to camp. To hear that podcast and more, check it out now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
This is The Big Hit. Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Here's Tyler Fitzgerald against Yarborough. He blasts one to deep left field. Going back on the ball. Vargas, it is gone! 4 straight games with a home run for Fitzgerald. And the Giants have tied the game on that one swing. He's done it again.
Kike, and who hits a drive into deep left center field. Way back there, still going, and on the warning track, nobody catches it. Matos and Ramos almost ran together, and neither one caught it.
Catch the ball.
It's a double for Kike Hernandez on a ball that I thought should have been caught. 2-2 the count. 2 on, 2 out. The pitch. Swing, line drive up the middle. Base hit into center field. One fastball too many. He'd seen a couple of them. In fact, he'd seen all fastballs. And that one he hit, and he hit it hard. And the Dodgers are back ahead 3-2.
The big hit and all that it entails. Last night's Giants-Dodgers game is at the front of our mind. Yes, the 49ers are reporting. And yes, Dante Whitner will join us at 9:15. We'll get into that. But definitely in the front of our minds is last night's drama at Dodger Stadium. You even heard Dwayne Kyper, who was on our show just 20 minutes ago, expressing a lot of frustration, whether it was the inability to get a hit with runners in scoring position, or whether it was the ability to put the ball in play with a runner on third and less than 2 outs, or the signature play of the night, the amateur hour in left center field.
Catch the ball.
Yeah, Kype spoke for all of us there. So 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. And are you done now? Is it time to sell? Are you believing that they're going to win a few more games at Dodger Stadium? Are you believing in August and September for these guys? Or have you had it? I mean, Blake Snell was at his best last night, and it wasn't enough. Teoscar Hernandez was the best player in the building last night and single-handedly beat the Giants. Yeah, Tyler Fitzgerald as the second best player in the building last night, trying his hardest. But it wasn't enough. Waterboy were frustrated, and I think, as I said on Twitter on Saturday, I think the Giants are trying to tell us something.
Yeah, when Tyler Fitzgerald is the hottest bat in your lineup, it's a problem. And that's not me taking a shot at Fitz, who has 4 home runs in the last 4 games, made a beautiful backhanded play up the middle last night in that 8th inning, almost saved the inning before Teoscar Hernandez came up to the plate for a 3rd time with an RBI. But you're just looking at this lineup right now. And the part that sucks about all of this is I'm actually encouraged by the starting rotation. Whether we're talking about Blake Snell having 3 great outings in a row, whether we're talking about Kyle Harrison's performance on Friday night, Hayden Birdsong, who I know we'll talk about in a few minutes, got sent down to San Jose, but could be back this weekend for that doubleheader against Colorado. Then you add the additions of Robbie Ray and Alex Cobb, and everybody's feeling hopeful, but you can't win games when you're going out there and struggling day after day with runners in scoring position. The middle of the lineup's just not getting the job done.
No, it's not. And we can go through any numbers last night. What do you want? I mean, Matt Chapman, well, first of all, there was a situation last night, 1st and 3rd, 1 out. Mm-hmm. They take River Ryan. By the way, I'm reading the LA Times because I get my LA. It's all about River Ryan. That's all they're talking about is River Ryan. Oh, by the way, and his brother, Pirates reliever Ryder Ryan. How about that?
River and Ryder.
And by the way, Pops put two kids in the big leagues. How about that?
That's a talented family. And Murph, can you please remind us how the Dodgers got River Ryan on the roster?
Waterboy didn't hear this detail. This is what you get from listening to Giants pregame now. I know there's a lot of commercials to source to, but you get to it, and you got your interview with John Miller, your talk back. That's always great. Diamond Notes, coming, yeah.
Hey, those are award-winning Diamond Notes, Murph.
I look forward to Around the Park. And it's either Kruk and Kype or Flem. And Flem had a guy named Steven Nelson, who's a Dodgers broadcaster. I've never heard of him.
Oh, yeah, he does work for MLB Network.
Oh, does he? Okay, The guy was riffing on himself, saying, man, he goes, how far down did you have to go to get to me, Dave? And Flem goes, about 8 names. And he said, that's about right. But Steven Nelson said, Dave said, tell us about River Ryan. He goes, well, he's an interesting story. He was a 2-way player drafted by the Padres in the 11th round at a UNC Pembroke, which I thought was a made-up college. until Greg Silver, who's in today for John Joe Curley, said, no, it's a D2 baseball school. Shout out Sonoma State.
D2, baby.
And the Dodgers identified this guy in the Padres system. So they said, hey, we'll make you a trade. Padres said, cool. Ready for this? Give us, and the Dodgers said, okay, Matt Beatty. Dude, I'm going to say that again. Matt Beatty. Dude, this is the guy who was a symbol of this Giants road to nowhere.
Opening day in Yankee Stadium, Matt Beatty.
I remember writing a jock blog where my lead was, call it the Matt Beatty moment, when it was just like we were so sick of Farhan's ridiculously small moves that Matt Beatty was starting in Yankee Stadium on opening day. The Dodgers traded him for River Ryan. And this kid, River Ryan, looks like, as Tyler Fitzgerald said after the game, he goes, that guy's going to be a problem for a while. He's one of the best sliders I've ever seen.
I had no idea that Matt Beatty even ended up on the Dodgers, let alone knowing that they were able to flip him for a pitching prospect that sits 98 miles per hour and has a filthy slider.
Oh, God. So anyway, they're going on and on about River Ryan, and yet the game was still there. And with first and third and one out, Luis Matos, you were talking about the middle of the order. Matos, it was the right move to pinch hit Matos, right?
Yeah.
This is after he tried to go lefty-lefty with Conforto on Sunday in Denver, and Conforto went down looking, right? So this time he says, fine, I'm going to put Matos in. He hits fastballs, Vesia throws fastballs, and Vesia elevated just enough. Matos' only job at that point in time is to put the ball in play.
Exactly.
That's
We're
his
looking
only
for a
job.
sac fly.
You don't need to leave the yard. I'll look for a chopper.
Do a job.
Give me a ground ball to the right side.
Do a blanking
The infield
job.
wasn't in. So all he had to do was put the ball in play, and he struck out. Then Chapman with two outs. Of course, he was going to strike out, and he did. And so that's just the ongoing frustration of the San Francisco Giants, y'all, and that's the big hit today. And that is, we are on the road to Cellville, right? We are on the, like I said, this train is leaving Mediocreville and headed to Cellville. Please show your tickets. I mean, guys, the trade deadline is a week from today. I'm not looking to buy, and I'm not looking to stand pat. I'm ready to cash it. As I said earlier today, I'm quoting great philosophers today, John Wooden and Kenny Rogers. You got to know when to hold them and know when to fold them, bro. All right?
Know when to walk away.
Know when to run. Young Tony, Kenny Rogers, the gambler?
We've played that on the show for sure.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
It's not something that's in your back pocket, though?
I mean, it is now.
Okay, all right.
But that's the question. Is Farhan Zaidi a gambler?
I mean, Chris Bryant was his biggest gamble ever.
I mean, that's the thing. We talked about him going face-to-face with Scott Boras at the poker table this offseason, and this kind of correlates to the whole conversation. How I think most Giants fans were excited about Blake Snell, about Matt Chapman, even Jorge Soler. I mean, we were talking a lot about Jung Hoo Lee. I went out and threw a bet on him to win Rookie of the Year. Now, unfortunately, Jung Hoo Lee is missing, and the Giants are missing expectations of the players and the money they invested this offseason.
By the way, is that Rookie of the Year done? It's Paul Skeens, right?
Yeah, it's got to be Skeens.
All right. 650 says, how many gems from Webb and Kyle Harrison are going to be wasted while Farzan wails away in analytics and mediocrity? How about 925 saying,
wasted nights.
D2, baby. Alex Vesia for the Dodgers is my great friend. We played at Cal State East Bay together.
Ooh, shout out some East Bay love.
I do know that he was from the East Bay, and it annoyed me because he was he's a very emotional pitcher, and he's a Dodger, and he'll strike you out, and he'll yell at you. But he's a local guy.
Yeah, Vallejo kid, right? Repping the Valley Joe, I believe.
Oh, did he start there? Because he went to East Bay Hayward, Cal State East Bay Hayward.
Shout out our guy Walter Icaboseta, who's a Cal State East Bay Hayward guy. Yeah.
Shout out KC, our former caller turned Sacramento radio host. I believe he's a top 10 scorer in Cal State East Bay basketball history.
Oh, my bad, KC.
I know. How about
I was
that?
unfamiliar with your game.
831 says, what do you give me for the Giants not being Teoscar Hernandez with runners in scoring position?
Yeah.
My God, dude.
Teoscar was out there available this offseason. But the fact that yesterday Jared Harrison told us, yeah, Teoscar wanted to come to L.A. so badly he took a pay cut. Go blank yourself, Teoscar.
530 says, River Ryan sounds like a regular caller to Bill Lasky's show. I don't know why that makes me laugh. But
River Ryan sounds like he should be doing reads for River Islands with Murph.
Somebody actually wrote in earlier about River Ryan. Can you meet him at the boathouse?
We'll see you at the boathouse, River.
We got Charles in Marin City checking in. Right there. Those are our people. What's up, Charles? How you doing, man?
Well, as a twist on that, how would the Giants be doing versus the Dodgers if Teoscar was a Giant and Soler was a Dodger?
Well, there it is.
That would be interesting.
I mean, he might be worth. I mean, this might not be an exaggeration to say that he might have gotten hits to win. I'm going to say conservatively 3 games, which turns you from 48 and 53 into 51 and 50. So that's my answer, Charles.
Okay. That's fair. I love that, by the way. It's amazing. But what I really called about today, I was like, oh, Jesus Christ. Hayden Birdsong pours his heart out in Colorado, 6 innings. I couldn't believe they actually let him go to 6. I thought after the 5 he was going to get, sit down. Like, they let him go to 6. He gets 2 more strikeouts. He gets 12 strikeouts. Amazing. It's like, this dude's doing, 22-year-old rookie stuff that this team needs an injection on so bad. And then for him to, have to, suffer, you're going to have to ride the bus for the next. We're going to send you down to single A San Jose. We're going to send you down. If you have to ride the bus for the next 4 or 5 days, we probably call you up for the Colorado series. That's okay. It's a tactical move. But you know what I hate about that?
What?
It's just that there's a winning energy to Hayden Birdsong. And he's in that room with those guys who need that winning energy.
And Charles, I'm going to interrupt you. Did you see who they sent him down? And listen, to your point, he is likely to start Saturday. So really, it's just a matter of where he spends between Tuesday and Friday. And you're saying you're insulted that he's down in Sacramento eating less of a clubhouse spread.
It's roster manipulation. Yeah.
But did you know who did you see? We haven't even talked about this. They acquired this guy named Mike Bauman from the Mariners as a long relief guy. I mean, so that's the move. And I get it. The bullpen's taxed, so you need an arm. I mean, maybe you're going to see Bauman in the next day or two. But I hear what you're saying, Charles. Style points, it's a tough look. But, I mean, the Giants would say, practically speaking, there's no effect. He will be starting on Saturday.
Can I interject one last little point here?
Yes.
This is my major point here. Is it's not about he deserves it, which he does. It's about the team needs winning energy around it. And you strip the team of that winning energy when you send him and cast him off.
Yeah.
That team, the major league team, needs that winning energy from him.
You want to have Tyler Fitzgerald walking through the clubhouse and looks to his right and he sees Hayden Birdsong texting somebody on his phone. He's like, yeah, there's my guy Birdsong. I'm good.
No. That's not at all what I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
What I'm saying is this: when you have winning people around you, and then somebody gets cast off for some mysterious reason. Okay, whatever it is, it's tactical. It's fine. We got a reliever up. Cool. It's like I get it. I get the reason for it, but this team, 5 games under 500, needs an injection of winning feeling, and he delivers that. Then he gets sent down. Separated. Then he becomes separated from his compadres.
I'm with you, Charles. It's a bad look. We're up against the clock. I appreciate the call, though. I mean, I get what he's saying, but Farhan would say to a guy like Charles, Charles, he would say, bro, you got to live in the real world. We have to make a roster move. We need a right arm. We need a long guy in our bullpen, Mike Bauman. And so we're going to send Hayden down and say, just sit tight. We'll bring you back on Saturday.
Yeah.
But it's a tough look.
It is. It's roster manipulation. And we've seen Giants do this before with calling guys up and sending them down. And again, I'm not happy that Hayden Birdsong's being sent down. I don't think anybody should ever be sent down after a 12 strikeout performance. But it goes back to that roster manipulation, how they will bring him back for that start in Colorado. The big question is what's going to happen after that with Hayden Birdsong. But Murph, kind of just to wrap this up and put a bow, I got to say, I think the Giants are the only team, maybe in baseball history, to not only send a guy down after a 12 strikeout performance, but also send a guy down after an NL Player of the Week award.
Luis Montes.
I mean, that happened twice this season. A guy wins NL Player of the Week, you send him down. Then a guy strikes out 12 and you send him down.
By the way, the other thing I'd say is that Matos in July ain't happening.
He ain't looking like an NL Player of the Week, I'll tell you that.
Not to mention him on the warning track with meeting his buddy Elliot Ramos for a cup of tea.
Catch the blanket
out there in left center. Or as Dwayne Kyper said to us,
catch the ball.
Oh, man. All right. We'll carry this energy into the other side. We'll keep the big hit energy into the we'll keep the winning energy and the big hit energy on the other side. Then cooler content at 8:30 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Center.
It's the Dodgers. F them.
O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Larry Baer made an appearance yesterday on the afternoon show with Tolbert and Copeland to talk about where the Giants stand only about a week away from the MLB trade deadline. To hear that podcast and more, check it out now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. And Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
We acquired Michael Baumann from the Seattle Mariners today,
So he'll be here in place of, unfortunately, Hayden Birdsong at this point in time, who's been absolutely fantastic for us. We'll see Hayden again, and this has a lot to do with Robbie Ray coming off on Wednesday. But someone we don't know a ton about. We know we can get a little bit of length of him in the bullpen and see where we go come Wednesday with Robbie. But you're exactly right. We do have a doubleheader coming up against the Rockies. We can add a 27th pitcher or a 27th player, which is going to be a pitcher and probably a starter. So I think we can all do the math there.
Well, there it is, Bob Melvin from the Can't Miss Bomel pregame show. Me and young Tony, we'll ride to the end of the earth telling you got to listen to pregame Bomel. By the way, what the hell we got here? A little cocktail music here? What do we got?
This is Mac Miller, Come Back to Earth.
I like it.
Playing the instrumental just in case.
Just nice and chill.
Tony's setting the vibes today.
I feel like somebody, a server has walked through with a tray of what are those like radicchio with like a little cream on it or whatever? Those little bites? You know what I mean?
You're talking about like
radicchio?
the 1%er appetizers.
Yeah,
shout out to the 1%ers who know what I'm talking about.
Maybe a crab cake?
Ooh.
Like a small crab cake you can just pop in.
Or like a little quiche or something.
Some caviar.
Yeah.
Caviar. Who likes caviar? See, caviar is like anchovies. I was talking to one of my great coach pals, Coach Clark, who was with us on the run all summer, and he said he seeks out anchovies. And he said the best thing is to go to a party and order an anchovy pizza because nobody touches it. He gets the whole thing to himself.
I mean, that's a bold strategy, but then you have to eat the anchovy pizza.
I know, right? Do you like?
No, I'm not down with
it's like
anchovies.
a hairy, salty, smelly fish.
I don't want to think about it.
Yeah, that's kind of caviar, isn't it? Fish eggs.
Yeah, fish eggs, yeah.
Yeah.
Have you ever had caviar?
I think maybe by accident once or twice, but I didn't like it.
Yeah.
I didn't seek it out. Give me the crab cake, though. I'll pop that in while I listen to my Mac Miller cocktail music. Doesn't this feel like it feels like we're at the, here comes a server, crab cake, sir? Yeah, I'll take one.
Here's your dirty martini.
And sometimes I'm that guy, by the way, who'll stop the server and go, whoa, don't go too far.
Oh.
Give me two.
Come back for seconds.
Give me two, yeah.
Throw a couple dollars in their pocket.
I'm like,
make a quick lap.
Who was it? The late, great Ed Badix. Sports writers are famous for eating free food, right? That's our...
Oh, of course.
So there was a great sports writer at the Examiner named Ed Badix. He was hilarious, who said that his dream invention was to invent pants with plastic-lined pockets so that he could stuff as many free shrimp as possible into his pockets.
Is he going full Napoleon Dynamite, shoving those tater tots into his pockets of his cargo jeans?
I forgot that.
But I don't think he had the plastic bag in there. He just kept tots in his pocket.
See, that doesn't preserve the tater tot.
Yeah,
it gets smushed.
No one likes a cold, soggy tot.
We had an interesting moment the other day, and we'll get back to the Giants. We were having a serious moment for a second. It was the year anniversary of losing my dear friend Harmsy, Brian Harms. So we said we got to do things Harmsy would want to do, and he would grill a steak. And have a nice bottle of red wine.
Ooh.
Yeah. And so we grilled steaks, and I said, but what are we doing on the side? And Candace goes, you got to go down to the store and get baked potatoes, right? Do you like a good baking potato with a steak?
I'm a meat and potatoes guy,
Yeah,
Murph.
yeah. And I was like, I didn't want to go down the hill to the store. I said, so what do we got here? She goes, all we have are tater tots. I'm like, isn't that good enough?
Perfect.
Isn't that good enough?
I can't tell you how many dinners I've had between steak and tater tots.
Okay, so steak and tater tots is acceptable.
Dude, I'm a tater tot aficionado. Shout out to the P1s who remember my conversation with John Lynch at Thanksgiving and Christmas about tater tots. Tater tots are my go-to side.
So it doesn't lower the class level of the steak?
Probably. I'm not a classy guy. I'm not worried about being classy. But yeah, I'll
you going ketchup too?
No. I do a little bit of side of ranch. I'm more of a ranch guy than ketchup.
On the side of the plate or on the plate?
Ooh, I'll do it on the plate. Get my tots in
So
it.
the steak might hit the ranch then too.
Yeah, but I'm good at separating everybody on
Because
the plate.
all we need is salt and pepper on the steak, right?
Yeah, salt and pepper on the steak, you're good to go. But yeah, I'll do steak and tots. I'll do chicken and tots. I did some pork chop and tots. Tots are a staple in my household.
And here's what we need to get us back. 831 says the Giants are becoming the soggy tater tot of baseball and Bay Area sports.
It's Farhan Zaidi Napoleon Dynamite.
Oh, man. All right. So we're carrying the big hit energy. It's just one of those days. Some days, like, yeah, the Giants lost. Are we going to talk about it all day? No. Some days it's worth talking about. Today's the day because it's Giants-Dodgers, and it meant so much. They've come out of the break 1-3. Once again, they're trying to tell us something. And everywhere you look, you see losing baseball. And what is losing baseball? It's Jorge Soler trying to take third in the first inning on a ball off of, Miguel Rojas?
Vargas.
Miguel Vargas' knee. And Vargas picking it up and throwing him out at third. Yeah. It's runners at first and third with one out, and Luis Matos not putting the ball in play. And it's, of course, a fly ball to the warning track where Luis Matos and Elliot Ramos meet for a cup of tea and let it fall, which got Dwayne Kyper. We had vintage Kype if you missed it. He's at his Pasadena Starbucks, and he's pissed. He's so pissed.
Catch the ball.
I mean, he's right.
So good.
That ball's got to be cut.
Well, that's losing baseball. And we were talking about great movie moments where they identify losing. There's The Natural, where the guy talks about losing is a disease. And then there's more modern Brad Pitt. He's pissed.
Is losing fun?
No.
What are you having fun for? That's what losing sounds like.
It's so good, man. All right, out to the 4-5 Golden State Lumber. Yeah, go ahead.
Real quick, are we sure that's what losing sound like, or does it sound like this?
Dude, ready for that?
I'm sorry, I wanted the riff.
I know, for sure. So a lot of people, well, geez, I was trying to go to the text line for all the Giants texts, but instead there's a bunch of tater tots.
The tater tot people have spoken.
Yeah. 408 says, Birdsong will have to go back to the minors after his start during the doubleheader. How do we feel about all that? That move that Hayden Birdsong's going back down when he is right now one of the best pitchers on the team.
Like I said last segment, I hate the idea of sending a kid down after he has a 12 strikeout performance at Coors Field of all places. To me, you'd want to build on that momentum. Now, again, if we talk to the Giants front office right now, they'll be like, look, we're just sending him down for a quick cup of coffee down in San Jose. Maybe he'll stop and get a tri-tip over at Turkey Mike's. Then he'll be back this weekend for that doubleheader against the Colorado Rockies. But that texter is absolutely right. What's going to happen after that doubleheader? Because then you're running out of rotation spots, especially when Robbie Ray makes his return tomorrow and Alex Cobb is right behind him.
Man, oh man, so frustrating. 408 says, okay, so one of the topics that was brought up is, where are you looking right now? Everybody's looking at Farhan, but Bob Melvin, unfortunately, has to wear some of this now. I was an advocate. He's 48 and 53. Whatever button he's pushing, whether it's, the bullpen moves or whether it's pinch hitting, letting Conforto hit against a lefty Sunday in Denver or sending up Matos or whatever, it's just not working. 408 says, somebody brought up Stephen Vogt. He says, but there's no way, given Farhan's position, he was going to hire a first-year manager like Vogt. Do you believe that Farhan believes his job was such at risk that he couldn't take a chance on Vogt, that Melvin was the safe choice? And Melvin said, and this is Cousin Vinny, he says, well, I didn't like some of the characters on that Padres roster. Look how Melvin produced with that lineup. I would say he has underperformed back-to-back years given the roster provided, and I think I would agree with Cousin Vinny.
Yeah, I would agree with that take, and it is a good point because we've seen Farhan take a chance on someone like Gabe Kapler, who became a first-time manager. Now, some people say that there was success. Yes. Gabe Kapler won Manager of the Year. They won 107 games, but I give credit to Buster Posey, Brandon Belt, and Brandon Crawford. So, again, we're giving credit to the players on the actual field, which is interesting now because it seems like a lot of Giants fans have that Farhan fatigue where they've kind of been disgruntled for a couple years. So it didn't matter what they did this offseason. As soon as the losing results come in, they're going to start blaming Farhan. But, again, as I said earlier, I think everybody agrees this is a better roster. So at some point, the blame has to go to Bob Melvin. And to be honest with you, it has to go to the players just not performing.
Yeah, it is, and that's what we're talking about. We talk about Farhan, we talk about Melvin, then we talk about players. Matt Chapman with runners. We talked about the team. We looked it up with runners in scoring position. They're at the bottom of the league, either bottom 5 or bottom 10 in every key category. 831 says, I've deleted the MLB app several times this season because of the Giants. 408 says, shout out the Giants not drafting guys with Bay Area ties like Tony Vesia, who went to Cal State, East Bay. 209 says, you can't go to L.A., hold the Dodgers to 2 runs, and then lose on a goof play and expect to generate momentum in the clubhouse for the second half of the season. 831 says the Giants have been frustrating to watch all year, and the Dodgers being light years ahead of them just caps it off. We said this at the start of the show. What was interesting about that Dodger team last night was, and whether it was because of Blake Snell or not, they did not look like world beaters. Without Mookie Betts, they've lost some superpower.
No Mookie Betts, no Max Muncy in the lineup.
Yeah.
It does seem like they find these pitching prospects like River Ryan just out of thin air.
Let me say this again. River Blanken Ryan. All right? You know what I mean?
Matt Beatty trade, dude.
Traded for Matt Beatty.
The Matt Beatty trade. That blows my mind.
You know what? We need to trace the Matt Beatty bouncing ball. What did the Giants get when they released Matt Beatty?
Probably absolutely nothing.
I'm going to look it up.
Maybe a bag of peanuts.
Was it just a DFA?
I think they just straight up DFA'd him. I don't think they got anything in return for Matt Beatty. What could you get? Apparently, you can get a River Ryan.
You can get River Ryan, dude. And River Ryan, by the way, a two-way player who wanted to hit, and the Dodgers told him, you're not hitting anymore. And he's like, that sucks. And they're like, yeah, just go become one of our best pitching prospects.
Just go sit at 98 miles per hour with a nasty slider.
With the wipeout slider, yeah. Okay, so here it is right here. I got my transactions. March, nope. They just released him in June of 2020. Oh, boy. All right, on that note.
This is chess, not checkers.
Oh, yeah. how are we at chess these days, too? I would call that checkmate.
Yeah.
Checkmate. Okay, cooler content to lighten the mood. And then Mark Spears talking USA basketball at 8:50. That's cool. How about USA? I'm telling you guys, man, it's going to be a hairy ride to the gold medal. If you've watched international basketball for the last 4, 6, 8, 10 years, the world doesn't care anymore about the Team USA. They don't care. And then Dante Whitner talks to us at 9:15. That'll be fun. Ryan Vogelsong at 9:30. No reason to go anywhere. As somebody once said, rip off the knob.
Rip it off.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Chill. This is the cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler
of content.
sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the sports leader.
I'll double down on that Marin Health and tell you that with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay, Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. And Ned Colletti joins Tolbert and Copeland this afternoon at 4:50. We talked to him last week. Mark Spears is in Paris. That's pretty freaking cool. Hope he's not swimming in the Seine with all the E. coli.
Yeah, stay out of the water, Mark.
Yeah. So he's going to stay with the basketball. Well, the Warriors, the Team USA, I believe, they say open Sunday against Jokic in Serbia.
Ooh.
Dude, you don't want to play Serbia in anything.
I don't want to play Jokic.
I don't want to play Serbia in anything. All right, particularly water polo or basketball.
Yes.
All right, buddy.
Or step in the octagon with those guys.
Yeah, no.
Oh.
No way. Seriously.
Mm-hmm.
Eastern European, it's like Eastern Europe for centuries. They've been dealing with Russia in winter. They're tougher than us.
Dude, I'll throw another one on the pile. How about those like world's strongest man's competition? It's always those guys out of Eastern Europe are just jacked out of their minds.
I'll say that, but I'm going to top you with the guys from the far, far north. Those guys from like Greenland and Iceland and the north of Finland.
Well, those guys are living Vikings.
So exactly. All right. Well, not Vikings, but Buffalo Bills starts our cooler of content.
I want to watch the Buffalo Bills.
After this draft, I want to watch. That was a great pandemic sound.
That was a sound bite.
Cuomo.
That's right.
Governor Cuomo.
I want to watch the Buffalo Bills.
You can find that, buddy. Bills rookie wide receiver Keon Coleman from Florida State. He was the hit of the draft. Remember his weekend arrival? You found it. Here it is.
Please.
Yeah, this is
Personal disclosure, I want to watch the Buffalo Bills, but I'm still objective.
That's it. That was from the pandemic.
It was so random. I want to watch the Buffalo Bills.
We made that a soundbite during the pandemic big time. We were like, God, we miss sports. And we'd hit, boom, I want to watch.
Personal disclosure, I want to watch the Buffalo Bills.
We had that, and we had the boss saying, I miss baseball.
Bruce.
Yeah, the boss.
Oh, the boss. Yeah. I thought you said Boston for some reason.
No, the boss, Bruce.
My bad.
Boss.
No, I want to get a hot dog at Max's.
I want to watch baseball.
All right. Rookie wide receiver Keon Coleman is back. Says he doesn't know how to go about signing his contract. Take a listen.
I got a question. Which signature am I put my whole name or can I sign? Whichever way you want to sign it. I'm saying like I'm signing the autograph or like. Yeah. I'm saying I'm gonna sign the autograph and put my whole name. I put your whole name. See that what I was asking? You making it hard.
So he didn't know like how to sign. This is what the kids were raising today. Like for example. We've asked high school kids, do you know how to address an envelope? And the answer is no. They don't know how to address an envelope.
Ask high school kids if they know how to spell and write in cursive. Yeah. Didn't they take that out of like the breakdown in public schools?
Little Rory might be the last generation. He still can do cursive.
Wow.
Yeah, but that might be
last generation.
You want to talk about a useless skill, right?
Well, really, the only time people use cursive is to sign their name or to sign autographs.
And nowadays, all you got to do is DocuSign, right?
Yeah, that is true.
DocuSign. Shout out the Bear and Sydney not signing the DocuSign contract.
But if you have to take pen to paper, you want to have a nice John Hancock.
How is your signature?
I think mine's all right, actually. Now, that's the question.
Can you read your name?
You can read the M and the B. So you get the first two initials. That's always the biggest part.
I've tried to work, because Brad and I did so many of those signings, I've tried to work on making it better instead of just being scribble. Because nowadays, guys, have you ever seen Madison Bumgarner like sign a ball? It's like, come on.
Yeah.
So I read an old-time baseball player said he was so upset at the modern era for their signatures because you can't read them. You cannot read a single modern baseball player's. And he said the goal should be imagining you're signing a ball and then that ball gets lost in the bushes by a kid and it's found 50 years later. Can they tell who signed it?
They should be able to.
Have you seen Joe DiMaggio's? It's like a school teacher's dream. It's like the perfect cursive. You can spell. Willie Mays' was a little sketchy. He got a little sloppy. But Joe DiMaggio, guys like that, Babe Ruth, they just perfect cursive.
Well, you know what the biggest difference now, in my opinion, is autographs were like the top prize you can get from a professional athlete.
Yeah.
Now kids just want a selfie.
Yeah, this is
they
true.
don't give a damn about the autograph.
This is true. I didn't ask Bill Clinton for an autograph.
That's right. You asked for a selfie.
There it is. All right, Nick Kurtz on the A's broadcast. Nick Kurtz, you got a book on Nick Kurtz?
I do not have a Kurtz broadcast book, no.
I'm going to have to get you a book on Nick Kurtz. I guess, was he their draft pick?
Nick
I think he was.
Kurtz. I don't know. Tony, you explain to us.
Yeah, I think he was.
Yes, Greg Silver is telling me yes.
First
that was
round
the A's
draft
draft pick. Yep.
First round draft pick.
Congrats. Oh, is that the guy that took over Jack Cagliano out of Florida? I wanted him for the A's.
A's, let's see. He came to Oakland, signed his contract. Unlike Keon Coleman, he knew how to do it. And he went on the A's broadcast here.
The house is taken care of, all right? The car's taken care of. Any credit card bills mom and dad got, we go ahead and check that box too. But what's the purchase? What's the one thing?
It has to be a car.
Let's go.
I've been driving a Prius since I got my license. I hardly fit in the thing.
I was going to say, you riding in the backseat of that?
It's got 240,000 miles on it. I'm ready to get rid of that thing. Get something new.
So you've been very efficient with that, my friend.
I don't spend more than $30 on a full tank of gas.
I love that.
That's great.
I love that.
That's great.
Okay, Wake Forest. We should have known Nick Kurtz, 4th pick in the draft out of Wake Forest, first baseman. I got news for him, though. Can we riff? You were drafted by the Oakland A's. I think you're still going to be driving that Prius, buddy. All right, dude. Thank you very much.
Get ready to drive that Prius up to Sacramento.
The A's gave him $7 million. Where they found $7 million, I don't know.
Yeah, that's a great question. That's like half their salary this year.
Yeah, $7 million, and that might be the last dollar you get from them, buddy. So, all right, very good.
Way to be efficient, Nick.
How far have you driven a car? He said 240.
Ooh.
What's the most miles you put on a car before turning it over?
Now, I've gotten close to like 180, 200. I don't think I've ever gone over that mark.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm currently at 65 with this Honda CR-V, and I'm like, how far am I going to take this? How far am I going to? Because I'm like, I'm getting a little older. Maybe I need a creature comfort. The days of the BMW of Fremont and Mountain View are over, sad to say, pre-pandemic. So I'm thinking, how far do I go with this thing? Because you could take a Honda deep.
Oh, yeah.
You can take a Honda deep. How about you, Young Tone? What's your record?
Probably 100K.
100K, and then you're done. I got to get new wheels.
I wouldn't say that. No, we had the car in the family until we had a bit of an accident last week, and it wasn't my brother's fault, I'll say.
Wow, man. You have house fires and car accidents?
Yeah.
Bro.
Day after the house fire.
This is what happens when you throw backyard barbecues.
I know. Everybody's trying to get to Tony's
All
house.
hell breaks loose. How about young Greg Silver? He seems like a kind of guy who would drive. He seems sensible. I bet he drives a car deep into the mileage. He doesn't look like he's a man who goes for, the cheap thrills of
123,000.
That's where he's at right now?
That's the farthest he's gone.
Does he want to? What's he at right now? 123?
123.
Oh, no, he's saying, just kidding. He's saying he's at 123,000
What's his goal? Does he want to keep going? Do you want to keep, did Kurt say 240,000?
Yeah, 240. I'm at 125 right now in my Acura, and that's with me putting on like 60,000 miles over the last 2 years. Yeah, I bought it used at 60K.
By the way,
but my commute from San Jose every day was adding up those mileage. Now I'm driving like a mile a day to get to work.
Dude, you're like loving life. Yeah. How about him saying $30 for a gallon tank of gas, bro? That's because you were filling up in North Carolina.
Yeah.
Welcome to California.
With a Prius.
Yeah.
A Prius out in North Carolina.
Yeah, I know. He must have gotten heckled.
Yeah, interesting.
Go to California, you communist.
If you take care of these cars, you can go up to like 300K if you take care of it. And Mike Holler just checked, and he's at like 190K.
Yeah, but now he's a program director, so I expect
he's going to show up in the Lambo tomorrow.
Sure, yeah.
Maybach? What do they call him? Is that what it is?
Maybach. Yeah.
Maybach music.
Or what's the like a Rivian?
Or the Rivians are the electric trucks.
Yeah.
Those are nice.
Well, you can't turn the corner in Mill Valley without bumping into a Rivian.
A couple of Cyber trucks.
There I am with my Honda CR-V saying, just keeping it real, baby.
Yeah, look at you, man of the people.
Bruce Bochy is in our cooler of content.
Boch.
He got into an argument with home plate umpire Edwin Moscoso. Speaking of which, we're going to have to give away tickets to Sebastian Maniscalco, which we will just shortly. But here's Bochy. Do we have audio on this?
It's just a TV broadcast. Boch got tossed. We don't know why he got tossed. Maybe arguing balls and strikes. But yeah, the TV broadcast had a take.
Let's hear it.
So Boch still having it out with Moscoso. And Boch, he wanted a little bit more, and Moscoso said, no, that's enough. And look, Boch, you understand, too, here, it is not like the way things have been going for his ball club either. Sometimes a manager just needs to show a little bit extra here to get the fellas fired up as well. I got the sense at some point there that he wanted to get run.
I'm with you. I think he senses the energy of the team, and sometimes this can fire you up as a player and win one for the Gipper.
His 4th ejection this year. We don't get to see this as much anymore.
But so multiple things, guys going. Do you know win one for the Gipper, Young Tone?
No.
Okay.
I was very thrown off.
Yeah, I thought the saying was win one for the skipper.
No. You not know the one for the Gipper?
Win one for the Gipper.
Look at you two.
I thought that was like a mistake by him.
Oh, no. That's one of the most famous, at least from the old days, pre-21st century, probably the most famous inspirational speech of all time. Notre Dame, a guy named, first name.
What are we doing? Talking about Rudy?
Kind of rude. Rudy, yes.
Rudy.
Yes. Rudy quotes the Gipper speech, I believe, doesn't he? So it was a guy named, I can't remember his first name, Frank Gipp, I think it was, a Notre Dame player in the 20s or 30s, playing for Newt Rockne, who had, sadly, a terminal illness. And he was dying, and famously, when Newt Rockne visited his bedside, he said to him, he said, Coach, one day when the chips are down and the boys are up against it, go out there and tell them to win one for the Gipper. And that was the... Boys, it became legendary because in the movie version, a young Ronald Reagan played Gip, and he made the Gipper speech. So when Ronald Reagan made his run to the White House, he was the Gipper. He was known as the Gipper because he was the single most inspirational figure in 20th century American sports lore.
Wow.
Yeah.
George Gipp.
George Gipp, thank you. Can't believe I missed the first name
Win
there.
one for the Gipper.
Yo, the legendary. Win one for the Gipper.
Wow. I didn't know that. What did young Waterboy learn today?
And win one for the Gipper.
Well, you know what I'm looking forward to? Is in the final 3 minutes of the show, you're going to get the original from the Newt Rockne movie with Ronald Reagan, future president, dropping it. Boys, when the boys are up against it, go out there and tell them to win one for the Gipper. Boy, that's incredible if that did not reach your generation.
Yeah, that's
By the
funny.
way, the Rangers, 48-52. Here's the catch. They've won 2 in a row.
Yeah.
Here come the Rangers.
And we talked about this with Bob Melvin, whether or not it was a message to kind of fire up the boys on Sunday against Colorado.
Yeah.
Well, here was Wyatt Langford last night on the Texas Rangers postgame show talking about how Bochy did spark the team, and they went out and they won the game last
And
night.
to our little dispute yesterday, maybe it's better to do it mid-game than pregame.
Yeah, I'm a
right?
mid-game ejection. Not a fan of the pregame ejection.
Okay, hey, by the way, speaking of ejections, we would hope that if you win these tickets, you do not get ejected from the Sebastian Maniscalco show. Hey, that was my transition. We're giving away Sebastian Maniscalco tickets. He's the great comedian. He's a funny dude. 2 tickets to see him at Chase Center August 18th. Tickets on sale now at livenation.com. Call Greg Silver and tell him you want the Sebastian Maniscalco tickets. Caller number 10 at 415-896-KNBR. 415-896-KNBR. Caller number 10 wins 2 tickets for the comedy of a Sebastian Maniscalco at Chase Center. We'll do this every day at this time, so stay tuned. All right, enjoyed the cooler of content from Keon Coleman to Nick Kurtz to Bruce Bochy to mileage discussions to the Gipper.
Yeah.
Win one for the Gipper.
And now we're going out to Paris with the skipper.
Hello, baseball.
Ah, there you go. Way to bring it full circle. Mark Spears live from Paris, France. Team USA basketball next on the Sports Center.
And win one for the Gipper.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
All right. Olympics on Friday. We need to, at some point this week, talk about everybody's level, like how down you are with the Olympics. I think it's perfect, man. This is perfect time right now, late July, quiet time. Sometimes when it's in another hemisphere, it's at a weird time of year. But late July, early August, and Steph Curry playing basketball, and me, I love the swimming and track and field and all that good stuff. And heck, I'll watch anything. Just give me that timpani drum. Bom, bom, ba, bom, bom. We're getting excited. And that's what Mark Spears is doing. What a lucky guy. Can we talk to this guy from the west coast of Africa? And now we're talking to him from the banks of the Seine in Paris. Bro, what did you, just a kid from Cherry Park in San Jose. Look at you traveling the world. Good morning, Mark.
What's up, Mark?
Yeah, and I'm going to see some basketball in Lille in Paris, right? Yeah, no, man, it was, what's happening, guys? It was really difficult getting here, man, but I'm here. We had a flight Sunday, direct flight from SFO to Paris, and there might be some people listening, lamenting with me. There had to be over 200 people on this plane. First, they said a flight attendant was late. Then they said that something was wrong with the runway, and then they're like, "Oh, there's some thing that could detect the fire in the plane that's not working." And they went back to the terminal, and ended up canceling the flight. And it was an absolute nightmare, man. Like, luckily I was in the United Lounge when they canceled it, and it's just like you cancel a flight to the most popular place in the world to go to right now, right? Like, there's also all this craziness going on travel-wise, so certainly wasn't the easiest thing to do, but luckily I had some, like, travel background expertise. I think I'm like a part-time travel agent with all the traveling I'm doing, and I realized that, like, Air Canada is connected to United, so I was able to convince them to get me a ticket on Air Canada yesterday. So I flew through Toronto, got on a plane there with a bunch of Canadian athletes, met some of the 3-on-3 athletes, and got here today.
Dude, what a power move. You're like, they're putting a barrier up. I'm going Air Canada through Toronto. That's a baller move, and that shows that you're ready for the Olympics. That's a veteran traveler.
That's just I travel too much, and I know who their partners are.
Yeah. Well, the key to the whole thing is that the key to the whole story is that you were at the United Lounge, and you had in the comfort of that lounge, you were able to like work out the logistics while you were sipping
shorter line.
That little espresso you got, and maybe a croissant while you worked it out. So I'm down with you, buddy. I see you working.
Living large in the lounge.
Oh, croissant. Yeah, I remember I took 10 weeks of French in college. I said, this isn't a language. It's like making noises. Because the woman she was like, Monsieur Murphy. I was like, Monsieur. She's like, no, Monsieur. I was like, no, Monsieur. She's like, no, Monsieur. I was like, I can't get this. I can't get it.
Well, I'm lucky right now because I know nothing. I know French fries and frites.
Well, you say bonjour.
Yeah, that's about as far as I'm going. But
right.
I'm in this neighborhood. I gotta figure out the name of the neighborhood because we're not close to anything, but we are in like residential Paris, which I actually think is kind of cool because it's not like the crazy hustle and bustle, and obviously we'll be amongst a lot of that. And so I just walked into some place and looking for some lunch, and the guy was looking at me and he's like, "You speak French?" I'm like, "No,
they don't."
English. Yeah. He's like, "Sit down, man. I'm gonna get you a steak and French fries." I'm like, "Let's go."
Pommes frites.
Gave me frite and gave me a Cabernet Franc. It wasn't the greatest glass, but I enjoyed it.
Dude, I'll tell you the one thing.
I had a really nice lunch, man. He gave me this steak sauce. I need to bottle that up and bring it home. Some pepper steak sauce. That was all right.
My only advice is, and I've only been there a couple of times, but dude, just baguette. Everywhere you go, just grab the baguette. Eat the bread. I don't know what they do. The bread's ridiculous. That's all you need to do.
The bread with the cheese, right?
I don't even need the cheese. I just grab the baguette and just start gnawing on it.
Okay, well, they got one of those in this neighborhood too.
Well, grab it, and you'll be addicted. Of course, carbs, add a couple pounds, but who cares?
You're not counting carbs at the Olympics.
And they get the cheese too, yeah. But man, oh man, I'm excited for you, buddy. All right, so USA basketball, let's go. I mean, here we go. I mean, yeah, you got Steph Curry, LeBron James, Anthony Edwards. You got all the best players in the world. Oh, by the way, the world doesn't care, right? Like, how realistic is the chance that the USA basketball team has its hands full trying to win the gold?
I saw this very, very interesting stat today, which tells you, how much time has changed and, how the world's different. So when the Dream Team played in 1992, they faced 9 NBA players in the Olympics. This USA basketball team will play against 61 NBA players.
Wow, there it is. Yeah. Yeah.
So, the Dream Team didn't have this kind of challenge. I don't know that because every Olympics it gets to be more and more. This is certainly the biggest probably challenge that USA will face from a competition standpoint. So I think perhaps the days of just blowouts are gone. I mean, obviously there'll be some teams that, they'll blow out. I think they'll blow out Puerto Rico. I think the next time they play South Sudan, it'll be a blowout. But like the Serbias and, Canada, France, Germany, like they're going to be some tough games. I do think USA will still win. The one thing that they did, which was much more intelligent thing to do, Grant Hill did, was he made this team much bigger. I don't think Joel Embiid's moving well or playing great, but, they got his size, and they got Anthony Davis is actually playing very well. Bam Adebayo's playing good. LeBron's, throwing his weight around too. And last year when they lost with a much different team, it was actually the most efficient team that they had offensively in the history of USA basketball. It was also the worst defensive team that they had ever had, and also a team that, didn't rebound well. And so they got that fixed, but that doesn't mean the rest of the world isn't good. It's much better. It's a 40-minute game. It's a different kind of game. I think if Durant was playing, it'd be over. Because he's just that special offensively. There's nothing he could do. To me, he's still the best offensive player in the world when he's healthy. But I still feel like they'll be fine. They'll win. It'd just probably be more cardiac moments than you would want as a USA fan.
Yeah, and Mark, I was actually going to mention Kevin Durant after seeing Team USA remove Kawhi Leonard from the roster due to an injury. Sounds like he's not going to be playing this Sunday with this calf strain. Is there a possibility that Kevin Durant gets removed from the Olympic roster?
No. He's expected to be on the team. Ryan Windhorst, my colleague, reported that yesterday. So, no, it's just a matter of when and where, right? I mean, if he doesn't play, I mean, they still got 11 great players. They'll be fine. And to me right now, this is bigger than Olympic gold medal. Like, I'm sure the Suns probably have some medical staff here kind of watching everything. Like, you guys remember what happened in 2019. Like, they don't want that to happen, especially on this stage. You don't want that to happen, right? So I just think that they're going to, Steve, I think he has to err on the side of caution, and even more so because this isn't his player. This is the Phoenix Suns player. And so I don't know, man. I'm starting to feel like Kevin won't play, but I don't think they're going to replace him either.
Interesting stuff. Mark Spears, ESPN, Anscape in Paris. He got there creatively via Toronto when they had some roadblocks his way. One of the things I think most American basketball fans don't pay attention to is that there's different rules in FIBA, right? I'm looking at it here. So the ball is a little different. The players think it feels a little smaller. There's no 3 seconds. So Wemby can camp in the key for 3 seconds. So can Rudy Gobert. Once the ball touches the rim on a shot, it is not goaltending to knock it off. There's no over the cylinder, and there's only 40 minutes instead of 48. So that's
the key one to me.
Yeah, go ahead.
The 40-minute part, because, as you saw with South Sudan, they got really hot from three-point range, right? And so, I mean, that's typically in a 48-minute game, the best team comes to fruition, right? Like, that is, but here, like you've seen it in the past when 2004, I believe, when USA lost to Greece and some of their losses. I mean, it's not so much that they're playing a team that's better than them; they're playing a team that's hotter than them. I just think though this team, when it comes to the games that really, really matter, and they're not trying stuff anymore, they're saving some stuff. I just really feel like that's going to be a different team than we've seen so far.
Mark, one of the biggest storylines we've heard so far come out of Paris is that LeBron James is going to be the first men's basketball player to carry the USA flag at the opening ceremony. What do you think this moment means to LeBron James?
It's got to be really, really cool because he has not done, right? Because he has won a gold medal before, so I actually think it's super dope, man. I think the thing that's weird about it, though, is they're not walking into a stadium. They're on boats. Down what they call the Seine?
Seine, yeah.
Seine? Yeah, I got to get it right. The river? I was joking with a friend about it. I'm like, what is he going to be like standing on the front of the boat? Waving a flag.
Like Leo DiCaprio in Titanic, the king of the world, right?
World with a USA flag on a boat. I'm like, what kind of boat does USA have versus Haiti? Haiti got 7 athletes. Do they get a dinghy? Do they just swim? I mean, I'm really curious to this. I'm not excited about the opening ceremonies. They say it's going to look beautiful, and it probably will. I do think it's kind of dangerous to just do something on the water. I don't know, man. I'm a little nervous about it, and hopefully I'm very wrong. But to me, if you have something in the stadium, it's just so much more contained. But I think the French are more worried about it being beautiful than safe.
Well, hopefully everything will be great because it should be gorgeous. It's an unbelievable city. It's ridiculous, the city of lights or whatever. Just a little bit, one more on LeBron, then we'll ask a women's question, and that is him scoring, 11 straight to end the game last night, or at least 11 points in the last 4 minutes? I mean, it's not just that he's 39, or it's not just that he's carrying the flag. It's like even on a team with Steph and all the other stars, he's the alpha, right? Or not?
Well, no, he's just an amazing closer, especially on this level. Like, what are you going to do? Like, I watched the replay, the N1 he got against Germany, and he just spun off of one guy, spun off another guy, and made it like you forget that the guy's is not only 6'9", but like 280 pounds, and just can impose his will and his strength. And I just don't think I think he's kind of going to be there like Dennis Eckersley in the basketball uniform. If games are tight, and on this level, even with all those NBA guys, they're still in awe of LeBron James. All he's going to do, and the referee's going to be in awe of him too. He's going to put his head down. He's going to drive. He's going to close the game. He's going to get the save. And they're going to move on to the next game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And that's what he did. Least degree of difficulty.
Beautiful.
Yeah. And just to wrap it up, Mark, Murph mentioned the women's national basketball team. Did you have any thoughts on them losing this past weekend to the WNBA All-Star team?
No, I don't think that. I mean, shoot, that's probably the best team they're going to play against. If you want to be honest. I don't think the rest of the world has caught up to women's basketball like they have with men. I do think there'll be some tests, and they're going to be some good teams. But I do think that they're probably going to run through it and be a blowout. In the last Olympics, the same thing happened. The All-Star team beat them. So, but I kind of like that format. It makes me wonder, with the NBA, should they bring the USA Olympic team against, just another group of all-stars and see how that goes? But shoot, they may not care either. I don't know if there's any scenario in San Francisco next year that it's going to work.
Would you be covering this league differently if Caitlin Clark was on the team? Would you be spending more time?
I'm a hoop head, dog. I'm going to the games.
Yeah.
I think the world would cover it differently. I think ESPN perhaps would cover it differently, saying respectfully, because this is my employer, because they just know there'll be so much more interest. I think their games would have been later. But, hey, man, I'm doing a diary on Jewel Lloyd. The first one will probably be out tomorrow. So it's important for me to be at the games, to have a Brittany Griner story today. There's a Asia Wilson story coming out soon. They're still in the best team in the world without her. It would have been more popular, but I still think that women's basketball has a lot of other amazing players that we need to pay attention to and give respect to.
Yeah, good call. And by the way, just wrap. So I'm looking just on the NBC Olympics page. So the arena they're playing right in the heart of Paris. Huh? It's like they say it's the Madison Square Garden of Paris.
Well, they're playing in Lille first.
Oh, okay. I guess this is maybe the medal games then.
Lille starting on Saturday.
Okay.
So they play in Lille first, and then after the preliminary games, they're actually playing in like a soccer stadium in Lille with like 30,000 seats.
All right, and then yeah.
Then once the medal, so if your team doesn't make it to the medal round, you're not going to get a chance to play in Paris.
No, we hope they do. By the way, that's this is one of the rare sports that goes all 2 weeks. Like swimming goes 1 week, track and field goes 1 week. Yeah. Basketball starts like this weekend and goes all the way. It's like the last event before the closing ceremonies. The men go Saturday, the women go Sunday. So, all right, man, it's awesome. It's so great. God, we're the world travels of Mark Spears, man. We've had you so many different places. Dude, baguettes is my advice. Just grab them and eat them. Grab them and eat them. All right.
I'll send you a pic. I'll bring you one back. It might be a little tough, but I'll bring you one.
No, you're the best, Manny. Enjoy, buddy. Take care.
Yeah, merci, Mark. Merci.
Right. Y'all take care.
There he is, Mark Spears in Paris. Now, you went to Europe.
I did. Didn't make it to Paris, though.
What?
Did not get to France.
You had a higher priority to go to Amsterdam.
Yeah, dude. I had to get to the red light district. Had
I
to
thought
get
it was
to the
something.
dam.
I thought you were looking just for.
Oh, the coffee shops.
Yeah,
And they're
that's
not selling coffee.
No.
That's the key.
Which now, by the way, is anywhere in San Francisco.
Hey, I got a couple spots here.
That was good, man. Yeah, but I just remember being blown. Like, yeah, how good is this bread? Then I was like, oh, it's that good. Just keep eating it. Young Tone, you been to Paris, buddy?
No.
Really?
My brother has.
A worldly guy like you.
Not yet.
All right.
I'll make it there.
Once Mike Kohler gives you a pay raise.
I'll probably end up in Paris, Texas before Paris, France.
Well, hey, there was a movie called Paris, Texas.
Ooh.
Hey, Dante Whitner talking not about the Paris of the South Bay, Santa Clara, where the 49ers train. Next on the Sports Center.
You know what? I'm a hoop head, dog.
Live on a Tuesday morning, we have Steve Moskowitz, our good friend, on the line to talk about unfiled tax returns. Good morning, Steve.
Good morning. And this is a situation that affects so many people in so many walks of life. Oftentimes because somebody just doesn't have the money to pay the taxes. If that's your case, no problem. We want to cut a sweet deal for you with the IRS, a good deal. What if you say, but Steve, I don't have my records? No problem. Look at all the records the IRS and state has on you. What if you say, Steve, I have my records and I keep them all in a trash bag in the corner of my garage? No problem. We have a whole bookkeeping department to handle all that for you. The bottom line is there is no good excuse for ruining your life, your business, your marriage. Don't wait for one of these newly hired IRS agents to come knocking on your door. Let us handle everything for you. We have a free consultation. We'll explain everything to you. And then if you want us to, we'll go ahead. We want to deal with the IRS for you so you don't have to talk to them, deal with them, have anything to do with them. And when we're all done, you just go ahead and enjoy your life and don't even think about it anymore. It's all over.
Sounds perfect. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. Should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Matt Mayoko stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Copeland to give his thoughts on the Brandon Aiyuk holdout and whether or not he will be at 49ers training camp starting today. To hear that podcast and more, check it out now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Protect your assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. And Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
All right, man. We've been waiting since the Super Bowl loss to get the 49ers back on the field. And today they report in Santa Clara. We'll still have to wait a little longer for September 9 when Aaron Rodgers and the Jets come in here. But we are getting going here. Let's talk about it, man, with our buddy, the great Dante Whitner. What do you need on Dante? 3-time Pro Bowl safety, 3 years with the Niners, 11 seasons in the NFL. Now, of course, we enjoy him so much on NBC Sports Bay Area and on KNBR. So much to talk about. Dante, good morning. Welcome back to Murph and Marcus. How are you, man?
Hey, what's up, Dante?
I'm doing great. Anytime I hear 3 years with the Niners, I wish it was like 8 years with the Niners.
Interesting. Interesting, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it is what it is. You got drafted. You had to go where you got drafted, and then eventually you found your way out here. You wound up where you were supposed to be.
Yeah, I wound up where I was supposed to be, but after 5 painful years, learning experiences, but I guess that contributed to my success in San Francisco, so I guess I'll take it.
You will take it. All right, Dante, so many questions about this team going forward. I hate to start with a Brandon Aiyuk question. I want to be more original than that, but I have to start there because I guess my question is, so you're a pro, you're a businessman, you know the deal. You're an NFL football player in the locker room, and you look over and you see Aiyuk's not there. Are you saying, that's okay, he's got to do what's best for him? Or are you thinking, damn, every day he's not here, we're not getting better?
We've seen this every offseason, haven't we? We saw it with, I believe, Fred Warner for a little bit. We saw it with Nick Bosa. We saw it with Deebo Samuel. And when you have success, team success, individuals get paid. And it's a negotiating tactic for the 49ers. But then also, you have to understand, if you're Brandon Aiyuk, that it's a business. And at some point, you know, your production, it really can't be replaced by anybody on the 49ers roster right now. If you sit back, you stay in shape, and you don't get emotional, and you don't post things on Instagram, it'll go a lot smoother for you. So I do believe that, you know, they'll figure this out in the end. I don't, you know, I think that his asking for a trade is a tactic. So I do believe if we sit back and let this play out, Brandon Aiyuk will be with the 49ers this season.
You mentioned the holdouts of Nick Bosa and Deebo Samuel. Those are two guys that were very vocal about how the holdout affected them going into the season. And look, we see Brandon Aiyuk posting videos on Instagram, running routes and working out. But Dante, is it possible at all for him to kind of replicate what he's going to be missing in training camp?
No, it's not possible to replicate it. And the longer he sits out, the more it's going to hurt him individually and hurt the 49ers offense. And the person that's going to take the grunt of it is going to be Brock Purdy. I think that we can all agree that Brandon Aiyuk and his downfield route running and his ability to consistently get open for Brock Purdy is vital to the 49ers offense. So I think that the longer he sits out, it's going to be very difficult to get in game shape, to understand how fast the game is moving on game day. So it'll be better for the 49ers and Brandon Aiyuk to get this deal done as soon as possible.
Talking to Dante Whitner as the 49ers report today and hit the field tomorrow. Okay, non-Aiyuk questions. Marcus and I were talking yesterday, and we said if we had to identify something other than Brandon Aiyuk going into this season, we both agreed that run defense is our primary concern. Dante, we talked to you about Nick Sorensen taking over, Brandon Staley coming in. We know Dre Greenlaw's not going to be there to start the season. We know Hufanga's a question mark. What's the Dante Whitner? Is that a concern of yours, the Niner run defense, after they got gashed last year in the playoffs?
Absolutely, and they reconstructed the entire front seven almost, except for Fred Warner and Nick Bosa and Hargrave. So I think that it's going to be some learning curves here. There's going to be some learning pains. They're going to try to speed those guys up and get them playing collectively as one in the run game and in the pass game. And we all know that if you don't get that consistent pressure on quarterbacks, then your secondary is probably going to take a hit. We have some guys that are returning from injury as safety. You have some guys that left that were veteran leaders back there as safety. Travarius Ward is going to be back, and then you have the Amador Lenore, but you still have to figure out who's going to be the nickel back. So I think there's going to be some growing pains. This is going to probably have to be a season where the 49ers offense open it up, leading the pack until the defense pulls it all together. But hopefully the 49ers defense can catch up to the offense during training camp and go out there and put a great product on the field that we're accustomed to seeing.
Dante, you mentioned the name Amador Lenore. We saw him be moved inside a little bit last season with Steve Wilkes and play that nickel corner slot. Do you think he's better suited inside or outside on this defense?
I think they need to figure out a spot for him and allow him to really just focus in and become a dominant corner in the NFL. It's very difficult to be moved inside and outside and then be able to master both positions. It probably takes 10,000 reps to be able to master a position, and inside is totally different than outside. So I think that he should really be on the outside. You have two dominant corners in Travarius Ward and Amador Lenore. Allow those guys to play big for you, and then you put the rookie in there. Out of Florida State. What's his name?
Renardo Green.
Mm-hmm. You have to earn your stripes. You were drafted early. You're a press corner. We need you to be physical in the slot. We need you to blitz, and we need you to handle a lot of these shifty inside slot receivers that are in the NFC West. So I think that you put him on the field and allow him to, see what he's good at. If he struggles in the inside, you put Amador Lenore in the slot and then put him on the outside. But this is a year where some of those rookies on the offensive and defensive side of the ball are going to have to play early and have to play well early.
Interesting. I want to go to linebackers. You talked about the front seven. So obviously Fred Warner is what he is. He's one of the best. But I'm looking around, and obviously the Greenlaw gone. They signed Devondre Campbell. He's in his 9th year. I don't know if he's playing his best football. They got Demetrius Flanagan-Foles back. They drafted guys last year, Jalen Graham and D. Winters. They drafted a guy this year at the back end, Tatum Bethune. I'm just wondering, it's on Ezekiel Turner, Curtis Robinson. I'm looking at this. I mean, are you concerned about the linebacking depth?
I am concerned about the linebacking depth, but I think there's a guy that you didn't mention there, Mustafa. Yeah. Mustafa is a strong safety, but can also be a hybrid weak side linebacker. Have you seen the picture of him catching the interception?
Yeah, I thought it was Photoshop.
He's almost 220 pounds. He can play weak side linebacker. Fred Warner can coach him up. Brandon Staley and those guys can get him ready. And the way that he hits like a linebacker. He reminds me of myself, just a bigger version. If you put him at the weak side linebacker and he's ready to play, I think that he can be a sleeper to replace Dre Greenlaw until he returns.
That's a really interesting take. I need to know, though, because we've seen you work out. We've heard you work out. Is there any way, is it possible Malik Mustafa could outpeck Dante Whitner in the weight room? Can he outflex you?
Well, right now, yeah, he's probably 15 years younger than me. So he got me right now. But in my heyday, 20 years old, out of the draft, I don't think so.
Okay.
But he has the explosiveness, right? There's a correlation there. Explosiveness, being able to hit on the rise, football instincts, and the mentality when you arrive at a ball carrier. I like Mustafa. I think that he's a guy that, even if you go dime and nickel, he's a guy that can play linebacker, dime, and he'll make a lot of plays for the 49ers. So don't count him out when it comes to replacing that weak side linebacker.
Yeah, great stuff as always from the one and only Dante Whitner on the Uma Guest on this morning. And Dante, we got to flip over to the offense real quick because we can't get through the interview without asking you a question about Brock Purdy. This is his first full offseason healthy with the 49ers as the starting quarterback. What are your expectations for Brock going into year 3?
I expect him to take it to another level. Last year, I think you would say that he maybe digressed a little bit from the year before the injury. But, similar seasons. I think that this is a year where Kyle Shanahan really opens it up and gives him the keys to the car. You have Christian McCaffrey out there. You get him the football early and often. But I think when you get Brandon Aiyuk signed and you go out and you get the young rookie in the first round, I think that this is a year where you can spread teams out, give Brock Purdy the football, and allow him to go out there and score a lot of points, especially when you have a defense with a lot of question marks. You don't know how they're going to perform early. So this is a year where Brock Purdy takes another step, and he, really puts the ball in the air.
It's going to be really interesting to watch this guy perform here before going into his contract year for sure. Here's a kind of a non-X's and O's question, but Eric Branch of the Chronicle brought this up. It's interesting. He said, 3 straight long February runs. Would Kyle Shanahan curtail the workload a little bit because these guys, the veterans, have had a lot of mileage on their tires? I guess in OTAs or mini camps, they cut off 2 practices. Would that be something that would be smart for Kyle to do?
Absolutely. I remember when we were during our hardball years and we went to 3 consecutive NFC championships, he never took the gas off of us, right? He believed in building callus. He believed in going out there and getting 200 reps in a practice of full of live, reps. I think that this is a year where you have guys getting older. Kittle is plus 30. You have Deebo Samuel got another year older. Trent Williams is in his mid-30s. So those are the guys that really need those rests, the rest. And you get those young guys in there to give them reps. So I think this is a year where, going into the season during training camp, you take a load off of your veteran guys that you're going to need down the stretch. And then the young guys, you get them a lot of those reps. So, yeah, I know that Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers organization have a great plan for those veterans.
Dante, man, it's just great talking football. It's so exciting that they're back. I can't wait for September 9th and look forward to your coverage. When we start seeing you, when do you start filing reports?
I'll be covering first preseason game on radio in Nashville, Tennessee versus the Titans.
August 10, right?
August 10th.
Beautiful.
And then I will be at training camp pretty much every day.
Oh, awesome.
I'll be checking in on Thursday or Friday. So I'll be in the area, getting ready for the long season. A lot of new players out there to be able to, see how they're going to be incorporated, new coaches, talk to a bunch of people, and give you the best analysis that I can possibly give you this year.
That's what you do, the pro that you are. Dante, it's always great catching up, man. Happy football season.
All right.
Yeah, thanks,
Happy
Dante.
football season, guys. Can't wait.
All right, it's back, baby.
Let's go.
America's back. Football is back. All right, we do have one last thought on the Giants, though, from today. We spent the first 2+ hours breaking down the Giant-Dodger loss and all that it meant. So Ryan Vogelsong will offer us thoughts on, his namesake, Hayden Birdsong.
The German cousin of Hayden Birdsong.
And other minor league pitchers, and also what he thinks about this Giants team. Vogie knows what it's like to win. He also knows what it's like to be on a tough season. So he'll give us that great perspective from a World Series champion. Ryan Vogelsong, what a great way to close the show on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I like the hot women.
Good morning, Seamheads. Murph and Marcus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the-sports-leader.
2-2 pitch. Curveball popped up. Left field shallow. Lowry started back. That comes racing in, but going out is Aurelia, the shortstop, and he takes it just in front of Lowry, and the game is over.
Wow, look at young Tony going deep there. That's the final out of Ryan Vogelsong's Major League debut in 2000? Wow. That's pretty wild, man. Ryan Vogelsong's been around that long, and now what a pleasure to check in with him. Of course, periodically it's always good to check in with Ryan Vogelsong on anything in life, much less Giants baseball. So, Vogie, welcome back. You got your boy Murph. I got Marcus Boucher right next to me. How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, Vogie?
I'm doing great, guys. How's it going?
We're doing good. Would have done better if the score was reversed last night at Dodger Stadium, you know?
Yeah, man, I'm with you. I'm with you.
I know we're going to talk about, your work with the Giants. By the way, is it true? Our intel says you're flying to Virginia today to be with the Richmond Flying Squirrels. Is that right?
I am pulling in the parking lot of the Flying Squirrel Stadium as we speak right now.
Beautiful. Well, let's start there.
I'm actually probably breaking the law talking on my cell phone while driving, but I'm actually pulling in the parking lot, so I think we're safe.
KNBR will pay that fine. They will pay that fine. I'm looking at the Richmond Flying Squirrels pitching stats, and I'm seeing a guy. Let's see here. The guy who's leading the team, well, the leading guy in innings pitched, is a guy named John Michael Bertrand. What do we got here?
Yeah, he's intriguing. Left-handed pitcher. Kind of mixes the ball. Velocity's not a super high velocity guy, but he mixes his pitches really well. Interesting nugget on him. He actually went to college with Tom Glavine's son. So he spent a lot of time in college going out to coffee and getting lunches with Tom Glavine and talking about pitching, and it shows because he pitches almost just like him with a little bit more velocity. And he's an intriguing guy. He's a guy that I think with a little bit more innings and some more experience, he could be a guy that helps us.
Nice.
Yeah, and Vogie, speaking of pitchers who are just down in Richmond, Hayden Birdsong was just in Double-A about a month ago. Now he's pitching in the big leagues with the Giants. Of course, got sent down to San Jose yesterday. Sounds like he could be back this Saturday for the Rockies doubleheader. What have you seen from the 22-year-old Hayden Birdsong?
Oh, man, I love it. I watched the entire start on Sunday, and I thought he did a much better job of stuff that he hadn't been doing very well. Obviously was pitching very well, but there's always some stuff you can clean up, and I thought he improved very well at those things, like getting off the field with 2 outs, and when he was getting 2 quick outs, he was finishing innings instead of, a walk and a hit and extending innings and wasting pitches. And listen, obviously the swing and miss number was unbelievable, and the strikeouts obviously, but his stuff was pretty darn nasty on Sunday. That's for sure.
God, he's just, so much of that, how much of that is mental to be so poised up there in the bigs, a big spotlight on you, pitching in Coors Field where you're supposed to get tattooed. That had to be a mental triumph for this guy.
He's mentally tough, man. His heartbeat, he's got a slow heartbeat, and he's kind of been that way since we got him, and he hasn't changed a whole lot. Obviously, the stuff is getting better as we go here, and I always, first time I saw him, thought the ceiling could be pretty high. I kind of comped him to a young Justin Verlander, and he's really starting to throw the baseball like that.
Man, oh man, we're talking to Ryan Vogelsong in the parking lot of the Richmond Flying Squirrels. Always great to check in. We'll talk a little Giants with him. But just while I'm on it, I'm on the Squirrels page. I asked about John Michael Bertrand, but of course, chicks dig strikeouts. So I'm looking at the leading strikeout guy is Carson Ragsdale, 90 strikeouts in 67 innings. I know nothing about him. Is there a little bit of buzz here or what?
He's actually in Sacramento now. He got called up before the All-Star break, maybe a couple weeks before the All-Star break.
I do see that.
Yes. Big tall right-hander, big curveball. 94 to 96 on the heater. Yeah, it's intriguing. Really big swing and miss numbers. So that's what's opening eyes. Just got to work on the command a little bit. The walks are a little high. But yeah, there's something there to be excited about. We got plenty of guys that there's stuff to be excited about. We just need to see a little bit more to get really excited about it, and just some more reps, really, to be honest.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, and Ryan, it kind of feels like there is a lot of buzz, especially about the pitching prospects in the farm system, whether we're talking about Hayden Birdsong or Carson Whisenhunt or Reggie Crawford, or the guy who kind of led the way for this youth movement, Kyle Harrison. What another great outing on Friday night. What are your thoughts on Kyle Harrison's season so far?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it stunk that he got hurt and, had to miss some time, but could be a blessing in disguise, when we start getting later in the season here with the not sure what his innings limit's going to be. So having a little breather on the IL probably wasn't the worst thing to happen. Obviously, you don't want it to be like not a major injury, but an injury like that. I actually was with the team for 2 days in Atlanta when they were there and watched his bullpen before it starts in Cleveland. And I mean, it just keeps getting better. I mean, there's obviously, like I said, talking about Birdie, that there's always stuff to clean up, but he is definitely trending in the right direction. And I mean, you got to be excited when you start thinking about, Birdie, Harry, and Webby in your rotation here for the years to come. I mean, I don't want to start getting all pumped up about it, but you start thinking about a Lincecum, Kane, Bumgardner situation where you got 3 horses at the front of the rotation and for a pretty long run. So you gotta be excited about it. I am.
Well, that is exciting. Especially I like the nicknames, Birdie, Harry, and Webby. And that leads to one guy with an E at the end, Reggie Crawford. I'm fascinated. What's the Ryan Vogelsong experience with Reggie Crawford, and what's your analysis of him?
I'll be quite honest, Murph. I haven't seen much of him because he's been hurt quite a bit.
Okay.
But when I have seen him, the fastball is high velocity, the breaking ball is sharp and electric, and I mean, we just got to find a way to keep the kid on the field. I think if we can keep him healthy and keep him out there so he can get some reps in and get some experience. This guy's got a big-time arm, and he's got a big-time personality. He's a great kid. I mean, he's from Pennsylvania. What more can you ask for? And he's a great kid. He's he works his tail off. So we just got to get him to stay healthy and stay on the field so we can get some really, really cool stuff out of him.
The best availability, right? All right, Vogie, I'm going away from the minor leagues now. I'm going I'm going to pick your World Series champion brain. So
Okay.
the Giants are 48-53. They signed Blake Snell. They signed Matt Chapman. They signed Jorge Soler. They signed Jung-Hoo Lee. They hired Bob Melvin and Matty Williams and the whole crew, and they had great hopes. And right now they're 5 games under, and they're teetering with irrelevance, Vogie. So you're on this club. You're in the clubhouse entering Dodger Stadium today. I don't know, man. What's the game plan? What's the salvage plan? Are you tapping out? Is it time to sell? It's a big old honking question, Vogie, but what's your take on the 2024 Giants?
I'm walking in the clubhouse today excited because you're playing the Dodgers, first of all. Second of all, you're playing a Major League Baseball game. And third of all, you got a really good team. Okay, and the pieces are starting to happen, right? We saw really good baseball in Atlanta. We saw really good baseball against the Dodgers at home right before Atlanta. We've seen the flashes in the pan here, and it's just about putting it together for long runs. And I think it's coming. Obviously Robbie Ray is coming, Alex Cobb is coming. That's gonna, you don't know what guys are gonna do coming off injuries, obviously, but their track record says that they're gonna put some stability in the rotation. You got to be excited about the way Blake Snell's throwing the baseball. I'm not. I guess I'm a little bit more optimistic than everyone else. I'm not putting a week or 2 week deadline on this thing because the trade deadline's coming. Because with those guys coming off the IL, to me, that's like you're trading for them, but you're not giving anything up. So I'm excited for the whole second half. Like, I'm not pinholing this thing into the next week like, hey, they've got to play this good over the next week so they don't sell or they can buy. I'm holding steady with what I got, and I'm running this thing out to the end and see what happens because I believe the team is good enough to do that.
Okay.
Yeah, and Vogie, that's the thing with this pitching staff. If the Giants somehow do get into the postseason, you feel like you can win a series with this staff, but moving forward to the second half of the season, and as far as the rotation goes, you mentioned Webb, Snell, Cobb, Ray, and Harrison. That's 5 guys right there. That doesn't include Jordan Hicks and also doesn't include Hayden Birdsong. So how do you think the rotation plays out in the second half of the season, and do you think it's maybe a possibility that they try out a 6-man rotation?
Well, now you're getting into a pay grade that I'm not in. That's why that's why I'm not the GM or Farhan because that's the difficult questions, right? That I don't have the answers for, and I just know that it's always good to have 6 healthy, 7 healthy guys. You know that you have some depth. You know, obviously, like we were talking before with pitch limits on a couple of these guys, inning limits, and like I said, I don't know anything about that. That's once again. That's above my pay grade. I'm just saying what I've heard in the media and on TV as I'm watching games. You know, these guys are all going to need a little bit of break here, I think, going down the stretch. So I think there's going to be ways to mix and match if you have 6 or 7 healthy guys to plug in there. So I think it's a good thing. Obviously, if you're one of the players that's getting put on a break or sent to the bullpen for 10 days, you're probably not too excited about that, but that's where being a good teammate comes in to play, and winning a championship is the major goal. But listen, I'm riding this thing steady to the end. There's so much baseball left. I understand. Like I read the quotes from Kruko, and obviously Kruko knows way more about managing a baseball season than I do, about how important this next 10 days we're going into the break, and I believe that as well. But there's so much baseball. Like I know for me as a player, I used to forget about how long September was. You know, you start getting to the end of August and you're like, oh my gosh, like it's almost over. And then halfway through September, you're like, man, we still got 2 more weeks of baseball left. So I think we just tend to forget how much time there actually is left. Obviously you don't want to drop too far back here, but I'm right. If I'm Farhan and I'm making the calls, I'm riding this thing to the end with who I got. You know, if I can add a piece here or there, like a veteran player or something, another veteran bench guy or something to have quality, at bats off the bench late in the game or something, maybe like, kind of like, I'm drawing a blank on when we did that in the past, but I'm riding this thing to the end, man. There's a lot of baseball left, and I think the best baseball for this team is still in front of them.
Man,
I truly believe that.
Listen, well-reasoned, great take. Love hearing your voice. It's just awesome checking in with you, man. And, hey, man, as a fellow youth baseball dad, I know your boy plays. Where are we at now? Are we doing, like, travel ball? What are we doing right now?
Yeah, so getting ready for 15U fall baseball, and 9th grade starts August 5th.
Okay.
So going into freshman year, going to high school.
Did you push your shopping cart up and down the Georgia high schools to find the best baseball program, or are you just sending him local?
No. I didn't have to. So the school district that we actually live in, that I live in with Javi Lopez and Mark DeRosa and Brian McCann, our school is actually one of the better baseball schools in the state of Georgia.
Well,
so
I mean, there
was no shopping.
And you guys, the Giants just drafted a kid. Are you guys Marietta? Not to put your address out there,
Close.
but because that's where the Giants just drafted a kid. That kid Tibbs was from Marietta, I think, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I heard good things about him.
So there's some good high school ball down there.
Not bad. It ain't bad. We'll take it.
Ask Buster Posey and Jason Hayward in their state championship game, right? Exactly.
That's right.
And by the way, you're booked for August 10. You coming back out for 2014 reunion?
I am. I'll be there. Looking forward to it. I try to make a trip every year back to the Bay, so I'm getting lucky this year with 2, doing the Wall of Fame last weekend. which was awesome, and then getting to come back for the reunion here in a couple weeks. So
yeah, I'm gonna
getting two tastes of the Bay, and I'm okay with that.
Hey, and free plug. So in the town where I live in Mill Valley, we got a great music hall called Sweetwater, and Jake Peavy's doing a show there that night with all his boys. I'd highly recommend you go across get an Uber across the Golden Gate Bridge and go watch Jake tear it up.
Hey, I might have to do that.
Right. Hey, Vogie, it's great hearing your voice, man. We'll do it again when the time strikes. Go coach those kids up at Richmond, and we'll catch you down the road.
Yeah, thanks, Vogie.
Yeah, boys. Hey, let's root these guys in. Let's root these Giants in, man. I think the best baseball is coming, and as a fan base and as everybody, like, let's root these boys in. Like, they need us, and let's get behind them and drive them to the finish line.
There it is, man. That's why you want Vogie in your clubhouse. Ryan Vogelsong on the Uma guest line on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right. It's been a productive day, but the day started when there was a fly ball in the bullpen, and Marcus and I both ran towards it, and then we looked at each other, and it fell right between us.
And then Kype came on at 7:30 and yelled at us for not catching that ball.
Young Tony, what did Kype say to us?
Catch the ball.
So good. By the way, it's nice to know that Vogie's checking KNBR Insta and social when he's like, I saw those quotes from Kruko and all that. So, yeah, good stuff. Look at the fact that Jack Loader influences the Bay Area sports conversation does not let me sleep easy at night.
Yeah.
It's not let me sleep
not
easy
a great
at night.
thought, but shout out Austin Scott, Michael Conley, all those guys.
Trust those guys. By the way, I'm reading Baggs' piece this morning on The Athletic, and he kind of mimics what Vogie says. He says it's too early to brand the Giants as clear sellers. That's what he says in The Athletic today. He says, not when Snell is just beginning to perform like a frontline pitcher, and a critical part of their second half plan is on the verge of taking the mound, Robbie Ray, etc. And then he says, going into this weekend, you'll have the Rockies, you'll have Kyle Harrison, Snell, Birdsong, and maybe Cobb Sunday. He says the potential still exists for the Giants to assemble the rotation they had envisioned at the end of March. This is not what fans want to hear.
No.
This is not what fans want to hear, but it's what Vogie said and what Baggs said.
Yeah.
And he says, but you can't leave Dodger Stadium 8 games under 500.
Yeah, and kind of just my counter argument, because I'm excited about Blake Snell pitching well. I'm excited to get back reinforcements in the rotation. I've been excited about Harrison and Birdsong. The problem's not the pitching. It's the bats. And those guys aren't swinging it for the Giants right now.
All very true, man. All very, very true. How healthy are they, doctor? Let's see. Put that coat on, baby.
I feel like I'm a doctor in baseball.
Time now for your Giants Health Report, sponsored by Sutter Health.
Oh boy, we are getting closer and closer to the tight pants of Robbie Ray making his debut in a Giants uniform, because he is officially on track to make his Giants debut tomorrow against the LA Dodgers. Bob Melvin yesterday on the Bo Mel Show confirmed that we will see Robbie Ray in LA.
We acquired Michael Baumann from the Seattle Mariners today, so he'll be here in place of, unfortunately, Hayden Birdsong at this point in time, who's been absolutely fantastic for us. We'll see Hayden again, and this has a lot to do with Robbie Ray coming off on Wednesday. But someone we don't know a ton about. We know we can get a little bit of length of him in the bullpen and see where we go come Wednesday with Robbie.
Hayden Birdsong sent down to San Jose. We expect him to be back in the Giants rotation on Saturday for the doubleheader against the Rockies, and expect to see Robbie Ray making his Giants debut tomorrow against the LA Dodgers. And that, of course, is your Giants Sutter Health update, sponsored from the 1,800 primary care doctors and 30 urgent care centers to over 1 million video visits. Sutter is dedicated to help make patients' lives easier. Learn more at sutterhealth.org.
That's why young Tony and I never miss a Bo Mel. Did you have the AirPods in this morning making your eggs listening?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
every
buddy.
day.
Yeah. Same eggs again?
Yeah, every day.
Scrambled?
3 eggs. Scrambled every day.
Scrambled and?
You don't like frying an egg, huh?
So and I eat the hard boiled. I eat them the hard boiled. I gotta say, man, eating 2 hard boiled eggs every morning. Every now and then I want to just snap and frickin' eat something else. But I have the 2 hard boiled eggs.
You have your routine down.
I do have my routine down.
Just make sure you clean up those shells.
Hey now. Sensitive subject. Have we gotten past that?
Yeah, we're past that.
Is our new program director going to get upset about that?
Possibly.
Oh, man. By the way, 707 says, want to shout out the Petaluma Valley NorCal State champs on the 13s championship. I have to admit, I'm a little biased. I did 13s. I managed that 50-70. It was great. And I got to be honest, the romance peaks at 12. Yeah. It really does. So I'll shout out the Final 4 in the NorCal State Finals Little League. These are the kids who can go to Williamsport.
Stick to Little League.
San Mateo American right down the road here. The big boys from Land Park in Sacramento. And then the Northgate crew from Manteca squeaked through. And then the team that beat us, Napa Americans, in the Final 4. And considering how gosh darn close we were, that makes you realize how close we were. It was shoelace away. Or maybe a call away.
Yeah,
but that's a different conversation.
1 or 2 calls.
Let's do young Tony. Because today I think it's kind of rich, actually. Yeah.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now, okay?
Well, it started early this morning here as Tom Petty comes on in. Need to know, we were talking about what losing sounds like. We did the Moneyball sound what does losing sound like? And I told him that scene was sort of a takeoff on The Natural, where they hire a guy to come in and talk to him. He said, losing is a disease as contagious as polio. Now, Young Tone, you haven't seen The Natural with Robert Redford.
I have not.
Highly recommend. Highly recommend. What
That's
do you come
a
down?
hole in your sports viewing kind of entourage. Like, this kid still hasn't seen The Waterboy with Adam Sandler.
Yeah.
When he has a host nicknamed The Waterboy.
Well, now it's a bit. It's a bit at this point.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a bit, Tony.
Well,
it feels a little personal.
The Natural, you just got to know just for the theme music.
Yeah.
I mean, the theme music alone is played at every...
We've played that theme music on the show, so I know the theme music. I just haven't seen the whole film.
So then that was number one. Number two came later during the cooler content. We were playing Bruce Bochy's Ejection last night. Shout out the Rangers. And Bochy was trying to inspire the troops. And the play-by-play guy or the color guy for the Rangers said, I think he's trying to inspire the troops. I think he's trying to get them to win one for the Gipper. And not just young Tony, but young Marcus said they did not know win one for the Gipper. So, young Tony, Greg, I had to dial up Ronald Reagan on his deathbed. By the way, looking like $1 million for a guy about to die. Hair perfect, makeup on, the whole deal. And this is what got this literally played a role in Ronald Reagan winning the election. This right here.
Rock. Someday when the team's up against it, breaks are beating the boys. Ask them to go in there with all they've got. Win just one for the Gipper.
Dude, I am telling you, he was known as the Gipper. Like on the campaign trail, when he would like have a setback or something would go wrong in a debate, and then he came back the next day. They're like, oh, the Gipper is back. You're going to win one for the Gipper. So
win one for the Gipper.
It was part of his persona. It was like part of his like sort of character. Like, we're going to vote the Gipper into the White House because he's inspired Notre Dame to win a game.
Well, let's get the Giants to win one in L.A. for the Gipper.
Win one for the Gipper. And then if movie Airplane, anybody down with the movie Airplane? They made up a guy called George Zip, and then they parodied and said, win one for the Zipper. All right, so that's what they're making fun of. All right, guys. G. Papa's ready to come in and drop some bombs. Papa, Lynch and Shanahan at 11 a.m. today.
That is true.
Very interested in that, and they hit the field tomorrow.
We got 49ers with us.
And there will be no number 11, right?
I don't think so.
No. And every day is not there, I'm saying, is a step backwards for the 49ers. That's my hot take. All right, guys, Giants-Dodgers tonight. Do you have the stomach to watch it?
Jordan Hicks on the bump. Let's see if that velo's back up after his week off from the All-Star break. Of course, I got the stomach to watch some Giants.
So who's going to be the big
baseball.
bat today, then?
Who's going to be the big bat?
Yeah.
Who's going to step up? Let's go with Patrick Bailey.
I love it.
Why not?
I love it. Now, when it's time for a change, and way to go, Greg Silver. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Catch the ball.
That's what losing sounds like.
Losing is a disease as contagious as bubonic plague.
Man, is it football season yet?
I want to watch the Buffalo Bills.
And win one for the Gipper.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy to Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. 680. The sports leader.
Kike, and who hits a drive into deep left center field. Way back there, still going, and on the warning track, nobody catches it. Matos and Ramos almost ran together, and neither one caught it. It's a double for Kike Hernandez on a ball that I thought should have been caught. Well, neither one of them ever stopped going for it until right at the very end.
You know, defensively, you can't let that happen in the eighth inning. Not against the Dodgers. I mean, maybe against another team that they don't have the firepower in their lineup. You're in a tie game. You got your ninth place hitter leading off. You got the big boys coming up. I mean, there's a reason why they're hitting first, second, and third, and you let a ball drop. I mean, that really is unacceptable. You can talk to those young guys. You can try to coach them, but it's unacceptable. You can't do it. And all of a sudden, the kid who pitched as good as anybody, he gets hung with a loss, Eric Miller.
The word of the day, Pop, is unacceptable. First and foremost,
I got a few other words, a little shorter as well. Right?
Words we can use on the radio. First and foremost, before we get into it, it's a pleasure to be here as always. A pleasure to be on the air with you for the first time doing radio. in studio. I'd like to think it's for me, so if it's not, don't tell me it's not.
It's for you, brother. Ron Brooks is here. We're thinking of John today. He's got a little procedure done, but he'll be back tomorrow when we go to Santa Clara. We're going there. I'm wearing red today because it's report day. We are going to hear John and Kyle. I don't like my Tommy Bahama, but I had to break it out today.
I have to say, though, I was looking forward to you based on what we talk about, changing clothes, like Taylor Swift does doing a 3.5-hour show.
Carlos Ramirez is going to join me and you at 10:30. And Carram, when I was gone for a few weeks, he took that bit, and so I may just discontinue it. I may not do it anymore.
So he ruined it for you.
I don't know. I was thinking about giving it up. It's a lot of work, but you and I go back to, we've been working together since 97. You were on the sideline in Green Bay when you got rolled.
My first
in
game.
a preseason
I believe
game.
That was August 16th, 1998.
Who was the Green Bay receiver?
Gosh.
I remember that. We got to get that call.
I forget.
It was a good Green Bay touchdown in the back of the end zone, and my call was, Rod Brooks just got rolled over. Is he okay?
There's a reason now in the NFL there's two sets of dotted lines surrounding the
Rod
field.
Brooks lines, the second one?
It used to be just the white dotted line right up against the outline.
Yeah.
Now there's a yellow dotted line in front of the white dotted line. I'm the reason for that.
Now, I'm looking forward to it. Welcome.
Brother.
We're going to have 4 hours today. But you and I have worked radio together forever on football, and the big thing is not to step on each other. I think we know that. So when you want to talk, just raise your right hand and say, "I got it. I got it.
What if I raise
got
both?
it?" And then I back away, and I don't know. So what if you say, "I got it," then you back away? Matos and Ramos, we love them, and I think in time we'll see. Jung-Hoo Lee comes back. He makes that catch. Those are going to be your corner outfielders. Whether it was Matos in center and Ramos in right, or Ramos in left with Matos in center, how many times have they nearly collided trying to get a gap ball? Then last night, and that was the defining play of the game, we'll get into it, but there's a deeper level of concern here that I have with the approach of the hitters, and I do have to question the coaching staff, and I love Pat the Bat and Justin Vealey and Pedro Guerrero. No, man. Not that Pedro Guerrero. But anyway, that play, and you heard Kype this morning, and you heard him during the game. I mean, we did Raider football together. Shane Leckler didn't have hang time like that in a ball. There is no question that ball needs to get caught. So is it just Ramos is really not a center fielder and he's a corner? Matos was playing some center. They're just kind of awkward. I mean, they did play together in the minor leagues. How is that baseball not caught last night?
Well, first things first, stating the obvious, should have been caught, okay? We all believe that.
Unacceptable that it wasn't.
Especially those two, okay? They both believe it should have been caught. Now, going back in my mind's eye and thinking about the play and watching it in slow motion, you see Matos coming over, mouthing something. I am going to assume, and I feel right in this assumption, he's saying, I got it. Then all of a sudden, he stops, looks over, because Ramos is coming. Now, what's the baseball truism in this regard? Whose ball is that?
Center
fielders, all right?
Yeah.
So if
a play like that, just get it caught.
I completely understand that.
Yeah.
But if Matos is coming over saying, I got it, and the center fielder calls him off and he doesn't get it, this is not to assign blame, but one guy said he had it, thought the other guy had it, who has the play as a center fielder, and then he did not get it. So what this boils down to is one of the great revelations for the Giants this season is that they found Ramos, the hitter. The bigger revelation, and I think what has saved them a lot this year, is that they also found themselves a temporary center fielder. And we have seen Ramos over these past few weeks with the All-Star break in between play like a guy who's not a center fielder.
Yeah, we had him on, when they got to Arlington, Texas, and he hadn't played center yet. He a little bit cameoed the game before, and we were talking about him being an all-star a month later, and he was. We asked about center, and he did play center when the San Jose Giants when he first came up in 2019. Watching him more and more, he's a corner outfielder with his arm really is a right fielder, but Yaz is so good in right. He's having a hard time tracking balls. He makes a lot of really impressive plays, like that first series against the Reds when he was diving in from left. He was going back on balls.
Throwing guys out.
Now he's how many times has he gone back on a ball in the gap for a high backhand and not been able to make the play? The ball just eludes him. Yeah. I don't think he's a center fielder. Neither is Matos. No. Now, if that play is made at Oracle Park, with a home crowd and people get quiet on that, I think part of the problem, you had nearly 50,000 people in that stadium. The outfield at Dodger Stadium is really loud. The sound system at Dodger Stadium is deafening. So what we had here was a failure to communicate. There is no doubt, and it's the glaring play of the game. But I encourage people, hopefully you're on the stream, and based on the numbers we're getting, a lot of you are streaming. We're going to break down in the next segment, to me, what really is fundamental mistakes. The Soler, you get a leadoff walk to open the game, and then there's a bobble in left field. Soler takes off. He winds up getting thrown out at third base. I'm not going to fault him greatly at that. Obviously, he committed the cardinal sin, Rod, and your word of the day, unacceptable. You can't make the first out of the inning at third. If you are going to go, you got to make it. I was surprised he was thrown out. But and as good as Blake Snell was, and he was really poised last night, he pitched differently. Earlier in the starts, he was trying to fidget with the mechanics, and he has that huge binder, Snellzilla, and he's going over it like, Peyton Manning at a game plan or wristband. But he was poised. He slowed down last night. He did walk, Ohtani to open the game, and Bailey got him out. And then the walk to Freddie Freeman, the dirt ball to get him in a scoring position. And obviously, Teoscar Hernandez's at-bats, and we'll break down what he did in situational at-bats the Giants are not doing. The one thing with this coaching staff, Bob Melvin's season last year was lost in San Diego because they could not hit with runners in scoring position. They could not win in extra innings. You got to know how to make a proper out sometimes and move runners along. To me, you have to change the approach. I mean, they were 0 for 7 with runners in scoring position, as we know. The Denver game series in Colorado, when you look at it, and Ramos has regressed a little bit here offensively, having to chase a little bit. The sixth inning when he comes up and gets that 3-0 fastball right down the middle, I had no problem with offering at it, and he put a good pass on the ball, but he grounded out to third. And then they bring in the lefty Vesia, and Bomel makes the move. But Matos, the high fastball, he's got to barrel that ball up and get it in play. And then Matt Chapman strikes out. And then Yastrzemski, they got to break up Chapman and Yastrzemski in the lineup. I know it makes sense, right-handed hitter, left-handed hitter, but I am sick of watching them strike out. You've got to put the ball in play. You can win games with no hits and with runners in scoring position. You have to know how to make a proper out. You have to change your approach with 2 strikes the way Teoscar, and get to the video. We're going to break it down in detail. So obviously, the ball in left center's got to get caught. There's no doubt. But they're doing a lot of things consistently poor. And I think the biggest one, they're not scoring because situational hitting, whether it's a hit with the runners in scoring position, making a proper out, or just changing your approach based on the count.
Couple of things here. I wonder if it's time to think about starting to elevate Tyler Fitzgerald in the lineup, maybe just flipping him and Yastrzemski, because I'm always going to be a big fan of Mike Yastrzemski's at-bats. But I think because he gives you a good at-bat. He's either going to work the count to get on base, or he's going to work the pitcher enough to where, if it's done correctly as the lineup flips over, the top of the order, again, if it's done correctly, should be able to take advantage of what Yastrzemski does with his at-bats.
What do you want to lead off? What do you want to hit?
No. If he's there in 8, I'm cool with that. If he's there in 9, I'm cool with that. 8, but let's say the compromise is 8.
He had 8 last night, Wisely at 9.
I think we need to keep him there. We need to make sure that Fitzgerald is where he is, because that's the guy, really the only guy who's swinging a hot bat right now. But to your point about runners in scoring position, the only way you're going to win games and not doing anything with runners in scoring position is if your pitching is on point. And the Giants starting pitching, with the exception of Webb's start recently, the Giants starting pitching has been on point. But the defense has got to be on point as well. And I'm talking about wild pitches. I'm talking about pass balls. I'm talking about things that are not talked about as errors, like a ball falling in between your left fielder and your center fielder. The Giants last night, as you mentioned, 0 for 7 with runners in scoring position. Colorado, game 1, they were 1 for 8 with runners in scoring position. 0 for 7, as I mentioned, against the Dodgers last night. 1 for 5 against Colorado in game 2, runners in scoring position. To go to Colorado and only score 9 runs in 3 games against that bullpen, not good enough. To see a rookie pitcher making his debut last night in River Ryan, and he gets 5 in the third. That, by the way, that out he got in the 6th, Ryan, was the first out recorded by a Dodger starter since July 5th.
And it's the deepest he's ever gone to the game at any level.
So
to your point, the Giants coming out of the All-Star break, and we saw it early in the year, the lack of situational hitting, runners in scoring position. Then they got better at it. but they're 2 for 21 with runners in scoring position. The 3 games in Colorado. In Colorado, they scored 3 runs. They scored 2 last night. They have stranded 21 runners. And it's the approach that bothers me. And Mike Yastrzemski cannot hit a high fastball. The best thing he can do is foul it off. And Chapman was plagued by it early in the year. Then when he got on that heater, he was able to cover the top of the strike zone. But we're going to roll up the video when we come back. And again, if you never used the video stream, we encourage you, if you're on now. I just want to show a couple of pitches back-to-back involving Teoscar Hernandez and how he completely changed his approach based on the count. And what it did was it won the Dodgers the game last night. The Giants do not change their approach, whether the count is 2-0 or 2-2. They don't have a 2-strike approach like the guys did. Will Clark would change the way he hit with 2 strikes.
It's true. But the game is different now. Wouldn't you agree?
No, I'm going to show you where when you're in a 2-2 game in the 8th inning,
listen,
you got to bring the runner in.
We're thinking the exact
Score
same
the
way.
run.
But in today's baseball, this is across the board.
Yeah,
2 strikes,
the buggy
we're
whippers.
still swinging.
Well,
we're still swinging.
Cap staff, they didn't even mind the Soldier Boy where you took strike 3 called.
Oh,
Nobody ever wanted to, Art Howe would go crazy
that's a problem.
when you took that. So I don't agree with that. You got to be and that's why this is an old school coaching staff. I thought they would change the mentality. When they get into a hitter's meeting with Jorge Soler, dude, the pitch away. Can you one time punch that ball to right field? He hit the ball hard last night on the pitch away. Sometimes I think physically he can't get to the pitch away. It's like Hunter Pence when Hunter was plagued by the slider away. But last night he did get to the pitch away, but he hooked it, hit the ball hard to left field. That ball away has got to be hit the other way, the way Teoscar Hernandez did. Yes, he hit a home run on the pitch in, but the pitch middle away, he hit the ball away. There's an age-old axiom in baseball, hit the ball where it's pitched.
Wouldn't it be fair to say that the only person that has a true opposite field approach to that Giants lineup is the one guy who's having some troubles right now, and that's Ramos? He's the only guy that
goes the other way. Conforto's a better hitter than he's showing right now.
Ramos, when he's right, is the only one that goes consistently to right field, and he's not. He tried to go to left last night.
He's got to get on Iron Mike. He's starting to get plagued by the high fastball.
That's fair enough. All right, if you want to stream the show, YouTube at KNBR 1045 or twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. Greg Papa, I'm Rod Brooks, in for John Lund. We will continue the Giants discussion, and Niners camp opens today. You will hear from the Niners Brain Trust, Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. Their season opening press conference coming up later in the show here on KNBR, the Sports Leader.
Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Dante Whitner, he joined Murph and Marcus this morning and said there will be some growing pains with this season's 49ers defense. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and the KNBR socials.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
2-2 the count. 2 on, 2 out. The pitch. Swing, line drive up the middle. Base hit into center field. One fastball too many. He'd seen a couple of them. In fact, he'd seen all fastballs. And that one he hit, and he hit it hard. And the Dodgers are back ahead 3-2.
Papa and Lund, sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Thinking about a new car? Get affordable auto loans at Redwood Credit Union. Ask your dealership or apply at redwoodcu.org. Redwood Credit Union, for all that you love. Yeah, baby. Rod Brooks in for John Lund. Greg Papa in studio by my side. You got video, my brother.
I do, and I was gone for a few weeks, so we'll get back to it on Friday with Papa's Plays of the Week. But we're going to do it midweek, and it's just going to illustrate. We talked about the runners in scoring position, 0 for 7, 2 for 21, coming out of the All-Star break, stranding 21. And to me, it's just approach-related, where remember when guys used to have a two-strike approach?
Sure, shorten up.
Barry Bonds choked up every single at-bat and hit bombs, so... some hitters in baseball, I think that was the big change in Cody Bellinger from a couple of years ago when he was lost. He did not have a two-strike approach, and then he got back to it and stopped buggy whipping with 2 strikes, put the ball in play. So, you look at the game last night, the Giants' inability to come up with a big hit, Ramos, 3-0 pitch, and he hit a good swing at it, but he grounded out to third, and then Vesia comes in, and Matos strikes out. Matos' strength is bat to ball. And he hits high fastballs. Vesia blew him away. And then Matt Chapman. Some of these veteran guys, it's just beyond me. And I love Pat the Bat, and we'll get him on, and Justin Veely and Pedro. But what's the approach with some of these situations? So that's the Giants side of it. We could show a lot of video to illustrate how they don't change their approach, and it's a big reason why they're stranding runners and not scoring. But we want to show you the Teoscar Hernandez game-winning hit. And you heard John Miller's call, expertly called as always. And Teoscar was great last night. He hit the bomb on the Blake Snell slider, which wasn't a horrible pitch, but it wasn't well placed. But then, he gets the big base hit later when Blake walks Freddie Freeman, the dirt ball. He gets to second base, and he changes his approach. But a lot of it is based on count, right? So this is the at-bat where Randy Rodriguez is in the game now. Not Randy Gregory, the former 49er. Randy Rodriguez is in. And you heard John saying he went fastball heavy. So here's if you're on the stream, the 2-1 pitch that he throws Teoscar Hernandez. Teoscar knows the situation. It's 2 balls, 1 strike. He lets out shaft and tries to hit the ball over the wall in left field. And we're going through the at-bat here a little bit more. But when he got to 2 balls, and she got the same pitch exactly routed, 98-mile-an-hour fastball from Randy Rodriguez on the 2-1 pitch. He tried to let off shaft, and we're going through the whole at-bat here. When it gets to 2-1 and 2-2, we'll lock in. But it's the way the at-bat changed. And he talked about it after the game. Early in the year, Teoscar Hernandez was not driving in runs. He was hitting a lot of bombs, and he won home run derby. But he was able to adjust. So that's the 2-1 pitch right there. You see the big swing and the miss. He had a strike to play with. Now it goes to 2 balls and 2 strikes. And you just watch his approach here. He is like he's playing Pepper. He's going to put the ball in play. He's going to hit it to the big part of the ballpark. And what does he do? He just serves the ball up the middle. The difference between his 2-1 swing and the 2-2 swing, and we're going to lower. Look at how pumped up he is. He just thought, we're going to bring in the closer now, Hudson, and we're going to win the game. And that was the big knock. He drove in all 3 runs. But watch the way he slows his body down. His hands are out in front a little bit, but he stays back. He just wants to barrel. He does not want to strike out here. Put the ball in play and find green grass. This is a home run hitter. He won Derby on Monday of the All-Star game. He hit his 20th home run earlier in the game. But that's the kind of approach that you wonder, why don't the Giant hitters do that with 2 strikes?
That is a professional at-bat for sure. Why don't they? Their approach is the one that is the majority in Major League Baseball. 2 strikes, we're still swinging for the fences. We're still trying to put bat to ball and do damage. Exit velocity, hit the ball far, hit the ball over the wall. The way it used to be is no longer the norm. You have guys who can make adjustments, like Teoscar Hernandez, and those guys are going to be successful.
Freeman, Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah, but again, you're talking about Freeman, multi-time All-Star, okay? Shohei Ohtani, one of the greatest of all time. Teoscar Hernandez.
Well, Will Smith does it.
Good young player.
He changes his approach.
But again, these are very, very, very good, smart, patient hitters. The Giants don't have that right now. They don't have that. And their approach is not dissimilar to many other approaches for many other guys on many other teams. 2 strikes, we're still trying to hit the ball far and over the wall. Think about all of the 2-strike home runs the Giants have. Now, that's not something, in my estimation, Pop, you can live on, but that's who they are. That's what they do. It's feast or famine. But when you are the Giants and you are now 4 games out of the 3rd wild card, you're 48-53, and you're staring down the barrel of what your general manager said, which is after these next 10 games or so, we're either going to be in it or we're not going to be in it. We're going to have to make some changes. Some changes do have to be made on the fly, in the mix, in the fire, while the game is going on. And right now, you have a group of guys. I don't know if they're incapable of doing it, but right now they're grinding. And they're grinding the bat in the sawdust, and they're trying to do too much.
You know, going back to when Cap was the manager, and he spoke about it, and he's a smart guy. And that 2021 year when they won 107, nobody, and they mentioned it last night, nobody pushed more buttons accurately than Cap. But the theory was, it's kind of like going forward on 4th down in football, and we'll take you to Santa Clara to hear John Lynch and Kyle talking about Brandon Aiyuk and this report day in a little bit at the top of the hour. But it was almost, if you can stop a team on 3 downs, it's much easier. But if you give them a 4th down, like Philly gets to 4th down with the tush push, what are you going to do there? Baseball, it was kind of the same mathematical equation. In basketball, 3's better than 2.
Right.
So why would we give up a good chance to hit a home run? We only got 3 strikes to play with. So why are we not trying to buggy whip even with 2 strikes? And a lot of times it went through and it works. So your theory in not shortening up and still trying to drive the baseball with 2 strikes is you're going to hit more home runs.
And that's the ethos throughout baseball.
Okay, the L.A. Dodgers, their leadoff hitter has 30 home runs. Mookie Betts is not even there. Shohei's got 30. Will Smith's got 15. Freddie Freeman's got 16. Teoscar hit his 21st home run last night before he drove in 2 runs later in the game with this kind of approach. They had 6 home runs on Sunday Night Baseball. It was home run derby. And they don't have Mookie. They don't have Max Muncy. They don't have big-time thumpers. They hit home runs way more than the Giants hit home runs. But situationally, that whole at-bat changed last night for Teoscar Hernandez. When it went 2-1, he swung and missed and tried to drive it. When he went 2-2, he changed up, put the ball in play. I ask you again, this is something ownership would ask. Farhan may ask. This Bomel asked the hitters. They talk about situational hitting. How do you fix it? They fixed being stolen blind by having the pitchers actually work on throwing to first base and being quicker to the plate out of the slide step. Why aren't they better situationally? Do they have the correct approach situationally?
Here's how you fix that. You make sure that situation and those runs don't matter. How about you're not 0 for 7 with runners in scoring position prior to those at-bats in those situations last night? I go back to a pitcher making his debut, and River Ryan went 5 1/3, 4 hits, 3 outs. You didn't get a run off of him. I go back to what you did not do in Colorado against that team, against that bullpen. You scored 9 runs in Colorado, and you walked out of there with only 1 run, okay? Seeing as though that they are, for whatever reason, unable to hit situationally, successfully, all right? So if you're going to be the type of squad where you are swinging for the fences with 2 strikes, well, then you damn well better make sure it counts. Before you get into these situations where you're tied on the road or you're down on the road. Dig what I'm saying?
Well, you can strike out if you can strike back.
Right, but that's my point.
Soler has 11 home runs. It's damn almost August. What's going on here? Ramos leads your team. He didn't play till May the 8th. He has 14. Conforto has 10. Chapman has 13. They're not hitting home runs. So situationally, if Land was here, forget about the RBI. Give me the RTI, the runs thrown in. Make the other team make a mistake. If you swing and miss and strike out Matt Chapman, Mike Yastrzemski, that does us no good. Just put the ball in play. That's what's frustrating over and over again. And when sometimes you'll wonder, Matt Williams is here, Bo Mel's here, Ryan Christensen's here, Pat the Bat's here. Why are they not adjusting
them to
here?
Do something that they are unwilling or incapable of doing.
They can do it. They can do it. Soler's approach is just, I don't know obviously there's a lot of swing and a miss in Soler and Chapman, Yastrzemski, they got holes. Chapman, high fastball, high fastball, Soler, slider away from a right-hander, he gets eaten alive. And now I'm seeing Ramos fall into that. Matos a little bit. These are younger players, but when you just see the approach from the other team and the L.A. Dodgers, nobody gets more bombs than those guys. They know with 2 strikes here, you win the game in the 8th inning, a 2-2 game. Just put the ball in play. You don't need to hit a 2-run homer right now.
Well, the Dodgers are a better team. They've proven it over and over again. They proved it last night. The Giants are a flawed team. And I'm still going to grade on somewhat of a curve and call them a 500 team, even though right now they're 48 and 53. But 500 teams can be downright maddening at times. And everything needs to go perfect for the Giants for them to win. The starters have to be the tip of the spear. They have to play clean defensively. They have to play clean on the base paths. They have to have clean at-bats, smart situational at-bats. And when they do get guys on base, they have to make it hurt. Well, last night, they only had 1/3 of that equation, and that was the starting pitching being lights out. After that, they kicked the ball around, even if it didn't result in official errors, and they were 0 for 7 with runners in scoring position. They are who they are. So the question now is, how do they not be who they are? Is it a thing they can fix internally? Can they fix it by bringing someone in from Sacramento, in Luciano? Or now is it time to make changes?
They're not getting bombed. They're just playing well enough to lose.
And
they find a way
and they are
to
making
lose. In
the
2021,
mistakes.
they won one-run games. They played well enough to win. LA's got more talent, that's obvious, but you shouldn't get beat at Dodger Stadium 15 out of 20 times. Just know how to put the ball in play.
Greg Papa, I'm Rod Brooks, in for John Lund. We'll continue the Giants discussion. Game 2 of the 4-game series against the Dodgers later here on KNBR, the sports leader. And as Pop said, Niners training camp starts today. The Niners Brain Trust speaking. That would be, of course, John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. We will have that joint press conference for you live right here on KNBR, the sports leader. right, it's our good friend Steve Moskowitz, founder and tax attorney at Moskowitz LLP. He's always helping out the people. And today, Steve, let's talk about unfiled tax returns.
You'd be amazed how many people this affects all walks of life. The number one reason people don't file returns, they don't have the money to pay. No problem. We want to make a deal for you, a sweet deal, so it's not going to be a problem. Next reason is people don't have their records. No problem. We'll get all the records that the IRS state has on you. What if you say to me, Steve, I have my records and I keep them all in a big trash bag in the corner of my garage. Bookkeeping is really not my thing. No problem. We have a whole bookkeeping department to handle that for you. The bottom line is there is no good excuse for not filing the returns. You have all these newly hired IRS agents searching for this. Don't let them come to you, knocking on your door, ruining your life, your business, your marriage. Instead of that, call us for our free consultation. We'll explain all your options, all your rights. We want to do everything for you so you don't have to talk to the IRS, deal with them, have anything to do with them. The only thing you have to do is pick up your phone and say, hey, Steve, what can you do for me?
Steve Moskowitz, founder and tax attorney at Moskowitz LLP. For more, give Steve a call now at 1-888-TAX-DEAL. That's 1-888-TAX-DEAL. Or go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
Filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan dual press conference at or around 11 o'clock live here on KNBR, the sports leader. I am Rod Brooks, in for John Lund. Greg Papa in the house like fine furniture. We'll continue the Giants discussion. We'll get into a little Niners as well because our next guest, multi-threat when it comes to hosting on NBC Sports Bay Area, whether it's Niners pre and post, Giants pre and post, A's pre and post. He is a multi-tool player.
The Olympian.
Carlos Ramirez. That's right. Heading to do some Olympic stuff for Telemundo. What's up, brother? How you doing, man?
I am so happy to be talking to the man who took over Europe like Napoleon did so many years ago. Greg Papa, I have sources in Greece and Italy saying you left an impact. You have been anointed as the #1 forever ambassador of American culture in Europe. They have never seen us this way. You have changed the minds of European people. Thank you, my dear friend.
Well, thank you. And the Italians and the Greeks were fighting over me. The Italians know that I'm Italian, but the Greeks are like, what are you, Pappas or Papa George or Papadakis? They were all fighting over me.
Papadopoulos.
We need details. This is far too vague.
They were fighting over me.
So you went over to the old country and caused a stir. Is that what happened?
I did a little bit.
Okay.
And I watched Napoleon, Joaquin Phoenix, as we came back, and we're also in Paris where Car Ram's going to be working. I want to hear what you're doing with the Olympic Games, but just jump in. Rod and I were talking a little while ago, and you're so great with the numbers. And to me, it's a little like going forward on 4th down in football, where you get that extra down to make 10 yards, the three-pointer in basketball versus 2. But the Giants' approach or lack thereof of changing with 2 strikes, to me, is attributable to the lack of run score, the runners in scoring position. And we just showed some video of Teoscar Hernandez and how he clearly changed his approach after Randy Rodriguez blew him away with a 2-1 pitch. The 2-2, he just tried to put it in play. So analytically, do you score more runs if you try to buggy whip even with 2 strikes, or should you just try to put the ball in play? You know, we're talking philosophically and broad base, but should they change their approach a little bit with 2 strikes? Shorten up.
Yeah, the thing is, with that approach, there's several variants to that question, which is a great question. And it goes as deep as the pitching, the running, the stadium, the weather. There's so many variables, Pop, into that kind of approach. But the short answer is, since there are no more fastball counts in baseball, I mean, the times where you had a 2-0, 3-0 count and you're automatically going to get a fastball, those days are over. However, the approach with how you change on 2 strikes, because there are different things here. Some people are upset that we saw yesterday some folks swinging on a 3-0 count. Why would you do that? There's no more fastball count. Where when you get a fastball, you swing at it. But then when you have 2 strikes, it's pretty much change the approach or play to your strength, because what analytics say is if you change what a hitter is because of the leverage on the count, you're going away from what he does best. Let's say, for instance, Jorge Soler. What does he do best? Well, hit the baseball hard. What does Matt Chapman do best? Hit the baseball hard. If you drastically change their approach, you're playing to the pitcher's strengths, not to the hitter's strengths. So that's the overlining theory behind why not change the approach with 2 strikes, unless you're a guy like LeMond Jr. who can do pretty much whatever he wants with the bat. His bat-to-ball skills are so good, like Luis Arias, that he can change on the fly. That's a short, quick version of what the approach or thinking process is, generally speaking, behind the 2-strike approach.
And they've had success with it in terms of number of home runs. I don't have the number in front of me, but the number of home runs they hit with 2 strikes, they will come back and say, well, when we're successful with it and guys are barreling it up, we actually get what we want out of it.
Yeah, and I think Rod, you said an interesting. You had a quote. You said something last segment that I understand. However, I disagree with. You said this team they are who they are. I don't think they are who they are. I think I think circumstances and some underlying metrics suggest they should be a better team. That, for instance, every single player, and I mean every single player, in last night's lineup has an OPS plus above 100. That means if you're 100, you're a league average. Every point above 100 means you are 1% more or better than league average. Pop, every hitter in the Giants lineup last night is above 100 in OPS plus, which is a park-adjusted weighted stat. So, and I'm talking about some are borderline better, like, for instance, Jorge Soler, he's at 101. So he is 1% better than league average. And then you have LeMond Jr., who is 149. He is almost 50% better than an MLB average hitter. So this lineup should hit better. They had 9 hitters above league average, and their pitching should be better when they're healthy. So I just think they've been trying to swim against the current of the injuries, and when they get healthy, and when this lineup gets some consistency, and they have lost Jung-Hoo Lee, and they did lose Conforto for a bit, and Tyro was hurt, and Soler was in the IL. They have been so hurt and so inconsistent. Now, I just want the pressure of the trade deadline to go away, and just whatever configuration they end up having, I see underlying metrics that suggest this team should hit better, should run better. Like the mistake they made yesterday on the first inning, that can't happen. You can't have the first out happen at third base when a guy is making his MLB debut and giving him some sort of relief with that first. That should have been the undoing of River Ryan in the first inning. And then you can't have, out of the 5 1/3 he pitched, Pop, 2 innings were 7 pitch innings. You have to milk this kid. So I don't care if you strike out on 3 pitches. You cannot have 3 outs with fewer than 9 pitches with a guy who's making his MLB debut. To me, that's a bigger approach change they should make on that kind of situation. But they should be better.
Yeah, there's no doubt. The 49ers are going to have their press conference coming up at 11 o'clock, and I've been told it may actually even start earlier. And Ian Rappaport just sent out a tweet that Brandon Aiyuk is expected to attend training camp. So whether it's a hold-in or how this is going to be handled, you want to hear John Lynch and right around the 11 o'clock hour, but it may even start a couple of minutes early with John and Kyle on report day. As we segue over to football, because you work with Rod on 49ers as well, it's just kind of out of nowhere with this question, but with Brandon Aiyuk, what he does for the football team, and analytics will show He's not targeted as much as a lot of the receivers who put up incredible numbers, but he catches the ball at the highest percentage. The way he blocks in the run game is elite. I mean, is there a way to quantify in your mind the way you do with baseball, Ram, the value of Brandon Aiyuk as a 49er?
Well, there is. I mean, their websites pop like PFF, Pro Football Focus, who does extensive and elite work in quantifying apparent intangibles. And if you go to and I'm sure that's one of the sites and resources that Brandon's camp is using in contract negotiations. If you go to as a full offensive weapon that takes into consideration all of the things you just mentioned, blocking, run blocking, catch radius, a bunch of stuff, he is the second best wide receiver in football. Look it up. Go to PFF, go to offense, and look at what Brandon Aiyuk's stats and numbers say.
Who's the best, Jefferson?
Justin Jefferson. JJ is the best. The second best is Brandon Aiyuk because they take into consideration. That is the overall number. Then you can go. Then you'll have different splits like run blocking, pass blocking, a bunch of stuff that they'll do. And I'm arriving here at Levi's, by the way. I cannot miss day one ever of training camp.
Oh, you're reporting. That's good to know. Great.
I'm reporting.
You're everywhere. You're everywhere. You see BA?
I'm there.
You see BA in the building?
I'm there.
You're everywhere. Throw your hands up like you just don't care.
I'm every freaking where. Like Ted Lasso. So yeah.
Send me a text if you see Aiyuk.
I will. I'll send you a picture. How about that?
He's in the building and he's reporting, so we'll hear from John.
All right,
Ram, love you, brother.
All right, man, we'll talk to you. This is the best news one could ever expect with the Niners going into training camp. They're healthy, they're hungry, and now the Niners, according to Ian Rappaport, will be whole when it comes to the team and training camp. Brandon Aiyuk is reporting, and despite his desires for a new contract. We will talk about that, what it means for the Niners short-term and long-term, and you will hear from Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, their dual press conference opening the 2024 season, coming up at or around 11, right here on KNBR, the sports leader.
Yeah, 1 week from today, we're going to have a trade deadline in baseball. What is Farhan going to do? But imagine you in your world waking up this time next week and being 100% debt-free, free from credit card loans, from car loans and personal loans. Hey, it's Greg Papa here on behalf of Loan Pronto and their Equity Express line of credit, because they can make it all happen. Homeowners are turning their home into equity and home equity into cash and doing it almost instantly. With Loan Pronto's AI-based system, you can get approval in about 10 minutes with almost no documentation, no appraisal. That means no hassle. You can get hundreds of thousands of dollars out of your home, use that money to pay off all of your other loans. The average homeowner is saving about $850 a month by doing this. So your home value is way up and going up. You can use that to wipe out all those credit cards, get some money for home improvement. Literally hundreds of thousands are at your fingertips, and approval is just minutes away. So call now, 415-808-5721, 415-808-5721. That is loanpronto.com or 415-808-5721.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brandon Aiyuk and his downfield route running and his ability to consistently get open for Brock Purdy is vital to the 49ers offense. So I think that the longer he sits out, it's going to be very difficult to get in game shape, to understand how fast the game is moving on game day. So it'll be better for the 49ers and Brandon Aiyuk to get this deal done as soon as possible.
That is my man, Dante Whitner, former Niner safety hard hitter. Talking to you about Brandon Aiyuk's value to the Niners overall, especially Brock Purdy. Breaking news from the Niners, and it is good news. Brandon Aiyuk is reporting to training camp as it starts today. John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan press conference in about 5 to 8 minutes here on KNBR, the sports leader. Aiyuk reporting to camp. How much will he participate? That remains to be seen. But, Pop, as far as I'm concerned, this is excellent news. And it's the best news you could get, because think about when guys report to camp late or they miss chunks of camp, what happens seemingly every single time. Either soft tissue injuries, guys pull a hamstring, that takes weeks, or in Bosa's case last year, it took him, 4 to 6 weeks just to get into game shape. And he's a workout monster. So as far as I'm concerned, and again, what will Brandon Aiyuk do here in camp? What this shows me is that, A, Brandon Aiyuk is a smart dude. I think it shows he's thinking about his fellow teammates. If he is indeed going to participate in this camp, without a deal, or maybe just maybe this is Pop the next step to actually making or taking the deal?
Well, it's a good thing, obviously, and Brandon is a pro's pro. There's no doubt. And he's tight with Deebo Samuel. So last year, we were a little surprised, Nick Bosa held out. He was not in the building at all until the Wednesday. He came in Wednesday of the first game against Pittsburgh and showed up on Thursday and rolled. 2 years ago, Deebo Samuel held in, where he was not a holdout, where you're not, and you're subject to fines. Now, with Aiyuk, because he's on the fifth-year option like Bosa last year, the 49ers do have the right to waive those fines. They don't have to do it, but they could levy a $50,000 a day fine. Ryan Williams, and when John Lynch talks, I want to hear the relation. Hopefully somebody will ask him about the relationship John has with Brandon's agent. They are the best of friends. They were in each other's wedding. I think John was the best man in Ryan's wedding, so they're tight. Now, the question is, he's in the building, and that I'm not going to say it's a surprise, but I think most observers thought, in light of how it's gone the last few weeks, especially on social media, and him coming into Santa Clara a few weeks ago, 3 weeks ago for a meeting and leaving without a deal, that he may in fact hold out. So we'll see, and we'll see what John says. He may hold in. There's going to be a laundry list.
Can you explain what that means to
That
folks?
means you go to camp, and like Debo did a couple of years ago, and many players have done this before, Debo. I think T.J. Watt did that initially in Pittsburgh. There were other guys where you show up, but you're with the performance staff on the side, you're working out, you're not taking part with the football team. Now, would they put him on a different list to take him off the 90-man roster, or would he go on that? It's just, and John will probably explain that. But I don't think he's, and again, today is reporting day. They're not on the field until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning with activation. So maybe they can get a deal done tonight with Ryan Williams where he does take part in day one. This is a good step. It's who Brandon Aiyuk is. This guy does not cut corners. After the first half of his second year in the NFL, when he kind of had to learn how to readjust to be a pro, he's been nothing but a great pro. So he's here. But what does it actually mean? If they don't have a contract, I don't expect him to jump in with the wide receivers and Leonard Hankerson tomorrow, but what he would hold in. Now, Debo and he are tight. They are really tight. They are best of friends. Stylistically, they're different people, personality-wise, different positions. One's an X, one is Z. They are tight. But Debo may have had something to do with this where don't hold out, hold in. And people have likened this situation to Debo's a couple of years ago. The Debo thing, and even though there was an explosion of wide receiver money that year, A.J. Brown got traded to Philly, and there were a few other deals that happened, that really was not about money. It was about solving some bruised egos and feelings with everybody in the building with Debo. That was different. This one, to my understanding, is strictly about money. They love Brandon Aiyuk. He's the consummate Kyle Shanahan wide receiver. No block, no rock, Leonard Hankerson, all that. So he's a pro's pro. Now we'll have to hear from John and Kyle specifically. If he has reported on time, he's not subject to fines, what will be his role until they get a contract extension? Or maybe they agreed you're not going to get one and you're going to play under the rookie deal for this year at 14.1. I don't know, but you're going to want to hear John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. They're going to talk in about a minute.
From a perception standpoint, the fact that Brandon Aiyuk is showing up, and as you mentioned, is he going to hold in? Is he going to actually take part in activities when that happens tomorrow? The fact that he's here coming off of this offseason where you had some silliness on social media, where you had reported demands of a trade. As you mentioned, Aiyuk came to Santa Clara a few weeks ago, and reportedly that meeting did not go very well. This situation, which, as you mentioned, is different than Debo's, but to a lot of people, it had the looks of one that was going to be contentious and get even more contentious if Brandon Aiyuk did not actually show up and report to camp.
Yeah.
The fact that he is here, I think, makes a lot of fans go, whew. While there might be, now we know it's just about money. You know what I mean? It's not about egos. It's not about you did me wrong, or you shouldn't have done this on social media. You shouldn't have said this. It seems as though you have adults getting together to try and figure out the situation. That's a massive, massive step. Because, again, the impression was this offseason that Brandon Aiyuk was extraordinarily unhappy, and he allowed his unhappiness to be shown via social media or through other channels.
Well, a week ago at this time, he asked to be traded.
That's what I'm saying.
It was last Tuesday that he formally requested to be traded.
And now he's in the building.
Debo asked to be traded way before, a week before training camp. He asked to be
April
traded.
or May.
Yeah, way before the draft. And it got contentious. They had to put together some feelings that were bruised. This is a different situation. Brandon reached out, even though, Ryan Williams is his agent. He reached out directly to John and Kyle and the 49ers to come in late June. He came in for a meeting on a Monday, came back at a meeting on a Friday. They don't have a deal. So I think it'll be interesting to see him coming in here. He's not holding out. Is he holding in? One thing is, and part of it is injury. This is a guy that demanded a trade a week ago. So has he rescinded the trade request? He came in now. He's no longer sitting out looking to go somewhere else, whether it's, Pittsburgh or Washington. And I'm sure Adam Peters would love to get his hands on him. He was instrumental in drafting B.A. But, he can go to meetings now. Today is report day, check-in day, but they have a full schedule. And tomorrow, before they're on the field in the 10 o'clock hour for activation and practice, they meet as a team. And there's some changes. There's always changes in Kyle's offense. So will he go to meetings and be a part of the team that way? Will he take part in practice? So I think when, Johnson's really good about clarifying, how they're going to handle this. But the fact that he's in the building, what does that exactly mean for his participation with the team in training camp, on field, in meetings? And are they still working towards getting a long-term extension, or might he just play under the rookie salary that he's got for his 5th year? Still waiting for John and Kyle, right, from Santa Clara.
All right.
They're coming up now.
Fellas are at the podium. Let's go out to Santa Clara.
Some players that we anticipate starting on the PUP list. Ricky Purcell injured his hamstring away from here. He'll start on the PUP list. Drake Jackson coming off the patella tendon surgery. Dre Greenlaw with his Achilles, and Talanoa. All tracking well, but we will start training camp with those guys on PUP. And after that, open up for questions.
Brandon, that Aiyuk will be reported. Has Aiyuk reported? Do you expect him to report if he hasn't?
Well, they still have another hour and change, until, so I don't know if he is here, but we expect all our players to report and be here.
Has there been any understanding with him that you will continue to negotiate? Is there any, to get...
We've had great communication. We started this really early. We made it a priority to try to get done. We've had excellent communication throughout. Really don't want to characterize. We haven't been able to, and that's a shame. But Brandon's a big part of our team, and we expect that he will be this year.
Is there a possibility that you do some sort of restructuring like you did with Raheem Mostert back in the past?
Everything's a possibility. We not gonna get into negotiations, and as Kyle says, there's no absolutes. So we're open to anything, and like I said, Brandon's a big part of this team, and we expect that he will be going forward.
Do you know yet whether he'll practice once he reports, or whether he'll be
We expect all our players to practice.
John, last year you gave us an absolute that Bosa would not be traded. Would you make that same statement about Brandon?
Well, Kyle and I always, we kind of, I did say that with Bosa, and I felt that way, but, I think, again, no absolutes there. We fully intend on Brandon being a Niner moving forward. We're always open to listen to things. But like I said, we expect Brandon to be an integral part of our team like he has been, and excited about that.
Kyle, Bosa mentioned last year that he thought maybe, obviously, a really long negotiation that did affect him during the season, saw his numbers go down. Debo has mentioned, during his contractual offseason that kind of threw off his season that followed. Are you concerned that this could happen with Aiyuk or anybody, but specifically Aiyuk?
Oh, anytime you, don't get to practice like you're used to, and the NFL season's real hard. So anytime you don't really get to prepare the right way in training camp, it's a challenge for all those players. And the tons of players have gone through it. Some have bigger challenges than others. Each one's different. I don't remember Debo missing much. I think we got him done the first couple days, from what I remember. Bosa, just the way a D lineman is, I think it's a little bit different. But then getting in football shape, no matter how hard you work out, it's tough. It's tough to catch up throughout the season. So both of those guys have their individual experiences with it. It never helps, but it's something that's not a new thing. It's something you got to deal with.
Kyle, when Debo requested a trade a couple of years ago, you were asked why you were confident it would work itself out, and you said that you have a personal relationship with him, and you hadn't even talked to him yet. Why are you confident that you can work things out with Aiyuk if things get bumpy?
I mean, I don't remember exactly. And knowing you, I don't know if I exactly said that, but I don't remember. But, you know, I have a personal relationship with all our players. And you like to be able to talk with those guys, and usually when it does get close, it can work out. And I would feel the same with Brandon. I've known Brandon here for 4 years. I'm going in our 5th year together, and got a lot of love for BA. I think I'm close with them, and hopefully that can help, but it only can help so much. There's also business side to it, and but when you do have relationships with people, it helps.
You've only been able to work at these huge contracts out for the star players like Bose and Debo in the past. Has this been one of the more challenging ones that you've faced since you've come to Santa Clara?
I think first of all, I think it's important to note we're fortunate to be in this position where we have a lot of talented players. So you have to have these conversations. This one has been challenging. As I said, we set it out. We started it earlier than we have in the past. Made it a priority. And there's a lot of dynamics. I'm not going to get into all of them, but there's a lot of dynamics as to why it's been challenging. And the 5th year option is something we all sign up for when you have a 1st round pick, and that's been out there. But we've tried diligently to get this done. We haven't been able to get there. That's what I've learned from my past experiences for the last 7 years, going into our 8th, is that sometimes when you think there's no way this thing's going to progress, they do. Sometimes when you think all right, this thing's done tomorrow, it's not. So you just keep going. You stay in communication. And, you understand that it's a business. I've been in their shoes. I know where they're at. I know the challenges. I take a lot of pride in having things done so that our team can focus on the job at hand. And it hurts me when that's not always done at this time of year. So I understand that. But, again, I think we're in a fortune. We've got a lot of talented players, and we've rewarded a lot. So that it does become more challenging in time when you've rewarded so many players. So, but that's also why this is a very good team that has such high expectations.
From the outside, it would seem like the amount of receivers that have signed around the league would maybe make it easier. Has it in fact actually made it harder? And is there concern that this is pushing the price to a place that you aren't willing to go?
No, I wouldn't say that. And again, I'm not going to get into the specifics. I think there's a privacy that is earned, and I always go back to I didn't like my business being aired out, so I'm not going to get into the specifics. There's certainly markets that happen and developments that happen that affect, but we also have our own roster, and like I said, we've rewarded a lot of players, so things do get more challenging. We put our best foot forward, but both sides have to come to agreement. We haven't been able to do that yet, and so where that goes, we'll see.
What do you expect the timeline to be for Ricky with that hamstring?
I think we feel pretty confident he's in a good place. We kind of work in blocks. Our thought is that he misses the first block, and then on that second block, but we're not going to put him out there. That's on our trainers, our performance staff, and we won't put him out there too early. On that note, Ben Peterson moved on to the Atlanta Hawks. We thank Ben for all his contributions. We'll announce formally what their titles are and all that, but Dustin Little, our head athletic trainer, and Dustin Perry will be taking that kind of in a dual role, and we're excited about that. Those are good people that we got a good system in place, and those guys will be taking the reins.
John, with these extensions, it seems like you are comfortable taking your time with them as long as it takes. Other teams seem to be doing them as soon as a player becomes eligible. Why do you like to take your time with these extensions?
I don't. I'm impatient, and it's I like going, and I think again we've had a lot of really talented players, and it's I think put our track record against anybody in terms of getting players signed. I wish it could happen quicker, but I'm proud of our record.
One that you did get done during the offseason was Christian McCaffrey. How important was it for both of you to make sure you have him around?
He's a pretty good football player.
Very important.
Yeah.
It's always tough with all this stuff, just everything that the question guy is asking pertaining to contracts and stuff, and there's That's a whole challenge that you got to understand the market and how that works in the league, and you also got to understand what works for our team and how to build your own team with it. And there's two things that you're constantly weighing, and it's not easy to figure out. And there's never an obvious right way or wrong way. You try to figure out the best way, and it's a lot of stuff goes into that. And to be able to get Christian here with what he's done the last couple of years and what we plan on him doing for the next few years, we were really excited to get that done and felt great about it.
From the outside, when a guy makes a trade request and other social media comments, it's like, oh, this is not going well. There's a real huge impasse. The fact that he appears to be going to be showing up and maybe just holding in, is that at least a sign to you is that an optimistic sign of where he might be?
Yeah, I always want to be optimistic, Eric. This has been a tough one. I think it's been hard to find that common evidence by us not having a deal in place when we both have tried, so I guess we're going to continue to work towards finding resolution and, not optimistic, not pessimistic, just going to keep attacking it and trying to find the right endpoint for each of us and, leave it at that.
Just a clarification on Pearsall, you said PUP. Is it NFI or?
NFI, yeah. Treated the same way as PUP, but because he did it away from here, NFI.
And how long is a block of practice?
It's really like the first 3 or 4 days.
Everyone in the league has to do 4 days, and then you get a day off, and he'll be in there. Hopefully he'll be in there in the next 3, at least ease him into there.
How are Kittle, Charvarius Ward, and Brendel coming in? Will they have any restrictions of any kind?
I will be smart with them, but I mean, they're all 100% healed and stuff. You just got to be careful how you get them back in, and but they'll have some days off and stuff like that, but they're all good to go.
You were remarking about Bosa, and you said getting defensive linemen ready is a little bit different. How so?
I mean, I think each team's differently. Each team's different. But I would say, I'd say a kicker, you want to worry about it all because they're not tied to many other people. I think a D lineman, especially, with the 4-down scheme and the way we play it, it's a little more individual based and stuff. Now you got to get back into football shape and the movement and stuff. But as far as an O lineman, when you're moving in combination with the guy next to you, or sometimes both guys next to you, 3 people, and you have to zone stuff off, it takes longer to build guys together and things like that at other positions. D-line, not that any of them are good, I would say I'd put probably behind kicker at that.
John, do you have a date, a timeline that you would like to have Brandon's situation resolved?
No date, yesterday, we'll continue communication and, keep working.
You as a coach, how does it affect to have a piece like Brandon, not knowing if you're going to have him, what day, to what capacity, the season? I mean, it's a question mark. How does it affect you and your planning?
It's tough. Especially a player like Brandon. But that's something if I just found that out today, you'd probably see me a lot more of a panic. But it's something that you understand what's going on. I've understood that the whole offseason. It's something I hope that we don't have to deal with, but if you do, you got to deal with it. So you prepare for that and how you think, how you plan, and it's not something that you can let surprise you in my situation. So it's definitely not the ideal situation, not at all what you want, but it's something that you're prepared for as a coach, and you plan your team accordingly.
Decide how you're going to split the quarterback reps? Are Dobbs and Allen going to split the twos?
Yeah, they'll keep splitting those reps to compete for the 2 spot.
A year ago, Brock was entering training camp not fully healthy. How different is the experience now coming with him full off season, good to go?
It's cool. It's nice. It's just there's a lot more uncertainty. I felt good about him last year and just talking to him every day and watching his rehab. He looked great, but it's still a scary injury, and you're nervous when he comes back. This year, just being able to go through an off season that just wasn't in the film room. That was the film room and the football field was great. I know he had a good 40 days away. Awesome that he got married, and I think he's in a great spot in his life, great spot physically, and I'm just pumped to start tomorrow with him.
How is this offseason different than the ones you had where you were so close, where you couldn't win the big one?
It was a lot shorter. Last time that after the Super Bowl, we got 3 weeks off, and then you come back in, and I think I came back in for 2 days before the whole world shut down. And then went home and stayed in sweats and hung out with my kids for the next 4 months because of COVID. So it was different, and we weren't even sure if we were going to have a season. And then we just crammed into training camp right before the season. So it was totally different. This one went a lot faster. I think that is the tough things about going to the Super Bowl and stuff, and whether you win or lose, how long it takes to deal with some of the things that you put off all the way to February, the recovery you need just mentally and physically. But when you get to this point, it all kind of feels the same. If you would ask me this 40 days ago, I'd been like, oh, I need a little bit more time. But now that I've been away from this building, and everyone really has, and we've gone 40 days with our family, it's time to get back. I know my family wants me back bad and here, and I'm ready to start doing some things besides going to the beach with them.
What did you learn?
In what aspect?
About yourself as a coach, the season, the game. What did you learn in these 40 days about yourself?
The 40 days. I learned how much fun I can have before I need to go back, and it gets less and less each year as I get older. You start to realize how you got to balance more stuff out. I did a lot more like going on morning walks and stuff with my family, which made me feel very old, but after doing it for about 4 days, it made me feel a lot healthier. So like I enjoyed that stuff, got in a lot more routines, and it's really about, I think as you go, this is my 20th season, and you so know what it's about. Like you so know what you're doing every single day. You so know about the 7-month grind, and it's not at all coming back to the hours. It's coming back to you're not gonna have a day off, minus that bye week, until hopefully February. And so it's just, you know what that takes. You know what you're gonna go through. So you kind of know how to handle yourself the 40 days away. Spiritually, mentally, physically, all the stuff. And players got to build their body up in a certain way. And guys who go to the Super Bowl, our vets who have been in the playoffs for the last few years, who always do that extra stuff. When you do that your first time, you're like, holy cow, I didn't know how hard this was. And then everyone kind of learns what it's like, and coaches, players, everyone, I think you kind of understand what you need to do for yourself to get through what you're expecting to happen.
Where did facial hair experimentation?
Where did what?
Where did facial hair experimentation fit into the equation in your offseason?
I always experiment in my off season because I'm out of boredom. But I got very used to it, and I liked it. Because my wife did. But I knew you guys would talk about it too much, so I had to shave it yesterday.
Do you think you're going to create such a big stir with it?
You never know. I thought it was going to be more low-key and not as many people see, but that was probably dumb of me. Yeah, you do it the first week, but because I've never worn a mustache before. But once you wear it for a week, you get used to it, and it's not a big deal until you see someone who hasn't seen you yet, and then they look at you very weirdly. I learned it demands respect, whether it's good respect or bad respect. No respect, it still makes someone decide. But no, can't carry it in the
I think he
season.
inspired some people in the process. I've seen some nice stashes in the early check-ins.
John, in the offseason, you said to us, hey, we really want to add some finishers. How do you define that? And now looking back at the offseason, were you able to add some finishers?
Yeah, we always want. I mean, that's one of the things we are always talking about, adding finishers. And what does finishing mean? It means finishing the day. It means finishing a meeting, finishing a game, finishing a series, finishing a season. That's important in this league because this league is a grind, and you need people that can close things out. And I think as close as we come, I think you just keep adding those type of people, and you give yourself a chance. Kyle and I think, kind of raised the same way. My dad used to say, in life, all you want's a chance, and you have to earn that. His dad used to say that as a head coach all the time. I remember hearing that in my years at Denver. We have a chance. This team has a chance. It's an awesome opportunity that we have going into camp. I'm really excited. I'm fired up, and I think that's why you need finishers to close everything you do, to finish everything you do.
Take two more.
Yeah.
John, clever agents have said in the past that the best time to have your player pulled out is when you're playing for a team that is on the verge or close to winning a championship. It puts the most pressure on the team to finish. How do you react to that on the other side of it?
Well, I guess I understand that narrative, but we're trying to have success right now, Jason, first and foremost, but always keep in mind of out into the future. And so that's what we'll continue to do. That's our charge. That's our that's who we are as an organization. And we're going to push each year to compete for championships and do so, I think in a responsible way. And that's what we try to do. And, it's been good. It's been good to us. We got to find a way to be a little bit better, and I'm excited for that opportunity.
John, have you guys had a chance to watch the Netflix receiver, and did you learn anything from Debo and Kittle watching it, or even just about the team in general watching it from them?
I haven't watched it. I hear a lot. My kids have watched it. I don't have anything against it. I think there's great programming. During those 40 days away, I try to really, embrace my family and embrace some of the things we're doing, our kids and all that. So I've shut it off. Maybe I get to it as we're traveling this season, but I have not. I've heard great things about the content. It's the world we live in, and I think some of those things are exciting. I think back to, I was the first player, me and Jerry Rice in Super Bowl 37, to wear a live mic during the game, and that was such a foreign concept then. It was unheard of, and John Madden talked me into it because he said, you'll have this for your kids someday. I was most concerned about my mom hearing my language on the field. Nowadays, I think people are accustomed to it. It's just kind of what you know, and they're going even further. I mean, some of this stuff, Hard Knocks during the off season. It's like, all right, those guys can have that. We like doing our business the way we like doing our business. So, yeah.
I'm the same. My son has told me everything about it, but I haven't personally watched it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
All right, that's the season opening press conference from John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. We will recap, we will react, and we will read between the lines. We'll try and parse out what Shanahan and Lynch were saying without saying it. And the big news today is that Brandon Aiyuk, even though the Niners would not confirm the press conference, it is widely reported from credible reporters that Brandon Aiyuk is in the Niners facility and he is reporting for training camp. Is it a holdout? Or is it a hold in? Greg Papa, Rod Brooks. I am in for John Lynch. John Lynch. I am in for
John Lund.
John Lund. Thank you very much, Pop. And for
He's
John
a much
Lund.
harder hitter than John Lynch. And remember you getting mic'd in Super Bowl 37, Sluggo scene.
I am in for John Lund, and we will talk about the Niners and Brandon Aiyuk reporting for camp right here on KNBR, the sports leader. Jeez, I blanked on his name. That's terrible.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. Golden State Window and Door Design is proud to be a Marvin direct dealer with showrooms around the Bay Area for your convenience. Builders and designers can find the largest inventory of Marvin windows and the support from a factory-trained sales team that makes Golden State a top competitor in every category. You'll benefit from Golden State's delivery fleet, which is the largest in the Bay. They have vehicles built to handle excessive size and are capable of delivering specialized deliveries across the challenging back roads or down the street. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com and click on Windows and Doors for inspiration and the many options available to you. When you're ready to take the next step with your client, click Request an Appointment to visit the Window and Door Design showroom nearest to you. Find out why contractors and builders have relied on Golden State for 70 years. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Jim Bowden joined Tolbert and Copeland yesterday and explained why the Giants cannot be sellers at this season's trade deadline. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and the KNBR socials.
wherever you are around the globe. Stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Well, they still have another hour and change, until, so I don't know if he is here, but we expect all our players to report and be here.
Any understanding with him that you will continue to negotiate? Is there any, to get...
We've had great communication. We started this really early. We made it a priority to try to get done. We've had excellent communication throughout. Really don't want to characterize it. We haven't been able to, and that's a shame, but, Brandon's a big part of our team, and we expect that he will be this year.
John Lynch went on to say, we expect all of our players to be here, fully intend on Brandon being a Niner moving forward, and I expect all of our players to practice. Rod Brooks in for John Lund, Greg Papa in the house, voice of your San Francisco 49ers. It is being reported by Ian Rappaport and Mike Garofalo that Brandon Aiyuk is reporting, but Pop, your people are telling you he's not in the building yet.
He's not been seen yet. Members of the media haven't seen him. Even people with the football operations haven't seen him yet. So what John was saying, today is report day. So they had breakfast available for the players from 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. I thought they had to take a physical between 8 and noon, and we're a half hour till noon. But I've also been told that players technically don't have to report till 1 o'clock today. At 1 o'clock, they have to do what they call the tempo run, which is the conditioning run. I think they have to run a mile under a certain time, and then they have to go into meetings at 2:15. So what Rap Sheet reported is that he's going to show up. No one's seen him yet. That doesn't mean he's not there. It's just the people that I've reached out to have not seen him, whether it's football staff people or members of the media. But the media has been confined to the auditorium. And there's going to be more players. After John and Kyle get up, there's going to be other players coming through to meet the media today. So they may anecdotally tell that they've seen, BA today. But where we're at right now, and they don't want to talk much about it, is that he's not going to hold out. He is reporting to training camp on time. So the $50,000 daily fines will not be accrued for him. And then exactly what his role will be in team meetings. Does he take part in the tempo run? How does it work? I wish somebody would ask John about his relationship with Ryan Williams, who is BA's agent, because they're the best of friends. And that is, it's awkward, I'm sure, but it also can be advantageous. It's not personal. It's business. John's been on the other side of this. Kyle's done contract. Hell, a year ago at this time when Bosa was holding out, John and Kyle both got contract extensions. They were actually done for a while, but they were announced, remember, right before the season opener in Pittsburgh, Rod. So this is high level, the highest level of professional sports. This is a big contract they're going to sign. I would venture to guess outside of the Bosa contract, would it be the biggest contract in the history of the franchise up until Purdy does his next year? So, and it's not just average annual value, and Mike Silver will join us coming up in about an hour. And Mike was the first to report the Niners offered 26, and he wants 30. And I think that's partly why BA went on the Pivot podcast and did other things social media-wise, because he didn't like that Silver knew that and told the world where was it coming from. But it's not just the average annual value. It's guaranteed money. It's fully guaranteed money. It's the flow of the contract. How much do you make in year one, year two, how many years? It's very complicated. But it is a good sign that he's showing up today, and now we'll see what actual role and how much he participates in meeting rooms and on the field in the coming days.
I'm just going to go with the base. Brandon Aiyuk is showing up to camp. And for a lot of people, that is a surprise. They expected a holdout, and they expected the holdout to be contentious based on things that were put forth in the offseason. We were talking about this during the break, how we like Brandon Aiyuk individually, and how Brandon Aiyuk is seen within that organization, and especially with his teammates. His teammates absolutely love him, and I think this is one of the reasons why they love him. They love him because he's a good dude, and he's an excellent football player, and he helps them win.
And as I just dropped, nobody that I've talked to has told me they've seen him. Somebody,
he's in the house.
He's there.
He's in the house.
So somebody has seen Brandon Aiyuk, so Aiyuk is in Santa Fe.
I love what this means and what he does beyond this. Again, I'm just going to stay on the fact that he is in the mix, because what this, to me, says to Aiyuk's teammates. Now, all players want their fellow players to get paid, okay? They all want you to get as much as you can because they understand Football is finite. Football is dangerous, and you got to strike when you can. And players are cool with their fellow players getting that money and using whatever means at their disposal. But when your absence starts to affect the team, that's when some guys will grumble. I don't think there's going to be any grumbling at all with Aiyuk, but this puts any of that to rest. He's showing to me that he is a team guy through and through, and the next logical step, in my estimation, is that a deal is going to get done. Probably won't be the deal that Brandon Aiyuk wants to be done, but it's going to be the deal to get done.
Well, we'll talk to Mike Silver. He's been on the cutting edge of the reporting. But George Kittle is talking to the media right now. He's getting ready for the Olympics. He is decked out in the red, white, and blue USA sweatshirt on with his Niners cap. So, going back a few years ago when George redid his deal, what was it, the St. Valentine's Day Massacre, maybe St. Patrick's Day, there was a point where it got contentious with George Kittle and his agent. I think it was Jack Betka. And they broke down, and, you can make the point about running back market is undervalued in the NFL. Tight ends didn't make a lot of money. George set that bar. Now, it has been, up with other guys, T.J. Hawkinson and Travis Kelce and others, but George had to break down walls to get his contract, and they, franchise tag numbers you don't have to go that high. So, and then, it got contentious. Fred Warner's was probably the easiest. Debo's got contentious for other reasons outside of money. There were some feelings they had to repair. Bosa was just the highest paid non-quarterback in the history of the NFL. You're going to pay him more than Aaron Donald? And nobody thought, and we love Nick, and I think at this stage he's, a more complete player, does not take plays off. But Aaron Donald's a 3-time Defensive Player of the Year. That's hard to do that, but they took it to the point where he got that contract. We'll see what Ryan Williams does with BA, but no one, even if Aiyuk did not show up today, this is professional sports. This is professional football. And whatever they say the contract is worth and total value, you have to look at the detail. There's a huge difference in what Amon-Ra St. Brown got fully guaranteed versus what Justin Jefferson got. Justin Jefferson signed his name, and the Wilfs gave him a check for almost $88 million. And
the guarantee is what the guys want. That's the money you get and you keep.
Right. So, however they structure the deal, but Brandon Aiyuk lays his career, his family on the line. Every single snap in the NFL could be your last. And it's like that in any sport. But no one, whether Aiyuk did not come to camp and he was holding out or whatever he's doing now, and we'll try to get clarification if he's going to, in fact, practice, he's not going to divide the locker room. They know that this is, some of them, they've been through it before. McCaffrey got his done in a quiet manner, but he missed some OTAs. We'll see. I wonder about the Brock Purdy contract next year.
No, let's not go there now.
Well, we're going to go there because Brock's a smart guy.
Let's
and
get
he's
this
a
one
good
done
guy,
before we start to
but
talk
he's
about
not
the
going to
next
give
one.
up. No, I'm just saying these are big deals, and they take a while to get there. So, but to your point, he's not dividing any locker room. He's never. He is. There's certain guys that have a behavior in the locker room. You roll your eyes a little bit about him.
Not him.
Not him. He is the consummate pro. The first half of his second year in the NFL, which I think he had to adjust to the non-COVID protocols. The first year was all Zoom and nobody talked to each other. Now you're in a meeting room. They're all there. Wes Welker's there. Sit up straight in your chair. Pay attention. Take notes. Be a pro. I know you made it look easy. He had a great rookie year. He broke Jerry Rice's receiving record. He made almost every game. He missed the Green Bay game and that Thursday night with COVID. And then his second year, he had to kind of learn how to be a pro. But ever since then, I honestly thought he was the most valuable player of the offseason 2 years ago, and he was again last year when Trey Lance, for that brief time, they didn't have Jimmy. Brock just got drafted. Nate Sudfeld was here. Brandon Aiyuk showed leadership that offseason. He took Trey under his wing. They moved in together in Southern California. Then he did it again last year. He is a pro's pro. He is saying, we got a contract we got to work out. But, the one thing nobody flat out asked was, did he rescind the trade request? How does that work now? He's a Niner. He's showing up for work. So it's interesting. And then we'll find out in the coming days, and certainly by tomorrow at this time, because they're on the field 24 hours from now, actually 22 and a half hours, if he will, in fact, take part in practice.
What he is showing once again is professionalism. What he is showing once again is that this is who he is. And a lot of stuff in the offseason, let's face it, man, it was silly. And I would love to know why he did some of the things he did via social media, why he said some of the things he said that were widely reported. But when it comes down to it, what those players in the locker room say is, hey, man, we won't be able to get his money, but none of what he's doing right now, which is coming to camp in whatever way, shape, or form, hey, man, this is who he is. And it's hard enough for these guys to play the game that they play. It's even more difficult to when they're trying to get back to where they were last year and avenge those demons. It is good to know that all of this stuff in the offseason, not that it was expected to carry through in the regular season or where we are right now here in the preseason, but you don't have to worry about that. It's all business. It's all football. And Brandon Aiyuk, being a professional, is the leader of that.
Yeah, I got to say, I was surprised in how Brandon used social media because mainstream media interactions with him, he's tough to get to sit down for an interview.
Very much so.
I mean, I had to run around to get him before the Detroit game last year. He can be engaging, smart guy. We did some open forum, state of the franchises with him, and he's a bright guy. He's articulate.
But he's not a talker.
But it's not his thing.
Right.
But the way he used social media, and we'll talk to Mike Silver, he flat out said, you know, things were getting leaked out about my contract negotiation that were accurate that I didn't want out. And Mike reported a lot of it, the $26 million that was offered. He wants $30. But he used social media to kind of get his message out because athletes have to do that. When he went on the Pivot podcast a couple of weeks ago, some of his quotes were, I'm having fun during all this. The past 4 years, I kind of took a backseat to this guy or this guy or this guy and just did what I had to do. Was he talking about other receivers in the NFL? Was he talking about his own teammates? And now I'm in a position when I wake up in the morning and I turn on the TV and they're talking about me. I get on the phone and they're talking about me. My mom calling to say they're talking about me at her work. This all surprised me because Brandon never came across to me as a look-at-me guy. He was just a punch the clock, go to work guy, blue-collar guy. He does not miss practice. There are a lot of guys you're wondering, where are they? Are they in the performance staff inside? Brandon's always out there. He does not take snaps off in practice. He's a pro. He does not miss games. He did miss the Giant game this year and missed a game his rookie year with COVID. He misses, here and there. He plays physical. But so this approach, I think a little bit of this is, I'm damn good. I put my numbers up against anybody, and I block. Honestly, Rod, you name a receiver that we're talking about that have gotten paid, and the top echelon as far as the stat guys, and Amon-Ra, and Justin Jefferson's a great player, and Jamar Chase. There are a lot of great wide receivers in this league. Does anybody play wide receiver that puts up those kind of numbers that got paid block like Brandon Aiyuk?
No.
I mean, we're talking Hines Ward. Remember
they don't
Hines
do it.
Ward blocked?
Oh, of course.
There have been other guys that have played in the league, but they don't put up the numbers. They're brought on the field to specifically block. You're looking at an ex-wide receiver that beats man coverage in tight situations, the 3rd and 5 against Green Bay with the whole season on the line at midfield, beats Keyshawn Nixon, the nickelback inside, tightest of windows, long arms, big hands. He doesn't catch that ball. What does Kyle do? You're late in the game. Do you punt? Do you go forward on 4th down? The whole season is in Brandon Aiyuk's hands. So is the ex-wide receiver, the guy on the line, not the move guy. They're going to roll coverage his way. He does all that at a high level, a high percentage. Nobody caught a higher percentage of targets. And then the plays he does not. You ever see, I know you were with the Raiders, Randy Moss, if he wasn't getting the play, if he wasn't on the call sheet, it was a run play, he wouldn't even get out of his stance.
Randy
He'd just
Moss
stand there.
was great when he wanted to be
Well,
great.
he wouldn't block.
And you can't be great.
He wasn't, Jerry
the
Rice
time.
ran the route.
Right.
You didn't know if Jerry was the primary, the secondary, the tertiary. He ran the route like he was the guy. Brandon Aiyuk, if it's a run play, it's a toss crack going his way or the other way, he blocks his ass off. So I think part of this is, what do you want me to do? Haven't I been the perfect wide receiver for Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers? Everybody else got paid. When do I get paid?
Man, you sound like his agent.
Well,
Maybe you should be his agent.
And if he makes those points are obvious. And you know what? Kyle and John would say yes. Yes, but the problem is there's a hard salary cap in this league. It's not like baseball with a competitive balance tax you can blow by, or what Joe Lacob was doing before they brought in the first and second aprons in the NBA and roll up nearly a $400 million payroll. You can't do that in the NFL. So you got to make tough choices, and you got to let people go, like DeForest Buckner and Eric Armstead and others. But I understand his side of it. But nobody begrudges him. And I think this shows that he really is the consummate pro. He could have held out and not been there, and I think they would have waived a $50,000 daily fine. Maybe not. But he's there, and he's showing his teammates,
that's the
I
thing.
don't have a contract yet, guys, but I'm still a Niner.
I think it's 100% about showing his teammates we're all in this together. I'm still trying to get mine. I know you guys want me to get mine, but if we want to get ultimately what we all want is back to the Super Bowl and to have a parade down Market Street in San Francisco, I got to be here from the jump. This is Brandon Aiyuk showing very differently what you detailed and what we all saw during the offseason, which is that was the offseason. That's the time for unorthodox methods. Right now it's time to play football. I'm here. Let's get it. That speaks volume. That's leadership. Now the next step, and I really don't think we're far away, Pop. This is just a guess on my part, but this is the next logical step. He's there. Now guys can get face-to-face.
Right. I mean, you're walking down the hall. You're running everybody. It's not like, can you get Aiyuk on the phone? Where's Ryan Williams? Like, hey, man. VA's I just ran into him in the men's room in the locker room.
We're not trading you, okay? This is the offer. Maybe we can do a little something different. We're not trading you. Or you could play the fifth, and then we'll talk about franchise tagging after that. Those are the options. Let's get it. I think a deal is imminent, quite frankly. I'm not saying today, but I don't think it's going to go too much farther past Tuesday, July 23rd, before Brandon Aiyuk is signed, sealed, and delivered, and now it's time to go get that ever-elusive Lombardi trophy. Rod Brooks in for John Lund. Greg Papa in the house. We will continue the Niner discussion. Brandon Aiyuk, eyes have been laid on him in the Niner facility. What is next? If you want to get on the phones, you can do that, 808 KNBR, or hit us up on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. As Pop mentioned, we will talk to Mike Silver of the San Francisco Chronicle. He will join us at 12:30. We'll get Mike's thoughts on the situation with Brandon Aiyuk and is a deal imminent going forward. You are listening to KNBR, the sports leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here, making the transition from work life to retirement can be jarring and disorienting, but it doesn't have to be. Greg O'Donnell and the team at O'Donnell Financial Group are dedicated to achieving a smooth transition into retirement life, and we can help you prepare to retire at a time that works for you sooner than you'd think. You may have an entirely different lifestyle, but it doesn't have to be in one giant leap. The experts at O'Donnell Financial Group will help you craft a plan tailored to your desired timeline. Transition into retirement confidently and on your own terms. Don't wait. Contact Greg O'Donnell, CEO and founder of O'Donnell Financial Group, good friend of mine, huge Bay Area sports fan. He'll give you a free review of your financial situation today. Just call him, 866-496-2300. That's 866-496-2300. Or visit him online at odfigroup.com. That's odfigroup.com.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
Continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Spoken to Brandon Aiyuk?
Are you okay?
Yes.
Jeez Louise. Oh my goodness. Have I spoken to Brandon? I have a couple times, yes.
Advice about doing, I mean, you've been through the whole situation yourself.
Yeah. The only thing, I try my best to not talk to guys going through the contract negotiations, so when I get into positions like this, I don't have to lie to you guys. And so, because I like to keep those conversations between us, but something that I like to tell anybody going through a contract is same thing that Richard Sherman told me was like, contracts are like braces. They suck the entire time, and then once you get them off, you forget that you ever had them.
That's true. That's one of the stars of the Netflix show, Receiver, George Kittle. I'm Rod Brooks, in for John Lund. I'm sitting next to another one of the stars of Receiver, voice of your San Francisco 49ers, Greg Papa. You're all over that bad boy.
It was fun to watch. Was Christian McCaffrey on the Niners last year? I wouldn't have known by watching it. Was Nick Bosa? I know it was on Debo and George. Speaking of him, we heard George wearing the big USA sweatshirt. Nick Bosa's talking to the media now. Yes. Long hair, yes. Nick Bosa.
And?
I'll put it up on the stream. And we saw the Shanahan stash for a while with Kyle. Is this a mustache for Nick Bosa, Rod, or is that a goat? Fu Manchu? What's he got going there?
That bit of facial hair right there says to me, do you know why I pulled you over? that is a cop stash and a half.
Oh, we got the audio when he was pulled over. He didn't have a driver's license. Remember that? I was trying to get to practice. You know who I am, by the way? NFL Defensive Player of the Year.
Second biggest story of training camp opening press conference today, other than Brandon Aiyuk. They expect him to be here.
Is Bosa's stash?
With no Shanahan stash.
Yeah,
that made a stir when at the wedding of Christian McCaffrey and Olivia. The Shanahan stash was in the mix, but Kyle Shanahan said he shaved it off yesterday and he's right, we would do nothing but ask questions about it because we in the media are children.
And John Lynch did say it inspired a lot of guys to grow a mustache. And I think one of those guys is Nick Bosa.
Okay, so you growing a stash?
I'm going with a beard. I'm going with the beard, yeah.
Okay.
I got my Europe beard going. I think I'm going to trim it up and try it a little bit. We'll see.
Your Europe beard?
Yeah. Training camp beard. I think the other bit of news, in all seriousness, is Ricky Pearsall going on, and it's the PUP list to be clear, physically unable to perform, but it's the non-football injury because he did it. I don't know if he did it when they were during OTAs and mini camps, but he had the blue jersey on at that time. But he was placed on that last week when the rookies reported. It's a hamstring injury for Ricky Pearsall. So it'll be interesting to see if Brandon does practice tomorrow. Does not. But Ricky Pearsall will not. And they talked about the first block. So tomorrow's the first day of practice. And Kyle, normally, the CBA in the league requires you to go 4 days consecutively and go fewer and then take the fifth day off. But Kyle usually goes 3 days in a row and then off for the players. He's been doing that the last couple of years in training camp. But Saturday and the weekend is back to, let's get back to football together throughout the entire league. So the Niners are going to work tomorrow, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. This first block takes Sunday off. So what John Lynch was saying, and Kyle, is that Ricky Pearsall is going to miss the first block. So he will not practice. He'll be off on the side with the performance staff and with Ben Peterson going to the NBA and the Atlanta Hawks. Dustin Little and Dustin Perry are those guys that will oversee it. They've been promoted, so he will not work until the earliest he would be on the field would be next Monday if he can get into the second block.
And hamstrings are tricky things. We did not hear, they did not tell us how extensive the hamstring injury is, but the only thing that makes a hamstring better is rest, not practicing, or at least being easy in how you go about getting out there and running around on the football field, because if you strain it more or you tear it, now you're definitely talking about at minimum 10 to 12 weeks. So the strains are just really, really tricky because You have to take it easy. You don't want to make it worse, but you're still talking about weeks before you can really get out there and be explosive.
Look at Lamont Wade Jr. He's not the same hitter right now, and he was out a long time with that hamstring. And he had a good game last night, the ball that he caught on the triple bobble, although I thought it was going to get called off by Wisely. He had a couple of hits, but he's swinging and missing. He's striking out about one time a game, which Lamont does not do, so he does not have his lower body.
He was in a real good groove, and that hamstring took him out.
He had a 480 on base clip, and now he's down to about 430. But he had a good game last night. But as I think about it more, when I saw Pearsall in the OTAs and the minicamp, he was moving fine. So I would venture to guess, and we'll know more tomorrow when we're down there, that it was in the interim that he was gone, the 40 days, 40 nights, whatever it was, when the hamstring, because he was not favoring running at all, unless he did it at the very end of the mandatory minicamp. He was moving well, but he did have that blue jersey on, which is the equivalent. A lot of teams wear red jerseys, don't touch the player, but the Niners wear red, being, red and gold, so they put him in blue. But he did practice with that, but I don't think it was a hamstring that he had back in June.
I like this tidbit here. My partner at NBC Sports Bay Area, Jennifer Lee Chan, dropping that George Kittle is back at his playing weight, 243 pounds. He got down to 214 last year because he couldn't work out because
in the
of core muscle surgery
in the
offseason. And so you think about how well Kittle played last year, not at his playing weight. Now he's up to where he likes to be, 243, 245. Healthy and dangerous George Kittle is now.
You wonder, how that's just because he couldn't lift weights with the core muscle injury. And then we saw at the end of the receiver special, he got hurt, the shoulder injury in the Super Bowl, had to come off the field. Cam Latu had a big holding call. I think that indirectly or maybe directly cost the Niners a Super Bowl. That was a big call, obviously. But when the guys don't lift, it just tells you about the dedication they have to the weight room and the performance staff, Rod, because to go from 243 to 215 and lose that kind of weight.
And play the way he plays.
Then how do you put that weight back on so quick? You eat crazily and you lift. But, that's a good weight for him because, the one thing is George is such a great inline blocker. And the one thing they did single out in the receiver doc on Netflix was that play with Aiden Hutchinson when he literally just picked him up like a blocking sled and planted him. He just, he pancaked him. That's why when you look at Aiyuk, and, it's coming back to Aiyuk today, the way George blocks, is George the best route-running tight end in football? No, he's gotten a lot better. He does run angrily after he makes a catch. He's a yak bro, and he runs through people and not around them. But what makes him the player he is and the value where for a short time he was the highest-paid tight end in the history of the NFL, yes, he's a great target. He broke records right away, as far as yardage early in his career, but and he's had so many 1,000-yard seasons. He's great in the pass game. But what makes him George Kittle, the people's tight end and tight end university, is what he does in the run game and pass blocking. And that's what separates Brandon Aiyuk, which I think he's trying to make the point here that you can't just look at me on Football Reference and fantasy football. There are other receivers that put up gaudy stats. And I know Dan Campbell tried to play up Amon-Ra with some of his blocks he had. Amon-Ra,
it's not the same.
He's a willing blocker. He's not going to turn it down, but he doesn't block the way. What tight end in football blocks the way George Kittle blocks and catches the football the way he does? Nobody. Gronk's gone. Now there are guys that block as well. Mercedes Lewis played 20 years in the NFL because he could block, but he was not available to catch the ball the way George. He was the second and third tight end. That's why when you look at Kyle Juszczyk, you look at George Kittle, you look at Juwan Jennings, you look at Brandon Aiyuk, they are perfect 49ers because of the way they block.
And they do the job that they are asked to do, and it is a unique, specified skill that the Niners utilize. Other teams don't do that. If you have a receiver that can do it and has the mentality and the body type to do it, you use it as much as you can. But a lot of guys don't have that body type.
Right.
They definitely don't want to do it. And quite frankly, there are coaches out there who they understand the value of having a receiver to have that blocking dog in them. But if that's not who they are, well, we're just going to move on.
I wonder, and we'll talk to Mike Silver about this because he's close with everybody. And, Ryan Williams and John are close. But how do you make that point? If it was baseball arbitration, it's just strictly numbers. There are defensive metrics that prove what a good defensive player you are in baseball, but you have some metrics that say you're a really good defensive player and others that say you don't. If you're Ryan Williams and Brandon Aiyuk, and you don't have to tell this to John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, they know. But maybe to Parag and Brian Hampton, how do you quantify financially the way Brandon Aiyuk blocks? There are other wide receivers that I would throw the ball to. If it's 3rd down and 8, I'm going to get the ball to Amon-Ra St. Brown. But if it's 3rd down and 1 and I want to run David Montgomery in a stretch run, do I want Amon-Ra leading it on the pin and pull? I want Brandon Aiyuk. So these guys are football people, but how do you quantify that financially, what Aiyuk does in the run game?
Here's the thing. Maybe they have quantified it financially, but they cannot compensate him financially because they're up against the cap, what they have done and what they are going to have to do with Brock Purdy. My question to you is, if the Niners had the chance to pay Brandon Aiyuk $31 million, okay, AAV, all right, if they had a chance to do that, you think they would? You think they would just do it?
And there was no cap in the league?
Well, no. No. Within the cap, within the framework of what everybody has to work with now financially in the NFL, if the Niners had the ability to give him $31 million and still pay Brock Purdy next year, do you think they would just do it reflexively, not even think about it, because of his value as a blocker?
But that's the choice you make. So if we want to get Aiyuk, and right now he's made $12 million the first 4 years of his NFL career. He's going to jump this year to over 14.1. But he's sitting on a contract, and Mike Silver will give us more of the details. And the average annual value is big for the agent, and we'll all figure it out based on that. Mm-hmm. But it really is what's guaranteed, what's fully guaranteed, how is it distributed, what's the cash flow, how does it work? So it's more complicated. But if we're going to jump just in theory, and they even if they sign him to an extension, they won't have to pay him because they'll give him a huge bonus and spread that out over the length of the contract. So he'll probably count against the cap this year lower, but just use that number of 14.1 to, say, 31 or maybe 30. That's $16 million against the cap that you don't have to give to under players. So if I pay Brandon Aiyuk and I give him that raise, and he's going to get it somewhere, how many players do I lose? Do I have to cut one big player like an Eric Armstead? And then it's not just that. I got to sign the quarterback.
But let's just say it wasn't penal. Let's just say if they could do it, would they do it and not even think about it?
So there's no penalty? It's just the money from the Yorks?
If they could just do it.
Of course they would. They want Brandon Aiyuk on the football team.
But my point is,
But Dallas has that problem with their trio of stars. How do they pay CD, Micah, and Dak? They're going to have to make a hard call. You can't do it.
They understand Brandon Aiyuk's value as a blocker. I believe that they have that quantified. I don't know what the exact number is, but they know that that's a part of his overall value, and it's a big part of what he does for this team. I believe that they have it
Without
quantified.
a doubt.
They
Without
just
a doubt.
cannot pay him or choosing not to pay him because they're up against it cap-wise.
Without a doubt.
To use a catch-all term.
And it was, and for a while, Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah in Minneapolis had a problem with Justin Jefferson. They wound up paying him. Mm-hmm. But while he was out there, the Niners did reach out about trading for Justin Jefferson. Now, Justin Jefferson, as far as his ability to uncover, is a freak. Of course. I mean, the guy he's just got a feel. He's like Steph Curry in the open floor yesterday where he dribbles it behind his back, going left or right, comes out for a layup. Like, how do you guard that guy? Justin Jefferson, and then he makes tough catches, but he doesn't block like Brandon Aiyuk. But there are other receivers, Tyreek Hill, Amon-Ra St. Brown, his ability on that 3rd and 8 in the game against Tampa, the out and up to score the touchdown. He's so special. But he does not block. But I often wonder, because of how much Kyle insists that the wide receivers block. The no block, no rock. And then on Fridays when he goes over the run game from the previous week, he will call you out in front of the whole team. If you missed a block that would have taken a McCaffrey 4-yard run and made it a 14-yard run or a 44-yard touchdown run, you're going to be exposed. And he'll flat out tell you, if you won't do it, I will put somebody on the field. Chris Conley is a lesser wide receiver than a lot of these guys, but he's going to block his ass off. That's why Jawan Jennings got this contract he got. So I often wonder, if you had to mold a perfect wide receiver for Kyle Shanahan, who would it be? Would it be Amon-Ra? Would it be Tyreek? Would it be Jalen Waddle? A.J. Brown's a tough SOB. That guy runs slant routes. He's an axe wide receiver. Would he want the Slim Reaper? Devontae? That guy, he blocks for a guy who weighs $170. Devontae Smith is tough, but but for me, Aiyuk, and you heard Carlos Ramirez say it, Pro Football Focus ranks Brandon Aiyuk as the second best wide receiver in football because they do break down run blocking and overall blocking. As far if you ask Kyle, if we could trade Brandon Aiyuk, to your point, money doesn't matter. We flat out trade him for any wide receiver in football. I really wonder what receiver he would rather have on his team than Brandon Aiyuk, because Aiyuk, in everything he does, in some way, Brock Purdy is the perfect quarterback for Kyle Shanahan on so many levels.
Tight end for him.
Yeah, who would he want on the team more than Brandon Aiyuk to play X wide receiver?
I mean, it's a very, very, very small list in my estimation.
Yeah.
They know how valuable he is, and I think that there's a great appreciation for Brandon Aiyuk's value as a pass catcher and as a blocker. But
and a teammate.
And as a teammate.
As he's exhibiting right now because he showed up today.
Exactly what he's showing today.
Yeah.
But if they're up against it and they can only offer 26 a year, just staying with AAV. We know that the signing bonus is the big thing because that is all guaranteed. That goes to the player. But if they can only offer him 26, 27, what you going to do? I mean, it just at some point in time, it just becomes a situation that we know this is not optimal for you. We would like to pay you more. This is all we can do. What are you going to do? Now, you do have options. You could hold out, not doing that, could hold in, or you play on that fifth and risk literally everything. Chances are he's not going to do that, all right? Chances, and the Niners, again, taking them in face value.
You don't think he'll play on the fifth-year option?
That boy.
It's still $14.1 million.
Yeah, man, but what if something happens?
I think the way medically you could suffer. Kirk Cousins tore his Achilles tendon.
Yeah, but that's quarterbacks.
In October and got $100 million guaranteed. I think the way medicine is today and the way they rehab, it could be an ACL, could be an Achilles. I mean, the Warriors paid Klay Thompson a supermax deal, and he tore his ACL. I know it was Klay, but
that rarely happens in football, though.
These guys can overcome. Oh, they pay guys that are hurt. I mean, Kevin Durant tore his Achilles, and he essentially didn't play for a couple of years.
I'm talking about football.
Yeah,
Kirk Cousins is an outlier because he's a quarterback, and we could have a bigger discussion about whether Kirk Cousins has been one of the luckier guys when it comes down to it.
I think Aiyuk's going to get paid no matter what.
I do as well. But to me, in my estimation, playing on that fifth-year option, that risk compared to signing a deal that might not be the $30 million you want, but it's still 26 with the bonus that is going to set you up generally. I'm not pocket watching.
It's about $900,000 a game.
I'm not telling anybody what they should do with their money.
Aiyuk's not going to give up that money.
But for me,
hopefully it won't get to that.
$14 million and the risk of hurting yourself and not getting that big payday compared to 26 and setting yourself up. I don't know.
But the question you asked, if they could pay him $31 million a year, would they? And there's a text line from the 916. Why not just pay Aiyuk what he wants? Well, because there's a hard cap in this league. So next year, Talanoa Hufanga is extension eligible. Dre Greenlaw. Both of your starting cornerbacks, whether Demo's inside or outside, Charvarius Ward just came like Brandon Aiyuk made All-Pro this year. And those cornerbacks get paid. And Demo, with his ability to play outside and go play nickel, he's got to get paid. You got guards that are up, Aaron Banks. You got a lot of guys. And then the quarterback is going to go from 1 to 60 like that. He's going to get the biggest increase in pay in one season in the history of American sport. And we're waiting to see exactly what happens with Jordan Love and Dak Prescott. But you got to pay the quarterback. There's a hard cap in this league. You'd love to be able to keep them all, but you got to make tough choices. So every dollar you save in the Brandon Aiyuk contract, you can put forward to building your team next year. You know, there's a recency bias where the guys, whoever, is Jordan Love really worth that kind of money? Is he better than Joe Burrow? But his contract is up. Though. So, but Joe Burrow just signed it a couple of years ago or last year, whatever it was, and Trevor and Justin Herbert. But in any event, so the recency bias helps you because the guy that goes last or later leapfrogs everybody. Right. But when you're doing it on your own team and you've already got the highest paid running back in the history of the NFL, You've got the highest paid fullback still, even though Juice redid his deal. George was the highest paid tight end. He's still very high. Trent was the highest paid tackle. He's still top 2 or 3. Nick Bosa is still the highest paid defensive player in football, is he not? Fred Warner's one of the highest paid. It goes on and on. You can't pay everybody the highest, otherwise you're top heavy. You got to fill the roster here. So I asked, when Aiyuk does do his deal, how many players have to come off the roster? How many starters? How many contributors? Why not just pay them? Because that means you can't pay other people and you lose players.
And these are guys that he has gone to football war with over the last few years. I mean, listen, everybody's out to enrich themselves, but there is a brotherhood. And not that you make these decisions based on, okay, well, now if I do this and it means my buddies are going to get paid or whatever, but there is a bigger picture that has to be, that forces itself to be considered because the cap is the cap. All right? And that's no cap. All right.
You're talking Colin Kaepernick or the South?
Greg Papa's in the house. I'm Rod Brooks, in for John Lund. Mike Silver of the San Francisco Chronicle, longtime 49ers observer and writer. He will join us at the bottom of the hour. If you're just putting on your Sports Talk Radio ears, good news. Not great, but it's very good news. Brandon Aiyuk is in training camp. He is in the facility. Workouts start tomorrow, so it won't be a holdout. Will it be a hold in, or do you think a deal is imminent? We'll talk about that and more as we continue here on KNBR, the sports leader.
Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
49ers receiver Brandon Aiyuk is reporting to training camp. Sources told Rap Sheet this morning, despite the desires for a new contract. Give us your thoughts on our socials at KNBR.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Make sure you stream us. YouTube at KNBR 104.5 or twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. I'm Rod Brooks in for John Lunn. Papa and Lunn show will be back whole tomorrow. Greg Papa in studio. I'm still just now getting over the fact that I didn't get my wardrobe changes based on what we're talking about. But I guess it would have just gone from Giants for one segment directly into Niners.
I wore red today. I got Tommy Bahama going on its report day. We're all there. So, Carlos kind of jumped in on that when I was gone, so I may discontinue it. We'll see. And the main reason I did it was I didn't realize I had so many hats and T-shirts. I wanted to deduct them on my taxes, so I wore every single one on the air, so I got a full deduction. Even though, don't tell the IRS I didn't pay for any of them.
No. You just only said that on the 50,000-watt radio station. You're good.
No,
You're good.
I know. Nobody listens. You know that. And I also got Steve Moskowitz, LLC, that'll help me out there. He's a buddy. So everything we're talking about the cap, we're going to have Mike Silver come out at 12:30, and Mike is the other side of it, that he doesn't believe in the cap and you can always overcome the cap. But just look at the 49er.
He's a cap atheist.
He just doesn't, he believes that you can work around it. But, Mike just wrote a book about the Shanahan coaching tree and Sean McVay. Look at how after they won their Super Bowl, they just got rid of all, how many players they had to get off that team.
Yeah.
And one thing is Matthew Stafford showing up at their training camp. He wants a new contract there as well. But starting with Jalen Ramsey and a lot of the stars, they basically were in cap hell or cap purgatory. That's why them able to do what they did last year and get in the playoffs, and a lot of people think they're going to take the West from the Niners.
They're going to be a problem.
They had to go from the star power and the top heavy because they had some of the highest paid players on both sides of the ball. But look at the Niners. Cap hit for Trent Williams this year, $31.5 million. Cap hit for Deebo Samuel, $28.6. Now, some of this is gone. He's been paid out, and you can massage it. But Charvarius Ward, cap hit $18.4. Nick Bosa this year, cap hit $14.6. Aiyuk right now, and, if you do give him an extension, you can lower the cap hit. But right now, Brandon Aiyuk is scheduled to be the fifth highest paid player, at least as far as a cap charge, at $14,124,000 for next year. Fred Warner's at $12.6. George Kittle's at $12.2. Dre Greenlaw's at $9.6 now, and his contract's going up. Javon Hargrave, $9.2. Malik Collins, $8.4. Christian's numbers down, but they had to extend his as well, $6.6. Funga going to be up $5 million. It goes on and on. So, and Mike will tell the contrary that you can always work around the cap. But football's changed. Mike covered the Niners when they didn't have free agency. They brought in Plan B in the early 90s. Those Niner teams of the 80s, they didn't have to go through this.
They were stacked, right.
Yeah, because you could have Steve Young and Steve Bono backing up Joe Montana. Right. You can't. I wanted them to keep Sam Darnold this year. Couldn't do it. You just couldn't pay him enough money. It's hard, so you can't pay everybody. But I want to hear from Mike because he's kind of the contrarian to the argument we're making that you got to make tough choices because you can't pay them all. Mike just says you can work around it. But I think if any reporter, Mike, he's been covering the Niners forever, but covering the league in general, he has contacts everywhere. I think he's the one guy that really reported the $26 million offer. And that Aiyuk wants 30 more, like Amon-Ra St. Brown money. So Michael, give us the very latest. What is he hearing? Will Aiyuk practice tomorrow? Are they still trying to negotiate the contract? Is by him showing up, is he somewhat, where's the trade demand? Has that been rescinded? And would Aiyuk, because he's there in the building, say they don't get a contract at all, is he willing to play this year, as you were saying, and you were skeptical because of the injury factor? Would he play under the fifth-year option number
I just
of
think
the risk is
$14,124,000? That's a lot of money, though.
It is, but 26 is a lot of money as well.
I get
okay,
you.
to be able to double and get the guaranteed bonus and get as much of a guarantee as you can get with an NFL contract, because you can be cut at any time. For me personally, if it were me, and it's not, that risk is too big. Others might see it differently.
It's $900,000 a game. I'm showing up and playing. And I think whatever injury you could have,
a lot of money, man.
And this is, it's tough in the NFL. They can suffer. You could have a head trauma. I mean, who knows what happens? But they can repair ACLs now. They can fix Achilles. Guys come back and play.
Yeah, but how are you valued when you come back and play? Yes, it is possible, but how are you valued when you do come back and play?
Yeah.
Your value is going to be different across the board, and for a lot of teams, your value will have dropped because you are, in their estimation, damaged goods.
Well, one thing we know is Aiyuk is in the building. He showed up. We'll see if he takes part in the tempo run by 1 o'clock today, and will he be in team meetings when they going on the field tomorrow? Tomorrow they're on the field with activation, and the 10 o'clock hour will be there when John comes back, and we'll be there Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. We'll be there next week, Monday and Wednesday as well. The morning show will be there, and they'll have Kittle on Tuesday. But we know that he's not holding out. Mike Silver will give us his thoughts. Will he hold in? Has the trade request been rescinded? And where are we with the ultimate goals to get him to sign an extension?
I think a deal gets done by the end of the week. Again.
That would be good timing.
Just to feel, I think it's going to be done by the end of the week. As far as where is that trade demand, I'm not saying that they laughed at him, but it was just like, come on, man. We're not trading you in August. And I'm fast forwarding here. We're not doing that. It's one thing to make a trade demand, as we talked about this earlier. When Debo did his, it was late February. It was March. Let's just say it was March. It was before.
It was well before the draft.
Well before the draft in April. All right, third week in April, second week in April, whenever it was. You asked for a trade then. They don't have to do it, but that makes sense. Doing it a week before camp starts, that's laughable. All right, so you can demand that all you want to. It doesn't make any sense, and it's not feasible.
Mike
and puts the Niners they're not in a position of strength.
Right, and Mike also was on before, more than any reporter out there, before the draft this year. Kyle was honest, and John, he could have been had. If you wanted Brandon Aiyuk, you could have traded for him. But they would have wanted a top 10 pick, and Rome Odunze went to the Bears at 9.
Because the talk was that there were picks at 30, 34.
They wanted either Marvin Harrison Jr., Malik Neighbors, or Rome Odunze. Because those guys are X-wide. If I'm trading my X-wide receiver, and none of those guys are going to block, like certainly Harrison Jr.'s not. Maybe Neighbors will. Odunze's got a big body. You don't know. But if they couldn't get in the top 9 to get one of those guys, they weren't trading him. Debo was out there for a while as well. I think Mike told me that Pittsburgh offered 2 3s for Debo Samuel. I'm going back a couple of years ago when Debo got his contract and he was available. The New York Jets with Robert Saleh offered, I think it was the 10th overall pick in the draft, but they also wanted the Niners' second-round pick that year. So it was kind of a pick swap for 10 to whatever it was, later. So that's not exactly 10. So exactly what is the value there? So, again, my thoughts would be, and there have been other names, if Joey Bosa is out there, although he gets hurt a lot, he's hard to trade right now. Would you take back Patrick Surtain from Denver, the shutdown corner?
Ooh, okay. That's a different story.
But he's going to cost you.
Oh, no, I understand
how do you pay him?
He's well worth it.
That's another issue with salary. So
he is
is it untradeable? Mike would know where that's at. Is that off the table now? Has the trade been rescinded? We know Brandon Aiyuk is in the building. He's not holding out. Is he holding in? Will he practice? Where does it go from here? If one guy will tell us, it'll be Mike Silver.
Mike Silver joining us next. Rod Brooks and Greg Papa here on KNBR, the sports leader.
party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the sports leader.
Papa and Lund is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Thinking about a new car? Get affordable auto loans at Redwood Credit Union. Ask your dealership or apply at redwoodcu.org. Redwood Credit Union, for all that you love. I am Rod Brooks, in for John Lund today. Greg Papa is by my side in the KNBR 680 studios. We welcome to the show San Francisco Chronicle sports columnist, longtime Niner observer, and another big star of Netflix's Receiver. Episode 6, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yes.
After the Washington game, he is the man with the television, ready for the players to see them get to the number 1 seed in the NFC. Mike Silver is joining us on KNBR. What's up, man?
Rod, they told me it was the number 1 show in America, and I want to claim an outsized share of the credit. I think that episode 6 cameo is probably what put it over the top.
I mean, between you and Papa, that's why it's number 1 with a bullet, baby. That's what the streets tell me.
If Aiyuk had been in the show, we would have learned that we would have learned that he was on fire from Greg Papa.
He is. So how much is he, Aiyuk? Aiyuk is on fire. So we know he's not holding out. Mike, will he hold in? Will he take part in training camp? What does this mean about 1 week ago at this time, Ryan Williams, his agent, and Brandon Aiyuk asked for a trade. Where is that out? So we know he's in the building in Santa Clara. They have a tempo run coming up in 25 minutes, but where does the story go from here? What do you know?
Well, it would be really shocking to me if he does, in fact, show up today, but then also decides to practice tomorrow morning. That would tell me that there's probably a deal signed that we haven't heard about yet. I would think it would be a really weird strategy to get to the point where you're publicly letting it be known that you want to be traded and also telling the 49ers, but then showing up for camp and risking injury on the practice field. So it feels like if he does show up today, and I have not confirmed that he has, they have to be in by 1, that it would be a quote, hold in, which we've seen a lot. And teams can kind of go along with that, but they can also get to a point where they're like, all right, dude, time to be out there. We're not playing this game anymore. And also, players have been known to do extreme things, like Jalen Ramsey, who was like, my back hurts so much in Jacksonville. And then they ended up trading him to the Rams during that season. So I think it's not necessarily, it's fine because he's reportedly coming in, but it seems to me to be a good sign. I feel like if he felt like it was bleak and they're never going to pay him and it's just a terrible situation, then why bother showing up at all? Because the money you're being fined is small relative to the big picture of the kind of deal you're trying to get. So my suspicion is he feels okay about it, but I would be shocked if he practiced.
A two-part question here. Can you tell the listeners what you believe to be the Niners' offer is as far as the average annual value is concerned? And do you think this offer is hard and fast? They are not going to deviate from it, the Niners, one way, shape, or form?
Great questions. I had reported 26-ish at one point. I don't know exactly what their best offer has been. I do know that from his perspective, what he thought he was worth, at season's end, which was, let's say, I want to be paid more than Debo and be right up there in those 20s, high 20s, has evolved. And that's because not just Justin Jefferson, who we all knew was going to get a massive deal, got paid, but guys like Jalen Waddle and Devonta Smith and Amon-Ra St. Brown, speaking of the receiver show, who have gotten these big deals. And I think, in a vacuum, if you're Brandon Aiyuk and you're like, hey, should I be paid as much as Amon-Ra St. Brown? I would say, yeah, that sounds about right. Should he be paid as much as Justin Jefferson? No. But it doesn't really matter what you should be paid or, what you think your value is. It's all about leverage and circumstance. He does not have the ability to be a free agent. They could tell him you're going to play on the 14-1. He could elect to sit out as much as many as 11 regular season games. He would lose those game checks. Like, there's a lot that could go down. So I don't know how it's going to play out. I'm viewing it as a positive sign if, in fact, he does show up today, just being in the building. And I have been saying for a long time, Deebo or Aiyuk could be traded at any time between now and the trade deadline, which is now into November. Doesn't mean they will. Most likely they're probably all on the team this year, but this whole like, oh, it's over, we're not trading them, has never been something I believed.
Do you know, Mike, what the best offer is the Niners got? Were they ever offered a one for Brandon Aiyuk? I mean, I think you told me at one point there were 2 3s that were offered for Deebo. Was that the highest it went? Wait, do you have any knowledge on what the best offer it was for either wide receiver?
Yeah, I've been working on that. I do not have knowledge that they got offered a 1 for Aiyuk. My understanding, and let's go back to, this is leading into the first night of the draft. My understanding as things heated up that night was that even a 1 might not get it done. They were looking to get high enough in the draft so that they could target one of those guys you saw go very high who, they believe would step in right away and potentially be a game changer. Now that may change, right? If you have a sense that you're very far apart with a player, if Pearsall's out there balling, which is a whole other topic because he's on the non-football injury list with what we now know is a hamstring injury, and if you believe that it's just getting to an unsalvageable point and you're already paying Deebo, you might take something for next year or possibly try to do it for something this year, like a player back. All those things are on the table, which is why I will give John Lynch a lot of credit. A lot of teams would just lie and say, we are not trading him, period, and then trade him or not. John Lynch, I think, very accurately said there are no absolutes. So these are things, other teams know this, and they would all obviously try to, probe the pressure points. Now, what's interesting is that they were pretty absolute when it came to Nick Bosa. They said, there are no absolutes, but it's like, hey, are you going to trade Nick Bosa? No. And Christian McCaffrey, it didn't even get to the absolute point because as there was any inkling that he might want more money, and the caveat here is he absolutely deserved more money. I was on his side. But once it was like, hey, I think Christian might want a little more money, quietly and quickly they got him more money. So there are degrees to this. This one's a little trickier. I don't know how it's going to play out, and I would say if you're a 49er fan, at least take it as a positive sign if, in fact, he does show up before 1 o'clock.
If you're just joining us, Brandon Aiyuk, has been widely reported, and some eyes have been put on Brandon Aiyuk at the Niners facility. Brandon Aiyuk has reported to Niners training camp on the eve of it starting. Mike Silver, longtime Chronicle sports columnist, is joining us here on KNBR, the sports leader, Rod Brooks, and Greg Papa. What's the relationship between John Lynch and Brandon Aiyuk's agent, and how has this relationship affected the situation?
They're besties, aren't they, Ryan Williams, Mike?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where if, like, Brandon Aiyuk's very capable agent, Ryan Williams, decides that he's had it and he and his client have had it and they want to go in and demand a trade, and he barges into John Lynch's office and wants to turn over the desk, first of all, there are a lot of GMs I would do that to before I do it to John Lynch, as someone who covered him. That would be a brave move. But if you wanted to throw a tantrum to underscore your and your client's displeasure, then you would have to turn around and go sit on the other side of the desk with John Lynch and be like, as your agent, yeah, this is really getting messy, man. Just keep your cool. This is why you're the best, John. You don't let this stuff get to you. So it is weird. Not only does Ryan Williams represent John Lynch, but he has publicly credited him as being, perhaps the greatest or most important person in his career. So it's a little weird. That's something that, clients have to navigate, and Ryan, but I do think that John, there shouldn't be any mysteries in here. If Brandon Aiyuk feels a certain way, John Lynch should absolutely know, because all he has to do is call his agent and ask.
We were talking a little while ago about how unusual some of the social media behavior was from Brandon Aiyuk. Do you think that was Aiyuk doing that on his own, or do you think his agent, which as you detailed, Mike, is also John Lynch's agent, do you think he said, all right, man, if that's what you want to do, go ahead and do that? Do you think it was kind of a wink, wink, nudge, nudge from him?
I don't know. And I don't know how unusual it was. I mean, in 2024, I felt like that was the one thing I could see coming through all this.
Well, Aiyuk's not necessarily a talker, though. I mean, you're right. Using social media to get your point across is new. Not new, but...
The one thing I thought would happen, I mean, they did it in creative ways with the Jaden Daniels thing, but, like, the one thing I felt confident in is there's going to be some stuff on social media. He no longer follows the 49ers. He scrubbed references. And the reason I believe that is because it is a tried and true strategy that has worked for many an athlete, including his friend and teammate Deebo Samuel, who also publicly requested a trade, who had Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch going to extreme measures to get him back into the fold, and then ultimately threw money at the problem, and here we are. So, yeah, I mean, I try not to get super emotional about all this stuff. I think fans get the most emotional. Team officials and coaches tend to get the second most emotional, and players, oddly, for how passionate they are as players, tend to get the least emotional. But it's business. It's the strategy. And if publicly requesting a trade or being on a FaceTime with Jaden Daniels where he's saying they don't want me, bro, is part of the strategy, that's cool. But I would also urge fans not to roll your eyes at all this stuff like it's just procedural and not meaningful. People have feelings, and you want to know that you're valued, and you have different beliefs about what your value is. And I mentioned the McCaffrey thing. I would say again, McCaffrey deserved more money, and they got that done very quickly and quietly. And they are different situations. But if I'm Brandon Aiyuk, I'm like, yo, Golden Child there didn't have to do a social media call where he was like calling his old Stanford teammate and saying, man, they don't even want me here. He didn't have to publicly request a trade. He didn't have to miss any mini camp. They just took care of him. What's going on? So, everybody has a different perspective. It's part of the deal. What he has in his favor is it can get more awkward. It can get weirder, and they are in an all-in situation. The heir apparent to either Deebo or him, depending on how this plays out, has been hurt during OTAs and is now hurt at the start of training camp. And by the way, the last two times the 49ers went real late on these things with Deebo and Bosa, each player later said, yeah, that really hurt me in terms of performance that next season because I came in so late. So those are Aiyuk's leverage points. And if you are the 49ers, as fans are fond of proclaiming, they do have the ability to say you'll play for 14.1-ish or nothing. They can fine him. He's probably not going to sit out a whole season. It's unlikely he'll sit out even the 11-game option. And he may just come in and be, again, Greg, when I was guest hosting last week, I talked about Curb Your Enthusiasm and disgruntled. He may not be disgruntled with a capital D, but he is disgruntled with a small d.
Well, one thing he was disgruntled about was your reporting, because he thought it was getting leaked out, and the number you told John and I weeks ago, maybe a month ago, $26 million average annual value. He wants 30. So he just wanted to spin it his own way. But so you laid out all the options.
To be clear, he was not mad at me.
No, I didn't say he didn't like the fact that it leaked out.
He was doing what so many fans like to do, which is source guessing. And
but no, it was
sadly,
he thought
he was wrong, just like the fans.
No, but it was confidential. Going back and forth, negotiation got public, and he wanted to put his own side of it. So you detailed the options. What are you hearing, and what do you think? The fact that he's not holding out, and he is in the building, so we'll see what he does tomorrow. Do you think there's a contract negotiation that can be resolved here in a couple of days? Do you think he ever would play under the rookie fifth-year option number of 14-1? How do you think this gets resolved now in the coming days? Do you have a thought?
It's a great question. First of all, Yeah, I will give Brandon this. You know, he's right. Nick Bosa, nothing got leaked about what they were offering him, and you know, and I'm not sitting here doing a weird dance where it's my reporting. Like, I reported it, however I heard. But if you're just looking at it from BA's perspective, he's like, yeah, mine got out and Bosa's didn't. That's weird. But again, it's just business. So, Greg, I don't know. I mean, I am surprised he's in, and pleasantly surprised from a 49er perspective, right? Like, I'm surprised he's in. I feel like that's a good sign. I think, of course, it could get settled at any day. Deadlines tend to spur action. Him being in but not practicing, you know, it's still uncomfortable. It's still weird, but it feels less dire. But there will be an inflection point. Let's say he's just in the building and not practicing for weeks. And now it's like, hey, we're installing the week 1 game plan, Brandon. Like, I know we didn't get this done, but you're getting 14-1, and it's now time to get on the practice field. And then who knows where we are. But I would feel like the deadline that could spur action is not yet upon us if he did report to camp, but we'll do the, quote, hold in. If he somehow practices tomorrow, I would either think that his/John Lynch's agent is doing something very unorthodox in today's NFL world, or they're so confident that a deal is going to get done that it may already be done. Or, lastly, it's possible that in the last week he's just decided, you know what, I shot my shot. It's never going to happen here. I'm going to play it out for 14-1. And then they'll either franchise me and trade me, or, you know, let me go, and good riddance. Now, that would shock me, but I guess it's possible.
You shake the Niners' magic 8-ball, and it seems to me that all signs are pointing to Brandon Aiyuk putting on a helmet and putting on pads and actually getting out there and a deal getting done sooner rather than later. Mike, we'll see you down at camp as it starts. We always appreciate the time and the insight.
All right, thanks so much, you guys. I'll talk to you soon.
All right, brother.
Thank you, Michael.
At Mike Silver on Twitter, San Francisco Chronicle sports columnist. I'm Rod Brooks, in for John Lund. Greg Papa is in the house. We continue the Niners discussion and look forward to another day of Giants baseball. Game 2 of the 4-game series in L.A. That comes up later, right here on KNBR, the sports leader.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Okay, so you're letting your boy handle the foreplay today, huh? Okay. All right. Hey, easy.
I miss Lund. I love Rod, but we miss John. Hopefully he's doing well. He'll be back tomorrow.
Yeah, man. Fingers crossed. Nothing but good vibes for John Lund. All right, foreplay time. Let's get to it. If you're just joining us, John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan spoke today, amongst others, but Lynch and Shanahan were the main guys today in the opening press conference as training camp starts tomorrow. Brandon Aiyuk, naturally, understandably, was the big topic of discussion. A lot of questions being asked to John Lynch specifically about Brandon Aiyuk. This is, as it was reported, that Brandon Aiyuk had reported to camp. John Lynch being coy about it, saying that, get choked up about it, saying that they have great communication and they expect Brandon Aiyuk to be there in full.
Well, they still have another hour and change, until, so I don't know if he is here, but we expect all our players to report and be here.
Has there been any understanding with him that you will continue to negotiate? Is there any, to get?
We've had great communication. We started this really early. We made it a priority to try to get done. We've had excellent communication throughout. Really don't want to characterize. We haven't been able to, and that's a shame, but Brandon's a big part of our team, and we expect that he will be this year.
Nothing surprising there. I do like we've had great communication. Define great. You've had communication. Great.
I think the interesting thing is Ryan Williams, not only they were in each other's wedding and best man, but as Mike Silmer said, Ryan Williams represents John Lynch. So a year ago at this time, he was negotiating with Jed York to get John a contract extension. So when John said that, it was 11 o'clock this morning. The players don't have to actually be in the building till 1 o'clock, but I have had it confirmed that Brandon Aiyuk did report he is in Santa Clara. They had lunch at 11:30. I don't know if he took part in that. There's supposed to be a conditioning run. They call it a tempo run. In about a minute, they're all going to do that at 1 o'clock. So will Aiyuk even take part in that? You can pull a hamstring doing that. Then they have meetings. At actual, the first team meeting for the 2024 season will be at 2:15. Will he be in that meeting? Will he be in a position meeting at 3:15? And, then tomorrow's the big news, and we'll be there tomorrow when John comes back. And 10 o'clock when we come on the air, that's activation for walkthrough at 10:15, a stretch at 10:25, and they practice. But Aiyuk is in the building, but exactly what is he doing? When John said that a couple of hours ago, he didn't lay eyeballs on him yet, but I have had it confirmed that Aiyuk did report.
I'd be surprised if Brandon Aiyuk at least didn't show up for the meetings. I'd be stunned if he decided to go ahead and just run a mile today just for the hell of it. When he doesn't have to. Could he? Sure, all right? That's really being a team player. But showing up to work when you don't have the contract you want after somewhat contentious negotiating, you're just like, yeah, I'll participate in this mile run that I'm sure he could do very easily. Nah, I have a hard time seeing that one. But he is there. He is in the building, Brandon Aiyuk is. John Lynch, listen, when you're the general manager of a successful football team, you are going to have to deal with contract negotiations, and he has been through this over and over for the past few years, most notably with Debo and last year, Nick Bosa. John Lynch was asked if this negotiation that's still ongoing with Brandon Aiyuk has been the most challenging.
I think, first of all, I think it's important to note we're fortunate to be in this position where we have a lot of talented players, so you have to have these conversations. This one has been challenging. As I said, we set it out. We started it earlier than we have in the past, made it a priority. And there's a lot of dynamics. I'm not going to get into all of them, but there's a lot of dynamics as to why it's been challenging. And, the fifth-year option is something we all sign up for when you have a first-round pick. And, that's been out there. But we've tried diligently to get this done. We haven't been able to get there. That does, what I've learned from my past experiences for the last 7 years going into our eighth is That sometimes when you think there's no way this thing's going to progress, they do. Sometimes when you think all right, this thing's done tomorrow, it's not. So you just keep going. You stay in communication, and you understand that it's a business. I've been in their shoes. I know where they're at. I know the challenges. I take a lot of pride in having things done so that our team can focus on the job at hand. And it hurts me when that's not always done at this time of year. So I understand that, but. Again, I think we're in a fortune. We've got a lot of talented players, and we've rewarded a lot. So it does become more challenging in time when you've rewarded so many players. So, but that's also why this is a very good team that has such high expectations.
All contract negotiations in the NFL are challenging because you're talking about millions and you're talking about a hard cap pop. But I just want to go back to something you said when comparing and contrasting to previous negotiations with other players, most notably Debo. That one got a little rough and tumble, and it got, I don't know if personal is the right word, but feelings got bruised. This one with Aiyuk, all the social media stuff notwithstanding, this seems to be severely much more just, hey man, this is about money. I want this. You guys are not offering it. Now we're at a stalemate.
The Debo deal was not about money. Even though there was an explosion in the wide receiver market, a few guys, A.J. Brown, got traded from Tennessee to Philadelphia that year on draft day. Mm-hmm. There were some big transactions that went down. Hollywood Brown, I think, went to Arizona that day. It was not about money. It was a personal divide that they had. And John and Kyle had to fly to Florida to talk to Debo. And, Mike said they threw money at the problem to get it to completely different. There's no animosity here with Aiyuk. It's strictly numbers. And we were saying earlier, and John was talking about the big contracts they've done. They did the highest non-quarterback. Now, Justin Jefferson got a bigger deal than Nick, but that was a humongous deal and the biggest deal in the history of the franchise. Trent Williams, when he re-signed, and Kansas City wanted to go get Trent. You had to pay Trent Williams or Andy Reid, and the Chiefs were going to steal him. He got a 6-year deal on $138 million, average annual value of $23. So Brandon will probably get more. I don't know if he'll get that kind of term. So outside of Bosa and Trent, this deal will be bigger than probably Debo's. It'll be bigger than Kittle's. It'll be the second or third biggest deal in the history of the franchise. It's a huge deal. Mm-hmm. And then obviously next year, Brock's deal will blow by all of it. So they know what they're doing. John, with his relationship with Ryan Williams, the point guy. But you've got, Parag Marate, that's what he does here. And obviously Brian Hampton, who works with Kyle, not only in the analytics department, but he's instrumental in doing deals. But this is going to be, I have to crunch it more. Outside of the Bosa deal, is this bigger than the Trent Williams deal? Will it be the second biggest contract they've ever done? It'll certainly be in the top three.
George Kittle stepped up to the podium, and naturally, he was asked about Brandon Aiyuk's contract situation and the ongoing talks. George Kittle didn't necessarily want to get into it. He likes to stay above the fray, if you will. But George Kittle did pass on some advice that Uncle Sherm passed on to him.
Have I spoken to Brandon? I have a couple times, yes.
About doing, you've been through the whole situation yourself.
Yeah. The only thing, I try my best to not talk to guys going through contract negotiations, so when I get into positions like this, I don't have to lie to you guys. And so, because, I like to keep those conversations between us, but something that I like to tell anybody going through a contract is same thing that Richard Sherman told me was contracts are like braces. They suck the entire time, and then once you get them off, you forget that you ever had them.
Did George wear braces when he was a kid or a retainer? I think did Sherman wear braces when he was playing? I remember him with the grill. George signed a huge deal, 5-year, $75 million deal, and that one got contentious, so it is difficult. By the way, we're talking about Matthew Stafford wanting a new deal, and he did show up for Rams training camp today. So he's not going to hold out. He's going to take part in practice, but keep an eye on what the LA Rams do with their quarterback. A year ago, in March, they were trying to trade him. They wanted him to restructure his deal. Mm-hmm. He never did, and then last year he went out and balled out, and they went to the playoffs and got into that game against the Lions. So let's see what the Rams and Les Snead and Sean McVay and Demoff do with Stafford's contract.
Kyle Shanahan was asked about possibly Brandon Aiyuk not practicing. He is in the building. He is at camp. but could he hold in? And as Pop termed it, or you're there, you're just off to the side with the training staff, with the performance staff, not actually practicing. Well, Kyle Shanahan said that impact-wise, could be there.
Anytime you, don't get a practice like you're used to, and the NFL season's real hard. So anytime you don't really get to prepare the right way in training camp, it's a challenge for all those players. And the tons of players have gone through it. Some have bigger challenges than others. Each one's different. I don't remember Debo missing much. I think we got him done the first couple days, from what I remember. Bosa, just the way a D lineman is, I think is a little bit different, but then getting in football shape, no matter how hard you work out, it's tough. It's tough to catch up throughout the season. So both of those guys have their individual experiences with it. It never helps, but it's something that's not a new thing, something you got to deal with.
My biggest fear was that Brandon Aiyuk, understandably, would not show up to camp, would miss time at camp, and that would affect him. We see it all the time. Hamstring, soft tissue injuries happen. And as we all saw last year, and as Kyle Shanahan talked about, Bosa not being there for camp, he's a workout warrior, a fiend. And it even took him weeks of football play in the regular season to get into football shape. So guys holding out, you understand it, but it has a negative effect on the guy. And if it's the right guy, it has a negative effect on the team. That seemingly not being a problem now, or being less of a problem with Brandon Aiyuk actually being in camp, to me, other than Brandon Aiyuk signing a deal, that's the best news possible. He's in camp, they can lay eyes on him, and he can participate somewhat, but it's not a lengthy, protracted holdout that could harm him and harm the team.
We have seen some strange things the last couple of years around this team in training camp, and the strangest was Jimmy Garoppolo, who was in the ultimate limbo. They were openly trying to trade him.
That's right.
He was not completely over the shoulder injury, and he would come out before. Actually, a couple of training camp practice, he was working out during training camp practice. Trey Lance and Nate Sudfeld and who's Mr. Irrelevant, Brock Purdy were one on the team, and Jimmy's like on the next field, and I'm going back and forth watching both, and it was so odd. But there were a lot of days where Jimmy would come out early or late and let the team practice. I do wonder with Aiyuk, and I think he has amazing synchronicity, just a camaraderie built up with Brock. Mm-hmm. And you see it all the time. We were doing the game in Washington at FedEx Field last year, and that broadcast booth is in the end zone. So you could just see it. I talked to both guys after. You see it when you watch the All-22 from the end zone camera, but when your eyeballs are on it, you're right there.
I hear
There's so many times in that game where Brock Purdy would throw the ball before Brandon Aiyuk snapped off he had the stem of the route where he just run it straight, and Brock would throw the out, and Aiyuk wasn't going that way. The ball come out of his hand, and there's Aiyuk. Snap it off the out, and the ball's right there over and over and over. And Brock was hurt last year. I think they'll pick it up, but I do wonder, my point is, even though Aiyuk doesn't work out with his teammates maybe in a formal practice, would he go out after practice with Brock and just run routes with him on air? Would he do it before, or would his agent say, you're not doing any of that, you can get below an ACL?
Which is understandable.
Just getting out of the car to walk in the locker room, don't do it. But to your point, you worry about soft tissue. I want them to be with that where Aiyuk knows. And the main thing is Brock trusts him. Mm-hmm. Other guys, he waits for them to get there. Mm-hmm. With Aiyuk, he's not going to get rerouted. He's going to run the route. If it's 12 yards in and out, he's running 12. It's not 11 and a half or 13. He's snapping it off. He's going to create separation, and that little bit allows him to be a yak bro because he catches the ball on time, and then he can make their defender miss. So that's what just the work with Brandon, how hard he's worked in the offseason, you don't want to lose that. So you want this to get solved ASAP so he does get on the field. But if not, they built this up in years past. They'll pick it up. But, that Jet game right away, their defense is for real. You got to deal with Sauce Gardner in that game. And he's going to follow, assuming Aiyuk plays. Sauce Gardner will follow Brandon Aiyuk around all night.
Yeah, it's and the thing with Aiyuk, and we've detailed this, the best part about it is this is Brandon Aiyuk showing his team. Not that there was any question, because there wasn't, but showing his team, hey, I still got some stuff going on with these guys in the front office, but I'm here for us. I'm here to get this thing going. So I think it goes to your point, Pop. Maybe he does, get together with Brock Purdy outside of us seeing it, cameras being around, and say, all right, let's pick up where we left off. And I do think, even though players don't negotiate directly with the team, Brandon Aiyuk being in the building makes it a lot easier to have these conversations about this contract going forward. So
without a doubt.
All signs pointing up. I'm Rod Brooks, in for John Lund. He'll be back tomorrow. Greg Papa in studio. Niners football right around the corner here on KNBR, the sports leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. In a world where justice is paramount and community matters the most, there's one name that you can trust, Habas Law. Founded by Omar Habas, a proud resident and legal luminary, Habas Law has been at the forefront of fighting for our community for over 35 years. And now Omar's son, Tarek Habas, joins him, adding new energy, new dedication to the cause. Habas Law is not just a firm, it's a beacon of hope for those who have been injured through negligence. From minor mishaps to life-altering tragedies, Habas Law has the experience and the resources to handle it all. Habas Law helps clients recover from their injuries to the fullest extent possible to achieve the best possible recovery and outcome. Some of Habas Law's team comes directly from major corporations, so they have insider expertise and resources to handle tough cases and take on the corporate giants. Habas Law has a track record of winning thousands upon thousands of cases, but it's not just about the cases, it's about the people. Habas Law is known for their compassion, their integrity, and unwavering support for their clients. And when you're in need, turn to Habas Law. Visit habaslaw.com for a free consultation. That's habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they'll fight to make it right.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Dante Whitner, he joined Murph and Marcus this morning and said there will be some growing pains with this season's 49ers defense. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and the KNBR socials.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Wherever you are around the globe, stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Kike, and who hits a drive into deep left center field. Way back there, still going, and on the warning track, nobody catches it. Matos and Ramos almost ran together, and neither one caught it. It's a double for Kike Hernandez on a ball that I thought should have been caught. Well, neither one of them ever stopped going for it until right at the very end.
Same old story. Post All-Star break for your San Francisco Giants last night. Good starting pitching, wasted by little mistakes, turning into big mistakes. And woeful once again with runners in scoring position. 0 for 7 last night against the Dodgers. 2 for 21 runners in scoring position out of the All-Star break. Game 2 of a 4-game series between the Giants and the Dodgers down in L.A. All the action tonight here on the Sports Leader. Giants 48-53 and 4 games out, Pop, of that third and final wild card.
Yeah, a lot of mistakes last night. That play was the most glaring, and John, felt that it should have been caught. I think everybody who watched it, the 50,000 people that were there at Dodger Stadium, that was a high fly ball to left field. It should have been caught by one of them, either Elliot Ramos in center or Luis Matos in left. It was not caught, and that set it up for the game-losing run to score. So, we talked. It was obviously miscommunication in the moment, but let's also keep in mind, Matos did not start the game. Conforto did. Mm-hmm. So, for half the game, Matos is not in the game. He's not in left field. They bring in Vesio. He detailed the pinch hit appearance, and now he's in left field. And why do you have miscommunication? Because you don't work together all the time. Now, these guys played in the minors, but they've had a lot of wall balls. Where mainly it was Matos in center and Ramos either in right or left where they would converge. Couldn't make the catch. This time it was Ramos in center and Matos in left. But there has been just miscommunication, which leads to Landon Knack is going for the Dodgers tonight. Matos, the last time we saw him was the night that Cha-Cha died, that Friday night. Giants won in extras on the Wisely walk-off. Matos did hit a home run in that, only 2 at-bats, but he did hit a bomb in that game. So when the lineup comes out in a couple of hours, will Matos be in left field over Conforto? Conforto did go 1 for 1 against him as well, and he tripled. But I think one thing, when you're making errors like that and miscommunication, a lot of it is they played together in the minors, so it shouldn't happen. But is it partly attributable because Matos is playing here, there, and everywhere, and he did not start the game, and he came in off the bench, and all of a sudden we're thrown in the game in the middle of it?
I'm trying to look it up here, but I wonder if Ramos and Matos have ever played left and center at Dodger Stadium before. I know Ramos has played against the Dodgers.
Giants haven't been there since the beginning of the year.
So they have not played, and outfields are different.
Right.
They have not played that outfield together. So that's two.
And you got that big crowd.
Yeah.
Do you realize the Giants have lost at Dodger Stadium the last 6 times they have played there? They got swept there to begin this year in the 3-game series. Obviously lost last night. They have not lost 7 straight games at Dodger Stadium since the late 70s. The post-Mays and McCovey era, and that was when the Dodgers, obviously, with their great infield, and before Fernando even got there, they more had Don Sutton. They were a great team in the National League West. But the Giants have lost, Rod, 15 of their last 20 games at Dodger Stadium.
Well, the good news is that you only go there twice now. It's not like it was in the old days when you go there, you go to your division opponent away 4 times. You only go there 2 times. That's a different story for a different time. But, yeah, it's been a house of horrors, and we all know the Dodgers get down, who they are, what they've acquired, and all the firepower that they have. And the Giants are clearly a team that is in a completely different situation in terms of how they are put together, in terms of their approach at the plate, and in terms of the direction that they're going. The Dodgers, and this is not a comparison, but the Dodgers have had some starting pitching injuries, just like the Giants have had. Don't have Mookie Betts, but they still got guys up and down that lineup. It's funny watching the game last night with my son. He's like, Shohei Ohtani's leading off? I'm like, why? I'm like, well, first off, because he can. He's that good. Secondly, they need him to do that because of injuries, specifically to Betts. He's like, well, he's their best hitter. I'm like, yeah, that's true. But they got guys up and down that lineup who can do damage, or as you detailed at the beginning of the show, Teoscar Hernandez, who jumped on a national scene last week in the home run derby. So we know he can hit it over the wall. But what did he do last night in a crucial situation, as you detailed? Got short, 2-strike approach, ball back up the middle, game-winning run. Closer comes in. Now we're talking about the Giants once again not winning down in L.A.
All right. And, after tonight, you can see Landon Knack tonight, and the Giants have seen him before. But you're going to get Tyler Glasnow tomorrow night, and then Clayton Kershaw is going to go Thursday. And for the Giants, Robbie Ray is going to go tomorrow. We'll talk more about Robbie Ray and his return. Logan Webb has moved up to pitch Thursday. They're going to pitch Kyle Harrison Friday when they're back home, and they got the doubleheader on Saturday against Colorado, which leads to Jordan Hicks. And with guys coming back, and we're hearing Alex Cobb may come back next week against the A's. This could be Jordan Hicks' last start of the year. Now, things always have a way of, the baseball gods kind of even things out, so let's not get too presumptuous. But in theory, this could be one of his final starts before they move him to the bullpen, or they could piggyback him. We'll see. But he was so good to start the year, Rod, and that his last 9 starts, he's 0-5 with a 5.57. And the start that he made most recently, right before the All-Star break, he just was not good.
He was out of sorts.
The game against Toronto. I mean, he's backed off on the velo as a starter, but it's like, what's going on here? He's throwing like 90, and he clearly is on fumes. Now he's made 1 start since July the 3rd. So that was the July 11th game against the Blue Jays. Today's July 23rd. He's made 1 start in 3 weeks, essentially. So will he be a little bit fresher? I like the fact he's pitching a night game with a type 1 diabetes. They're always pitching him in day games. Like this guy's going to wear down. So, but will he have a little more velocity? Will he have a little more to give? Because he hasn't worked much in 3 weeks. And then presumably he could be readjusted with Robbie Ray starting tomorrow and Cobb maybe next week. This may be his last start for a while.
Well, and to get down with Hicks, man, it's go as hard as you can, mash the gas for 5 innings, and then we'll go from there. And that's not just specific to Jordan Hicks. We see that a lot in baseball. I mean, hell, Blake Snell won a Cy Young last year, too, and doing almost the exact same thing. Completely different guys, completely different pitchers. But with Jordan Hicks, man, just give him 5, but it can't be anything like, as you mentioned, that start against Toronto. I remember watching it because I did postgame on NBC Sports Bay Area after it. He was just frustrated. He was barking and yelling after pitches at himself, not at batters and not at the umpires. So just to kind of get back within himself and be able to pitch within himself is where he needs to be right now. But that last start, I mean, as bad as the Giants are right now in terms of runners in scoring position, because their magic numbers, they got to get to 5 runs, really, if you can expect to win. Well, Hicks'
coming out
last
of the break,
start,
they've gone 3, 2,
right. Well, Hicks' last start, he gave up 5 runs, all of them earned.
Early.
So, hey, man, it's just that 5, give up a couple of runs at the most. But really, the Giants' problem specifically is it's not starting pitching. Remember, we talked about starting pitching, man. They've been relying on that bullpen. If they get starting pitching, they're going to be okay. Well, they got the starting pitching, even going back before the All-Star break, but definitely post-All-Star break now. 2 for 21, runners in scoring position. 9 runs in Colorado? Nah.
2 last night?
Nah. Against the guy making his debut.
And the one thing we haven't talked about, in just about exactly a week's time. 1 week and, 93 minutes, we have a trade deadline.
Buy or sell.
Trade deadline is at 3 o'clock on July 30th. It's not July 31st. It's not August 1st. There's no non-waiver deadline of August 31st. You got 1 week from today. Right now, you are 5 games under 500. And how many teams are ahead of you in the wild card race? I think it's 5.
The Cubs
you got a
are
5-by-5.
the closest. And the Cubs have said that they are sellers.
Jed Hoyer said that.
They're tipping the king. So, yeah. You
Who are
got
they
4
selling?
teams.
You want Cody Bellinger?
How many?
You want
options does he
Shota? They're
have?
not going to sell him.
Bellinger. How many options does he have? Player options.
He signed a short-term deal that he can opt
something
out of.
like that. Yeah. So for the Giants, I mean, really, you can't help but look at their record, 48 and 53,
Right.
and then you cannot help but look at where they are in the wild card and say
The Cubs are 49 and 53.
they have to jump
Jed
all
Hoyer's
those teams.
ahead of them.
All
Right now, your wild card teams are Atlanta, St. Louis, and the Mets.
Atlanta
and then
just-
Pittsburgh's ahead of you, San Diego's ahead of you, Arizona's ahead of you, the Cubs are ahead of you.
just got hurt?
The Reds are ahead of you. Ozzie
Albies
Albies.
just got hurt. Yeah,
Bad wrist injury.
and so you can't help but look at the wild card situation and go, the Giants have all of these teams to jump. That's understandable, but the Giants' problems, it's internal, man. They've got to fix this runner in scoring position thing right now. Matter of fact, had to fix it a couple of days ago. This is not sustainable because what you're doing is you're wasting good starts, but you're just squeezing the vice on yourself because everything they need to do has to be done, and they have to do it perfectly. 2-out walks for a Giants team like this, they can't score. Those are killers. They're not good anyway. But for this team, that's a killer. Errors, not good anyway, or even plays that are not considered errors, like ball falling between your left fielder and your center fielder. For a team like the Giants, that's a killer. That's an absolute killer. They have to play perfectly, and that's hard for even the best teams to do.
Who got the air last night on the ball in left center? Was it Ramos?
I don't believe they call it an error.
They didn't call an error
They
at
call
all
it
in
an
that
error?
play. You're right. They didn't have an error. There's no air on that?
But that was an error.
Damn. Ball was up for
That was
5 seconds.
And it was a wild pitch, too.
Yeah,
That allowed a runner
they're
to
just playing well
move
enough
90.
to lose.
Right.
Whether it's dropping a ball, runners and scoring. You know what it's like? I'm going to talk to JD from Santa Clara. The football equivalent of, when you get runners in scoring position and not being able to score, is not being able to score in the red zone.
There you go.
So when you're in the red zone with the 90s, you throw the ball to Brandon Aiyuk, right? Hopefully we can do that tomorrow at 10 a.m.
JD, John Dickinson, he's joining us next. Santa Clara. All right, if you just put on your Sports Dog radio ears, Niner fans, good news. Great news. I think that's on the horizon, my personal opinion, but good news. Brandon Aiyuk at the facility. He is in camp. So maybe, just maybe, a deal is on the horizon. John Dickinson from Niners facility joining us next here on The Sports Leader.
faithful. Filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Sean Dickinson, Super Reporter.
Boots on the ground in Santa Clara.
JD, what's up, man?
I can't do Creed.
What's going on, fellas? Good to be with you, and good to have football back.
Yes, sir.
And good to have Brandon Aiyuk in the building.
Exactly.
I have had reports that he is there definitively. So just what's the vibe down there regarding the Brandon Aiyuk, whether he holds in? We know now he's not going to hold out. So you got any more info on what's going on with BA, JD?
Yeah, I mean, with the first practice tomorrow, I mean, I think it is a good sign that he is in the building. Now, it leads to a few different forks in the road. I think there has to be some optimism that there's going to be a resolution here at some point, or that things maybe are not quite as contentious as they've been, for him to at least show up and have his agent and the 49ers continue to try and negotiate, or maybe it's a point where, he's come to the conclusion that regardless of what happens, he wants to make sure that he doesn't, put himself in a position where he's letting this team down with so much on the line from a team standpoint. I know, often when, the contract negotiations and disputes in this case are going on, it can turn a little bit, I think from the fan base negatively toward the player, as if maybe the player is being selfish. I don't think players ever necessarily think that, because they all go through it and understand that it's this guy's time to get money and the life security of the payday and all of that. But I also think it's a big step that Aiyuk showed a willingness to be around his teammates here immediately, and because this team's goal is to win a Super Bowl, and they've got a hell of a lot of a better chance of doing that if number 11 is on the field here at some point. So I think it's all a positive sign with the first meetings this afternoon and the 49ers getting on the field tomorrow. Now, whether he's going to be out there or not tomorrow, we shall see. I think that'll be determined more as to how close or far away they truly are to maybe getting a contract agreed to.
Do you think that there could be more negotiations, or is it what has been fairly obvious over the last few weeks that the Niners have made their offer? There's no negotiation because for what they see cap purposes wise, that's all they can do. And Aiyuk, his options are, and he does have them, but it's not good in his eyes. He can either take the deal or play on that fifth-year option.
Yeah, it could be as simple as that. I wonder, and this is the question that I've posed really throughout the entire offseason, is what is the value if you're the 49ers in, yes, you have your Aiyuk value and the salary slot and how it's spread out and everything. You have the actual contract and the number that you're willing to pay, the number you feel you can pay with everybody else that has been paid or will need to be paid coming up here in future years. But I also think, and the big question for me has been, what is the value? Is it an extra $1 million or $2 million a year off of what has been the best offer to this point to get it done now? And because it goes back to the original point. Like, I think, and look, you don't ever have to get to this point until there's a true deadline, and I think the first practice and report day and all of that is the first real semblance of a deadline. Now, yes, you get to week one, and then if he winds up doing a holdout, which he's not obviously doing now, you get into the different weeks of the season when you accrue a year and all that. But regardless, the thing that I've wondered is, does the 49ers final offer come up a little bit now because they put a value on, we want the guy here, we want harmony to try and chase that sixth Lombardi trophy that's been so elusive?
Obviously, we heard John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan's press conference. After they left, George Kittle sat down, Team USA well represented with a sweatshirt that he had. Nick Bosa with a long hair, and he had a mustache going. So what, the non-BA news, what did Kittle and Bosa have any news for us today?
Yeah, it was Kittle and Bosa and Kyle's. It was Kittle's attire and a lot of questions about the receiver. It was Bosa's mustache. I think the other big theme, and I'm always big on, all right, what are the themes you get out on the practice field? What are the position groups and different things you're looking for? But the big theme, I think, other than the Aiyuk stuff and other than some of the fun off-season fodder, is just the 49ers needing to once again climb the mountain back toward, winning a division and getting into the playoffs and getting the best seed you can and basically getting to that point where you're a couple of games away come January from getting back to the Super Bowl and having a chance to win it. And, that was, I think, the big theme. How do you process the loss and go through the offseason and get yourself ramped up to go back through it? And, George Kittle specifically was asked about that. And, he said really the obvious point, which is the only thing you can do is to get right back at it. But he still believes that they have a really good team. And I think the gut punch of losing the way that the 49ers lost, and for the handful of guys who've been through both losses, it's not a big number, but for the small number of guys who's been through both losses, knowing just how difficult it is to start tomorrow with that very first practice and be 6 months away from basically being a step away, and all the games in the regular season that you got to win and perform, and you got to battle through injuries, and there's going to be teams you aren't thinking of that are going to be better than you think, and they're going to be battling you. And so it's the new look, but it's the ability of this team to put last year behind them and have the fight to crawl back to the top to try and get over the hump, because anything less than winning it is going to obviously be a major disappointment for this group.
Yeah, Nick Bosa said that he initially doubted the Niners would win a Super Bowl after that tough one last year, but he said that feeling did not last long. JD, John Dickinson, nice enough to join us from the Niner facility as training camp starts tomorrow, but everyone reporting, including Brandon Aiyuk. The Pearsall injury news. Hamstring is going to land him on the NFI list. You have any information about when this might have happened and how severe do they think it is?
Yeah, well, the good news is, in terms of the severity, Rod, it sounded like, and John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan both said he has the ability potentially to be back on the field by the second basically pod of practice. And I'm misstating the term specifically that he used, but it's block.
So they're going to work Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. They're off Sunday. He could come back on Monday.
Exactly, as early as Monday. So I think that's very good news in terms of, the block, right? You got the 4-day block, and then basically last year Kyle went all 3-day blocks. I think now it's mandated because of the NFL weekend with the NFL Network and the shows that they do over the weekend. They want everybody practicing one of those days for sure, and they divvy it up on the weekend. So everybody's going to go the 4 days, and then you take a day and you come back. And the second block is a 3-day block, then an off day, then another 3-day block, then an off day, then you get to your first game and all of that. So, the second block means, he could be back out there on Monday, which I think is a big-time relief because there was so much unknown. And when you go on NFI, that means, that it didn't happen in the team facility. Now, that doesn't mean that it was a random injury. It could have been just a workout injury or running routes, on your own, but it's away from the team facility or the team concept or an OTA or something like that. But I think, to hear that he's that close, even if it winds up being a little bit longer than that second block on Monday, that's significant, because the last thing you want is to have a rookie, and I think a rookie that has the potential to make an impact on this team in a way that maybe 49er rookies have not been able to make an impact on this team. To get him back in pretty short order, I think is paramount. So I think that's the biggest good news, I think, other than Aiyuk being in the building from today.
So I'm just looking at pictures of it, and we watched the live stream of the press conference. But you were in the room it happened in. Nick Bosa does not look like Nick Bosa to me at all. Not just the stash, but the hair is so much longer. And does he have a little soul patch underneath there? Give me the full detail on the Bosa stash.
Yeah, it's funny. I mean, he's so funny. He's short, but he's funny, but he's thoughtful. And it just, but yet wants to get down to business. And I think, the stash was something that I think it caught everybody. One, that Kyle Shanahan no longer had the stash, but two, that Nick Bosa had the stash. And it sounds like Bosa's sticking with the stash at this point. But I think the offseason work that he put in and the ability for him to be, he acknowledged the fact that not being in camp last year threw everything off. Yeah. And, I think to have him back, and it threw off a good chunk of his season a year ago. So I think having Nick Bosa in a great headspace, he's so low-key. He reminds me of Klay Thompson in a lot of ways, right? He's really thoughtful and introspective when you ask the right questions and you get him in a moment, but he's also, very calm and laid back and kind of in his own world. So I think a Nick Bosa that's just relaxed and secure in himself and the money situation is all handled. I think that's a good thing for the 49ers and their revamped defensive line, but they've still got Bosa who's going to be trying to get after the quarterback.
All right, man. So when are you growing your mustache?
I did have a beard. I did have a beard for a little while. It was a pre-COVID beard that ran into COVID, and then when everything kind of ended, I'm like, I got to get rid of this. I got to get rid of this beard. I didn't realize as a guy in his late 30s, I'm like, whoa, I got a little more gray than I thought. You start growing that beard out, you're like, man, I'm getting a little older.
All of a sudden,
it's sexy. It's Clooney-like.
All of a sudden, Father Time is staring you in the mirror. You're like, well,
I was like, I don't know if I'm ready for this. I need a few years, bro. I need a couple more years. But no, I had the beard. I don't think the stash would work. But man, did you guys see a little bit of? I may have mentioned this to you, Rod, when we did a couple of shows together. Did you get a little? There was a little Jeff Fisher look to Kyle with the beard and the pose at the wedding. Like there was with the mustache. I thought he had to get rid of the mustache. That had to go. The little Jeff Fisher look with the stash.
Yeah, he looks tan as hell. Well, what I saw today. So the gray beard for you is, I think it's a product of doing Giants postgame. I heard you last night. What the hell's going on with his baseball team? JD, they are just good enough to lose right now. What's going on?
Yeah, they really are, and I'll be back on tonight and tomorrow night. We'll talk some 49ers as well, probably more tomorrow night with some actual tangible observations. From practice, I'll be out there and then on after the Giants game tomorrow. It's just sloppiness. I mean, all year long, man. It's the 90-foot mistakes. Yep. It's the inability to hit with runners in scoring position. It's miscommunication last night in the outfield. It's a 2-out walk and then a wild pitch, and it sets up Teoscar Hernandez to drive in a run. I mean, they are just, for all of the different things and bright spots that they've had, and they have had some. They just haven't been able to quite get the pitching together. The veteran hitters haven't put it together. And when they show signs of putting it together, they just show you that there's just a sloppiness to them that's been here, I think, for the most part, since the beginning of the season that has continued to prove why, they're a game off. They lose tonight. They're at their low water mark for the whole year. At 6 under 500 if they lose tonight. So for all the discussion about are they in it, are they not, only 4 out, 5 under, they lose tonight, they will equal their low point of the season for all of the chatter about are they in the race and do they have a chance to make a run. I get it with the pitching coming back, but it just has been so inconsistent that the clean baseball just hasn't been there for this team.
The pitching has been back, but 2 out of 21 runners in scoring position after the All-Star break has completely nullified anything you're getting out to the pitchers, and the Giants simply not good enough to beat themselves and beat the opposition in the exact same game at the exact same time. All right, JD, my man, we'll talk to you, my brother, and stay well. Be good.
Thanks, Rod.
All right, man.
Yeah, see you tomorrow,
Be
brother.
good. Greg, we'll see you out there.
Yep. See you tomorrow.
All right.
John Dickinson, super reporter.
I didn't know you could sing.
I can't. Arms wide open.
That's Greg Papa. I'm Rod Brooks, in for John Lund. Papa and Lund will be back at full strength tomorrow. Tolbert and Copes, always at full strength. Those guys coming up at 2 o'clock right here on KNBR, the sports leader.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Debo requested a trade a couple of years ago. You were asked why you were confident it would work itself out, and you said that you have a personal relationship with him, and you hadn't even talked to him yet. Why are you confident that you can work things out with Aiyuk if things get bumpy?
I mean, I don't remember exactly, and knowing you, I don't know if I exactly said that, but I don't remember. But, you know, I have a personal relationship with all our players.
Oh.
Does he have a personal relationship with the guy that asked that question? If anybody else asks that question, you may got a different answer from Kyle.
Very, very spicy.
Yeah, the cone zone.
John Lund, back tomorrow. You know, I was just thinking about some of the fun we used to have back in the day. You were doing play-by-play for the Raiders.
Yeah, we traveled together.
Doing sidelines.
How many years did we travel together?
Man, 4 or 5, something like that.
Starting in 97?
Yeah.
Going through the Gruden years?
Yeah, well, and then the non-Gruden years.
Yeah, they were lean. Well, the first year after John was Bill Callahan.
It was
fine.
okay. Then
it all went down. Art Shell and Norv Turner.
One of my favorite stories. I was in the locker room when Bill Callahan said,
dumbest team in America.
We must be, and he paused.
In terms of playing the game.
I'll never forget the pause. We must be, because he knew he shouldn't say it, but he couldn't help himself, the dumbest team in America. And I remember going, oh, that's
You're
not
done.
That's not going to be good.
You're done. You just called Al Davis's team the dumbest team in America.
And then Lincoln Kennedy was like, "Oh, word, we're done." And it was a wrap.
When the coach says that, what does that say about the coaching staff? We're the dumbest team in America in terms of playing the game. Yeesh. He was done. And then Tom Cable dropped the line when they were 8-8. We're not losers anymore. And I thought, you just called Al Davis's team a loser? You're done. He was already done. He was already, but we had fun.
We had a ton of fun. I can believe that no one has written a book about that time. Because boy, oh boy, things
well, John
happened.
Gruden would. he's in hot water and a whole. It was amazing to bring him back and have it end when John came back the way it did. It's just
remember that rave
insanity.
we went to in Buffalo? Remember that?
Yeah.
Me, you, and the great John Trinidad, rest in peace. Went to that rave the night before the game.
We had fun.
Then we go to the game the next day, and there's some kids like, "Hey!" He pointed at John Trinidad because JT was a big dude, but we were walking together. Like, "Hey, that's the guy from the rave."
Not me. No, that was too fun.
Yeah, brother. But no, I mean, it's just, this Niners season, and again, I really don't think I'm overstating this because there's still work to be done. But Brandon Aiyuk showing up today says volumes. More so about his position on that team and him understanding that showing up is big for his team and their progress to get back to the Super Bowl. I do think Brandon Aiyuk showing up means big things for him signing a contract and this being, we're done talking about it. Now we're talking about football's X's and O's and Jimmy's and Joe's. But Brandon Aiyuk showing up today shows why he's one of the reasons why he is absolutely beloved by his fellow teammates.
He's a leader. He's a competitor. Think about it. He was drafted during the COVID year of 20. That first year, everybody got hurt. Bosa blew out his ACL. They weren't very good. They went 6-10. But since that point, he had his heart broken in 2 NFC championship games on the road in L.A., in Philadelphia. Brock gets hurt. And then his performance in the championship game this year, we mentioned the catch he made against Keyshawn Nixon. The one thing about receivers when you watch it back, the Green Bay playoff win, the way they were, it was not a perfect night in the rain, but they found a way. The Lion game was one of the most up and down. That was exhausting. I just hope we don't forget about those victories. With the catch, too, and T.O.'s catch against the Packers, we remember that play. They didn't win the Super Bowl that year.
But you had that moment.
Yeah, the moment. And the B.A. ricochet, whatever you want to call it, the ladybug play where he cut it off of Vildor's face mask. I mean, he's invested in all this. And since he's been here, the 1 year was weird. 21, 22, 23, They were right there. I mean, but the line I'm going to have all year is just looking for one more in 24. You're one win away from doing it, and Aiyuk is such a big part of it. We're going to be at Levi's tomorrow when John comes back. We'll be there Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, then next week, and we'll be there for the Saturday workout as well. But it'll be interesting to see when they actually go on the field to practice tomorrow. What does 11 do? Does he walk out and just stay with the Dustins and the performance staff on the side? Does he take part in practice? I agree with Mike. I think it'd be hard for Ryan Williams to advise him to do that. You've taken it this far. Right. You don't want to get hurt, but how does he handle it from this point forward? You're optimistic he's going to get signed.
Yeah, right? It just makes too much sense. I mean, why come here, even though, as we mentioned, it's for his teammates and to show that he's here for them. But beyond that, why come here if you're not going to do something that has to do with you getting on the field? That doesn't mean a new contract. It doesn't mean he's going to take the big risk of playing that 5th year out and then go beyond that. I just think Brandon football, getting ready to play football and playing football is much more of a possibility now than it was, Pop, even before we got on the air here this morning.
He's a pro.
Yes, sir. You're a pro
beat
as well.
L.A. tonight.
Yeah, man.
Can they beat L.A. in L.A. one time?
One runner in scoring position would have done you some work last night, all right? How about no more offers with runners in scoring position? Can we start right there? And
how about a 2-strike approach?
Okay,
time.
You know what? However we got to do it.
Stop striking out, Matt Chapman and Mike Yastrzemski.
Always fun, my brother.
We'll see you, man.
Yes,
we'll
sir.
work on TV next week.
Yeah,
right?
man. Do a little TV, and I think we need to see each other in New Orleans for the Super Bowl.
We got to hang out.
We got
to get a rave going.
Yeah.
I'm free right now if you want to get a happy hour.
Well, you know what? Tuesday
Let's
afternoon
go.
rave.
Spark it up like the old days.
Don't threaten me with a good time. That's Greg Papa. I'm Rod Brooks. Papa and Lum will be back at full strength tomorrow. Coming up, you know it. You love it. Get with it. Tolbert and Copes right here on KNBR, the sports leader.
Contracts like braces. They suck the entire time, and then once you get them off, you forget that you ever had them.
The NBA brought him to the Bay, while his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shagging? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Today on our fine program, Ned Colletti. Always fun to talk to Ned. He'll join us at 2:50. And then David Lombardi. Talk a little Niners. Who knows? Maybe squeeze in a little Aiyuk. Dave Lombardi will join us at 3:50. So 2:50, 3:50. And we are off and running. What's up?
What's up, dude?
Chilling.
Getting out of here after today? Who's up to Tahoe?
After the show, heading up to Tahoe.
Nice. Good day for it, too, dude.
Yep. As soon as the show's over, head over to the airport, pick up my buddy, and see ya. Off like a prom dress, as they say.
Well,
I'm not sure why they say that, but...
Well, because you never see anybody still wearing a prom dress. I assume at some point it had to come off.
Okay, I didn't go to the prom, so...
You didn't go to the prom?
I did not.
Either one? Why does that not surprise me?
Either.
Why does no? If I had to pick one person in my life who I think didn't go to the prom, outside of Derek, I would pick Tom, you know?
Yeah, but mine was by choice.
Tom was by choice. Derek,
yeah.
didn't have reason to go.
Well, his was by choice, too. Theirs.
There's somebody else's choice.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, it's always by somebody's choice.
How many did you ask with the declines, Derek, for prom? He's looking at me so confused. He's like, what are you talking about?
69.
Derek, did you go to your high school prom is the question. Down in Texas, huh? Down in Texas. What's a Texas prom like, Derek?
Took my sister.
No, that's Alabama.
It's an Arkansas prom.
Let's go.
More of a Kentucky thing.
That's a Kentucky prom. That's something Tim knows a little bit about. Yeah.
A little too far west.
Yeah, right.
No, Kentucky, you take your still to the prom.
Take your still?
Your still. Your whiskey still.
Oh, thank you.
Your moonshine still. I'm trying.
Yeah, you're working. We're working something here. We're working. That's all right. It's coming.
Yeah, still's not. I don't think there are many stills in the Greater Bay Area.
Was there a junior and a senior prom?
Yeah, there was.
You didn't go to either.
We had 2 of them.
How many dances in general?
I missed both of them.
If there were like 4 dances a year at your high school, on average, how many do you think you went to across your, or maybe just
on average,
on total, maybe across your whole career?
0.
0 dances. You never attended
0
one.
dances. Yes. Yeah.
Again, not surprised.
Not surprised.
Not even
the
a little
last
bit.
dance I went to was 8th grade. 8th grade, and I remember everybody. That's back when Saturday Night Fever was hot.
Oof.
And everybody had seen Saturday Night Fever. I didn't see Saturday Night Fever. And my parents were not the, hey, let me go take you to see a R-rated movie when you're 13, 14 type parents. And I was probably 13, everything. So everybody's dancing, and everybody's doing the, I remember this girl was dancing with me, and it was like the Saturday Night Fever, I forget what the dance was. And she was doing it, and I had no idea what I was doing, and she just looked at me like, whatever. She just went to somebody else.
Yeah, let me dance with somebody else who knows the moves.
Knows what the hell they're doing.
Kids' parents don't let them see our movies. We're not hanging.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Hadn't seen the movie. I'm sorry. What do you,
don't forget the Saturday Night Fever spoof in Airplane.
Yeah,
when he's dancing with her at the bar, and he starts like floating in the air while he's doing
exactly
doing the moves. Pretty good.
So yeah, I think that was the last dance, 8th grade dance. Last dance I went to.
So many dances in my high school.
Yeah, I missed a whole bunch of them. Now parties I hit. Thank you.
Tim says Tom was a 4th BG. Yeah. Did you Yeah,
actually,
there we go.
There were 4 BGs.
408 is junior prom, senior ball. Yeah, that's right. That's what we rolled with too. A junior prom and a senior ball.
Yeah,
we had so many. We had a welcome back dance.
Okay.
We had a first dance of the year,
Yeah.
Then I think the next one is homecoming. During football season, right? You get the homecoming dance at the end of Spirit Week. Then we had like a winter ball, like a Christmas themed dance. Then after everybody comes back from holidays, I think in February, that's when we had the Sadie Hawkins.
Sadie Hawkins.
Where the women have to, Derek, that's where the women ask the men. Just had to.
I'm well aware of it.
Had to make sure. I assumed, I'd never.
It's the only way I got to dance, Coach.
Right. Well, because you weren't. Derek wasn't going to walk up to somebody and ask him to dance.
I'm still scared.
Oh, brother.
Then we had the. Then you roll into like the spring stuff. Then you roll into like your junior prom and your senior ball and all that. But that was like 5 or 6 dances a year.
Yeah, I rolled into none of that.
Tom rolled into the parties after. Did you go to an after party?
After. Yeah. Oh yeah. I'd show up at the parties. I was like good for the parties. I'm like, oh, parties? Oh yeah, I can go to parties. Somebody say party? I got the Mad Dog. Let's go.
Yeah.
Actually, though, to be honest, I didn't go to the parties until my senior year, because I was young. When I started my senior year, I was 16 years old.
Oh, you're young for your age, right? For your grade.
Yeah,
right.
I was really young. So, yeah, I actually probably didn't start going to parties until halfway through my senior year. Then I went to, then if there was a party, I'd show up. I'd show up at it, invited or not. I'd just kind of be there.
I was frequently.
But it didn't matter. You bring liquor, everybody's go with you.
Everybody,
you bring alcohol to a party, everybody invites you in. Didn't matter. Doesn't matter what it didn't matter who it is, seniors, whatever, whether they want you there or not. You bring a bottle of booze, and they're like, "Yeah, come on in, you're good." That was your
one of those gallons of Captain Morgan. Yeah,
entrance fee. I did not bring the gallons of Captain.
Oh,
Morgan.
I did. That was the move. Shoulder tap. My buddy's older brother. We hit him with those $20 at Safeway on that bottom rung, dude. Just roll up $20 for a handle. Golden for a kid in high school. For an underage drinker, golden.
Yeah, how'd you guys grab those?
Well, you had to get somebody to buy it for you.
Oh, okay.
We never shoulder tapped a stranger. We always just asked a friend's brother or somebody to get it.
Shoulder tapped a stranger.
You know what I mean? I was never going to ask. Bro. I was too scared to do that.
Can you go in to buy drinks?
Can you buy us
I've gotten asked a few times about going to buy drinks, and I go, nope, not happening. They're not real throw with me, but I'm like, bro, you can get somebody else to do it.
I'm not going. If I go down,
plenty of suckers out there. I ain't one of them.
I go down. It's not for that. No way.
No.
I'm not going down
not
for
at all.
that. No.
No.
I'll endorse it. I just want to do it, you know?
No.
Don't drink and drive, kids. Yeah, AJ Cruz says, beer runs at 7-Eleven. Do they sell beer at 7-Eleven?
Yeah.
Do they still? Is it gas stations
they
you can't
used
buy
to.
liquor at or booze at? Which makes sense.
You used to be able to buy liquor at just about any place back when I was growing up. I mean,
Well, you could smoke on airplanes when you were growing up.
Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, absolutely you could. Absolutely. They had the smoking and non-smoking section, which was awesome. I won't do the smoking, non-smoking joke because it's been done about 1,000 times, but it's like literally one of the dumbest things ever. Somebody thought that was going to work. Hey, let's just do smoking, non-smoking. That'll work. But yeah, I remember going to 7-Eleven and like the big beer back when I was, late teens, early 20s. And that's a crazy thing now. Like there's so many good beers. And back then, like you bring some Killian's Irish Red to a party. Oh, you were the man. You were the absolute man. Heineken, you were like the king. That was like Lowenbrow, just as good. Like any of those three, maybe even Molson. Like people like Molson, even though it smelled like eggs. It's just Molson has the worst smell. Molson and Moosehead.
I haven't even heard of
Moosehead was just cool because it had a cool label. Like the moose on the front was pretty awesome, and I had a Moosehead T-shirt. That's back when everybody was rocking. Like if you thought you were the man, you rocked a Jack Daniels T-shirt, a Zog Sex Wax T-shirt, or a Moosehead T-shirt.
Ooh, the Sex Wax. Remember that?
Sex Wax, yeah, Zog Sex Wax. I had one of those. Never searched in my life. And I had a Zog Sex Wax T-shirt. It's like, oh, it's cool. It says sex on the shirt. It's got to be cool.
Yeah, I thought that was the coolest when I was 13. I was like, I'm going to rock this Sex Wax shirt that I bought at Hot Topic or something.
Exactly.
You guys got any chains for my wallet?
You're like,
Am I studded
wallet.
belt? Yeah.
Yes.
I'm going to skate home from this transaction after you hand me that chain.
Could have the comb hanging out the back pocket.
Derek says wear a Zima shirt.
Eat shit, Derek.
Oh, my God. I don't even know if they sell Killian's Irish Red anymore. I'm not even sure if that's a thing anymore. It probably isn't a thing. But, yeah, that was the good stuff back then. That was like, yeah. You get in any party with Killian's Irish Red. You're like, boom.
Yeah,
boom, Killian's, baby.
408 says, Copes, I remember the liquor store selling 2 40 ounces of King Cobra for $1.50. It was cheaper than the water was in 2006. Yeah, it was. Hell yeah.
King Cobra's got some venom, baby.
King Cobra, yeah, they'll bite. That'll bite. And then, yeah, they're saying they do sell. Now people are checking in where they buy their booze. Somebody else goes, yes, CVS is a good spot, says the 415.
What? Oh, yeah, I guess it does, yeah.
I wasn't questioning where I can go.
Bad selection, though.
I'm just asking about
Bad selection.
7-Eleven in general.
Yeah, let me get my meds and some booze while
John Nadali says, you need a Schlitz shirt, dude. Schlitt happens.
Oh,
that's one
yeah,
of those, dude.
I did have one of those. Yeah, Schlitz is very cool.
I bet you did.
Colt 45.
The best thing about Tom used to having a shirt is there's a good to quite good chance he maybe still has it. You know what I mean? He still rocks that same shirt. By the way, Tuesday on the Tolbert and Cope Show means the same thing it meant on Monday. We're giving away 2 more tickets to go to the Aftershock Festival in Discovery Park, October 10th to the 13th in Sacramento. Tune in all week between 2 and 6. And when you are caller 10, after you hear the cue to call, you call 415-896-KNBR. If you're caller 10, you'll win the pair of tickets furnished by Danny Wimmer Presents. You can get the rules at KNBR.com. Tickets on sale at AftershockFestival.com. Slayer, Slipknot, Iron Maiden, Motley Crue, Pantera, Judas Priest, Disturbed, Breaking Benjamin, Five Finger Death Punch, Mastodon, Flogging Molly, and many, many more. Tim, what's the cue to call? Yeah, when you hear that and see Tom's mom in the pit, be caller 10, 415-896-KNBR, and you'll win those tickets. Again, more available, KNBR.com and AfterShockFestival.com. Tickets are on sale now. All right, when we come on back, Brandon Aiyuk reported to training camp today, Tom. I mean, like, I'd almost rather he not, just for the sake of the story, right? Because now showing up and then just showing up to not do anything is... Where's the drama in that? Where's the fun there? Kyle and John met with. This is almost as respectful as his requesting to be traded.
Yes,
he asked respectfully to be traded.
Polite.
Yeah, I'd like to request that, please, but no demands here. Brandon Aiyuk reports to camp. We'll get into what Kyle and John had to say next on the Sports Leader. Kyle Shanahan spoke to the media today and said first-round pick Ricky Pearsall will remain on the PUP list due to a hamstring injury. For everything 49ers, keep it locked on your home of 49ers football for the last 20 seasons. KNBR, the sports leader.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. They're Tolbert and Copes, and they're back on the Sports Leader. Find us on Insta at KNBR on Instagram. This is KNBR 104.5 at 680.
Tolbert and Copes with you Tuesday afternoon, the start of NFL training camp. 23 teams reported for training camp as of this morning. The 49ers were one of them. We'll get into some of the other stuff a little bit later. Kyle and John did address the media today, and we've got some sound for you in just a bit. But I don't know how surprising or how surprised anybody is that Brandon Aiyuk showed up for the hold-in. Ian Rappaport this morning reported that Brandon Aiyuk did report to 49ers training camp today. When Kyle and John were asked about whether or not they expected him to show up, John said, we expect all of our players to show up. And did you change shirts?
I did. That had a little spill on the other one.
What is this, a Janet Jackson tribute? Super Bowl Janet Jackson, Justin Timberlake tribute? What is this? Free the nip?
No, it's below.
You have a whole right over.
No, it's not, is it?
It's pretty good.
It's okay.
Check it out.
If it gets higher, I'll change it. I don't want to be obscene.
If it gets higher.
If it gets higher.
That was a terrible reference.
That was so bad. God. No, I just grabbed this one and I go, well, that'll work. It's my last day. Give the fans what they don't want.
I think it's that shirt's last day.
I thought, no, it's not the shirt's last day, Tim. I like this shirt, and I'll be wearing this shirt to Tahoe tonight. Wow. So,
a little drafty.
And I'm not going to get up and model it for you, but it has an equal rip right in the back.
Oh, come on.
Oh yeah, you could definitely reach through with your hand into the shirt. Like it's like one of those things you could reach in through the back and grab the heart and just pull it out, or you could grab the spine from the front, one or the other. But I like this shirt, but it's not. No, if there's any nip showing, then I'm taking it off. Come on, I'm not.
AJ says Captain Tom needs more airflow.
I like airflow. I'm a big fan of airflow.
True Blue says maybe if we get higher.
Good point.
Maybe if we get higher, he'll change the shirt. AJ says I left nipples hot, needs ventilation. Stop. I don't know, the thing needs to breathe. Anyway, Brandon Aiyuk showed up today at 49ers training camp. However,
come on, I'm looking at it right now. They're just a little bit of skin. That's
just a little bit of skin, guys.
What's the difference between this skin? I don't want to see it, Tim. But what's the difference between this skin and its arm? It's still skin. It's not. Tim said he has photo evidence that there was more, but I said I don't want to see it, and please don't just destroy it because that wasn't supposed to. Anyway, let's just move on.
People are crushing you now. 3-1. I was like, Tom, are all your shirts ripped? Don't you have any that don't have?
I have a lot of ripped shirts. Okay, I do.
Do you have any that don't have?
Well, I don't say I have a lot of ripped shirts. I have my favorites. Some of my favorites are ripped, and
that's just a white tee.
Doesn't that make sense though? That your favorite T-shirts are the ones that are ripped.
Yeah, you wear it until it falls off.
Yeah. Like my AC/DC shirt. I still wear that. Not as much because that collar is a mess. That's the problem with that one.
That's the funniest part about it is the shirt is detached from the little rung collar there around your neck, so it's two
the
separate
collar's
pieces.
Gone. Yeah, half the collar is gone, so that doesn't work. That doesn't work. If you have a collar, you're still pretty good. I think you're in good shape with a collar, but without the collar, that's a rough one. So that one's kind of been put in the low rotation pile. I'll break it out. I'll get rid of it here sooner rather than later, but I'll wear it one more time. I'll give it a proper. I'm going to give it a Viking send-off. I'm going to send it down, when it rains real hard, I'm going to send it down the gutter, and I'm going to, light it on fire and just let it go.
Shoot it with an arrow as it hits, Game of Thrones, when they fire the arrow and the flaming arrow at it?
A proper Viking burial, and put some, some incense and some herbs, and maybe put a couple gold coins in there, some bullion or whatever, and then just light it on fire and send it down the gutter.
Dolly says, when I nip, you nip, we nip. So dumb, dude.
How great would that be, though, if I could figure out a way to light that, light it on fire, build a little canoe for the AC/DC shirt. Maybe even this one, and just send it out into the ocean. And just light it on fire and videotape it.
It's like a raft, yeah.
That'd be my first Instagram post of all time.
We need some bagpipes, right? We need some bagpipes.
Lighting my shirts on fire and sending them out into the bay. That would be incredible. The problem is, do we know anybody that could have that knows how to handle a bow and arrow well enough and light it on fire and actually hit a small vessel? I don't. Well, I do. Actually, I do know one guy I bet you Jim could do it. Jim Garbish, he's a friend of mine. He could probably pull it off. I don't know many people, though. I don't know many people that can pull that. I don't know many people that have a bow and arrow. In fact, if you have a bow and arrow, I'm probably fairly scared of you. And if you have a neck tattoo or bow and arrow, and the teardrop tattoo too. Those three: neck tattoo, teardrop tattoo, bow and arrow. Or crossbow, either or.
True Blue says this shirt's headed to Valhalla. Yeah.
It's definitely heading to Valhalla. There's no doubt about it.
Tolbert comes with you. That's all the info we had. Brandon Aiyuk is back at 49ers camp. And so we'll find out tomorrow if he's actually practicing. They asked John Lynch about it. We expect all of our players to practice, is what he said. So he has reported it's a hold-in. This is what Deebo Samuel did a couple of years ago. We're holding in, and Tom Shirt is holding on for dear life. It's Tolbert and Cope, so we come back a little bit more from Kyle and John on their introductory presser to the 2024 season. That's next on the Sports Leader.
Are you not allowed to get a teardrop unless you've killed someone?
Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
Well, they still have another hour and change, until, so I don't know if he is here, but we expect all our players to report and be here.
Any understanding with him that you will continue to negotiate? Is there any to get?
We've had great communication. We started this really early. We made it a priority to try to get done. We've had excellent communication throughout. Really don't want to characterize. We haven't been able to, and that's a shame. But we're Brandon's a big part of our team, and we expect that he will be this year.
Voice of 49ers General Manager John Lynch. Not sure, he said, if Aiyuk is reporting to camp. We have great communication. We expect him here, but don't know. He did, in fact, show up. He did, in fact, report. But, again, tomorrow will be the more telling sign if he actually does participate. Mike Silver joined Papa Lund today and said he would anticipate that it's going to be another hold-in situation like we saw from Deebo Samuel a couple of years ago, which, to me, that tells me everything I need to know about his actual want in being here. Or does it tell? To me, that's my tell on that is he does want to be here. He doesn't want to get fined for sure. I don't think it's all about the money. If he thinks he's going to get the contract and this is the team he wants to be with, I think you show up and you hold in. I think that's in better faith than just not showing up at all and not having any idea what's going on. But that tells me he wants to get a deal done and wants to be here. What does it say to you? Anything?
Is it all about the money, money, money?
The whole thing's about the money.
Of course it is. I don't know. I don't know what else to add to this whole saga. I think if you're there, you want to be there, and you're showing them, look, I want to get this done, and this is where I want to be. So that's why my feeling is, and it hasn't changed, is they'll figure out a way to get it done, one way or the other. Whether it's long term this year, whatever. Like, he'll be here this year. I'd be shocked if he wasn't here this year. But yeah, if you just didn't care, you just wouldn't show up. And I got to address the thread real quick. One of our longtime listeners, Barbara, said, "Please don't do that. Don't do what I was going to do in the ocean. There's enough crap in the ocean." And Barbara, I agree with you. There's enough
Barbara,
crap.
a great listener. Yeah,
I agree with you. There is enough crap in the ocean. And also, Barbara, if you actually thought that I was going to try and get a shirt, a small canoe, a bow and arrow, and then light it on fire and shoot it, we got to work on your understanding of me. There's not a chance. There's not a chance in hell I have the follow through capabilities to do all that.
We're a lot of talk on this show. Okay, we're a lot of talk and no follow through. I'd say that's about.
No way. It sounds good. Like the gutter, I could pull off maybe the gutter because then I could light it on fire and then go down the gutter. But no, I'm not putting it into the ocean. I know there's enough crap in the ocean, and I hate that stuff, too. I hate when I see stuff in the ocean just floating around, plastic crap. But no, I don't know. I don't have that much intestinal fortitude or any kind of fortitude to pull off something like that. But
the steady hands, yeah.
The gutter might be, but I have to wait for it to rain. That's the only problem, because you got to wait for the gutter to flow, so to speak. So, but no, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it in the ocean. But that would be, now that you mention it, you think someone would do that for me? Like when I die, give me a Viking burial out into the bay?
I'll tell you, we did.
Could you pay for that? Does anybody provide that service in the Bay Area?
Viking funerals in the Bay?
Yeah, like if you just have somebody like true Viking burial send you out on a boat and just like light you on fire.
I doubt it.
Dude, that would be so badass.
Does anybody in the 808 KNBR, any Vikings out there doing authentic burials for people in the Bay?
And if they do, I want the coins over the eyes.
There's no way that's allowed.
I want the coins over my eyes. And I don't want any like Susan B. Anthony's. I want like real old school coins over my eyes. That'd be good. Nobody could do that. But that would be, how cool would that be?
Derek says they're called Norse funerals. N-O-R-S, Derek?
Norse, yeah, N-O-R-S-E.
Norse funeral, like Mike Norse.
Cool. That'd be awesome. That'd be so cool.
Like Mike Morse with an N.
I don't know if it's as good as my other idea, but that would be cool. That would, yeah. Do you want to be buried or cremated? Well, kind of cremated, actually.
Why don't you Norse me up? Yeah.
In a different way. I'd like you to, I'm going to rent the canoe. Look, I'm paying for everything. I'm buying. I just need you to find somebody that
I'm buying. Just find somebody who can flame the arrow at me.
I just need you to find someone who's pretty good with a bow and arrow and wouldn't mind lighting it on fire.
Worst part is somebody's going to fish you out at the other end. You know what I mean? They're not just going to let you go in the bay. They're just going to let it end there.
What? Why do you need to fish them out? I mean, you burn, right? And you should just, like, everything should disintegrate. And you just sink, right? Shouldn't it?
Yeah, Tim says supposedly the boat sinks.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's the whole thing. I mean, they're not. I don't think they're doing it with the intention of cleanup. I don't think that entered their minds. I'm going to clean this up. Though, bro, we're not. You kid. That's why we're doing this.
Former NBA star Tom Tolbert's femur washed aboard shore today. I watched him wash the shore today. I thought we're like, damn, we didn't get all of it. Huh? We didn't douse him enough.
It's all going to sink. That would be so legendary, though. to have one of those, like a Norse funeral? That would be so legendary. God, that would be incredible.
Oh,
God,
man.
I got to work on that.
That's good.
Hopefully, I got a few years to work on it. So we'll figure that out. Anyway, we're
Yeah, Pena, our guy B. Pena on the YouTube chat says, everybody's rocking a Fran Tarkenton jersey at this. Rocking Vikings jerseys.
Dude, that'd be awesome. Me, Cousins, a Jefferson, a Randall, a Foreman, all those. That'd be so awesome. The Minnesota Vikings jerseys. The hats with the horns. You kidding me?
Yeah, what are those called?
I don't know. Hats with horns. I don't know.
Hats with horns. Okay.
Viking hats?
Come on, Derek was all over Norris. He didn't have a Viking helmet, though.
Can invite Jerry Seaman, the old Viking.
Oh, there you go. Yes, absolutely.
Stupid. I'll rock the Culpepper. Here's John Lynch. John Lynch was asked, this is our guy Larry Krueger asked him this. He's like, you got to let me know, John. He asked John Lynch whether or not last year at this point, he said, there's no way we're trading Nick Bosa. He's not going to be traded. Can you give the same absolutes about Brandon Aiyuk? Here's John Lynch.
John, last year you gave us an absolute that Bosa would not be traded. Would you make that same statement about Brandon?
Well, Kyle and I always, we kind of, I did say that with Bosa, and I felt that way. But, I think, again, no absolutes there. We fully intend on Brandon being a Niner moving forward. We're always open to listen to things. But like I said, we expect Brandon to be an integral part of our team like he has been, and excited about that.
Okay, no absolutes on Brandon Aiyuk being traded. He says we're open to everything, basically, and they have to be. They asked about restructuring deals and whatnot to get stuff done. He says we have to be open to everything at this juncture. But again, they expect him to be here. They want him to be here, and I do believe him. I take him at face value in saying that. They started this process, and he noted this numerous times, in trying to get him a longer-term deal. They started it earlier than they have any of these other previous ones. They made this a priority. And again, it sounds like, and he didn't want to get into them, there's a lot of factors that have confused and convoluted this because of all the other receivers who have been paid. But I don't disbelieve at all that John Lynch is saying, no, we want him here. I just can't give you that absolute because it's a different situation than that of Nick Bosa.
Yeah. Well, it would have been interesting because, look, here's I think we can surmise by what happened. The Niners tried to get in early, figured they knew where the market was going, and wanted to get him signed before everybody else started signing. They didn't get it done, couldn't quite get it done, and then all of a sudden, boom, Waddle gets his done. Boom, Amon-Ra St. Brown gets his done. Boom, Jefferson gets his done. And all of a sudden, he's like, oh, cha-ching. I need to get a little bit more. And this is what I want. The Niners are probably thinking, wait a minute. No, we had this, and we're going down the right path, and all of a sudden, no. And you understand where Aiyuk's coming from. But here's what would have been interesting. If the Niners tried to get it done, couldn't get it done, and let's say for some wild reason, Jefferson signed for what Aiyuk was asking for, and then Waddle signed for quite a bit less, and then Amon-Ra St. Brown signed for less. Is there anybody out there that doesn't think the Niners would have said, oh, wait a minute, we shot too high in the market. Now we want to lower it because you're not up there with Jefferson.
It's still relevant to the other guys, right?
Absolutely, it's relevant to the other guys or to the other teams. It just depends on what way it goes. Like the Niners guessed right, if indeed this is what happened. The Niners saw where the market was going and said, "Hey, we need to get this done because if we don't, it's going to be a while." And then as soon as Amon-Ra St. Brown signed, and then Waddle, and then Jefferson, then it's like, it's all laid out for you now. And now it's a discussion as to where you fit in. Where do I slot in? And that's where the differences has been, where he slots in. And probably to some extent, like, hey, we had this, like we were getting close, and now you want to change the parameters of the deal. Well, yeah, I do. Look what everybody else is signing for. I don't want to sign for that anymore, and that's totally understandable. But you understand where the Niners are coming from, too. So it just matters how far they are apart. But, again, I by all accounts, he wants to be here. Like, this is where he wants to be. This is where he wants to play. But he does want to get paid what he feels like he's owed. I don't know how many receivers get 2 contracts. So he wants to make sure he gets the most out of this contract. And you understand where the Niners are coming from. They want to stay at the top of the heap for a while. And to do that, they're going to be able to have to sign all these guys. So there's your classic stalemate right there. One, the team thinks he's worth this, he thinks he's worth that, and they try to figure it out. But I do think it helps that Lynch's friend is his agent, Aiyuk's agent. Like, that's got to help in regards, not that he's going to say, okay, I'll do this for you since you're my buddy. No, I mean, he's taking care of Aiyuk. That's
hopefully in the honesty and the forthcoming nature of the negotiation.
Exactly. Right. That it doesn't get contentious and where there's like some acrimony, that they can just kind of figure their way out through this, because it's no fun. Nobody likes doing this kind of crap. That's why you hire an agent, so you don't have to go through this. You let them handle it, and you worry about the football aspect. So, but I wouldn't expect him to play at all. There's no reason for it. Go out there and play and possibly get hurt. I mean, you don't think it's going to happen, but somebody will get hurt during camp. They always do. Everybody gets hurt. I mean, every team has injuries during camp, and you don't want him to be one of them. You want him to be a guy. The only thing I worry about is, like, you'd hate to see it drag on until, like, September, and then all of a sudden he doesn't have all the reps he needs. But I guess that'd be a good question, too. What positions need less reps to get ready for a regular season?
They asked Kyle that today. Did you hear his answer? Somebody asked him that.
No, I didn't. I was just kind of thinking that'd be interesting. Well, I guess we're going to find out what he thinks.
Well, we didn't have the cut teed up, but I can tell you I listened to the whole presser.
Okay.
Today. It's funny. Somebody asked, and maybe it was Carlos Ramirez, about, like, preparing the roster without knowing you're not going to have Brandon Aiyuk. Can you go about things the same way? And he said, well, if I found out today that he wasn't going to be here, that would be a much bigger issue. Right? If I show up today and I'm like, wow, we're not going to have him for the season, that's like losing a player to injury or something like that. But he says, the process, how this goes. He says, I would say first and foremost, kicker doesn't need a whole lot. And Kyle made a good point. It's funny. He said it's sort of funny, but he also made a good point. He said the reason being is they're not tied to many other people. Your offense has to work as a cohesive unit, right? Things have to connect with each other. There's cause and effect and ramifications for where guys lay blocks, where guys run. Everything has to be clicking and timely and on the same page. Whereas a defensive player, and he mentions defensive linemen in the way that they run the four down, he says they may not need as much because it is a lot more individual work. You still need to get into football shape, but he said in thinking about position-wise, those were the two that he named. So he said, I do think, not having and he wasn't specifically talking Aiyuk, but I think we were all putting two and two together. Not having an offensive weapon like that certainly can have an impact on the quality of at least the start of their season.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's funny that he said defensive end maybe doesn't need as much, and Bosa
said D lineman is what he said. Yeah.
D lineman. Bosa wasn't nearly the guy that he was prior early in the season last year. It took him a little while to get going, and he had a better season than his numbers would indicate. But I still don't think he was as good as he was when he was Defensive Player of the Year. I mean, he was like so dominant that year. But it probably affects everybody a little bit differently too, regardless of position. Mentally, how does it affect you? Physically, like, these guys are so good at staying in shape nowadays. It's not like the old days where it takes you a few weeks after you get to camp to get in shape. These guys stay in shape year round, and they make so much money now. They get their personal trainers, they get their personal chefs, and they work out, and they don't let themselves get too far out of shape. So it's not that hard to get to where you need to be, but there's just still something different about it, going through your own stuff than going through all the team stuff. So yeah, it would be it'd be cool if they get it done soon. But we will see. But I do think it's a good sign that he's there. Absolutely.
Here's what Kyle Shanahan said about the sort of in depth about how that affected Deebo Samuel, a bit of a holdout, and then Nick Bosa, and how it does affect different guys differently. But here's Kyle's thoughts.
Anytime you, don't get to practice like you're used to, and the NFL season's real hard. So anytime you don't really get to prepare the right way in training camp, it's a challenge for all those players, and the tons of players have gone through it. Some have bigger challenges than others. Each one's different. I don't remember Deebo missing much. I think we got him done the first couple days, from what I remember. Bosa, just the way a D lineman is, I think it's a little bit different. But then getting in football shape, no matter how hard you work out, it's tough. It's tough to catch up throughout the season. So both of those guys have their individual experiences with it. It never helps, but it's something that's not a new thing. It's something you got to deal with.
There you go. Nothing new. It's just it varies. And I do think offensively it affects you differently. And again, we talked about this all last year. Playing catch up to football shape is different than just being a freak in the gym, right?
Yes. Yeah. And look, get timing with the quarterback. And he had a great rapport with Purdy last year. So that helps, I would think. But just, getting back to that. where you don't just show up and your timing's immaculate right off the bat. I mean, that's why you have camp. This is why you do all those things to get your timing. That's mostly what camp is about nowadays. And football is probably, some of the physicality of it too, where you're not hammering each other, but you're hitting each other and you're kind of getting used to that and your body's getting used to that a little bit. But it's just timing. I would say it's the same in every sport. Timing as far as hitting, timing in basketball as far as running your offense and cuts and just defensively timing. And then football is the same way. It's not so much about camp used to be getting in shape. Like that's what it used to be for. Like because guys were out of shape when they showed up to camp. You go way back. Guys had jobs during the offseason because they didn't pay that much. And then as that slowly went the way of the dinosaur, guys still took them a while to get in shape. Like guys, it's off season. I'm just gonna go chill. I'm not gonna do anything. I'll get into shape during camp. Well, then that kind of slowly went away, and now just about everybody is in shape when they show up. That's why you don't see a lot of sprints and gassers and stuff like that, where you're really trying to get guys in shape because they're already in shape. So you can go right to working on timing. And that's what it is, getting all the timing down, kind of getting the vernacular back in your head, just like visualizing it and seeing it. That's what it's all about. And then being back with the fellas, just being back with the fellas and the camaraderie of being around all the guys and all that kind of stuff. So that's really what it's all about nowadays. And doesn't matter, who you are, how good you are, you've still got to have that timing. And that's what they'll miss. And when a guy like Aiyuk is such a big part of the offense misses that too. It's not just Aiyuk and Purdy. It's kind of everybody else as well.
510 on the Golden State Lumber Building Materials text line says, Tom, you want to get burnt by a Viking, you got to go to Minnesota. They burn all their talent. Pretty good line there. 619 says Tom wants those doubloons over his eye, dude. Like
there you go, the doubloon.
The gold Spanish coins.
Yes,
right?
that's what I want. That's what I want.
If Tom's femur,
those things are incredible.
Says if Tom's femur washes up on shore, put it in a glass case next to the urinal, says the 209. We'll take a quick break.
How about that could be the handle for the urinal? You can pull down on my femur.
Tom's femur after his Viking funeral, the last remaining bone of Tom Tolbert. Ned Colletti, former Giants and Dodger general.
That'd be
Giants
so cool.
Assistant GM, former Dodger GM, joins us next on the Sports Leader.
It sound right, boys.
According to Ian Rappaport, Brandon Aiyuk will report to 49ers training camp despite having contract disputes with the team. For everything 49ers, keep it locked on your home of 49er football for the last 20 seasons. KNBR, the Sports Leader.
It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, always a lot of fun to talk to our next guest, former general manager of the Los Angeles Dodgers, assistant general manager of the Giants, scout for the Sharks. Go ahead and top that one. Ned Colletti joined us. Ned, what's going on?
What's up, Ned?
Hey, gentlemen, good to hear you. How you been?
How the hell are you?
I'm doing good. Doing good.
So give us a little idea of what goes through GM's minds at this time of the year, because I find it fascinating that they're not sure which way they're going to go, and that a week makes a difference, and that I think you even told us, or somebody told us, like one game could make a difference. Like, well, I'll let you know after this game if we're buyers or sellers, which kind of blows me away to think about it in those terms. But what's going through, like, what's Farhan going through right now? What are some of the other GMs going through who are kind of on the fence about what they might be doing?
Well, the first thing I think you have to do is you got to be realistic of how good your team is. You could have a little bit of a hot streak here and there. You could have pitchers coming back from injury, which the Giants have, which is a good thing. That may be their best deadline acquisition.
Yeah.
Is getting their guys back. You know, I think they're kind of in a little bit of no man's land right now. You're under 500. You're 4 back of the wild card, but you've got a lot of teams ahead of you. So you've got to win. They've got to lose. A lot of teams to jump over. And let's face it, at this point in the season, they are under 500. So you got to be realistic with your club. How good is it? And if you do get in, you're going to get in maybe that 3rd spot, maybe a 2nd spot. How long can you last? So what are you going to give up for the short-term gain of maybe one series, or maybe getting close and not getting in? I don't think you can mortgage the future to do that. I think your team has been 500. I think you gotta play it softly at this point.
Yeah. Now, how would you look at it? Because here's how I look at it. You can say we're only 4 games out of it, and think to yourself, hey, you know, that's not that many games. We got a few teams to jump, and only 4 games out. That's doable. The way I look at it is you're fooling yourself with that, because you're 5 games under 500. And
Yes.
that, to me, tells more of a story than how many games you are out. Like, you're not very good. You're just lucky that not everybody else isn't very good, so you happen to be still kind of hanging around. But that to me anyway, Ned, is a lens that I would be looking through. Like, let's just look at us and how good are we? Well, we're 5 games under 500. That tells me a lot.
Well, that's what I mean. I mean, you got to be honest with your own club. Where are you? And the season, you know, you've played over 100 games. You've lost 5 more than you've won. And, yeah, you've had some pitching that's been out. But that's kind of who you are right now. And you look at the hitters that have had the most at-bats on their club, and they're in the 230 range, 220 range.
Yep.
So, you know, they've had some good performances, no doubt. And they've got some things to look forward to going forward. But to really mortgage anybody that can help this team in 25, 26, I can't do it. I can't justify doing that.
Talking to Ned Colletti on the UMA guest line. So what do you see? I mean, does it look like a team at this point that's standing pat? There's not a whole lot to sell. They've invested a lot into this roster. I don't know if they were bad investments or if they're underachieving at this point, but guys like Soler, just 11 homers at this point. Jung-Hoo Lee out for the season. I mean, where does this team go come deadline time?
Well, I think you got to hope that the 2 pitchers coming back can help you. And then you just got to play it out. Nothing more you can do, because it is what it is. And you got to hope that Cobb and Ray, when they come back, they're going to be what you expected them to be when the season started. You know, Cobb hasn't pitched for quite a while. You know, Ray hardly. So, you know, you've got to count on them. That's who you're going to acquire at the deadline, in my mind. There's nobody else out there. There may be a spare part type player that's not going to take much prospect capital, maybe a little bit of cash, which they've got. But I don't think you do anything. I don't see it. I think it's too big a risk for a very short term uptick that may not even get you where you're going. Because at the same time, like Tom just said, you're trying to get to 500. That's the first thing you got to do. You got to get to 500, and then you got to get 5 over, 10 over, and keep going. Are they capable of doing that? Well, if the pitching comes back, yeah, they may be. And if the hitters that have gotten the most at bats on the club start to be more productive, yeah, maybe. But you're also 100 games in with 60-something, less than 62 to go. So, who are you? That's the key thing. Without being honest about how good your team is, any team, you can't do it. It's too hard finding prospects. It's too hard to develop, too hard to draft, international sign. Takes a lot of time. If you're getting close with somebody, another team knows it. So that's who they're going to come calling for if you're looking for anybody of value. Now, if you get somebody that's going to be around 25 and 26 or at least 25, yeah, then you may consider it in a different light. But for a rental player, I don't see doing it.
You know what's funny, Ned? I mean, it's so funny how times change, and they change rather quickly. Farhan took a lot of grief for saying, hey, look, if we don't start playing the way we thought we could play, we put a lot of money into this payroll, and it's just not getting it done. And if they don't show us that, basically, I'm paraphrasing here, if they don't show us, hey, we can get this done, we might have to become sellers. And a lot of people took that as, hey, you're throwing the team under the bus. I didn't see it that way, but if that's throwing the team under the bus, and then Sabes probably did it about 8 times a year, where he'd had it. He just didn't care, and nobody thought anything of it back then. But now it's like, well, we're a little softer, and everybody's a little more sensitive. And I'm curious, what was his rat? I mean, I know that's Brian's personality, but was there a point behind that usually? And how did the players usually respond to that? Because you ask him a question, he was going to answer it for you one way or the other, whether they liked it or not.
Well, he was completely realistic with his clubs. The teams I worked with him on, and the teams after I left him and competed against him, he was always realistic. I always knew he was going to be realistic at this time of year, and he would go for it when it was time, and he would pull back. But again, if somebody's going to ask him a question, he's not going to take the soft way around it. He'll tell it like it is and try and motivate his guys. Say, hey, you guys pick it up, because teams that do play well and have achieved or overachieved, you do owe it to them, in my mind, to go and get somebody. I can remember a long time ago now, Andres Galarraga. We were in Colorado, and he goes, I got a chance to get Galarraga from Texas. What do you think? I said, we need it. Somebody needs to walk through that door who everybody knows, so they know, we know, ownership knows that, hey, they have played as hard as they can play, and it's time to give them some support. But he used to always say, hey, the cavalry ain't coming if you don't play better. So, and that's the way you got to look at it. There's no other way to do it. Guys are professionals. They understand it. You played. It's what you do for a living. So, hey, you got to be at the best.
Well, it's funny because it's very simple, and I know people usually want a more in-depth reason than this, but I'm kind of, when I look at this team, I don't know how you look at him, Ned, I'm like, hey, you paid a lot of money for this roster, and yes, Lee got injured and Snell was slow, but if you're going to pay that type of money, you're hoping to get a better return, for lack of a better term, or for lack of a better definition. You just got to do better. I mean, we paid these guys to do what we thought they're going to do, and they're not doing it. And again, I think people want more than that, but sometimes isn't that just the case? I mean, you expect a better return for your buck, and you're not really getting it.
No, and that's that is the toughest part of sitting in that chair, is depending on people and trusting in them, so to speak. Not that they're distrusted, but you depend on performance. You depend on the typical performance of a player, what they're accustomed to doing, and you pay for it. You pay well for it, and you got to get it. Blake has pitched much better the last 3 times out, but he hasn't won a game yet. It's almost August. Cobb hasn't won a game yet. It's almost August. Ray hasn't won a game yet. It's almost August. Well, those are your top 3 guys. Not Webb. Webb is right there too. But those are 3 of your top 4 guys. They haven't won a game yet. It's August almost. So you've got the expectations, and it's a frustrating thing. It's probably the thing I miss the least out of doing it. I love the deadline. The deadline was always great, and we were always at. The same thing when I was in San Francisco, except for maybe one year we were always at. That's the best. But when you're sitting at 500 or below, and you've got a lot of teams to chase, and a lot of teams that gotta be worse than you are, you can't do it. You got to do your due diligence and all of that. But unless somebody comes to you with a call that you cannot hang up on, you got to let it go and hope that getting Cobb back and getting Ray back is going to give you a chance to make up some ground and get your team better.
A few more minutes here with Ned Colletti on the UMA guest line. Switching gears, I just want to ask you about, you spent time with the Sharks and, of course, in Major League Baseball. I'm wondering about the situation the 49ers are dealing with Brendan Aiyuk. Not necessarily specific to him, but when you've got to negotiate maybe a contract extension or a new deal with a guy who's looking for a raise, who may have earned it, but maybe he's not on par with the rest of his class necessarily. That's kind of what the Niners are dealing with here. How hard of a situation is that for a GM, contract negotiation for a guy looking for a raise?
Well, you're going to encounter it all the time. It's going to be a yearly with somebody. Somebody's going to be up, and somebody's going to be looking for an increase. And you've got, and I'm not talking about this particular player. You've got to. You can't play favorites. You can't let friendships or any of that stuff get in the way. It is a business. People say, "Well, it's a business." Well, sure it is. That's why people are making what they're making, and that's why owners are making what they're making. It is a business. But you have to really, again, be honest with the evaluation of your coaching staff, your scouts, and you have to make the best decisions for the organization. Sometimes it's not what the player wants, and sometimes it's going to get off track. But it gets further off track if you make a deal with somebody that you regret sooner than later, and you can't do that. You got to have conversations with people. You got to explain where you're at. They're not always going to like it, but when players start to go the other way and the talent starts to erode a little bit, you don't like it either. But if they're signed long term, what are you going to do about it? It's just the nature of the business. Communication up front. People know where you stand, and sometimes you got to make those tough decisions. But you can't you can't really let your sensitivities to it, or your I wish I could, or good guy or great guy, and this and that. You have to walk from that if you don't think that the value is going to be there over the term of the deal. Many times it's not the dollars involved as much as the term is that's involved, and you got to do what's right for the organization. It's the only way you can do it. Tough decisions. That's why you're sitting in that seat.
So do you remember your favorite deadline trade story where maybe, I don't want to say you fudged the truth, but maybe massaged it a little bit or told a story to try to get a deal done? I mean, you can't really do that much of that because then it comes back around and gets you the next trade deadline. But do you remember one that you remember that you had to try to figure out a creative way to get this thing over the top?
Well, I can. I mean, it goes back a long way now. But in San Francisco, I'm saying 1997. People listening thinking, "What was he around with George Washington too?" It was.
You're crossing the Delaware.
Yeah,
Roberto Hernandez, Danny Darwin deal.
Yep.
We were. The new ballpark. It's still a beautiful ballpark. Not quite new anymore, but it's still one of the best in the game. That was still out there. That really wasn't even. It was trying to get on the map, as I recall, at that point in time. We had lines at Candlestick Park, drawn on the infield, or on the foul territory, how close you will be if if this new ballpark comes online and stuff like that. And we sent Dick Tidrow, God bless him, to Chicago to talk to Ron Schuler for a week. And little by little, we started to get Ron to agree to do this deal. and it's going to cause us some prospects. Mike Caruso, who was a high pick the year before, and some other players. Bobby Howery was in there. I think Polk was in there. But we needed these guys. It was Brian's first year as a GM. But what we didn't know, and we didn't really ask ahead of time, was for the financial numbers we were going to take on. Wasn't exorbitant, but at that point in time, a couple $1 million was exorbitant.
Yeah.
It was especially where the franchise was at. And I can remember we were, walking around Brian's house in Belmont, just taking a walk, and we knew we could do this deal. And he goes, do I call Peter and Larry first, or do we do the deal and tell them about it later and just do it? I says, well, what's the worst that's going to happen? We're going to do the deal. We're going to have a chance to win. And if we get fired because we spent, $1 million to $2 million, somebody will hire us, because they'll see what we did. So he said, that's a great idea. It's
a resume builder, yeah.
So we go and we make the deal. And then we call Peter and Larry, and I think they were together. And, I think maybe car phones were just starting to become, a thing. And I remember him, we're walking, and I can see, he's a little anxious about making the call. And when he told them what we had done, we never even got to the money. They were just so excited that we were able to do what we did with Wilson Alvarez coming to start, Roberto Hernandez to pitch late in games with Rob Beck, and with Danny Darwin, who could, start, relieve, tough competitive guy. We never even got to the money. And so he hangs up. I go, how'd it go? He goes, I guess it went well. They like the deal. They'll find out about the money later, I guess. But, that's what I think about all the time this time of year. He says, what do we do? We got a chance to make the team better. Because we were a last-place team the year before.
Yep.
The 2 years before Brian took over, we were losing 90-some games. The 96 teams, we were calling guys up from the instructional league. I mean, I've never called a guy from the instructional league except for that year. So that's where we were. And then in his first year, we had a chance to beat the Dodgers. And that's the Brian Wilson home run, year and all that.
Yeah.
And we had a chance to, to support the team because the team had earned it. The team had played like crazy just to get in the position to have a chance. And so we knew that is such a psychological hurdle for any team to get to. Nobody walks through that door, and you have played your tail off, and you've got a chance to win. You'll find your team is going to scuffle. Maybe the next 2 months, but you have somebody walk in there that they know who it is, and that takes a lot of fatigue, especially mental fatigue, off a player's back, and off they go. And we ended up winning the division that year. And I still don't know if Peter and Larry ever addressed the $2 million, but at this point in time, I don't think it matters.
No, I don't think it matters either. Well, that was after. I mean, that was like the second year after the Matt Williams trade, was it not?
That was the year after the Matt Williams. Matt got traded in
the offseason, in
November. Yes, right before like in November, and that one too. Brian, the famous quote, "I'm not an idiot,"
That was, he told that to
Fringe,
the lunatic. Yeah. I remember we had to have a meeting at KNBR, and I'm not even sure if you were there, Ned, but I know Brian was there, and then Ralph was there, and I had to be in there too. And I'm like, what the hell am I doing in here? I don't know why I'm in here. I didn't say anything. I'm just sitting there listening. Oh my gosh, it was epic. Brian and Ralph going back and forth. I'm not an idiot, Ralph. And Ralph's going, I never said you were, but this is my job, and that's your job. Like, if you...
Oh, yeah.
It was...
It turned out to be... I mean, Matt Williams is a great guy, a great player. And he went on to, to really help other teams, too. Arizona after Cleveland. But Jeff Kent came in that deal, who had like 100 RBIs, 6 or 7 years. And Vizcaíno came in that deal, who could play all over the infield. And Tavares could pitch 85 games a year, and Joe Roa, kind of a 4A guy. But we needed players. Yeah. We didn't have enough players. And we had Barry and Matt making up probably half the payroll. And we had, Dick Tidger and I used to count the fans coming in. You could count the fans walking down those long aisles at Candlestick. Oh, here comes 3 more. It's like 5 after 7. We're a game out. And so, we needed to do it. We were desperate. we had to do it. As much as we hated trading Matty, I mean, it was like there was no other choice except trading Barry, that would have turned out. That would have been, that would have been historically poor at that point in time.
Yeah, that probably wouldn't have been
historically poor. Yeah.
Yeah, but we'd be talking about that right now. Or you guys wouldn't even be knowing my name. And who were those two guys? Who were those two guys that traded Barry Bonds? Who were they? I don't know. One guy's teaching school, I heard. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
Teaching school. Oh, my gosh. Hey, Ned, it's always great catching up with you. Hopefully we can do it again as we get closer to the playoffs. But I always love the conversation. The stories are fantastic. And I hope you're doing well. You're doing everything good?
Everything is excellent. Yeah.
Awesome.
Every life is great. Hey, you know what? Every time I'm on with you guys, we laugh. And you know what?
We do.
That's a good medicine, isn't it?
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. Well, have a great rest. Have a great rest of your day, Ned. We'll do it again soon.
You got it. Don't get traded. I'll see you later.
Thanks, Ned. Thanks, Ned.
The great Ned Colletti.
One of the greatest storytellers.
Oh, he's so good.
His stories are so good.
Well, that's a different one than he gave us last year. Right around deadline time. Might have been the same day as the deadline of the day before. We were talking to him, and he gave us one about when he was with the Dodgers, when they acquired Manny Ramirez. Remember that? And he said that was a money thing, too, where Frank McCourt was like going through the divorce and couldn't take on any money. He goes, no, Frank. Boston's going to take all of it. He was like, what do you mean Boston's taking all of that contract? What are you talking about? Missed any of that with Ned Colletti. Some really good stuff there. KNBR.com and the KNBR app. That was a great line, too. If we traded Barry, that would have been historically poor. Historically poor. It's a great line from Ned Colletti. Missed any of it? Check it out. KNBR.com and the KNBR app. We're still going to catch up with David Lombardi in about 35 minutes from The Athletic. But when we come on back, a little bit more on that brilliant Dodger offense. Somebody checked in on the text line. Bigger holes, the Giants lineup or Tom's shirt. We'll get into it next on the Sports Center.
Definitely lineup. Come on.
Mike Silver joined Papa and Brooks today and said he expects Brendan Aiyuk to be a hold-in throughout training camp. But that's a good sign that he showed up at all. Listen to that podcast, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Wherever you are, we're streaming 24/7 at KNBR.com. This is Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Kike, and who hits a drive into deep left center field. Way back there, still going, and on the warning track, nobody catches it. Matos and Ramos almost ran together, and neither one caught it. It's a double for Kike Hernandez on a ball that I thought should have been caught. Well, neither one of them ever stopped going for it until right at the very end.
You know, defensively, you can't let that happen in the eighth inning. Not against the Dodgers. I mean, maybe against another team that they don't have the firepower in their lineup. You're in a tie game. You got your ninth place hitter leading off. You got the big boys coming up. I mean, there's a reason why they're hitting first, second, and third, and you let a ball drop. I mean, that really is unacceptable. You can talk to those young guys. You can try to coach them, but it's unacceptable.
It's the Dodgers.
Yeah, well, they beat them. They beat the Giants last night 3-2. Dodgers have won, 4 in a row now. Giants, losers of 3 of their last 4 out of the All-Star break, fall to 48 and 53. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Tuesday afternoon. More Giants baseball tonight. Mercifully, 6:10 first pregame, 7:10 first pitch. What they're talking about there is that ball hitting the outfield to the warning track. We played that highlight there. Ramos and Matos come together, and somebody has got to make that catch. I don't know if we're going to get an explanation on that, or if we did get an explanation after the game. It was loud. I mean, it's a ball where the center fielder has control on that, unless he's called off. Unless he calls off, then the left fielder, the right fielder, whichever way it's going. Bottom line is, after all that happens, as Tim says to me, was there any doubt in your mind that Randy Rodriguez was giving up that hit?
Yeah.
I didn't like the spot.
Yeah, I don't know. Who'd you want to see there?
It's funny, and I may get lashed for this. Ready? I was like, I don't think I wanted Doval. I think I would have wanted to see Tyler Rogers there, or as Tim said, the better option would have been Ryan Walker, who was already used. They'd already used an inning or two earlier, whatever it was, in the 6th or the 7th. But I think in that situation, I wanted Rogers.
Yeah, I mean, I could have gone with that, but look, catch the ball.
Catch the ball.
I mean, that's little league stuff right there. You can tell Matos was yelling, "I got it." I don't know how loud he was yelling it. I don't know if Ramos heard him.
You're supposed to yell. You're supposed to. What I was always told, and I've heard this from professional outfielders as well. Alston Slater told me this a few times. Hunter Pence as well. When you play a corner outfield spot, and you know there's a ball hitting the gap like that, and you and the center fielder are both going for it. Your job as a corner outfielder is to call it a couple of times, maybe 2 or 3 times. I got it, or ball, whatever you say, and then you stop and listen. Because the center fielder is never supposed to stop calling it if he gets it, if he's going to take it. So you call it and say, I got it, then you listen, and if he's saying ball, or he's got it, then you peel off.
Yeah.
If you never hear him say it, you're supposed to go all in for it.
Well, that was sweet because they both peeled off.
Yeah, they both did. That was great. I was like, oh, who they decided was catching it.
Yeah, that was just so little league. That should have been an out. And I think ultimately it would have been, I mean, if everything happens like that afterwards, it would have been 2 outs, nobody on. But that was brutal. And Kype's right. That's just unacceptable. And I don't really even care that it's the Dodgers. I just care that you got to win these games. These are like really, really important games.
Every game is crucial now.
And, you win that one last night. And look, we could talk about that as well. I mean, because that was Little League crap. You get a guy, like, this is like his first, like, who is this guy? And the Giants made him look like he was just like a stud. It's like, these guys got to start hitting some. I mean, Soler has just been a massive disappointment. Massive disappointment. Who, let me ask you this. Who right now would you say is above expectations from a hitting standpoint? Like way above, or maybe barely above.
If we're going to run through the Giants lineup and say who has exceeded expectation, who is on par.
Yes.
Okay, let me just look at the lineup from last night just so we can run down. Okay, so Jorge Soler, below expectation.
Below.
Lamont Wade Jr., I would say maybe even a little bit above, but kind of what I expected. Less power, but I'm okay with
less power. Yes.
I'm okay with what he's giving you because he's hitting .311. He's got nearly a 900 and 850 OPS or whatever. I'm okay with where Wade is.
Okay, but
because
he's
the OPS is there.
Part-time player.
Agreed. Ramos exceeds, right?
Exceeds, definitely.
Bailey, kind of where I expected. Maybe a little bit better average-wise. Power's okay, but he's what I expected him to be. I don't really think much about him, which is a good thing probably.
Yeah.
Conforto, below.
Yes.
Matos, below.
Yep.
Chapman, below.
Yep.
Yastrzemski, way below.
Yep. Although I saw his like OPS is 750 now.
Who's that?
I don't Yastrzemski.
Yeah, his OPS is 750. He's hitting 241. He had a really hot streak right before the break.
Yeah, I was like, how'd that happen?
Yeah, he's up to 750. He's hitting 241 all of a sudden, but still below for what he's done for the whole first part of the year.
I would agree.
I mean, you go into the last 3 weeks, just treading water doesn't do it.
Yep.
I'd say Wisely above.
Above 710, yeah.
And Fitzgerald for the last 4 days way above.
Yeah, although
four straight games with a tank, but I don't know where to play him.
It's such a small sample size, you can't even include him.
No, he doesn't matter. I mean, in terms of that, and for that exercise is what I mean.
And Flores way below.
Flores way below. And then who else are we missing? It's like Casale off the bench.
That's about it.
Yeah, there's nobody else really that we're.
That's about it. I mean, in the guy, and look, Lee got hurt, nothing you can do about that. But here are the guys they went out and signed. Chapman below, not a lot, but below. Soler below, a lot below. Snell below, a lot below. And then Lee just hurt, so it's even hard. You can't even really include him into it. So out of the guys you went out and signed, big money guys you went out and signed, you've got Chapman below. He probably has more errors this year than he's had in his last 5 years, not combined, but in any 1 year. Soler, well below. Snell, well below. And then Lee, incomplete. To go along with Estrada, well below.
Yeah.
Flores, well below. Like, they have too many guys. Now, I could say, okay, Ramos kind of counterbalances Soler to an extent because you didn't even see that one coming, and he's well above where you thought he was going to be. And then you also have, and I think Bailey's above. When you look at his OPS, look at his average, he's definitely above. But Wisely's above, but not that. I mean, it's not like he's having a great year. He's just above where you thought he would be.
He's like a utility guy. That doesn't mean...
Yeah, his OPS 710. It's like, kind of like, okay, it's cool, but it's not, not a huge deal. And then you go ahead and look at the pitchers. Webb's about there, although Webb's been getting hit pretty good lately, especially if you include the All-Star game. The stats won't. Hicks well above. Harrison, for my money, probably about what I thought. If you want to go a little above, I could go with that. But, I mean, that's kind of what you'd hoped he would be. Who else starting games? Snell, like I said, well below.
Hicks is starting tonight.
He's well above. He's well above.
Hicks well above. He's done far better than I thought he would do, even though we know he's tired a bit.
Yes.
I think he's exceeded expectations.
And then you have, Walker's been, I don't even know how to characterize them, but he's been solid. Roger's been solid. Duvall's been below, and that's your closer, which is a little bit of a problem. But it's just you don't have enough guys that are above, or you don't have the right guys being well above where you thought they would be. And that's a problem. I mean, you got Soler leading off, who's just like he's a whiff master right now. You have Wade, who's been really good in the 2-hole. And then you got Chapman, who's had, a couple stretches of being hot. And that's the same with Conforto. Conforto's had a couple stretches of being hot. But you look at him now, and it's like, Bailey's a guy. Like, Bailey's the one guy. I'm like, I want that guy up there in a key situation. Like, I feel like he's going to give me a good at bat. Like, Ramos right now is ice cold, even though he hit a couple balls hard last night. And hopefully we get to a point where those fall in again, because he's a guy, a middle of the order guy. That I want to say he's like 1 or 2 for his last 20-something. He just can't get a hit right now. So, and then there's anybody that didn't know Matos was going to strike out against Vesia. I'm like, just put the ball in play, please. First and third.
Nah, come on.
1 out. I don't care. Just get 1 run home. Nope. Strikeout. Like, I still think he's good, but God, he's testing me. He can't square. Here's the thing with the Giants. You watch the Giants tonight, and this is something that has been driving me crazy with them, is they foul balls off that are like right down the middle. They're like center, or center in, center out.
Middle,
but they're
yeah.
right there. And it's like, how many times I got to hear this? Oh, he wishes he had that one back. Well, great. How about just hitting it this time? Like, I'm not going to say it's easy, but these guys get paid a lot of money. And when you get thrown center, fastballs, sliders, whatever, I mean, those are ones you got to drive. And they're not driving them. They're just fouling them back. So then they get to the nasty pitch, and, of course, they swing right through that. But you watch how many times, if it happens tonight, how many times they have balls where you look at and go, that ball should have been in play, and it should have been in play hard somewhere. And it just isn't. It's a foul. It's a foul back. Soler does it. Matos did it last night. Unfortunately, Ramos is kind of doing it right now. Chapman, he'll get the high fastballs that he always swings through or fouls straight back. It's just a mess right now offensively. So the pitchers have to go out there and pitch gems. And Snell was really good last night. Deserved better. Didn't get better. So I'm kind of with Farhan on, hey, look, we paid these guys a lot of money. They got to perform. Somebody's got to step up and be that guy. And I'm not saying it's that easy. Just because you get paid the money doesn't mean okay, automatically. I'll give you what I got signed for, like last year. That's what you're signing me off of. That's what I'll give you. I know it goes up and down for athletes, but if you want to win, like, that's the key to winning right now. The key to winning is not a deal. The key to winning is having guys like Soler, Conforto, Chapman, guys like that. Maybe even Estrada and Flores to a lesser extent, but Flores is a part-time guy anyway, so it'd be nice to have him do what he did. But I'm talking about the middle of the order guys. Soler leads off. Chapman, he's right in the middle of the order. Like, you got to have those guys. And Conforto, he's in the middle of the order too. You got to have those guys, like, they got to get it going, period. You just have to. If they don't, forget it. It ain't happening. I don't care that Ray's coming back. I don't care if it was Randy Johnson coming back or Roger Clemens coming back. Roger's back. I don't care. Like, just give me 4 runs. Give me 4 runs tonight. Hit some pitches hard that are down the middle. And they're just not doing it. And I'm not saying they're not trying. I'm not saying it doesn't drive them crazy. They're probably more upset than all of us. I get it. I understand it as an athlete when you're not doing as well as you hope to be doing. But there's your answer. May not be all that sexy, but if the guys that are getting paid to do what we thought they would do start doing that along with the pitching, Well, then, hey, there you go. There's your answer.
Hey, Rogers! Discount double check!
Thank you. That's where I thought you were going when you say, hey, Rogers! Rogers, discount double check!
Going, Rogers back. Rogers back.
That's where you were going. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Tuesday afternoon. Let's hit the phone lines real quick. Pugsley is in West Sacramento. Pugsley, what's up, man? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Yeah, they're just not getting it done, just what Tom says inside. But what bothered me was last night, what contributed to that missed ball out in the field was pinch hitting Conforto with first and third, one out. I mean, leave the more experienced guy in right there, and how about trying the word sacrifice? You know, a sacrifice right there. I think Conforto could sacrifice, and we get a run right there. It's just, you know, we just don't have the firepower. Even Matos comes up, you know, to take his spot, and he's thinking, I got to hit a 3-run homer. No. You got to get up there. You got to go, I got to sacrifice that guy from third base to get him home. That's what Willie Mays said all the time. And the pitching and
we appreciate the phone call. Yeah, go ahead. Let me just say this real quick. Appreciate the phone call, Pugsley. Conforto ain't button there. He's just not. You're not looking for one run there. You're looking for multiple runs there. But you'll take one run. Like, you'll take it, put the ball in play. Maybe you can get one run. But you're looking for a couple runs there. And a guy like Conforto ain't button with one out because he could drive the ball out of the ballpark. He could get you 3.
That's it.
So you're not going to settle for one. You're going to hey, we'll take one. Hopefully consolation prize. But we'd love 3 right here, or maybe a gapper. So that wasn't going to happen. I can almost go with you on that Vesia could have been a guy that Conforto could hit. But, I mean, you got to get – if you're going to have Matos up there, you're going to find spots to use him. And that seemed to be a pretty good – I mean, Vesia is not overpowering. I think he got him with like a 93-mile-an-hour – I don't know if it was fastball, four-seamer, or cutter, but it was up. I mean, that's a pitch you could handle. And he just didn't. He just didn't right now, and he's not. You can tell he's just not that confident. But I don't know. It's just the guys that you need to do stuff need to start doing stuff. Period.
Vesia, Cal State Hayward Zone.
Exactly.
We went there. Tolbert and Copes with you Tuesday afternoon. We will take a quick break in about 15 minutes. We're going to catch up with David Lombardi of The Athletic. Talk to him about the Brandon Aiyuk report and hold in is what it looks like. We'll find out more tomorrow as to whether or not he actually practices. When we come on back, more likely to get a new contract or be traded. Is it Kuminga or Aiyuk? That's next on the Sports Leader.
Oh, my goodness gracious. Of all the dramatic things I've ever seen, Roger Clemens standing right in George Steinbrenner's box announcing he is back.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Roger Clemens.
Somebody better put another quarter in the jukebox. Keep this thing going. Roger Clemens.
Roger Clemens.
Announcing he's back. So look, tonight it's knack. It's knick-knack, patty-whack, give the dog a bone. At least he's pitched. So at least during Diamond Notes, you can say, okay, here's what knack has done. Award-winning Diamond Notes. And he's been pretty good. 3.23 ERA, 105 whip, and he has 36 strikeouts in 39 innings. And Jordan Hicks is pitched. I'm trying to see real quick, when's the last time Jordan Hicks has pitched? July 11th against Toronto. So it's been almost a couple weeks now, 12 days since he's pitched. So we'll see how that affects Hicks. But like that was one you could have got last night. You could easily say, oh, it's the Dodgers. You know, it's the Dodgers, and the Dodgers are better. Yeah, the Dodgers are better. But, you know, they're facing somebody nobody's ever heard of. And that doesn't mean you're not any good.
River Ryan?
Yeah, exactly. But it just, like, that's one you could have gotten. It's one you didn't get, and one of the reasons you didn't get it was a snafu out in left field. And tonight, you know, Hicks versus Knack. You know, again, these are ones that you got to be able to get. You just you have to. These games, it feels like every game they play is worth a game and a half now. It just really, really does, because you're closing in, and I have a feeling that the trade deadline is going to be not much. Because I don't know, I'm with Ned Colletti. Like, I don't want to give up anything of future value for something now, but I don't really want to get rid of guys either. And I don't know who anybody else would want. Chapman, Snell. I don't know how attractive they are with the out after this year.
By the way, the Chapman thing you were talking about with his errors, he's at 11 right now.
Yep.
He had 12 all of last season.
Yeah, there you go.
And the most in his career was 20. That was back in like his first full season. He still won the Gold Glove.
Did he?
Yeah. He won the Gold Glove last year. So, I mean, it's not necessarily just about the errors, but you're right. He's playing statistically at a lower clip than he was at this rate last year.
No, I mean, he's still great. You know, there's no doubting that. I mean, he's still a guy, like, look, when they need a ground ball, I'm saying hit it at Chapman. Like, I don't feel like, oh, my gosh. But, again, that to my larger point is you need people that are playing above where you hoped, or at least as to what they're getting paid, and he's not. So he's not, and again, he's not that far off. Like, Solaire's way off. Solaire's got a OPS in the 600s. And the dude is like, I don't think he struck out last night. I think he might have avoided the K last night, which is one of the first times in recent memory that he's been able to avoid the K. Yeah, 0 for 3 though.
Oh, well, that's good. At least you put it in play. It's good.
But at least he didn't strike out.
Okay.
Like strikeouts. I'll give you the strikeouts for the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 games. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 1. It's your leadoff hitter.
1, 4, 3, 4?
1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 1.
3, 6, 10.
So it's
we're 13
13
Ks in 6 games.
Yeah, it's 2 a game. And nice little tidy 2 a game. And I have 359 plate appearances. 318 at bats, not counting walks, and he struck out 92 times.
He struck out 92 times in 318 at bats, almost a third of the time he Ks.
Yep. My God. Yes.
What happened to the 3 true outcomes? I'm looking at one true outcome damn near every time up.
And again, that's okay if your OPS is 800, right?
If
your
you had
OPS
22
is 800.
bombs right now, you'd be like, okay, well.
Yeah, exactly. Your OPS is 800. You're like, okay, you know what? That's just part and parcel. We'll live with that.
Strikeouts to home runs, he's 10-1.
Yeah. I mean, it's wild, too, because I'm looking at I just went back and looked at his career. Last year's OPS, 853. The year before that, 695. The year before that, 882. The year before that, 658. So he's gone from 2021. Oh, you know what? I'd have to add that differently because 2021 he played for 2 teams. He had a 658 OPS.
He's traded to the Braves and won World Series.
Exactly. In 360 plate appearances and then lit it up for the Braves. And then the Marlins, he went 695 OPS and then jacked it up to 853. And now he's 698. So, again, you know, these are guys you hope. These are guys you hoped could get it done, and they're not. I mean, it's not happening right now. So that's their best bet. I guess my overall overarching theme is just stick with it. Just stick with what you have. Don't give up anything of value. Don't give up any of your young pitching, unless you can get somebody you can keep for a couple years. Like I'll concede that, but don't get a rental. You're not in position to do anything like that. But I wouldn't sell either, because you do have that pitching, and that pitching gives you hope. It has to give you a little bit of hope. Like let's just hang together and see what happens here. So that's what I would do. You know, maybe a small move here. You want to tinker here, do some, maybe do a little something there. But I'm not giving up any future assets.
Well, Chisholm's not a rental. And he'd change your athleticism
no,
for sure.
exactly.
Give you a leadoff presence. That'd be something for you.
Yeah, no, I would do that.
Chisholm's a guy who I like. That's somebody you get versatility with him and where to play him. It definitely adds more youth and athleticism, something they are lacking tremendously at the major league level.
Yeah.
And it would give you a little bit of a spark. I don't know that makes you a playoff team this year, but if you were going to acquire a piece, that's the type of something you would go after. And something that would be here for a few years.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
Have him and Lee at the top of the order.
How about
That's appealing. That's appealing, and that's the type of deal I'm talking about. If you got to give up something to get something for a couple years, then okay, that's fine. But don't go for it. Is what I'm saying. Like, don't go. Okay, let's get this and let's shove all our chips all in. Let's shove all our chips all in with a pair of 2s. Oh God, I hope everybody folds.
Oh man.
Oh, they called me. I'm out.
Maybe it's a 10-2.
I lose. Yeah, 10-2.
There's a little
off.
Doyle Brunson. There you go.
Oh, this sucks. I lost because I'm an idiot. So I went all in with a 10-2.
Well, Texas dollar. Yeah.
But I wouldn't try to get rid of players, because here's the thing: you're under 500. Your 5 guys under 500. You're not very good. But to your point, you made it yesterday. Like, they're only 4 games back, so I got to keep that. I can't just completely discount that. So I want to keep these guys and see what happens. Like, maybe they do get on a roll. Maybe they do get hot. I mean, hell, maybe Chapman and Conforto have one of those streaks at the same time where they get hot for like 2 weeks, right? Then you're scoring like 5-6 runs a game, because right now they're both not hot. And Conforto's had at least 2, if not 3, really good streaks. Chapman the same this year. And when they get going, they're like bang. I mean, they're like ripping the ball. Conforto was like a doubles machine. So was Chapman there for a while, mixing a home run here or there. And like, you're good to go. And, get Ramos going. But, let's see what happens when Cobb and Ray come back and see how they are. So I don't think it's like you're not 8 games back, so you're not trying to let's recoup as many assets as we can. I still think they're there. Like, they have a chance. It's an outside chance. That's why I'm saying don't do anything crazy. But, yeah, Chisholm, I'm okay. Like, that's cool. If you got to give up something to get something that's going to be around for a little while, that's fine. But I'm not selling either, because you're not that far away from getting hot. And if Snell keeps pitching this way, and either Cobb and or Ray come out firing, then you might be onto something. Maybe you may be able to pick up some games. I don't know what that means, but you may be able to pick up some games in short order, and then who knows where it goes. But I wouldn't do anything rash either way, as of now.
415 says, damn, Giants are sitting back hoping that Robbie Ray comes back and has to pitch like Cy Young. At this point, Robbie Ray can come back. I'm be fine with Burt Young. You know what I mean? I'll take whatever the hell he'll give us at this point. And then 707 says, enough on the Giants. They suck this year. Let's talk more about Viking burials. How about we switch gears back into some 49er football? David Lombardi of The Athletic. We'll talk to him about what Kyle and John had to say today and what we expect from Brandon Aiyuk as training camp officially starts practice tomorrow. Will he practice? I'm guessing no. David Lombardi next on the Sports Leader. Dwayne Kyper joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss last night's disappointing Giants loss to the Dodgers. Check out that podcast up now, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tolbert and Copes with you Tuesday afternoon. 23 teams have reported to training camp. Niners start their practice tomorrow, but players started arriving today, and here to talk about it from The Athletic. Does a great job all season long covering the 49ers. It's David Lombardi. Dave joins us courtesy of the Yuma guest line. What's up, David? How are you, man?
Good. How are you? It was good to be back in there today, and it's a slow ramp up. We didn't have to go outside onto the field. The next 4 days, we're going to be out on the field, and it's going to be underway, so it's going to be fun.
So let me ask you, it will be fun, I think. Let me ask you then, on the outset, when you found out this morning that he was hearing that Brandon Aiyuk would report to training camp, and I guess we'll find out tomorrow if he practices. I think everybody's guess is no, that we're looking at the hold in. But was it a surprise to you that he showed up?
I think it's mildly surprising. On one hand, the Deebo Samuel and Nick Bosa situations both saw those guys hold out at the start of training camp. I know that Samuel signed his contract a couple days in. But on the other hand, the 49ers are obviously in the driver's seat here, and they have the leverage. Aiyuk is already under contract, and it all means that he would stand to be fined $40,000 per day. And it'd be up to the 49ers to forgive those fines. And if they weren't in the mood to forgive those fines, and it'd be too bad. So I think that ultimately, this is a sign of the team having the upper hand here. And it also might be a sign that talks are progressing in a positive fashion.
What's I'm wondering what the worst case is, David. Could he sit out? I wouldn't think he would, but could he sit out the year until the point where he has to come back? I think it was like week 12 or 13, something like that. Like, you think that's even on the table? Is that even a possibility?
Technically, it is a possibility, but I think that would just hurt Brandon Aiyuk because he is in a contract year until he isn't, right?
Yeah.
Until he signs a new contract, this is a contract year. And what do you need in a contract year to make the most money possible for yourself after that? You need numbers. And to put up numbers, A, you need to play, but B, you need to get ready to play. You need to develop the rapport with your quarterback, and that happens in training camp. So, everything incentive-wise says Brandon Aiyuk needs to show up at least by week 1, but even before then, because this kind of stuff is tied to what happens during the regular season. So while that's technically possible, I just think that this is in a position that really encourages Brandon Aiyuk to show up.
What's the situation that makes the 49ers desperate?
In this situation?
Yeah, like what could play out that makes them go, you know what, let's just we've got to pay him what he needs or what he's asking.
I think the only thing that could possibly happen, and it's not guaranteed to happen, is that he doesn't show up. Week 1 hits, and then week 2 passes, week 3 passes, and their offense is really struggling without Brandon Aiyuk. Because that's when Aiyuk can say, look what it looks like without me. Okay, now pay me my money, right? But if you're Brandon Aiyuk, you can't count on that happening because this is an offense with Brock Purdy, with Christian McCaffrey, with George Kittle, with Deebo Samuel. I mean, I could go through the list. I mean, this is a really loaded offense even without him. Of course they're better with him, but it's not like the Nick Bosa situation last year where Nick Bosa took that all the way up until, Wednesday or Thursday of week 1. And without Nick Bosa, that defense would not have been a good defense last year. I mean, they slipped to number 10 even with him. So I think that the leverage situation is just very different between the Brandon Aiyuk situation and the Nick Bosa situation.
Is there a chance they might sign him to a 1-year deal, give him a little more money, and just kind of table this until next year?
John Lynch didn't rule anything out, but I do think it's in the 49ers' interest to give Brandon Aiyuk more money over a longer period of time. And I also think it's in Brandon Ayuk's interest to have more financial security now, because the longer they make this contract, the more they can mess with the numbers, right, against the cap. And this is a flow control, and unused cap space moves over from year to year. You got to think in the big picture because that Brock Purdy contract is coming up in 2025.
Got it.
Talking to David Lombardi here on the UMA guest line. Covers the 49ers for The Athletic, does a great job. You had an article out last week about the 3 potential outcomes of what could happen with Brandon Aiyuk. And today, John Lynch would not say unequivocally like he did last year, Brandon Aiyuk will not be traded the same way he did about Nick Bosa, though that to me still seems like the least likely of scenarios. Where are you on the 3 scenarios and on John's comments today?
Yeah, they've always, except for that Bosa situation, they've always had the no absolutes line, right? I think he said no absolutes today.
That's right.
They've kept they've kept the door open to all possibilities. I think they're being honest. They're saying, hey, if we're absolutely blown away by an offer, of course we're going to try to make our team better. But if you look at this rationally, what possible offer could the 49ers get? That's realistic. We're not playing Madden here. That's realistic. That could make their team better for 2024. And I don't think such a realistic offer exists. And I don't think John Lynch thinks that it exists either. Now, Nick Bosa was the exceptional circumstance of no, we're not trading him because he's Nick Bosa. And I think everybody has seen how important he is to that defense.
If the Niners, and let's take injury out of the equation just for the sake of the discussion, who fits the 49ers better? Deebo, who's more of a weapon than a receiver, or Aiyuk, who's a more polished receiver, a better receiver, but not the weapon Deebo is? Which one? I think they complement each other beautifully, but if you had to take which one, and forget about injuries being a factor, who do you go with for this offense?
You know, I think you just said it. They complement each other. They're completely different types of players. They might both be titled receivers, but that's where the similarities stop. Brandon Aiyuk is who you want on your team to beat man coverage. He's also a really good blocker. You can't forget about that. But he's your typical X receiver. He's going to beat man coverage. Deebo Samuel is one of the most unique players in NFL history. I mean, the yards after the catch that he's amassed, actually, since they started tracking this, I think it's been about 22 years. Nobody has come close to averaging the yards after catch.
Really? Wow.
Attack as a receiver. We haven't seen, this type of body at that position. So that's great for the 49ers, but Brandon Aiyuk serves a completely different purpose. And I think that to have the number one offense, to have a team that is a Super Bowl favorite, which they are, and they're favored in all 17 of their games, you want to have both of those skill sets on your offense, because that's the beauty of what Kyle Shanahan is able to do now. You also can add Christian McCaffrey and George Kittle into the mix, but the beauty is that you have these differing skill sets that complement each other. So if a defense tries to shut one of them down, or if a defense is particularly good at taking away, man separation, well, then you have a bulldozer like Deebo Samuel to come in and do his thing, or vice versa. If they're particularly focused on taking out Deebo, well, then you have Brandon Aiyuk doing his thing against man coverage.
That being said, they complement each other so well. Is there any reason to believe whatsoever that in 2 years they'll both be on the 49ers?
Absolutely, there's reason to believe that.
Okay.
Now, is it going to be challenging? Of course, but this is not a team that's in the business of letting really good players go. And say Deebo Samuel puts up an excellent year this year. He's still under contract for 2 more years. I think the 49ers would be crazy to not extend him, or they'd be crazy definitely to just let him walk for nothing. Okay. I don't think that they would be very interested in doing that. Say that they win the Super Bowl this year, then you're going to want to keep that group of players together. And even if they don't, they're still very, very good. You're still going to want to make sure that you sustain that level of talent on your team, especially when you see how it works together. Now, the one way that I would see one of these two guys not being on the team is if you saw it with Eric Armstead, who was a really good player for the 49ers, but the contract started to become very inefficient for the team because he had missed 13 games over 2 seasons. But if Deebo Samuel plays this entire season and is as effective as he's been in the past for the 49ers, then and history shows us that they've done whatever they can do to keep superstars on this roster.
If Aiyuk were to be traded, is the situation similar to that of when they traded DeForest Buckner, where whoever they move him to is just going to have to lock him up, and so it's going to limit the number of teams in which you could trade him to?
So can you repeat that?
If you were to trade Brandon Aiyuk, I said, is it similar to that of like DeForest Buckner, where he's got to get, he still wants that contract. Whoever trades for him would have to sign him and have the money to do so, which is going to limit the potential number of trade partners, correct?
Probably, but first and foremost, the only way that they trade Brandon Aiyuk is if they get a massive return for him. That's the only way that they would be incentivized to move him, and a return that would make them better this year. That's the first condition that would have to be satisfied, and that in and of itself, I think, would narrow down any prospective list of teams that could be suitors for Brandon Aiyuk.
Just to move on to some other action, some other players. Talking to Dave Lombardi of The Athletic. Pearsall, what's the prognosis with the hamstring?
So he heard it away from the team facility, which is why he's on NFI, non-football injury list, instead of PUP. That's just a designation that you make depending on where the injury occurred. So it's probably during one of his workouts in Arizona. But they're only expecting him to miss the first block of training camp practices, which is what I just mentioned, the Wednesday through Saturday. So I'd expect to see him maybe at the soonest on Monday out on the practice field.
Okay, got it. And where do you think the quarterback market's going to go? Because we were laughing yesterday, David. We were like, we thought not Aiyuk, but Purdy was going to get between 40 and 45. I was like, yeah. If he has a year like he had last year, forget that number. I mean, I don't know what Love's going to end up getting. I don't know what Prescott's going to end up getting. But do you see any end in sight to this quarterback market?
as long as the game is evolving the way that it's evolved, and with the rules really reinforcing the importance of that quarterback position, and the salary cap also continues to rise, as long as those two things continue happening, then I think the market's going to continue dictating for an increase at that quarterback position. So you asked me where I think it's headed. Well, it's headed very fast to the $60 million mark.
Yep.
And Brock Purdy might be the first one with a $60 million contract annually, the annual worth, or he might be the second or third guy there. But I think by the time that he signs, that's where the market's going to be. And assuming he continues on the trajectory that he's been on, that's going to be his worth. The worth is going to be the top of the market, because that's just how it works with these quarterback deals. So, yeah, it has gone crazy, but I think it has reflected how important that position is, because look at leverage. We talk about Nick Bosa and leverage when he had his holdout. The 49ers really needed him on the team. You look at Brandon Aiyuk, and obviously there's a little bit less leverage in this situation for Brandon Aiyuk. Imagine if Brock Purdy threatened to hold out.
Yeah.
He would have all the leverage, right? Because you couldn't operate without the quarterback on your team. We've seen what the 49ers look like when without Brock Purdy. That was the NFC Championship game against the Philadelphia Eagles. So that's why these quarterbacks are getting all that money, because they are that important on the field.
Could have used him in that title game. Yeah, could have. Yeah. Would have been nice to have Brock Purdy. David, great to catch up with you, man. A start of another season. I'm sure we'll do it all year long. Thanks so much, and we'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Have a great day.
Good deal, man. David. The great David Lombardi of The Athletic. Make sure you're reading him and following him. Does a great job, and gives you different stuff, too, different types of breakdowns and numbers, and he'll throw some nuggets out there like that. Since they started tracking yak yards, like in the last 22 years, he said nobody's amassed them at the rate that Deebo Samuel has in terms of the average clip. But, yeah, one of the most unique players in NFL history. You missed any of that, all available, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. I had not thought about Brock being the first to reach a certain number, which doesn't surprise me, or like when you think about how off seasons play out now.
Yeah.
Right? Because that's how it is. The guy sets the market. But what's interesting is when the guy sets the market who is not universally viewed as the best player at that position. Right? Like Brock is viewed as a very good player, I think, now. A lot of people last year at the end of the year was, is it Brock or is it the team? It's a body of work. He's operating the offense better than anybody had operated this offense, even with all these excellent weapons around him. The question then is, when he reaches free agency, who will be the best free agent quarterback or the best quarterback looking for a contract versus the skill-wise, the best universally thought of relative to who the best is that's a free agent? Because is it going to end up that Brock's getting more annually than Mahomes initially until Mahomes reaches another opportunity to sign another big deal? You know what I mean? Like, some of that stuff is hysterical.
No.
It's crazy to look at.
I was thinking, what year do you think the first either basketball, baseball, or football player
$100 million a year
makes $100 million a year?
What year on the calendar, you mean?
Yeah.
Like, how far from now?
Are we 10 years away?
I think we're within 10. Derek says no. What's the first to do it? Is it a quarterback? Or it's got to be a basketball player? My thought has to be basketball. The TV deals are getting insane. The cap goes up every year. Football's a little bit more stringent on how they go about this stuff. They try to hedge it a little bit. Basketball, the numbers just keep going up and up.
But we've jumped from we're getting to 60 really quick with quarterbacks now. And we're talking about guys like Jordan Love possibly getting 60, Brock Purdy getting 60. And not to say they're not worth it, but you imagine when like Josh Allen and Mahomes come up again? They're going to be like, are you kidding me?
Brock Purdy got 60? Mahomes like, I have 3 of those things.
They're going to be like, give me 200 a year.
Yeah, dude.
Or I'll go play in Saudi Arabia.
And you might not have a case against them. You know what I mean? Like, for what they're doing for your team. I mean, Derek just said, don't forget Shohei got 700.
Yep, got 700, but that's 70 a year he got.
Which is not, that's wild.
Well, the thing about him, though, is it's hard to, like, say, okay, I want more than Shohei. It's like, oh, you do you? Okay.
What's your ERA?
I want you to go pitch.
What's your whip?
Yeah, exactly. And I want you to have an OPS over 1,000. Can you do that? Okay, if you can do that, then yeah, you go ahead. Good luck.
He's got 30 homers right now, Shohei.
Yeah, I know. See, with the quarterback position, it's weird because it doesn't have to do with like, okay, because I can't imagine somebody going in asking for more than 70 because it jumped up pretty quick. Like, I think the real interesting one will be with Soto. Like, what does Soto get? Does he get? I can't imagine he's going to get more than Shohei, but if he does,
he's going to get like 500 or something, right? Or 4. Even that's high for me.
I would think so.
450.
I would think so because like Shohei was only going to get it because he pitched. So we're still, I think baseball might be the last to get to 100, but quarterbacks are they're jumping quick. Like, it's amazing. It was just last year we were saying, hey, you might have to get used to the fact Brock Purdy's going to make between 40 and 45 million. And now that's laughable.
Make between 40 and 45.
Yeah.
That's like on the low end now.
Like, if he has a year like he had last year, it's going to be 60.
Yeah.
Like, that's like 2 years, and like we were talking $20 million. So it's not that hard to envision the way football's going and the salary cap's going, but within 5 years, somebody might be making 80, between 70 and 80.
That's not even a maybe to me. Trevor Lawrence is at 55 per year.
Yeah.
Joe Burrow's at 55 a year. 53 for Goff, 52.5 for Herbert, 52 for Lamar Jackson, 51 for Jalen Hurts, 46 for Kyler, Deshaun 46, Mahomes 45, Cousins 45. If the three guys at the top right here, Burrow, Lawrence, and Goff, are all north of 50, north of 52, we can't be that far from getting to 70 or 75.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. And don't we have a 70 in basketball now?
We have a 70 in basketball. Yeah, didn't Jaylen Brown just get 70?
I thought he did. I thought he did 70. Wow.
See, here's what Tim says something interesting. He says when Pat Mahomes resets all of this, but see, the thing about Mahomes is he's taking a huge percentage of their salary cap. But remember Brady and Manning were never the highest paid necessarily because they restructured regularly to make sure they had enough talent on the rest of the roster, which is why they remained successful for so long. With quarterbacks, you sometimes can get away with that. Receivers ain't giving money back. Running backs ain't giving money. Like, running backs don't make enough anyway to give money back. But for a quarterback, you have to pay him. You have to have him. It's where it starts. Look at all these guys. They're all starting quarterbacks in the league. Not every one of them is a Super Bowl caliber quarterback. We know that Brock can get there.
It's wild.
75 a year is insane.
Like, literally right now, if I'm Mahomes and Allen, I'm like,
Tim says it was Tatum. I thought Tatum and Brown both got huge
I thought Brown got a big one, too. I thought Tatum was like over 60. Maybe he was 70. I'm not sure.
Tatum's at 62 a year.
Okay. What's Brown at?
Jaylen Brown might be like 70. Yeah, Jaylen Brown just got his new contract.
Yeah, he got a new one, too. I don't know.
He's either
I thought
Team
Brown
USA.
was 70, but I could have been wrong on that.
I'll get that for you in just a
70,
minute.
you still didn't make USA team.
Jaylen Brown, I'm looking for his deal here. I'll get it for you when we come on back. We'll take a quick break.
It's wild.
Yeah, we'll take a quick break. I'll get you the Jaylen Brown contract when we come on back. But Brock, for David Lombardi there, he could be the first potentially to get to 60 or $60+ million. And by the way, he has a season, like you said, like he had last year. If he goes to a Super Bowl or he sets the franchise record again in passing yards in a single season, who knows? I mean, he can ask for whatever the hell he wants.
My God.
Yeah, we'll see what happens as we still await a potential Brandon Aiyuk contract, who he did report to camp today, likely to be a hold-in member when practice starts tomorrow. All right, we'll take a quick break. When we come on back, Derek's back. I told him, by the way, that we did 2 of these last week. We did 2 NBA grab bags. He was not happy, but he said we can still get into one next. The NBA grab bag on a Tuesday afternoon is next on the Sports Leader. John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan spoke to the media today and said first-round pick Ricky Pearsall will remain on the PUP list due to a hamstring injury. For everything 49ers, keep it locked on your home of 49ers football for the last 20 seasons. KNBR, the sports leader.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for NorCal Honda. Looking for a great road trip car? Honda's got you covered. Civic, Accord sedans, fun to drive, stylish, dependable, mile after mile. That's what Hondas are, mile after mile. Rugged, roomy, versatile SUV, CRV, Passport, and, of course, my favorite, the Pilot. CRV and Accord hybrids, great range, and MPGs. No plugs, no charging, no worries. Did I love road trip? I'm taking off tonight. Road tripping, heading up Tahoe in the Pilot. Already got it packed. Plenty of room for my buddies' clubs and gear, and plenty of room for the beer. In fact, Lori opened the refrigerator today. She goes, God dang, there's a lot of beer in there. I said, it'll be gone. It'll be gone by tonight. It wasn't my God. You open, there's not much in the fridge right now other than beer. The outside fridge. Like, I'm not a heathen. I'm not taking up the entire inside fridge with the beer, but by tonight it'll be gone. And then Jeffrey will be the proud owner of some incredible beer. But I got the room. I got the safety features. I got all the gadgets. We're going to be listening to whatever we want to listen to. Of course, it'll probably be the Giant Dodger game heading up the hill tonight. So I got that all go for me. Navigation, everything. So if you want to take an enjoyable road trip, how about seeing your NorCal Honda dealer now for great deals on every road trip ready Honda? For more info, ask anyone who owns a Honda, like me, or visit NorCalHondaDealers.com.
Hello. I like most of the sounders on KNBR, but the NBA grab bag sounder is really stupid and annoying, and you play it all the time. You can really do better. It's enough to make me change the station. Please get rid of that stupid sounder.
Tolbert and Copeland with you on a Tuesday afternoon, and you know what that means. A big old fat NBA grab bag.
grab bag.
Comes to the mailroom each and every week. We sort through it. We dig in, and we pull out some good stuff. Let's see what the NBA grab bag has for us today, Tom. Why don't we start, not the NBA, but some Olympic basketball.
All right.
Our guy, Steve Kerr. Steve's having a hard time with the Germans, huh? Had a tough time. Not as tough a time as he had with South Sudan.
Ooh.
I mean, that was a dicey. Thank God
43-point favorites.
Thank heavens for LeBron James and his American-born blood carrying Team USA against South Sudan. And then again against Germany. They beat Germany 92-88. Thanks to LeBron's 20 points. For those of you who laid 15 points for Team USA, you can blame Steve Kerr. By the way, did you see the score? You see the spread for South Sudan?
Yeah, it was like 43.
It was like 44 points or something.
Never out of the money. That was easy, boy.
That was
you want to talk about just sit back, lighting a cigar, going, "Oh, it's fun, man. I don't even got to worry about this."
I mean, I was thinking about that. I was at the Showdown, the bar up here in North Beach, watching some of the South Sudan games.
Dr. Chung.
And we were talking to the guys behind the board. He goes, "Dude, the spread was 44 points." I thought about laying that. I said, "Dude, if anybody is ever getting 44, take it. Take the 44. Why not? They got a lot of work to do before they catch up." And South Sudan hung around the entire game. Team USA wins by a point. We have another tune-up. By the way, Team USA, the men and the women, playing some dicey hoops of late. Let's move on here in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
The NBA on TNT isn't dead yet. How about that?
Back.
We heard it was over. It's not dead yet. Yesterday, Turner Sports announced that they have matched Amazon's $1.8 billion deal to the NBA. Now, there's a little bit of a hedge here, or not a note here, because apparently TNT had the right to match. The NBA is kind of disputing that, and now it seems like there could be a lawsuit filed potentially by TNT towards the NBA. It's just a matter of whether or not the NBA would prefer having their games on a streaming platform over basic cable. You'd have to believe that the streaming platform Max would be involved if TNT is the one who gets the contract. That they would then pair some of that, throw it up on HBO Max, like all these streaming services and companies are pairing with each other now. In order to keep
Wouldn't you want it for the NBA? Wouldn't you want more people to see it?
I would want it on cable with Max, is what I would want.
Yeah. I don't know why you wouldn't want more people to see your product. It's so funny, right? Because baseball's kind of going that way now with Apple, and I think we're going to see more and more of that. I think basketball's going that way. We're going to see more and more of that. NFL sneaking in there a little bit with their Thursday night package and Christmas.
On Netflix now.
Are we going to start seeing more and more? Because I think everybody can kind of handle this. They're like basketball, okay, if I got to get something to watch basketball, I'll get it or whatever. Baseball, okay. Football, people will freak the bleep out if they put an entire season on
Prime or something.
Service.
Yeah, right.
They'd be so mad. They're like, are you kidding me? The NFL, you're actually doing that to us? There's going to be people that are probably hot. They're showing a couple games on Christmas on Netflix, which is wild. I can't imagine how much money they got just for those two games on Netflix. Had to be hundreds of millions of dollars for those two games. And then the Thursday package, but, I'll tell you what would freak everybody out. They might light the world on fire if they put the Super Bowl on a streaming platform.
Dude. Well, they got that rotating list. They go with the three networks, right? ABC, NBC, and
what if the
Fox,
fourth one's like Amazon one of these years?
Or CBS involved in that too? Is it four?
Hey, they had a playoff game last year. Remember Chiefs-Dolphins?
Yeah, on Peacock. I mean, here's the thing. And it's happening this year too. You'll get another Peacock. That's the thing too, is the NFL isn't going to just one service. They're going to... It's several different ones, and that's why they're in the middle of that class action lawsuit, too, which, by the way, there was news on that the other day that you may get based on this lawsuit that's going on with the NFL and Sunday Ticket, there may be a revamped service where you can get all of your team's games via one subscription. This was something that was floated out the other day because of what's gone on with this class
Did we get
action
money
lawsuit.
back for that, by the way?
Well, I never had it. Derek's saying no.
I had it. We don't?
Derek?
Wait a minute. I paid the DirecTV when they were trying to keep the price low, and they didn't.
I'm
Where's my
holding out
money?
hope, but I think we got to pay $3.49 for the whole thing.
But why don't I get money from years past?
Derek's just shaking his head no. You don't get money back.
Obama.
Great.
Tim said Obama?
No, not going to happen. Well, what was the whole lawsuit all about then?
Thanks, Obama.
Yeah, thanks, Obama.
Appreciate it, Obama. Thanks a lot, dude. Jeez. Jesus, man. If Obama takes half of it.
NBA grab bag.
Moving on
Thanks,
here in the
Obama.
NBA grab bag. To more stream service news, Netflix is bringing back more sports documentaries next month. They've done a pretty good job with some of these. Two new additions. Here's one that I'm excited about.
Okay.
Sign Stealer. Have you seen the preview for this? Sign Stealer is going to feature Connor Stallion's side of the story with the Michigan cheating and sign stealing scandal.
Yeah.
I'm in on this one. So the guy who was doing it is in the documentary. Now, the question I have is, are we more on the side of this documentary of we've had some good sports. I'm trying to think of what the best Netflix sports doc was, because they did do some of those that were the behind the scenes things, like the Johnny Manziel one was iffy. The Florida, the Manti Te'o one was pretty good. The Florida football one was awful, disgusting. Didn't give us anything we wanted.
No.
There was another one that was kind of like that. The Donahue one. Donahue, we didn't get enough out of the Donahue. It's if you're going to do this, then give us something. Give us real breaking news about behind the scenes stuff that happened. I think who knows? We'll see how this one's made. The other one that's going to come out is about the murder of Steve McNair.
Yeah, that one.
That's kind of intriguing.
There should be, because that's not one that's widely known where you know everything going in, right? When you
Steve McNair one, there's details out there, but I don't even know all of it.
Yeah, I don't know them either. We watch the OJ specials. We kind of know everything that happened, and they might pop something in there occasionally. They're like, oh, damn. But everything else. But we just watched it because it was, just wild that it was OJ. This one is, I don't really remember a lot about it. So, yeah, this one, I'm hoping to learn some stuff. Like the Aaron Hernandez stuff, I felt like I learned some stuff watching that, and obviously two different things, but I'm hoping that maybe there'll be some stuff there that I'm like, I had no idea.
The text line's checking in 209 and 415 saying the Aaron Hernandez doc. Yeah, that one wasn't bad.
No, I like that one. Because I felt like there was some stuff in there that I didn't know, in watching it. I thought that was pretty good.
Him and his friend and the whole wrestling
it's hard to say you
thing
enjoyed it. The subject matter doesn't really lend itself to saying, dude, it was awesome. Yeah. Whoop, whoop,
you're going to love this stuff.
Incredible.
I was like, I don't know.
But it was intriguing in the fact that I learned a few things in that one.
Moving on here in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Tom Brady may have a new girlfriend. He's been rumored to have dated at least 4 supermodels since his divorce 2 years ago. The latest rumor is that Tom Brady is currently dating Sports Illustrated swimsuit model Brooks Nader. Nader? He just met her. There you go. There's another Tom Brady.
Daughter of Ralph?
There you go, dude. That's exactly what I thought. I was like, a Green Party candidate? That's where Brady's going, huh?
Not great.
Yeah, Al Gore's still pissed. Moving on in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
EA Sports' NCAA football sales. Have you seen this, the football game? People are loving this thing.
I've seen the game. I have not seen the sales or anything.
The sales have gone over 2 million copies already.
Wow.
2 million copies that came out last week. The thing that's grabbing everybody is you have to, when you start your dynasty mode, you got to be a recruiter, right? So the way you recruit in the game is you DM kids on their social media, the fake recruits. So I saw a social media video that somebody had already done a spoof sketch of a guy who's just sitting there and his buddy comes in and goes, "What are you doing?" He goes, "I'm building a football team." He goes, "Oh, you're running your dynasty mode?" He goes, "Well, it's more complicated than that. I've got to message these kids, and I usually pretend to catfish them. I pretend I'm a hot girl so that I can get a look at their character and know whether or not they belong in my program." I was like, this thing is going way beyond where it needs to go, dude. This is hysterical. I was like, this is nuts. Because I got to see how they behave when I contact them to know if I want them in my program. It's all about between the ears as well as between the lines. It's hysterical, dude.
My son has it. My son plays it.
I've downloaded it. I haven't played it yet, though. I got to go.
Yeah, he says the whole game's recruiting. He said you play a little bit. He goes, it's good. I think he was Arizona. Didn't make it to the playoffs, but he said he goes, yeah, it's all recruiting. It's all recruiting, trying to get the recruits, trying to keep your coaches. That's too much for me. I go back to the old school. I just want to play. Make a super running back with my name, and then just go play. And that was it. I don't want to have to deal with these punk-ass kids all the time trying to recruit him.
Yeah, I don't want to deal with these punk kids either, but I'll probably do it.
You're going to do it.
I'll let you know.
There's no doubt.
I'll let you know about some of the 3 and 4 stars I pick up in the next couple of days. I told you my big thing with the college
portal.
My big thing with the college basketball video game, the old one, used to be taking a school like Howard, like an HBCU, and then just not caring about who I recruited. I'm just looking to get to a tournament. Go Bison. That's all it is.
Go Bison.
The Howard Bison. One more here in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
All right, so Giants fans, I know you're frustrated about what's going on with Giants baseball. Look no further to maybe ease those waters than a minor league pitcher in the Braves organization by the name of Francisco Vicioso. Out of the Dominican Republic, he's 19 years old, and he is having one of the worst seasons I think anybody's ever had in the history of professional baseball. As of this weekend, on Sunday, he had thrown 3 innings of professional baseball.
Okay.
In those 3 innings, he had issued 28 walks.
Wow.
35 wild pitches. Which, by the way, a wild pitch is only issued a wild pitch if there's somebody on base. So, yeah.
This guy see?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, he's like, what's his name in
Mr.
in Major League, dude. Wild Thing. I'm blanking on the character's name.
Wild Thing, yeah. It's,
Wild Thing.
Charlie Sheen, Rick Vaughn.
Ricky Vaughn. There we go. Thank you. Mitch Wild Thing lives now. He had 4
Take Ryan, for instance.
4-hit batsman. He'd allowed 20 earned runs in 3 innings pitched. And for just one more fun note, he had 3 fielding errors on his only 3 chances back to the pitcher. His ERA sits at a robust 351. That's wild, dude.
I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Wild. Luke Jackson-esque, says Tim. His whip is 33.
How many Ks does he have?
33 runners an inning, 1 strikeout.
Not great. Okay.
Not great.
That guy might be suicidal.
I'm just kidding. His whip is an even 10 now. His ERA, he actually lowered it to 60.
10.
He lowered it to 60.
Holy smokes. That's wild.
Tough deal.
Wow.
Yeah.
The game doesn't go swimmingly when that guy's in there.
No, it doesn't. 3 career innings of professional baseball. Anyway, 28 walks, 35 wild pitches, 4-hit batsmen, 20 earned, 3 fielding errors on 3 opportunities.
Does he make it to 4?
We'll check back at next week's NBA grab bag.
That's the question.
See if Francisco
have a doc on that.
Has made it. That's unbelievably bad. That's the NBA grab bag for Tuesday, July 23rd, 2024. Giants pregame coming up at 6:10, 7:10 first pitch. Jordan Hicks on the hill tonight against a guy named Knack. I imagine he'll blow our doors off. When we come on back, a little bit more on Jonathan Kuminga, Brandon Aiyuk, more likely traded or extended. That's next on the Sports Leader.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for the good people over at Kugelman Law, a tax, crypto, and estate planning law firm with a helpful tip. Don't be swayed by the low price, get your taxes done for pennies on the dollar outfits. Okay? You want to keep Uncle Sam away? Let somebody do it that knows what they're doing. They can get it done right, get it done the first time, and you don't got to visit with Uncle Sammy. You don't got to take phone calls. You don't have letters in the mailbox from Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam's happy. You do what you're supposed to do. Here's your check, Uncle Sam, and you move on. Now, if you happen to be in trouble, whether it's crypto filings or you don't really know how to file crypto, or maybe just late, you didn't file last year, or late in filing last year. Like sometimes life gets in the way. It happens. Maybe even criminal charges. Let Alex Kugelman handle that. Let his team over at Kugelman Law handle that. Just set up a consultation. They'll give you a roadmap how to get to where you want to get to, take care of all the problems. Let them handle the stress. You don't need to deal with the stress. Let them handle the stress, and they'll tell you what it's going to cost, so it's completely transparent, and then you decide what road you want to take. So if you have issues, or if you don't want to have issues and you want to stay out of trouble, give them a buzz, or check them out at sftaxteam.com. You can check them out at sftaxteam.com. That's Kugelman Law, your trusted partner in tax resolution. One more time, sftaxteam.com. Kugum Law, your tax, crypto, and estate planning attorneys. Alex Kugum, the managing attorney. 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of results.
Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes. Download the KNBR app and listen anywhere, anytime. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes, Tuesday afternoon. Giants pregame is coming your way at 6:10 for a 7:10 first pitch. Jordan Hicks on the hill today, trying to bounce back. If the Giants have lost 3 of 4 to open the second half here. Not good as they see the Dodgers tonight. Then you're going to get Glasnow and Kershaw in the next couple. By the way, Robbie Ray's supposed to pitch.
Not great.
Back into this series as well. We will get into that at 6:10. Also, if you missed it, Ned Colletti with a great interview with us earlier today, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. You can check that out. We're also streaming twitch.tv/thesportsleader, YouTube. What else am I missing? The app, all that good stuff. Brandon Aiyuk reported today to 49ers training camp, which, as David Lombardi told us, a bit of a surprise just based on what's been going on with Brandon Aiyuk and his contract dispute this offseason. A little bit different, he thinks, than that of like a Deebo Samuel or Nick Bosa. Now, Bosa waited until the very last minute. The week of week 1 last season is when he signed. Deebo Samuel signed just a couple of days into training camp. But the two guys really across Bay Area sports that we've been talking about for, month and a half, however long it's been, certainly since the end of the Warriors season and the start of NBA free agency, have been Brandon Aiyuk and Jonathan Kuminga, right? And what happens with Kuminga. The overarching sort of, I would say the damp towel that's on the Jonathan Kuminga situation is that it's about whether or not the Warriors can improve the roster. We know this by adding pieces alongside him, or if it's going to cost giving up Brandon Aiyuk to get a guy like Lauri Markkanen. Both guys have extension on the table. Both guys have trade on the table. The issue here is if you were to trade Brandon Aiyuk, it's similar to that of Jonathan Kuminga. Whoever were to land Jonathan Kuminga then is going to be on the hook for trying to sign that rookie extension and that long-term deal that he's due coming up this season. Lauri Markkanen, same situation. He's got until, I think, August the 8th or August the 6th. There's a date there in which he can be traded by before he can't be traded if he signs the extension until later this season. So I guess the question we're asking here is between Brandon Aiyuk and Jonathan Kuminga, which player is more likely to get a new deal? Which one is more likely to be traded? For me, that's an easy answer. It's Brandon Aiyuk is the one who gets the extension. This team is far closer to a championship. We know that the 49ers, that's the end goal here. It's win one this year, a Super Bowl, or the roster A could look different next year. It's going to continue to get more and more expensive. David Lombardi just told us that, you might end up with a guy like Brock Purdy being the first ever quarterback at $60 to $65 million a year, especially if he has a season like he did this year. Even if it's not that much, if it's 50, if it's 55, you're looking at a huge increase on that 49er salary cap, especially since after we talked to Matt Mayoko yesterday, our 49er insider, from NBC Sports Bay Area. He noted that the salary cap in the NFL is accounted for by the top 51 salaries on your 53-man roster. He said Brock Purdy makes so little that right now his salary doesn't even count against the 49ers salary cap. So you think about adding in that $50 to $60 million next offseason, it's going to be a hefty sum. That said, the desperation, I think, for the 49ers in making sure they have the weapons and the tools that they need this year is far more urgent than that of the Warriors. The Warriors are looking at how do we manage this year and navigate the unknown beyond this season. So what I'm asking, Tom, is between Aiyuk and Kuminga, which player is more likely in your mind to get a new deal? Which one's more likely to be traded? I said I've got Aiyuk more likely deal, Kuminga trade.
Yeah, I think so. Kuminga, I'm not sure if that would be part of a marketing deal or if he's off limits too. I don't know. But yeah, I would say that more likely to get a deal would be Aiyuk, but maybe he gets a deal and gets traded. Maybe he gets both. I mean, that's a possibility as well. I don't know what's going to happen with the Kuminga one because I don't know what's going to happen with marketing. Like, I don't think they're going to go with the Moody plus ones and swaps. I don't think they're going to do that. It's either going to be Kuminga or Pajemski. And maybe Moody as well, but one of those two and trades and swaps. Moody's not getting it done. I mean, you're talking about, an all-pro level player, maybe a third-team all-pro type guy, possibly. So I think it'd take more than that. I kind of expect in a year or so Kuminga to be with the Warriors and Aiyuk to be with the Niners. I don't think either of them are getting traded, but it wouldn't shock me if Kuminga was traded. To a lesser extent, same with Aiyuk, but I'd be a little more surprised if Aiyuk got traded than Kuminga. So if I had to pick who was going to be on the team longer, well, that's a tough one. Because if Kuminga doesn't get traded now, then he'll probably be on the team for at least another 5 years.
That's my thought, too. If he doesn't get traded, then they'll extend him.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, they have to. Because you got to have that. You got to at least have that slot that you can, like, if you wanted to trade him.
If you want to move that money.
Right. Exactly. You got to be able to move the money. So that's interesting. It's interesting. Like, I think Aiyuk is accomplished more. Like, he's a more accomplished player. But as far as upside, I don't know. I mean, I'm not even sure where Kuminga could get to be honest with you. So
it's an unknown. That's why it's
yeah, exactly. Like, I think we have a pretty good idea what Aiyuk is, like, at his best. At his best, he's probably scratching at top 5 receiver, like right in that mix. Like, I don't think he's better than Chase. I don't think he's better than Jefferson. I don't think he's better than Adams. But, Adams isn't going to be around for so long. I don't think he's better than Tyreek. Those are at least 4 that I think are better. But he's not that far outside. Some people have him closer to the bottom of the top 10. I would have him closer to 5, maybe 6, 7. But, depends on where you're playing and who you're playing with and quarterback and system and all that kind of stuff. But he's still really good. Kuminga, I have no idea, right? He could be a top 10 guy one day. He could be a top 60 guy. We don't know. No idea. Like, his range of what he could be is a lot greater than what Aiyuk could be. Like, I think we have a decent idea of where Aiyuk slots in. I have no idea where Kuminga slots in. Like, right now, I'd probably say, is he... I mean, is Kuminga even a top 60 player in the NBA?
I don't think so, but I don't think that's the point of it. I think it's about the Warriors' roster construction is kind of the point of it.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
right.
No, I know.
I mean, I know what he's qualified for, but I'm with you on that. He's probably not.
That's kind of my point.
Yeah.
If you're going to sign him, what are you hoping he becomes?
Probably the hope is his top 50 player in the league, probably.
Yeah, your hope is maybe top 30.
Yeah,
like everybody has a guy. They're hoping he becomes a guy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Maybe, I guess. I could see where it could possibly happen. I don't know. But, again, Aiyuk, you know what you're getting. And I'm sure with Kuminga you're not sure. So, I don't know. It's interesting, though. Because I think the last time we had a conversation that was kind of similar to this was talking about draft picks, like high draft picks. When the Niners took Lance and the Warriors took Wiseman.
Yeah, we comped those a lot.
Like, who could be this? Who could be that?
Or is it Joey Bart?
How about clank, clank, clank?
Yeah, right.
3 clanks. I mean, you had the number 2 overall pick, and then Trey was the number 3 overall pick.
Mm-hmm.
So you had 2 2s and a 3.
None of them are on their team. They're all gone.
All gone. All bye-bye.
That's pretty wild. That's pretty wild, though. In like a 5-year span or a 6-year span, all 3 top 3 picks are gone from their respective teams in the bench.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. It's wild to think about. Like they had their chances, and each team, you would have to who got the best deal? Like, I don't even know who it was. Maybe the Niners because they got a 4th, but they had to give up 3-1.
Yeah.
So no, I'll say no. I'll go with the Giants. Giants got the better deal because you don't have to pay baseball players that much money when they're that. So it wasn't like that big of a loss. It's a loss that you lost the 2 overall pick, but you got Bailey. So you're kind of covered. In the same way the Niners are covered, they took Lance and they got Purdy now. So you kind of covered yourself. The Warriors are really the only team that didn't. We took Wiseman, but at least we got.
They got a ring afterwards, though.
No, they got a ring.
They're the only team that got a ring after that draft pick.
Yeah.
Right.
So they got something. They got something the other 2 don't.
Yeah.
Interesting. It's interesting because I do remember that conversation being out there a lot. Like, what team is going to be better off with their high draft pick? Is it going to be the Giants with Bart, Wiseman, Lance, and
Sharks and Celebrini? Tim says there's a Celebrini riff in here somewhere.
Let's give him a little time.
Let's give Macklin a little time. He's 18 years old, okay?
Because, geez, that was a 0 for 3. No one would have thought that.
Save us, Macklin.
No one would have thought that. Like, oh, this is going to be incredible. You gotta watch this. This is going to be, nope, not going to be. And 3 really good organizations, too, and they all clanked. Goes to show you how hard it is, even when you draft.
Like so much success for all of them with their current regime over the last decade plus. That's what was so interesting about that, is it was Bobby Evans and crew who drafted Joey Bart, right? It wasn't so. For all the Farhan hate, you were still with regimes who had won championships or had found great success. 747 on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line sends in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 line crafting emojis. Line crafting, crying, laughing emojis, and says Brock Purdy and $65 million a year with a bunch of exclamations. It's really not that ridiculous, dude.
Yeah, you better get used to it.
The highest paid quarterbacks annually right now are making $55 a year. If Brock Purdy goes to free agency next year and has a season similar to that of this year, statistically, who's to say he can't command what the top quarterbacks in the league are commanding? And that's kind of where we are, is how high will we jump? I mean, $65 a year is $20 million more a year than what Mahomes is making right now. But Justin Herbert, Justin Fields, like all these guys are making more than Mahomes is making right now. Because they all just $55 million a year for Joe Burrow now, $55 for Herbert. If Purdy gets there, $60 million is on the table. If Purdy has a similar year, of course it is. That's why he's laughing at it. I'm laughing in like that's insane that it can be that high, but that's the market we're in now.
Yeah, you can laugh all you want.
Yeah.
People make the mistake of going, "Oh, he's not worth this much. He's not worth that much." It's like, yeah, it doesn't matter what you think they're worth. It matters what the market is.
Right.
You telling me all the quarterbacks that are making more than Mahomes are better than Mahomes? No. Of course not.
Nobody is.
So that's quarterback in the game, maybe the best ever when all said and done.
I think he's the best I've ever
seen. There's a real possibility. Yeah. And look where he is. Because that's just the way it works. You set the market, then someone goes over it. And then someone goes over that, and someone goes over that. So it's just, look at the NBA right now. You think Tatum and Brown are the best players in the NBA? I mean, they're up there, but not the best players in the NBA.
Top 15, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Top 10 maybe even for Tatum and Brown, possibly, but not best. But that's just the way it works. I mean, you look at what, like LeBron, I think LeBron just signed for like 52. And he's still better than those guys.
Probably the first time in his career he didn't take a max. It was like a cut.
I know.
He took a cut.
Like, I watched the game last night. I watched a little bit of it because it's an entertaining game.
It was.
And just watching him, you're like, bro, this guy's still the best player on the court. Like, he's damn near 40. And he's the best player on the court.
Dude, when he caught that, when he hit the layup and he drove on the dude, and then he runs back down court and he intercepts the pass in the lane, and he stays in bounds, hits Steph, and they bounce it right back to him, and then he bodies a guy with like a crab dribble into the paint. I was like, this guy's a freak of nature.
Dude,
he's 40
just
years
like
old and dominating the paint.
Bully ball.
It was nuts.
He gets down there, little drop step, and he's like,
He's like, these guys are all too small, and there's 3 of them around him, and he just jumps up and puts it. It was, I mean, the guy's fun to watch when he's on your side.
Yeah, the running back on defense was incredible.
No. It's they back on defense after the layup in the paint, and then he intercepts the pass.
That was that. Like you're like, dang, this guy's still the guy. Like if even like Steve's like, if we need something, let's get it to LeBron. Get it to LeBron, let him handle it, and he does. And there you got Anthony Edwards on the team. You got Steph, you got Embiid, you got Booker, you got Tatum. I mean, you got some incredible players. Oh, but it's still LeBron. I don't know if he's 40 yet, but he's creeping up on it.
I think he is. If he's not, he'll be right there.
Yeah, and it's him. It just get it to LeBron. It's wild, man. And the more I've watched like 2 games, and I'm thinking, man, if the Lakers could put anybody around Davis and LeBron, they'd have a hell of a chance to win a championship. Because Davis is incredible. Like, this is the real Anthony Davis of the last year and a half we've seen him. He is so good. He is so good when he can stay healthy. And I think people saw it last year. Like, he's been dominant defensively, and he runs the court, and he's really good too. So, but it's going to be tough. I think the Olympic Games are going to be fun when they get to that. Because they could get beat by somebody. There's definitely a possibility if they go cold from 3-1 game and the other team gets hot. Like that one dude last night, I don't know what his name was. They're saying he was like the Steph Curry of Germany.
I was laughing at that. I laughed out loud when I heard that. I was like, we have Steph Curry. He's like, we have the guy. Why is he not playing that well? I was like, what's this about, dude?
Yeah, that guy's out shooting Steph.
Steph Curry of Germany. I was like, yeah, but we have the actual Steph Curry. Can we
that
make
guy
some?
was like, that guy was dropping bombs on him.
That guy was a bucket.
Like, whop. But no, crazy. But yeah, it's just so back to that's just the way the market works, right? It doesn't matter like where you like the guy that makes the best or the guy that makes the most is not always the best in the game. You keep going over the top. Occasionally, the best player in the game will be up for a contract. They'll sign it. And they'll be the highest paid player in the game for maybe a year. Maybe. Yeah, a year might even be pushing it. And then it's like, okay, we're going to go over. That's why I think the Ohtani one's interesting because nobody can do what he does.
He said a unique market. It's not just best player market. It's a different market.
I don't know if you can say, well, more than that. It's like, well, yeah, here's the ball. Go pitch.
I kind of think everybody's going to come back to which is still insane money, but like the 350, 400. That's why I think Soto is probably in the closer to 4 to 450 or something like that.
Yeah.
Getting the 3 to 350 or 4 to 450. Ohtani getting 7 is like you're paying 2 players. You're paying for the hitter and you're paying for the pitcher. It's a little bit different. I can't imagine that's a market now.
And it's not even, I mean, it's funny. It sounds funny saying this, but it's really not even 70 a year because of what the money's going to be worth when he gets it. It's probably in the 60s somewhere. Now, that sounds ridiculous, but it's true.
Yeah. After Obama takes half of it.
Thanks, Obama. Of course.
I want to hear what Ohtani says. It's not even 70 a year after Obama takes half of it.
Of course, he'll be in Japan, so he won't get taxed as heavily.
Right.
So he'll be good to go on that money. But yeah, that's just the way it works. So go ahead, laugh it up. If Purdy plays as well this year as he did last year, he'll be right around $60 million.
That's wild. It's wild. And it's coming.
You laugh all you want, but that's just the way it's going to be.
Tolbert and Copeland with you Tuesday afternoon. How about this? We got some new sound from Kyle Shanahan on the TK show, and he says this offseason, when looking for a new defensive coordinator, they made an offer to Bill Belichick. We've got that sound for you next. It's Tolbert and Copeland, only here on the Sports League.
And it's not even $1 million. It's $600,000 by the time Obama takes it.
According to Ian Rappaport, Brandon Aiyuk will report to 49ers training camp despite having contract disputes with the team. For everything 49ers, keep it locked on your home of 49er football for the last 20 seasons. KNBR, the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tolbert and Copes with you Tuesday afternoon. We got Giants baseball pregame. Giants and the Dodgers coming up at 6:10, 7:10 first pitch. We will get into that in just a bit. But Tim Kawakami, friend of the show, noted great Bay Area writer, does a great job, columnist for The Athletic, covers everything. But a lot of times is all over some of the biggest stories with the 49ers and with the Warriors. This one, the TK show, Tim Kawakami show, he's got Kyle Shanahan on with him. And they got into some stuff. This is brand new from earlier this afternoon. I guess he caught up with Shanahan. So Tim Kawakami on the TK show talked a couple of rumors and stories that were out there this past offseason. Why don't we start with Tom Brady? So we know from Brock Purdy that Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers at some point prior to last season, not knowing if Brock was going to start the season healthy as a starting quarterback, at some point had reached out to Tom Brady. Kyle Shanahan was asked about that from Tim Kawakami on the TK show. Did you, in fact, reach out to Tom Brady to be a 49er last year, and how come?
I have to feel very confident just from a football standpoint and from just a relationship standpoint and what's right and wrong kind of, to feel good about doing something. And I felt very good about that and comfortable. So it wasn't a hard conversation for me with Brock. You'd have to ask him about it. It's not always the best thing that you want to hear. But I thought when I explained it, I looked at it as a huge compliment. You know, after the 2019 season, that was Jimmy's first year as a starter in his career. And he did some really good things. And we almost won a Super Bowl. And he was a young quarterback. We had only played with 1 year. And to get a call a few weeks after that with Tom Brady wanting to come play for us, that was one of the hardest things I've ever gone through in my life, because Tom Brady is the best quarterback to ever play. He's who I've watched since day one of when my career started, and that was kind of a dream of mine. And I knew how good he was, but I also knew we had a very young quarterback who had got us that far. And to sit and risk that young quarterback with, I forget how old he was at the time, 41 or whatever, I just kept thinking, like, what if he comes in at that age, pulls a hamstring, and now I've messed up Jimmy and all that. So it wasn't a fun decision, but I thought for not only just that year in the long term, it was something that we couldn't mess with. We had to stick with Jimmy at the time. Nothing against Jimmy. But it was hard to avoid Tom. And then watching how that went and stuff, it was tough. And I was like, man, if I ever had a chance again with Tom, that's something I can't pass up. And at the end of the season, when Brock, who we knew was going to be our future, but when he got hurt and no one could guarantee that he was going to be healthy in week one, that he'd for sure come back the right way, there was a lot of speculation in it, and no one could guarantee it. I did want to reach out to Tom. Now, Tom was the only guy. I was willing to ride it and risk with Brock's injuries. I told Brock that. I said, Brock, in these 7 games, you've shown us, like, you're not going to be competing with Trey next year. If you come back healthy, it is your job. The only way it won't be your job is if Tom Brady decided to come here and play 1 year. And I told him this like a week after the season, which I felt confident with because he was hurt. There was questions with him. And I was telling him about Tom Brady. And so I just felt very good when I told him, hey, I know we spent a lot of picks to go get Trey. I know you've only played 7 games, you have a bad injury, but we believe in you, and you are a guy of the future. The only way that won't happen is if Tom Brady comes for 1 year. And so I kind of looked at it as I was giving him the keys. I was telling him how much and saying there's this one outside chance, but I'm going to be dead honest with you. Anything in the back of my head. And that's the only thing in the back of my head. And probably there's not a very high percentage that's going to happen. So I felt like he should be leaving the room thinking, man, they believe in me. Like, the only guy he'd even consider is Tom Brady. So I kind of looked at it as a compliment, and Tom was done. And so it made it real easy. And once Tom told us that, just started counting the days to when Brock could get healthy. We worked really hard with Sam, really hard with Trey, got the depth of our quarterbacks behind Brock well, and Brock did heal up, and he came out and tore it up in training camp, tore it up in week 1, and had a hell of a year.
Wow. Honest answer there from Kyle.
Comprehensive. Tim
Kawakami on the TK Show podcast. Check it out wherever you get your podcast. I love the honest nature of that. Part of that's easier. Tom Brady's no longer playing. You could talk about a player who's not on another team like that, but there's Kyle's side of it. We heard from Brock, but I just love how many times he's like, no, seriously, you're the guy. Unless the greatest quarterback of all time wants to come here. It's interesting hearing how Kyle thought about that, too, that they wanted Tom Brady, or that Tom Brady wanted to come here, of course, when they had just been to a Super Bowl after 2019, and Would have been hysterical if he rolls in. They're like, sorry, Jimmy, you're sitting behind Tom. Again, dude. They just traded him out. There's all that drama in New England. But just your thoughts on hearing that. One, the confidence of Kyle Shanahan in what Brock Purdy can do. Also, football coaches are out to get the best player they can, regardless of the situation.
Well, I felt the same way he did in the Jimmy Garoppolo thing. I don't think it was right, but that's the way I felt. Like, you just got to the Super Bowl with this guy. And remember, that was before Brady had won in Tampa. His year was not great in New England.
We didn't know, yeah.
We didn't know he was going to be like that Tom Brady again. Like, oh my gosh, well, yeah, don't want that Tom Brady? Yeah. But to risk that on what he was coming off of in New England and his age and possible injury for a guy that just went to the Super Bowl, and you might just completely lose him at that point. Like, I would have stuck with Garoppolo. I mean, little did I know that. You started to just think, of course, why wouldn't you? It's Tom Brady. That's kind of how you feel. Like, the guy wins everything. Like, Tom Brady. Like, of course it's Tom Brady. Tom Brady wants to come to your team. Don't be an idiot. Don't overthink it. Just say yes. We'd love to have you here. We'll work it out one way or the other. And the way he explained it with Purdy was perfect, and that's like from the outside, it makes total sense. But when you're the guy, even when you're Purdy, you don't want to hear about anybody, getting the keys to your car. Like, well, I don't care if it's Brady or not. I'm the quarterback. I'm the guy on the team. Like, I get it, and I know you think it should be a compliment, but this is my team right now. I proved like what I can do with this team, so it makes perfect sense. I bet you Purdy didn't see it exactly that way. Like, when you take a look, when you take a step back, you're like, of course. I mean, this is the greatest quarterback ever. Why wouldn't you go after this guy? But when you're in it and that's your job, you're thinking, I don't care who he is. This is my job. And I'm the best guy for the job on this team. But no, it was very comprehensive in the way he explained it. And it was almost like missing out on the first time. The second time was like, I ain't going to let that happen again.
I'm calling him first.
Yeah, and he wasn't even the same guy that he was. Like, it was so weird because he wasn't that guy anymore, but the guy he ended up being his first year in Tampa, like, we didn't even know he was that guy. Like, I didn't think he was that guy anymore, but again, Tom Brady. He's just Tom Brady, okay? You just figure Tom Brady's going to figure out a way to get it done, and he did in Tampa. So, yeah, that was very, very, very interesting.
More sound here from the TK show, Tim Kawakami, friend of our show. But you can check out this full podcast with Kyle Shanahan and Tim Kawakami wherever you get your podcast. So the Niners promoted Nick Sorensen to defensive coordinator, is that right? But they brought in Brandon Staley as a defensive assistant, right, to kind of be an extra guy there, head coaching experience. We talked about this at length. People were upset about it just because of how bad his head coaching tenure had been. Anyway, they went out there. Bill Belichick did not get a head coaching job this offseason after many years in New England. He's still out there.
Oh, no, it's so exciting.
There was thoughts about whether or not he would accept a defensive coordinator position. Kyle Shanahan, did you, in fact, reach out to Bill Belichick?
I did. I threw it out to him he loves football so much that you never know what he would. I can't believe that he's not a head coach of a team right now. I know what I would do if I was an owner, so that shocks me. And the last thing you want to do is insult someone like Bill Belichick. But I know he just loves ball in the simplest form. So I threw it all out to him, like whatever he'd want to do. DC? Yeah. I was like, would you be interested? And he was very nice and appreciative, but he politely turned me down. But I think he's helping out his son a little bit. I know he's involved in Washington up there, and trying to start that help out with Jed Fish and what he's doing out there. And, it could be good too, because I'm sure he's going to be back in the league next year. And I don't know how, and I could be going against him. He could be in the NFC West. So it would have sucked if he came here and then he was going against us every week too. So that's stuff you got to be careful about. But he's the best. And I just like talking to him.
Would have been sweet to have Bill Belichick on the sidelines with you. Would have been so good. I would have loved that.
It seems like everybody politely does stuff with the 49ers. Like Aiyuk politely asked for a trade. Bill Belichick politely declined. So about the Niners, they get the politeness out of people for some reason or another.
Day by day.
Would it surprise you if Belichick never coached again? It would surprise me a bit.
It would surprise me.
It
absolutely surprised me.
How old is he? Is it 72?
I think he's
71, 70?
Yeah, he's up there. But that guy, like, you kidding me? That guy is football. Like, he has actual pigskin running through his veins.
Yeah.
Like, this guy loves football.
72.
So I just think some guys are wired differently. And it's not, I want to have time with the family. I want to do this. It's like, they just want to do football. Like, that's their life. Get me in there. Let me watch some film. Let me break some stuff down. Let me do some stuff. Let me be around the fellas. I just think that's him. Like, I don't know how old. I'm thinking he could probably coach till he's 80 if he lives that long. No reason to believe he wouldn't. But, yeah, I absolutely think he wants to coach again. Absolutely. I mean, he didn't go out with the best taste in his mouth in New England. Incredible run. Maybe the greatest dynasty of all time. And considered the greatest coach of all time by many. He has nothing to prove, but I don't even think it's about that. It's about, hey, I love to compete. I love to do this. Things didn't end the way I wanted to end in New England. I'd like to get another crack at the Super Bowl. So, yes, I would make him an absolute favorite to be coaching next year. Unless there's just people are done with him. Like, they're just kind of, and I don't know why you would be, but maybe you're done with the control. You don't want someone who's going to come in and kind of reconstruct your whole front. Like, this is the way we're doing it. Maybe you don't want that anymore. So, I don't know. But I would expect he wants to be back.
It's got to be somebody who I think it's a shorter-term deal, right? It's like it's a 3-year contract or a 4-year contract. He's 72 years old, by the way, Bill Belichick. Now, he'll be 73 by the start of the 2025 season, So I feel like it'd have to be a shorter, almost there type of team. Like, the weird thing about Tom Brady going to Tampa was they revamped a lot of that roster. They had some pieces on defense for sure. I mean, the defense was fantastic. They had some big receivers for him, but they revamped some of that in order for it to work for Tom Brady. Bruce Arians was the right head coach for him. I just feel like Belichick going in as a defensive guy. We talked about it this year with the Chargers. We're like, that'd be an interesting one. He's got a quarterback in place. Maybe he can go in and do something with that expensive defense, and he's got some pieces there that were already there. Who knows? But 707 checks in and says that Bill Belichick doesn't want that job. He just wants to do 27-year-olds. Belichick is dating younger. That is true. Younger girlfriend, Tom Brady or Bill Belichick is the question. 415 says, so glad touchdown Tommy was done and not on his. Excuse me. So glad touchdown Tommy was done and on his way to dating supermodels. Would have been rough to root for him. Way more fun with Brock Purdy. It is pretty fun with Brock Purdy. What do you got, Derek? Derek's got something?
Let's be accurate, too, okay? Belichick's dating a 24-year-old, okay?
Okay,
is that what it is, 24?
Thanks, Derek.
Dang.
You follow
Not great. Goodness.
Derek, not great. Thank you, Tom. And then,
she was able to drink just 3 years ago. That's it.
That's tough, dude. That's tough.
Man,
not great.
Like, she couldn't drink the last time Belichick won a bowl.
Yep.
That's wild, dude. That's pretty wild.
Crazy.
That's tough.
To
be fair, I couldn't drink last time Niners won a bowl either. Oh! Tolbert and Copeland with you.
Agree more.
Dude, I could barely punch the hole in my own Capri Sun. I was like 4 years old. Tolbert and Copeland with you on a Tuesday afternoon. Thank you for the thanks. We'll take a quick break.
Not great.
We got Giants pregame coming up at 6:10. We come on back. A sound soiree. What are we going to get? We just had a whole bunch of fresh sound from Belichick. We got a sound soiree next, then a soup du jour. We'll get you the lineups to the Giants and the Dodgers coming up a little bit later. Tolbert and Copes, the soiree next on the Sports Leader. Mike Silver joined Papa and Brooks today and said he expects Brendan Aiyuk to be a hold-in throughout training camp, But that's a good sign that he showed up at all. Listen to that podcast, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for NorCal Honda Dealers. Baseball announcers talk about pitchers having electric stuff. You know who's got electric stuff as well? Honda. They have it right now. Electrified rides you can count on. Accord hybrids, CRV hybrids, they got incredible mileage and range. Never need charging or plugging in. Great for road trips. You heading up to Tahoe? Boom. Heading down south? You got it. Just plug it in once and you are on the way. I guess you don't have to plug it in. See, there you go. Even they're like, hey, Tom, no, Tom. You don't have to do that. Just get in and go. Oh, dang. That's pretty sweet. I think I enjoy that. So I'm going to start my road trip with a great gas mileage, great ride, all the goodies, and don't even have to plug that thing in. Very nice. Or you can go fully electric in Honda's all-new Prologue. Definitely worth checking out. If you care about the environment, care about saving on gas, care about leaving the planet in decent shape for the kids, Honda's got an electrified ride that's right for you. Get an electrifying deal right now at your NorCal Honda dealers. For more info, ask anyone who owns a Honda, like me, or visit NorCalHondaDealers.com.
is Tolbert and Cope's Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Soiree, what? Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
Tolbert and Cope's Tuesday evening. Should let you know that Tolbert and Cope's is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Thinking about a new car? Get affordable auto loans at Redwood Credit Union. Ask your dealership or apply at redwoodcu.org. Redwood Credit Union, for all that you love. Somebody checked in earlier when we were talking about LeBron James and his performance yesterday in the Team USA win over Germany. We're like, dude, he's almost 40. Yeah, he turns 40 in season in December of this year. So he'll start the season at 39, and it'll be his age 40 season. Somebody says, dude, I'm sore. I'm 40 years old. I played Frisbee golf earlier today. That's what's so incredible about this guy. He's just a specimen out there against like 21, 22, 25-year-olds.
Yeah.
And he's beaten all of them. Yeah, Tim says he got hurt sleeping. Careful. You get up off the couch sometimes too fast. You can pull something, Tim. You done that before?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, dude, you got to be careful with the Achilles and stuff. Anyway, Tolbert and Copes. Let's get some sound soiree in. How about more from Kyle Shanahan? Grant Cohn. People know him. He covers the 49ers. He's a guy out there. You've heard of him, Grant Cohn.
Yeah,
there you go. He's a guy. Well, that's funny. It's funny you reacted that way because so did Kyle Shanahan when asked the question. Here you go.
Debo requested a trade a couple of years ago. You were asked why you were confident it would work itself out, and you said that you have a personal relationship with him, and you hadn't even talked to him yet. Why are you confident that you can work things out with Aiyuk if things get bumpy?
I don't remember exactly. And knowing you, I don't know if I exactly said that, but I don't remember. But, I have a personal relationship with all our players. And you like to be able to talk with those guys, and usually when it does get close, it can work out. And I would feel the same with Brandon. I've known Brandon here for 4 years. I'm going in our 5th year together, and got a lot of love for BA. I think I'm close with them, and hopefully that can help, but it only can help so much. There's also a business side to it, and but when you do have relationships with people, it helps.
It's pretty funny. No,
that's even exactly worse than not knowing somebody. It's like knowing you screwed it up somehow.
No, that's not exactly what I said.
Just went ahead and changed what I said. No, look, I know who he is.
Yeah, of course,
and to say we go about doing things in a drastically different way would be an understatement, an absolute understatement. If I did things that way, I'd quit. Let's put it that way. I wouldn't do it that way. I just wouldn't. Couldn't. He's not the only one, but I would.
We see the sports landscape differently.
I'd just soon do a Viking funeral, like be alive.
Yeah.
Than do it that way.
You just soon do a Viking funeral alive, then go about watching and covering my sports that way.
Yes.
Okay.
Where I'm hoping you miss with the bow and arrows. Oh, we hit it. God dang it.
There you go. There you go. Well, moving on here in the sound soiree. How about George Kittle? He showed up today, long hair, rocking like a USA, what was it, like a fleece? It was like a quarter zip he was wearing, and his 49er hat on. Here's George Kittle talking about Aiyuk's contract situation.
Have I spoken to Brandon? I have a couple times, yes.
It's about doing, you've been through the whole situation yourself.
Yeah. The only thing, I try my best to not talk to guys going through the contract negotiations, so when I get into positions like this, I don't have to lie to you guys. And so, because, I like to keep those conversations between us, but something that I like to tell anybody going through a contract is same thing that Richard Sherman told me was contracts are like braces. They suck the entire time, and then once you get them off, you forget that you ever had them. But this time, in the case of a contract, you get a big bag of money. So it's just that's what I just try to tell him. It's a horrible process. I hated the entire process when I was going through it. Bosa's last year was awful. He didn't get it done till the first week of the season. So it's it's not fun. But, when it gets done, or hopefully when it gets done, you're going to be like, hey, I got to play football now with my job security and my livelihood all secured.
Think about that braces analogy.
Yeah, I like it.
I'm good with that.
I like it. It's not, it's not perfect.
It's an analogy.
But it's a good, I think it's a solid analogy. It just hurts, it sucks. Then it's like, oh man, this is awesome.
Popcorn, all that stuff.
Yeah, this is great. This is great. And it's not great during, but great after.
Did you have braces, Tom?
I did not. I had a mouthpiece though.
Like a retainer?
They had to pull my top. I think it was my my top back. So I had the two I don't even know what you say. Like little metal things that you put
They're like
on,
brackets almost?
Yes, on each tooth in the back. And then you have this metal thing that you stick. They have these poles and you stick into it. and then the headgear that pulls on it.
Wait, you had a headgear?
Oh, yeah, I had headgear. I slept with that thing.
Oh, dude.
I slept with that thing. There's a picture. There's I know my mom has it somewhere. It's a picture of me and King, our first dog. God, I love King. He was the best. And I'm laying there in my the King's here. I got my NFL sheets and headgear on, and it wasn't NFL headgear, so it kind of sucked. But yeah, that sucked, especially the first few months, because it actually hurt when it was pulling your teeth back, and you'd wake up and your teeth are all sore and your gums are sore, and then after a while you get used to it. And to be honest, I don't know what the hell it did. I don't know if I had an
catch that shirt on it and rip it. Is that what?
No, I did. I don't think I did. Hey, look at my headgear. Here's my headgear. Yeah, but I had headgear on. I had the nerdy headgear that I wore at night.
Somebody just said no way with laughing crying emojis. I assume that's about your headgear. The 707 on the text line. Dude, we got Mad Dog Russo in the Sounds 4A today.
Oh,
PlayStation KNBR, baby.
Anytime we get Mad Dog Russo. Here he is, dude. We were just talking Team USA, had some fun with it. We're like, they're warming up. They got to figure out how to beat South Sudan. They're going to have to face them again. Barely get by Germany. No, not Mad Dog Russo. He's on first take, and he is not happy with how Team USA has played. He's in fear. He's pissed. Here's Russo.
If they need KD to win the gold medal with all those stars, we're in big trouble. And I'm not knocking KD, but let's be honest. I mean, Embiid, LeBron, Curry, Booker, Anthony Davis, Jason Tatum, that should be enough. And how about giving up 100 points to South Sudan? I understand Stevie's point, but I mean, they gave up 100 points, and this is a 40-minute game. This is not a 48-minute game. So they would have gave up 100 points to that team? I mean, that's ridiculous. Show up and play a little defense, please. Listen, maybe they got too many good players. They don't know their roles. All these guys are huge stars in America. They get on this team. They got to sort of circumvent their game. They got to play. They got to blend in, and they don't know how to handle that. Maybe that's part of it. Booker looks a little lost. And I've watched the last two games, and LeBron's bailed them out. No question about it. He's been great. But again, we should not be in a death struggle in England in front of a packed house with lots of enthusiasm to beat Germany. That should not be happening, Steve.
A death struggle.
In London to get past Germany. Shouldn't be happening. By the way, at one point you dropped a Stevie in there, and I think Derek and I both think he's talking about Stephen A. Smith.
I think he is too.
Stevie. I hear Stevie.
I understand Stevie's point.
Never heard anybody call Stephen A. Smith Stevie.
It wasn't Kerr.
I don't think he was referring to Kerr there. His other great line there is, maybe they have too many good players. Too many good players, dude. All right. So that was, by the way, people don't realize that was the Niners' problem last year. Too many good players.
Too many good
you
players.
You could have less good guys to
maybe
win
they got too many good players.
That was I think the old slogan for AM/PM. Too much good stuff. Too
much good players.
Too much good stuff.
Yeah. What's the guy's name now? Tungus.
Tungus.
There you go.
I think it was Tungus. Yeah. I think they're going to be fine. I think they'll be fine. But look, if they lose, it will be couched as the coaching staff, the players, whatever. But it will not be the other team's good, because we're better. We still have I always mention the fact that I think the last 5 or 6 MVPs have gone to foreign-born players, but the USA still has the most good players. Like, just because we didn't win the MVP award, the American player.
No.
I mean, look at this team. This team's a joke, but it is not. It is not 92. These are good teams. They can shoot it, and if they get hot, and you have a bad game. And remember, it's not 48 minutes. So you don't have that extra 8 minutes to extend, or you don't have that 8 minutes to impose your will. It's 40. So that's significant, because if you have the more talented team, you want it to go on as long as possible, giving you the better chance to win. The shorter version of it is better for the underdog. So do I expect them to win? Yeah, of course I expect them to win. Would it shock me? No, it wouldn't. The world's better now. It's good players. You're watching the game last night, and they had, what was it, 3? Was it 3 or 4 NBA players? They had double Wagner, and they had Schroeder. So at least 3, and then they had Tice. They had Daniel Tice. That's 4. I don't know if they had one more, but at least 4.
Well, you're outclassed at every position is the point.
Of course they are. There's no doubt about it that they're outclassed at every position because other than Wagner, Franz, the other guys are like bench guys. They're good. They're NBA guys. But my point is, and I said this all the time during the season, the Warriors should win this game, but these are NBA players. And you let them get going, they get going. And they're going to have a little more confidence because their roles are a little bit bigger. Playing for their country, there's not as many good players, so they're going to be asked to do a few more things. And then you mix in like whoever the Steph Curry of Germany was. You know, you mix in a guy like that, right, who can just bang threes. And all of a sudden you're like, damn, we're in a pretty close game. And any game that's within like 10 to 8 points with 5 minutes to go is going to favor the underdog because they have nothing to lose. Everybody expects the Americans to win. It's like, hey, they've already won. Let's just go play. We got nothing to lose here. We don't got anything on the line. No one's expecting us to win. So you could see where it could become a little freer and a little easier for them to take and make those shots. And then, heaven forbid, if they ever don't have the lead, like if they take the lead from the Americans in the last few minutes, that's going to be really tough because every bucket's going to seem like the biggest bucket in the history of basketball. That's what it's going to seem like. And then the other team will face some pressure. Because if you are up at the end, then it's like, oh, we don't want to blow it. We got a chance to beat these guys. But
start playing tight, yeah.
Exactly. But if they can just kind of hang around, it's like free money. So, again, I expect them to – I'm not panicking. Look, we all have to understand it's a TV show, right? Just like this is a radio show. You need content. You do stuff, so let's overreact a little bit on a Germany game that doesn't count for anything. And it has 4 NBA players. And, oh, by the way, they won. You know, do you had to? I mean, I didn't realize we were like, okay, did they cover or not? That's not really the point. The point is they won the game, and the point really is it didn't matter if they won the game. Who cares if they won the game or they lost? It's another tune-up. These guys haven't played together very often, so they're still getting to know one another. And I think defensively is the bigger one, is trying to figure out all the defense. But yeah, it's not going to be easy, and I think the journalists should already have it in their mind that if the USA loses, that like, give the other team some due credit. I give them their due credit, no matter who it is. I mean, at least if it's respectable. But you know that doesn't sell. You already know what's coming. We don't even have to see it happen. We already know what's coming. If the USA loses, you know, players and the coaching staff are going to get absolutely crushed here in America. You could already see it.
We'll crush Steve right here on this show. First chance we get. What did you say the AM/PM mascot's name was?
I think it was Tungus.
Too much good stuff.
Tungus! Yeah, Tungus.
503 on the text line says, Tungus, you don't even know us. Nicely done. Nicely done, 503. One more here on Kyle Shanahan. Did you see, we talked about it briefly, but did you see his mustache and the photo of him at Christian McCaffrey's wedding?
The Spaniard?
Yeah, he had the little like Spaniard
he looks like the Spaniard.
Yeah, he doesn't have anymore. He shaved it off. So they asked him about
he got rid of the Spaniard.
What happened to the stash? Here's Kyle Shanahan.
I always experiment in my off season because I'm out of boredom, but I got very used to it and I liked it. My wife did, but I knew you guys would talk about it too much, so I had to shave it yesterday.
Do you think you're gonna create such a big stir with it?
You never know. I thought it was going to be more low-key and not as many people see, but that was probably dumb of me. Yeah, you do it the first week, but because I've never worn a mustache before. But once you wear it for a week, you get used to it, and it's not a big deal until you see someone who hasn't seen you yet, and then they look at you very weirdly. I learned it demands respect, whether it's good respect or bad respect. No respect, it still makes someone decide. You know?
What does that mean?
I can't carry it in
I
the
think he
season.
inspired some people in the process. I think some nice stashes in the early check-ins.
Well, he said his wife loved it. I was like, what are you, Gomez Adams? What the hell is this?
It demands respect.
Is your wife Morticia? What is it?
Did he still have the long hair?
Was his hair? No, he didn't. He's got shorter hair.
Oh, he had shorter hair?
He's got shorter hair, right, Derek? He didn't have long hair, did he, Kyle? He had longer. It seemed like it was like longer slick back at that wedding, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah, the Gomez
I don't know if a mustache necessarily demands respect, but you are saying something. You are saying something but I don't know exactly what you're saying. Like, look, I have this thing. I don't know what I'm saying with this. I have no idea what I'm saying with this, other than the fact I've had something on my chin for 20 years, and this is the latest iteration of it. And I'm actually growing a little mustache to go with it. I don't know why.
Mustache?
I am. Yeah, it's very light right now.
I don't toy with mine. I just go beard usually.
Yeah, it'll probably come in about a week.
Who wants a mustache ride?
So I just thought, what the hell? I'll give it. I'll see what it looks like. But yeah, again, I don't know what I'm saying. I've had this thing forever, and I've had the full King Tut, just the lower half. I've played around with it, but I have not had a clean chin for over 20 years now. One of these days I'll do it, but you know how it is when you shave. It's like, oh man, I'm 12. That's just like it's creepy. So I don't know.
Anyway, KNBR, what does our facial hair, me and Tom, say about us? If you're saying the mustache commands
there you
respect,
go.
what
does it say?
What does our facial hair say about us?
Like, I'd like to grow this thing long enough to where I could weave it.
Go ahead,
like a
Tim.
Viking.
Go, what do you got, Tim? Go ahead. No. You got something to say, Tim. You got a goat in there. I see yours. What do you got?
Who wants a mustache ride?
Okay, that's what you were going to say? All right, okay. What about Derek? What do you got? What do you got for us?
It means you're both ugly.
All right.
That's a get. Well, that
wasn't clever at all. It's a radio show, dude. Yeah. What the?
Yeah, I don't think it means we're ugly. I mean, I'm not good looking. I'm not a good looking man.
I'm not what you would call a handsome man.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what this says. I don't know if it. Again, I don't know that it says anything. It doesn't have to say anything. But the mustache, the beard's definitely made a comeback over the last 5, 6, 7 years.
It's definitely come back.
A lot of dudes have beards.
Yeah, goatees were in for a while. I think the goatee's out, right, Tim? Tim's rocking a goatee right now. Tim's got a regular. Tim's got like the Rob Nen goatee. You know what I mean? Like down to the chin here. Somebody
hilarious.
checks in 510 on the text line and says, "What does Ratto's mustache say about him?" Ratto's got the bushy stash going.
He does have the bushy stash.
I love a bushy one.
Yeah. Again, I don't know what it says. I don't even know what it like. But you definitely notice a mustache more than you notice a goatee or beard.
Totally.
Like if somebody's rocking solo mustache, then it jumps out at you. Because that, again, I don't know what it's saying, but it is saying something. Like, I don't give a bleep. I got this. And Ray's had that mustache forever. But there's so many mustaches, too, right?
Like different styles.
I don't want to go
mustache,
I don't want to go Raleigh Fingers.
No.
That thing was badass. But the maintenance is a little irritating,
Would you call Ray Ratto's closer to like a Selleck stash?
Yeah, his is more of like a walrus.
You might comb his,
big, thick,
Andy
bushy.
Reid, exactly.
Yes.
He's got the Reid stash.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you might catch, you might catch some stray crumbs in there. Something like that.
Save it for later, yeah.
Yeah.
707
says, flavor saver.
707 says our facial hair says we need to stay 500 feet from a school. At least. Thank you, 707. 4 and 5 says
really?
4 and 5 just goes more blunt with it. They go, it says a couple of D-bags is what it says. That's what I was hoping. I was like, we're just going to get crushed.
That's what I'm going for.
408 says, hey, I got something for your chin, Tom.
Thank you.
Just trying to whoop your ass now? I don't know.
I really do not. I really don't want that.
4 and 5 says authority and silliness. All right. That's hysterical.
I'm not what you would call a handsome man.
Not what you would call a handsome man.
I'm with Tim, though. He says in our ear that he would put our show's facial hair up against any show at the station. Agreed. I don't think John Lund can grow facial hair.
Papa doesn't have facial hair.
He had some scruff when I came in today.
Does the morning show have facial hair?
Marcus
has a mustache, doesn't he?
Marcus has a little like a chin goatee, maybe, right? Like the Jose Cruz Jr. Just on his chin. Young Tony, no chance that kid's growing facial hair.
Carrie, no chance.
Carrie can't grow facial hair. Danny
That's
Dunn.
a bad facial hair lineup.
Danny Dunn had a beard going for a while on that mug. Remember that, guys, this offseason?
Did he?
Yeah. Threw me off.
Who wants a mustache ride?
Thank you. There we go. And then 408 just says you guys are all douchebags and Cope isn't funny either way.
Can't argue with that.
Yeah, can't argue with that either. Thanks for listening, though, 408.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, this person texts a lot. Tolbert and Cope's with you on a Tuesday afternoon. When we come on back, we got a soup du jour for you. Soup du jour on a Tuesday afternoon. Giants pregame 6:10 on the Sports Leader.
I am not what you would call a handsome man.
check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
Excuse me, Flo? It's that time of day.
What is the soup du jour?
It's the soup of the day.
Tolbert and Cope's Soup du Jour.
That sounds good. I'll have that.
Do a little soup before we get you ready for the Dodgers and the Giants. Tim was right on this one. This is basically just a headline for you. A little more, but that's about it. I can't go into... it doesn't give me the meat of yesterday's story. Bride's nipple fell off after shark bite breast surgery in Turkey. Because I know when I think breast, I think breast implants, that's where I want to go. Turkey. I want to go to Turkey. I want to go to Istanbul. By the way, did you know? I wouldn't have known this, but Istanbul, whatever you have. Istanbul. Feels like weird when I say it that way. Is the most populated city in the world. 16 million.
Jeez.
No, it isn't. No, it's 25 million. Maybe is what it was, or maybe it was Europe.
Where are we going with this? Most populous city in the world?
Yeah, it was something like that. What's the most populous city in the world?
Tokyo
Tim?
coming in at 14.
Tokyo, okay. You know what it was?
Shanghai at 27.
It was most populous city in Europe.
Okay,
is what it was.
All right. Istanbul, I got him at 16.
I'm
Istanbul.
right.
Yeah.
So it was the most populous city in Europe. Formerly Constantinople, by the way.
Thank you.
Pretty sure I got that right.
Istanbul.
I just don't think breast reduction or breast augmentation. I don't think Turkey. I wonder if Ralph thinks Turkey. I'm not sure if he thinks Turkey. I don't think Turkey. Thank you. It was an impulse decision, impulse buy. I'm going to say getting breasts shouldn't be an impulse buy. You should probably sit on that one for a day or two and see if you still want to do it. But, yeah, I guess she got it done, and it looked like a shark bit her breast. That ain't good.
I get hard nipples over that.
That's not what you're going in for. And then the nipple fell off. Just fell off. Just like, boop. Off the breast. Yep.
You better be careful with that shirt, or you may lose one.
I may lose. Well, I don't have necrotic skin around my nipple.
No.
So my nipple is firmly attached to my chest.
For now.
I think. Boom, 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 boom. All right, let's move on. Let's go to
500 says hair plants is number 1 in Turkey. Thank you. It's good knowledge.
Oh my goodness. I can't believe they let this thing out on the road. The Wienermobile, the Oscar Mayer Wienermobile, crashed on the Tri-State Tollway near Oak Brook.
I saw this, dude. It absolutely it was like on its side.
Yeah,
into the median. The wiener was all over the road, dude.
And that's one thing I don't want, my wiener all over the road. I mean, that's just the Wienermobile all over the road.
Wieners laying all over the bullpen down the right field line.
About 11:15, state troopers were called near Roosevelt Road for a crash involving the Wienermobile and a Hyundai. The Hyundai trying to take out the Wienermobile.
Wienermobile, dude.
What are you doing, Hyundai? You
America's
kidding me?
number 1 baloney, too.
Yeah, my baloney had a first name. We were both going north on the tollway when the Wienermobile struck the car. Oh, the Wienermobile at fault. Wienermobile trying to get up in that tailpipe. Lost control, rolled over. No injuries reported. So apparently the Wienermobile very safe. I'm guessing the Wienermobile has seat belts.
You're protected. That's what they're saying. Yes.
They got their hands on wieners.
How great would that be? Like, what would you rather drive? The Batmobile or the Wienermobile down the highway?
Oh, Wienermobile, dude.
Wienermobile's incredible.
You'd probably get more honks at you. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, that's incredible. Drive it. I didn't think they allowed you to drive that thing down the highway.
Yeah, but what was that thing doing on the freeway? I don't think I've ever seen one on the freeway.
Dude, if I saw one of those, can you imagine how many crashes involve the Wienermobile? Because you're taking a picture.
That whole hog's not even in frame.
Yeah, no, not a chance. You kidding me?
916 says, damn vegans. Yeah. And the YouTube
vegan was driving the Hyundai.
YouTube chat reminded me of this. I think this showed up in the NBA grab bag earlier this year. Andrew on the YouTube chat says, didn't the Wienermobile have a contest to get a new driver like a year ago? Yeah, I looked it up. The Kraft Heinz Company, Oscar Mayer opens applications behind the Wheel of America icon, the Wienermobile.
A full year's worth of Oscar Mayer meat products.
Meat products. That was Tim Ryan.
That's Tim Ryan, dude. We're going to hear from Tim soon. Yeah, they opened up a contest. You could apply from beginning of January through the 31st. They're inviting fans to apply for a 1-year full-time paid gig behind the iconic Wienermobile driver, the steering wheel there. I gotta believe this guy's involved, right? I gotta believe, like, is this the guy? Was he not trained up enough? We're 6 months into this gig. The Wienermobile's on its side in the.
I don't know, man. All I know is it seemed like he was at fault. He ran into the Hyundai, took the Hyundai off the road too. Apparently, when the cops got him out of the road and asked him what had him, he goes, wrecked him, nearly killed him.
Thank you. 916 says, was Joey Chestnut behind the wheel of the Hyundai?
The Wiener's revenge.
That's pretty good, dude. Chestnut's taking out other cars now. Oh, man.
That'd be incredible. The Wiener's revenge just got after him and said, okay, you've eaten enough of my cousins. I'm coming after you, pal.
Thank you. 707 says police agencies have ordered a bunch of Wienermobiles. They're calling them pigs in a blanket. Everybody's coming up with their Wienermobile lines.
Oh, my gosh. That thing, I don't even know what kind of car it is. Like the Wienermobile.
Yeah, what's the model and make? It's got to be German, right?
No, that'd be a schnitzel. I don't know the Wiener.
Thank you.
I mean, the hot dog's all American, isn't it? It's got to be American.
That whole hog's not even in frame.
Right here.
It's a custom-made fiberglass vehicle that is shaped like a hot dog and sits on a fiberglass bun. The current model is 27 feet long, 11 feet tall, and 8 feet wide. It's got a V8 engine. It's a converted Chevy W4 Series chassis. I don't know anything about cars. Chassis. Thanks, Tim. You could have jumped on.
Not very aerodynamic.
Yeah, no, it's not very aerodynamic. It's evolved over time. Since 1936. It used to be a much different car. Anyway, it's a Chevy.
Okay. See? All American. Chevy. I believe. All right, let's get to the last one. If you're going to dine and dash, and I'm sure most of us have, I hate to admit it.
Well, I never have. Really?
When I was in high school, I did. God, I hate that version of me.
Wow, where'd you do it?
I did. And I would boo me too. I'd absolutely
Got questions.
boo me.
Did you plan it? Where was it?
No.
What was the price of the meal?
Did not plan it. It was probably my senior year, maybe freshman year of college.
Derek walks in like, I've done it. You POS.
I'm not happy about it.
Just a drive-through, okay?
Derek's bragging.
No, I'm not. I think there was alcohol involved. I think me and my friends each thought the other one was paying, and nobody really had any money. So we just said, should we just leave now before the meal or just eat? And I think we're like, I'm hungry, bro. I got to have something to eat. So we ate, and then we bailed. And it felt immediate remorse. Like, just, it felt not remorse enough to where I went back and made it right. But I still felt remorse. But it's just, yeah, it's a scumbag thing to do. It is. I mean, you're the waitress getting screwed, and just
I don't say that.
Yeah, so not happy with myself.
Derek, where did you do it? Where'd you dine and dash, Derek?
So we were at a Sonic drive-thru, and my buddy's credit card wasn't working, so they're like, all right, if you come back and pay for the meal, no worries, and we never did.
Wow.
They gave you an IOU at the Sonic?
Wow.
We were in high school. They should know better not to trust us.
You're like, yeah, we'll be right back.
That's rich. Now he blames them. They should know better than not to trust us.
You scumbag, Derek, yeah. They should have known better. What did they think was going to happen? They let us have the food.
What they think, yeah, what they think.
Oh.
Think we're coming back?
You deserve everything. Everything bad coming your way. Derek's like, here's the thing that happened last Wednesday. What's the story?
Just graduated high school last week.
No, that's something that, I wouldn't even. It just, but that's a story. It's a dine and dash story. If you're going to dine and dash, though, it's better to do it without leaving your purse, because eventually you're going to have to go back and get your purse. And when you go back and get the purse, the manager is going to have the purse. And then you're going to want the purse back, and he's not going to give it to you because you didn't pay your tab. And then you're going to yell, and you're going to scream. And somebody's going to film you, of course.
Somebody's always rolling.
Somebody filmed her screaming at the manager. And I guess they put the caption, "Dinner and a show. Fantastic."
Wait, she yelled at the manager?
Yes.
She had the gall to come back after not paying and shoo out the manager?
Yes, because she wanted her purse. He is heard telling the woman to chill out as she screams at the employee that the employee has her S and screaming. Well, all's well that ends well, I guess. She got her purse back, and she paid the tab. So she couldn't get away with it, left the purse behind, and boom, you're good to go. So, yes, I only did it once. Not happy. I think the worst thing, I did something, I'm going to admit to this, and I've said it on the air before, but this is a new audience, because this isn't something that I'm real proud of either. And this was at a Coco's. It was like a Coco's restaurant, or something similar to a Coco's in Tucson. We went to, God, this is even worse than dining and dashing. So we're sitting there, and we go in order. You know, you've had a few beverages.
Want to know who stepped in it?
And you're tired. You just want to eat and go home. And you're waiting, and the waitress, there's only like 4 tables in there. And let's go. Can you give us, okay, finally get the menus. We're ready to order. Where is she? Where? Oh, there she is. Oh, starving. Please, here's what I want. Give her the order, and then it takes forever. Couldn't get the food. So what did I do? Like a jackass? There was some dude, older gentleman, that was the table in front of ours. You know, it was like the booze that you have in these restaurants.
Okay.
And they brought him his food and sat it in front of him, and he didn't wake up. So I went over, and I literally sat across from him and ate half his sandwich.
What? He was asleep in the booth, and you ate his own sandwich. Did he wake up to you eating his sandwich?
No, he did not.
He never woke up.
He woke up to half a sandwich. That's so bad.
So I mean, what happened?
I apologize to everybody.
Did you get up and he never caught you? Like, what did he?
No, by the time he got up, I was already at my table eating my sandwich. And I think he slept by the time, I mean, I don't even think he woke up when we were there. So we just took off. He's going to think he ordered one of those soup and half sandwich specials. He's going to get up and go, where'd my sandwich go? That I felt like, I still feel bad about that. I'd like to buy that guy a sandwich. He's probably dead by now, but that was way worse. Like, I can't even believe I did that. That was way worse than the dine and dash.
The YouTube chat's coming at you now, dude. I mean,
they
YouTube
should.
chat rock.
Absolutely.
Otis is like, this is hysterical. Rockin' New Era says, oh, wow, Tom. AJ says,
I told you.
AJ says, that's low, Captain Tom.
Yeah, that's way worse than what I did.
Yeah, yours wasn't even really.
It's way worse. Yeah, it's awful. It's awful. It's terrible.
AJ says, Julie's pay half his tab.
I did not. Dude, I did not.
Our guy Wes says, you cray, Tommy. You cray.
Yeah, it was a sweet. It was a good sandwich, though. I do remember that. Maybe because I was super hungry. I was like really, really hungry, and I just sat there and ate it. Yeah, he didn't even wake up, dude. He was out. Yeah.
Tacky says, not knowing Shaggy is worse than that, but Rockin' says, Tommy's shirt is still worse than that story. Oh, man. What kind of sandwich was it? I imagine like a BLT. Something like that?
Yeah, it was one of those, like, it wasn't a Denny's, but it was kind of like that Denny's sandwich. Not a moons over my hammy, but it was like ham and cheese and bacon and oh, it was good, man. It was really good.
It's even better when it's free.
I think even turkey, and I forget who I was there with, and I wouldn't, even if I remembered, I wouldn't incriminate them. But yeah, it was just. It was like I was super hungry, and then it turned into a bit, and then I just go, well, I'm going to go all the way through with it, and then he just never woke up, and I got up and just went back to my table, and he didn't wake up at all, and that was you want to talk about real scumbag thing to do? That was bad. That was like the 21-year-old. I would slap the 21-year-old right now. Like, I don't even know that person, but that was me, and I did it, and. Yeah, that wasn't good. That wasn't good at all. So all the abuse you want to heap on me, please go ahead, because that was awful.